Hey guys, welcome. Today's Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp lesson is going to be on Sweet Georgia Brown. It's just going to be a quick video tutorial for my etude. I have a few etudes that I wrote out specifically for Sweet Georgia Brown because it's a good tune and you get 4 bars on one chord, and that's really nice to give you a chance to breathe and explore the fretboard and try out these different sounds as you'll see as I post my other videos. But today's lesson is a really basic in concept. It's just targeting the roots. So if we're on the E7 chord for the first chord, make sure you know where E is. E, 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 E. You know, I'm just kind of staying within this one area here, targeting the octaves. And the next chord's A7, and I'm going A, D7, G. But you know, this is where the Gypsy Jazz kind of licks kind of come in. To make it a little bit fancier, I'm going to go like this. So I'm taking my root, the E, the target tone, hammering on above it, half step, and that creates kind of a darker flavor. Slurring a half step below, then back to the root, back above again, back to the root, half step below again, and then finally back to the root. It's just 3 different notes. I'm starting on the root, triplet slur, slide down half step, and that half step's called the lower neighbor. 2, 3, 4. So once you get that lick down, the fun part now is to kind of move it through your octaves, and this is where it's a good study to learn your octaves. And believe it or not, that was already 4 bars, because each one of those is one measure. That was triplet, 2 and 3 and 4 and triplet, 2 and 3 and 4 and triplet, 2 and 3 and 4 and triplet, 2 and 3 and 4 and. Of course, we're going to try to piece that all together in a minute, but it'll sound like this. And then we're going to move it to A. And then D for the D7. And then to G for the G6 chord. However, for the G, I want to go back to one of the, take that same idea, but not make it, not just the roots. I'm going to actually go through the triad, which is a triad embellishment here. We have, so it's the same idea, I'm just making it a whole step above the root. And then I'm going to take it through the chord, D, the 5th. And that was also a whole step above, half step below. These are just embellishing around the triad. And then around the 3rd, half step and half step. So around the G, by the way, here's G. See, again, this is a great way to visualize your chord shapes as well. And there's my walk down back to the G. Now E. Now I'm back on the measure 16 or 17 there, second half of the song. And I'm going to continue kind of similarly there. But so far we have something like this. So there's one thing now, I'm going to make it a little bit more complex, and I want to add something, what I call the connector lick. The connector lick is really just the ending lick for minor swing. Many of you already know that. You can play it in many different places. So it's a great lick to connect to as you can work through your cycle of fourths. So from E, it works great if you start on E and you go to A. And then now A wants to go to D. D wants to go to G. So I'll show you how we're going to use it. Here's that first lick on E7. Right here. Right here. Into the D. Right here. Into the G triad. And now we're on the second half of the etude there, which I'm actually going to present some different materials, and that would be more on the diminished related licks. But that again, just that first half of that etude here really kind of connects the visualization of these roots, creates kind of a flowing solo that's in the gypsy jazz style, where there's long licks that are connected, and it's nice to break up the octaves. So let's give this a try here at the play along here. Here's that B section, B7, walk down, 2, 3, 4. There's that idea again, going over that half step targeting, root targeting with half step above below. We'll continue next time on the second portion of this etude. That's just the first half. Hopefully that gives you some ideas to think about. Thanks for watching. Hey, welcome to Sweet Georgia Brown Etude number 2, part 2. What I was just demonstrating there was kind of the concepts from this particular etude, which is really just targeting. There on that intro demonstration, I was kind of expanding it to the whole chord structure, just a triad. So this kind of ties in with my triad studies. Hopefully you've been brushing up on your chord shapes and just triads along the fretboard. So I'm going to just kind of demonstrate this concept because I think it's very, very important. You can take one lick or one motif, I'll say, and take it around through the whole chords and spend a lot of time on that alone, and sound great, I think. And it's fun. It's kind of a little game. So what I was doing there was on the E chord, the E7, the first chord, I was visualizing this, or this. Basically, you want to be able to just, or this. Okay, I mean, I wasn't just restricting myself. I just kind of let it freely. So what I'm saying is, be able to just hit those notes of an E major triad. And this, again, is for an E7 chord. But all you're concerned about is just finding E, G sharp, B, E, G sharp, B, E, G sharp, B. It doesn't even have to be in order. You could be visualizing this chord shape. I've demonstrated this in my a minor swing part 2 video. Also in my caravan video, where I'm just thinking of a chord shape, and then that's where I did switch into the A chord, the A7 chord. So this is where it becomes just a fun game to how long can I keep this motif going through the chord changes, of course. That's the game of it. So please refer back to my PDF on the various triad studies, and or this one too if you need help knowing where E, A, D. And this is such a great game. You can be pretty random about it. Again, the D one could be this shape. So this is where knowing your chord shapes, at least a few of them, this shape, that's for D, and of course this shape, right? Meaning this. And there I just connected it to the next position. See, it all sounds the same. Maybe now I'm just thinking this shape. So you can kind of work one position at a time. On my particular etudes, I haven't, written them out in every single position. My goal is for you to understand the concept, learn and work on your different triad inversions, okay? That's the big word, is how do I know my D here? Do I know my D here? Do I know my D here? That alone can take you through, the whole song many times and start to be very, very free as you start to connect it. I do want to talk about the motif that I'm using, this half step above and below triad embellishment. And that's the whole idea for etude number 2, is just, hey, I'm playing off, in this case, the root of E. That was one measure. It's a triplet slur. That's one measure. So it's triplet, 2 and 3 and 4 and hopefully you're working on that etude number 2. You can download the PDF from my Patreon site. In this case, what I was demonstrating, what I think is a great study, I'm just going to do this separately. I'll probably have this on my other etudes as well, but it's just going through those chord shapes. And you can hear that I was connecting the last one. It just, I don't know if it was just luck or if I've done it many times to where it, the root of it connects to the cycle of fourths. So E goes to A goes to D goes to G. Okay, so that's nice to put on the 4th measure of each system there. That connects you from E to A to D, D to G. It's great to know that cycle of fourths, rhythm changes. I call that the ending lick for minor swing, 1. But I love to use that as a connector lick, and you'll hear that quite often, that pulls you into that next chord as long as you're going through the cycle, meaning E, A, D, G. Okay, even the B7 to E minor, meaning this. Okay? And it can take you, of course, to the G. So the motif, again, going back to that, that's it. It's just a half step above, half step below. And notice my fingering. 3rd, 5th, root, 5th, 3rd, root. I'm on D, 3rd, 5th, didn't connect it back to the E. But the motif again is half step above, half step below on every triad note for the dominant chord. That gives it that very gypsy jazz flavor. It's not modal, it's just it's very kind of slippery, circusy. It's just a very fun, playful sound, and a little bit dark too. On the G major, I did not do that though. I went actually chord scale tone above. I'm on G right here. I'm just showing you a G triad. I'm going scale tone above, back to the root in this case, slide, half step below, and then root. Scale tone above, root, scale or chord tone, in the back down. So it's the same kind of motif rhythmically and phrasing wise. Off the third, it is half step above, half step below. Okay. Off the fifth, it's a whole step above. So the formula on a major, it's whole step above, half step below. And again, you can do a lot of stuff with that, but with this particular lick that I'm doing, that was one measure. So that's a root. Off the third, half step above, half step below. Off the fifth, whole step above, whole step, half step below, just like the root. So again, please see my triad inversion sheet or my triad embellishment, number 1, that I'm kind of in the future, because I haven't released that one yet, but I promise I will. A lot of my students, private students, already have that sheet, triad embellishments number 1, so that's why I'm kind of mentioning that. But here's that G shape. So again, I'm just playing around G, 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 G. You know, just connecting, and notice that little ending lick, 1. But I did it like this. So I still got that embellishment slur in there. So I might even do that, even if I don't notate that, I'm still kind of doing that little slurring, that triplet slur that I like to do. That's very Django inspired. So I'm just kind of giving you the ideas of what I'm thinking here and what I think are some really fun practice things to do. I might just put that on and play along with this, play along really quickly here, just to kind of give you a quick demo again. E, A, all half steps below, D and above, G, E, and there to stop on the B section on the E minor. But I just wanted to give you a demonstration of how it's just kind of free and fun to do that. So it's a really good exercise. And again, these are part of the things that I'm throwing into my etudes, if you're just to have better control over that. Okay, so that's, I wanted to get that out there on what the concept is, what the the motif is. We have that the chord tone, scale tone above, and the slur, triplet slur, with the lower neighbor tone. We have that little ending lick, 1. But again, sometimes I like to slur that. The other aspect that you can't ignore in gypsy jazz is probably one of the most popular things to do, of course, is the diminished run. So if you don't already know this, I'm just going to demonstrate really quickly here on G sharp. And I do hope you already know that. I'll have a very separate special lesson available just working on diminished 7 arpeggios. But I am tying that into my etude here that I'm writing out. At least it's in the B section on the second half of the song. So it goes something like this. So that was into that second page there, stopping on the B7 chord, where it then goes into that E minor. So I'll break that down for you in a second. I just wanted to go over this G sharp diminished 7. And now it's for the E7 chord. We're superimposing a G sharp dim, which gives us that E7 flatted 9 flavor, nice dark flavor. So you can hit the E7 just to practice it and go almost like you're gonna do the A train ending, but run the diminished from there. And again, I'm gonna have separate Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp exercises specifically just to help us get that popular sound, that diagonal run of a diminished 7 arpeggio over dominant chords. So that is being used here in case you're wondering how I tied that in. Again, you know, we want to start to get away from just sounding like what I was demonstrating earlier, just only doing that one idea. It's nice to have just a few different ideas being used and played around with. Not too many ideas, but just a few. Okay, then on measure 25, looking at my etude here, on the E minor, I'm doing the very, very popular lower neighbor tone. These are called approach notes. Here's the E minor, and here's the lick. And yeah, we could take that all the way through E minor. It's a very nice sound. You know, we want to be able to do that everywhere. So again, I'm trying to throw in these licks that I'm hoping that are already pretty common in your vocabulary into the etudes, just to kind of tie it all together. So here's that E minor. This is that ending lick. And then you're back to the top there. For the G7, for that walk down, it's really a very simple concept. This is again a continuation of targeting the roots. Okay, and then we're on the E flat there. I went to a different motif. And then the ending lick, 1. So let's go ahead and actually play through this etude at a slow tempo. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. So there you go. Let's talk about this etude. I'm going to go pretty quickly through it. You can check out the PDF and get the ideas, but mainly, again, it was geared toward my students who say, you know, how can I connect these ideas using all the different topics of triad embellishments, diminished arpeggios, some gypsy sweep picking, diminished substitution, some whole tone scales. Okay, so over that E7, we have this lick. So we're really taking advantage of those open strings. Django loved those open strings, probably the banjo influence too. Same thing on the A. And that could be a triad or a dominant 7. It's a dominant 7th chord. And then on the D7, I'm outlining this D triad, half step lower neighbor. And that's just kind of a classic little lick there. And then I take it through the whole tone scale. And I'm using some embellishments, passing tone. And then now I'm on the G chord, and I'm thinking this G shape. And there's that class, and that was, by the way, just a fancy G embellishment on the triad. Again, triad embellishments, really useful in connecting the dots. You don't even need accompaniment, you can kind of hear the whole chords sequence go by. That little connector lick 1, and that connected the B7 chord back to the E7. Hopefully you know where we're at now in the form. And now I'm using this technique of octave displacement. So again, E, E, D, D, E, B. I'm just visualizing octaves, and I'm just doing this little, Django did this all the time against too, so. Blues lick on the E. So again, that was all chord tones, by the way, targeting root, flat 7, 5, 3, root, you know, trying to make it all connect. A7, Django loved that. Just check out his coquette solo. Little diminished filler. That's on the B7. Connecting the dots. E minor. B7. Again, that's just E minor to the diminished triad, and that's just for the B7 chord. So it's kind of a substitute. And then more E minor. Notice my picking. Diminished. That's what I call the gypsy picking there, the sweep. I mean, I just continue that whole sweep picking. So it's, and that's tricky to really keep that swinging and even. And then bam, we're back at the top. You can check out my other etudes. I have about 5 Sweet Georgia Brown etudes. A lot on triad targeting, whole tone scales, diminished. Try to give you a lot of ideas to play with, and of course, listen to all the great gypsy jazz players and just borrow licks that you really like. Thanks for watching my boot camp. If you want my etudes, I highly recommend joining my Patreon site. You can grab them all for $5 to $20 a month, and I always put new material out. Each almost every week, at least 4 or 5 new etudes. So we'll see you next time. Thanks a lot. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks for joining me today. Today's kind of a special boot camp exercise. It's going to be not my typical etude. It's more just licks. We all love licks, of course. So it's on the last 4 measures of Sweet Georgia Brown. We're in the key of G, and it's this walk down: G7, F sharp 7, F7, E7, E flat 7, D7, and G6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so first of all, you should make sure you learn the real melody just as written. Okay, so I'll show it to you slowly. Okay, that's how I'm fingering it. D, E, G, B, D, so G major pentachromatic, D sharp, E, B, A, and then D. I did a little chromatic slide here to make it bluesy. Okay, so it says. And of course you could go back to the main melody there. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the ending phrase with an ending lick. And this is the ending lick that's used on minor swing, so many gypsy jazz songs, and you should definitely know it in any key. We're in the key of G, so I'm going to start on D, 1. And I'm starting it here on my 15th fret, D. Okay, then backwards, C sharp, then back to D, then it's chromatic. Walk up, I cross over, F, F sharp, D. Okay, it starts from the end of 1, 1. And it leads you right to beat 1 of the next measure, 1. You could fancy it up with some slurs and whatnot. But here it is with that ending lick tagged on again. And I'm ending on this G6-9 chord. And that's 14, 14, 15, 15, E, A, D, G respectively. Really nice chord, kind of swingy, western swing, and of course very gypsy jazz. Django loved this shape. Okay, so it's this again. Here it is with my loop pedal. Here's lick number 1. I'm just going to hop around. These are all available on my Patreon site if you want to grab the 2-page worksheet with all these licks tabbed out in rhythm where I would play them. I'm just going to play you a select few. Here's number 1. This one's pretty easy. Well, relatively, of course, depending on tempo. Okay, let's do that again. So that was just kind of this descending chromatic pattern, which is really nice. 1, 2, 3, 5 of the chord that we're on G. Works beautiful on a G dominant 7. And it ends right on G. Just to show you a variation, it's not written on my sheet. You can just go backwards. So you can definitely make your own licks from these. These are just some fun suggestions to play. Okay, so let's move on to lick number 2. This is a triplet, almost more of a rock lick, but hey, it's fun to get these little rock pull-off triplet licks in, kind of a la Van Halen meets Django. Here we go. Let's do that again. Kind of Led Zeppelin-y too. So we have this G major triad. Here's lick number 3. This one is quite common and popular among gypsy jazzers. It's a descending diminished substitution. We're going to take this diminished sub, D diminished if you want to call it that. That's what I would be calling it, D diminished, and actually D's on top. Okay, so with the triad. And we want to use this gypsy jazz sweep picking technique for this one. I haven't really been talking about the technique of the right hand. A lot of players will do different things. I usually do alternate picking for most of mine, except for this lick. Okay, so it's chromatic. So number 4 is kind of an a la Django lick. Django loved these open strings. And it's a 3-note grouping, but I'm not going to play it as a triplet. I'm going to play them just as 8th notes so you get this nice cross rhythm pattern. And I'm ending the 3rd on this time, which you could just play G major 7. Okay, creates that nice syncopation. Da 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 da. It kind of sounds like you're in the mood lick, if you know what I'm saying. So here's the rhythm section. Again, it's on my loop pedal. Just gonna turn it up a little bit. Here we go. 2, 3, 4. Again. Major 7. Let's do it again. So number 6 is a nice chordal embellishment. It's more just thinking, hey, I'm in the key of G. I'm going to embellish around a G chord. So I'm doing this. And there's that G6-9 that we talked about earlier. So I took that G shape and I started just on B, around B, and I'm doing this enclosure lick. Then I'm going to the D, same idea, upper neighbor, lower neighbor, you know what I'm talking about, you've seen my videos, I hope, where I'm doing these boot camp exercises, and then 1. Let's hear what that sounds like in time. Got some birds chirping in the background there, they must like this, they're singing along. Alright, if you can hear that, here we go. Let's do that again. Okay, great. So I hope you're enjoying this. Let's go on to number 7 here. I'm probably going to just skip around, and I don't want this video to be too long. But number 7 has kind of a nice little lick here. I might have gotten this from a gypsy jazz player, but it kind of morphed into my own thing too. So here we go. First of all, let me just kind of play the lick. Kind of a nice little bluesy phrase at the end there, with the triplet too. And this is almost like we're going to play a 2-5-1. You know, which is almost like a jangology. So that's kind of what I was thinking there at the end of it. Here, let's hear it in context again. Okay, so number 15 is very similar to number 14, except I'm going to hit a G9 quarter notes right on 1 and 2, and then immediately go to this chromatic lick, and it should end right on G. So it's 1, 2, 3, and of course that harmonic on the 5th fret. Okay, you want to get that nice chimey sound. Let's try that with the rhythm section and see how that sounds. 2, 3, 4. just do two more here for you. This is number 17, and it's a similar triad lick earlier, but I'm just doing quarter note triplets. I think it's nice to work in different rhythmic aspects of things as well. So here it is, a shape. Okay, that's the lick. Let's hear it with the rhythm section. Repeat that one. Number 18 here, this is actually the last one on my page. I'm thinking it's kind of, I'm treating it like it's a circle of fifths, really more a cycle of fourths, like this. So I'm doing some subbing here, so I'm kind of thinking G7, C7, S7, B flat 7, E flat 7, D7, and then G6 to resolve. So the lick would be this. Okay, so it's kind of fun. I was doing kind of similar to what number 1 was. Almost a full circle here. I'm doing this kind of a pentatonic scale. 1, 2, 3, 5. 4-note scale. It's a pretty popular scale to use because it could be on G major. It could be on a G7. Okay, just 1, 2, 3, 5. From the pentatonic scale. And then I took that around the dominant cycle. So I'm going G, C, F, B flat, E flat, D, and G. You could even do it up an octave. Let's hear this one with the rhythm section. Let's do it up an octave. Okay. Hey guys, thanks for watching today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, if you do like what you heard, you can grab the PDF exclusively on my Patreon page along with all my other etudes, solo guitar arrangements, bossa nova, ukulele, etc. There's so much great stuff. I hope you enjoy it. Thanks a lot. We'll see you next time. Hey guys! Welcome to today's Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp. It's a special bonus etude on Sweet Georgia Brown. I know I have many etudes on Sweet Georgia Brown, but this one's going to be extra fun. And thanks for joining me. Let's get started. Major penta. A. D. G. E major. What's coming up? A major. D major. And I went to that position. And G major, which is E minor. And I know it's nice to have a simple method. E. G. The first chord is a 6 chord. E7. 6. And then A7 is a 2 dominant, D7 is the 5, and then we're in the key of G major. It's funny, it starts on the 6th chord, it goes around the cycle, the dominant E, A, D, G sound. E, this is just a tune. Then it goes to A7. Remember, we're in the key of G. That's the big picture. So here's G major penta. And that's also E minor blues. Here's E minor. This is the second half of the song. Right now I'm on a D7 chord, but we're just thinking G major pentatonic or blues. Repetition. Pentatonic. So, but I think it's very pretty bluesy to just do that the whole way through, the whole song. And you can do that just to play the E minor pentatonic slash blues. Again, that's the equivalent, as you all know now, to G major pentatonic slash G major blues scale. Same thing. And again, I encourage you to do that. Again, you know, just all the way through. And then you can add as much technique as you want or keep it simple and repetitive. Really just have fun. Here's that E minor chord. And pentatonic. And now I want to do this. And that's going to lead us to the next portion of this course. Kind of outlining the chords a little bit more now, because, and I hope I made my point here with, hey, you can stay on one scale through the whole thing, but it's also nice, which is what I want to do, because to me it's more jazz style, especially play the changes, especially on when you have 4 bars. But you know, I was gonna also say these video excerpts are going on the Vimeo page. And I want to say that you can slow it down on Vimeo, not just YouTube now, but you can slow down the videos. So if you're like, ooh, that was nice, you know, go just slow it down. That's my recommendation. But that's why I'm just noodling, I always say, noodling in a good way around these scales. And I'm kind of messing around the same exact shapes that we're all playing together. But one thing that I notice is that I like to experiment with fingerings. I don't necessarily play it the same way. Like I did one thing here, where I used all 4 fingers versus sliding. Sometimes I'll like to do that. Instead of this, I go. So that kind of changes the articulation. But that to me is an E minor blues here. So I'm kind of thinking a different position, but pretty much what I'm trying to limit myself is exactly what you have written on the paper as far as like today, this. G major blues scale with the E minor blues, connecting the dots. So what I like for you to try to do is to play to the chord. So one thing that I think is nice when you have an E7 chord, the triad is basically major, 1, 3, 5, not minor. Minor makes it sound, and that's the whole bluesy thing. That's like Johnny B. Good sounding. You have E7, and you're playing the E minor blues against that dominant chord. Okay, that really makes it bluesy. But what's nice, again, I'm not gonna say it's better in any way, but a different flavor is play that E7 and then play that E major pentatonic or E major blues. We're almost like we're in the key of E major for that moment. Pop quiz, E major penta equals what minor penta? It's I'm reading lips. I hope you all said C sharp minor, right? C sharp. Yeah, thanks for the sign language. Here's E. Here's a quick method again. I'm gonna reiterate this a lot. Here's E. That's major. We gotta go sad minor. C sharp minor. So again, we have an E7 chord. Let's see. I instantly went to this position. Again, if we had a rock beat, it would sound like Allman Brothers or Skinner. I'm now pushing you to playing the changes a little bit here. This is where we get some of the strategies coming in. I have it on loop, only on that E7. I know it's kind of a brisk tempo. E7 for 4 bars. It's just on loop. I'm gonna start here, C sharp minor. Again. And right now, all I can say is sing what you play instead of saying like, play dotted 8th note. I'd almost rather have you play what you sing versus singing what you play. And that kind of means when you're out of breath too, don't play. As Miles Davis would say, take your hand off the instrument. Well, he would probably have added a few words, but take your hand off the instrument and just let it breathe. I mean, again, this is kind of the easy swing style soloing phrasing, meaning this. Breathe. I'm thinking C sharp minor penta blues. And I'm staying on 3 strings. Sometimes I like to start low. E. But here's E major penta. The melody is this, by the way. It's right out of the pentatonic scale. And then get minor to make it bluesy, up 3 frets. So this is a great happy major. A little chromatic. Right here, minor. It's like the same lick, but now go back here. Move it up. Same shape. That's the idea, is to keep it really simple. The only thing is, on this song in particular, and this ties into the whole blues approach when we look at these jazz standards, when it goes to the 4 chord, that's the ideal time to make it minor. So when I add in that A7 chord in this song, that's when I want you to go to the E minor. And and that's pretty much what the melody does too. The melody is this. That was all E major penta. And then on the A7 chord, it turns to minor. So when I'm playing on a tune such as Sweet Georgia Brown, I like to often go E major for 4 bar. And then I minor it. Now I'm getting a lot more notey here, but again, just major to minor. That's what I want you to think. And that's gonna tie over into many of these songs to practice major to minor. That's huge, especially when we hit songs such as
to practice major to minor. That's huge.
After You've Gone, I'll See You in My Dreams, All of Me, all these songs, Stardust, Moonglow, major to minor is huge. E major to E minor. E major. E minor. It's on loop, so back to E major. E minor. Don't forget that's G major. Major. Minor. And back to major. I'm keeping the phrases short. And gravity minor. It just goes right around the horn. So I'm going to loop that, and basically I'm going to try to start on the root. Here's the progression just so that you can see it looped. See the E for 4 bars, A for 4 bars, D for 4 bars. Then it gets a little bit fancy, G, D, G, B7. That's just all G major. And I'm going to treat it as, in my head when I'm soloing, I'm thinking E major pentatonic for 4, A pentatonic for 4. These are all major, but you can do the minor. You might have to grab a piece of paper and write it out, but you'll start to connect these as you start to do this. Again, I know this is now I'm asking you to play 4 different scales on this 16 bars versus the easy method at the beginning here. But check it out. I'll start with E major penta. A. D. G. E major. What's coming up? A major. D major, and I went to that position, and G major, which is E minor, and I know it's nice to have a simple method, E, walk the bass, and A, and D, and G. I'm just looping the 16 bars. And A. And the thing is, they're all based off the chord tones. So if you know your chord tones, you go, you just got to know your chords. So really what I keep saying and what you guys are realizing, oh, I got to master my triads, my inversions. Yes, please try to really think chordally, not just single notes. Why? Because if you can master your chords and your triads and your shapes and visualize it, it will help you with all of this, because now we're really breaking it down. Then on the E. So I knew right when I was going to get to that E7 lick, I knew I was going to insert that lick we've been working on, the dark one. But on the G9, I did this lick. I only had one star above. See, work that lick in, for example. Or if you want it darker, think off the D7 and do this. That's a little bit darker. It's a darker night. Star above, those are what I love. Sweet Sue. That'd be cool. Just you. I like that. Every minute I play knows the reason why. See, I'm kind of making it darker by doing that trick, the caravan trick, this. The D to the E flat. If that's still new for you, don't worry. I'm going to keep talking about that a lot. Taking two chords, the D and the E flat, the half step above, and that's why you could do this. Or this lick. And then resolve it so it's sweet. Or this. You know, make sure you can resolve it to G major. As I am ad-libbing around those licks, you know, as we're playing it to a song or a progression now, that gives me some flexibility. But I also realize, oh, I just played lick number 4. Or, oh, that's, you know, so it's like you start to mix and match these phrases and try to make it smooth so they don't just sound only like you're copying and pasting licks. Don't feel bad about doing that. I think that's kind of what we're doing. But then you kind of want to just kind of connect a few of these and create a continuous unified. So I'm going to do it very slowly. I'm going to slide into the flat 7. So it's kind of a 13 to a flat 7. That's B minor 7. That's what I'm getting at. Couple notes. Right there. That's what's kind of saying E7. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. And this lick would sound great on the and a 4 to start with that slide and 1. Like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. It shifts. Now let's talk about this lick. As I mentioned, listen to the E9. Chromatic. But this. That C sharp is not this. See, it's not as dark as we just did in this lick. But now it's this. It's very pretty. I mean, the first chord, of course, in Sweet Georgia Brown is, well, in the key of G. So somewhere in there, you got to throw this lick in. Here it is on A. Here it is on D. Again, I'm just taking it through Sweet Georgia Brown. A. That's ready for D7. What are we doing on G? And then this lick, that darker lick, and then this lick on A7. E minor, and then this, outlining. E7. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna do this. On the A7, maybe darker. yeah, again, that works beautifully on a B minor 6 chord. So what about A minor 6? Going back to minor swing. Right? A9. So what I'm doing here is purposely having you think, oh, I just take my lick a whole step higher, but you're basically playing A minor, E9. See, just the same lick. You get a lot of mileage out of it. And then you do something a little bit different, a diminished rhyme to finish it, to make it sound more dominant-y, I guess you could say, because this sounds more like a minor 6. And then I went like this. Then I did a diminished run. Sweet Sue? It's a good one, and it's really easy. I mean, it's easy for me to say that because I played it so many times. So here's Sweet Sue. This is what you'd see on the chart. Basically, it's like a 2-5, 2-5, 2-5, 1. 2-5, 1. Let's see, what's it doing? Every star above knows the one I love. Right here. Sweet Sue. It could be that simple. 2-5-1. Every star above. See, work that lick in, for example. Or if you want it darker, think off the D7 and do this. That's a little bit darker. It's a darker night. Every star above knows the one I love. Sweet Sue. That'd be cool. Just you. I like that. Every moon I fly knows the reason why. See, I'm kind of making it darker by doing that trick, the caravan trick, this. The D to the E flat. If that's still new for you, don't worry. I'm going to keep talking about that a lot. Thinking 2 chords. The D and the E flat, the half step above. Do this. And that's why. Or this lick. And then resolve it so it's sweet. Or this. Make sure you can resolve it to G major. Or this. This shape, G. I'm just working out a few quick little ideas from the worksheet again. Pretty sweet. Darker. Section. Same lick. I am just yelling out also like, hey, darker. And now you know what I mean by darker, right? Darker means this. That means a harmonic minor scale hack, or the 2 triad pairs half step above. If you don't know your harmonic minor scale, don't bother with it right now. I mean, we'll come to that point. But again, get that hack down to where you can visualize the major triads half step apart all over the fretboard. You don't even need the fingerings for running up and down harmonic minor scale if you could do that to me. Because that really covers it all. And the thing is, they're all based off the chord tones. So if you know your chord tones, you go, just got to know your chords. So really what I keep saying and what you guys are realizing, oh, I gotta master my triads, my inversions. Yes, please try to really think chordally, not just single notes. Why? Because if you can master your chords and your triads and your shapes and visualize it, it will help you with all of this, because now we're really breaking that lick we've been working on, the dark one. But on the G9, I did this lick. I only had 1 measure, not 2 measures of that. I went. And now I was working on that B section. That's where, honestly, I'm kind of talking about this for practicing. If you're like, hey, I don't have that B section down, I'm looping it. So check it out, I'm going to do what I just did. Alright, I'm here with Joe. Today I'm going to show, Joe's often the rhythm guitar player in my trio or duo, and so he's working on chord soloing, so I thought I'd kind of give him a little lesson and share it with everybody here too. The tune is Sweet Georgia Brown, just for fun. It's a good classic swing song. The chords, if we should just play through the chords, one time through in the key of G. This is the basic chords first. E7, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 bars. A7, 4 bars. I'll play the melody. D7, 4 bars. G6. Oh, we got fancy there. G5. So what I'm going to show him and everybody here is the hack for soloing, chord soloing specifically. So in the chords E7, I often just play E9, by the way, for rhythm. So we're gonna use this particular shape, this one. And it's on tab, it's 6, 7, 7, 7. And it's basically just partial E9 chord. You could think of it, if you want to, what it really is G sharp minor 7 flat 5 or B minor 6. Okay. So that's for the E for 4 bars. So imagine we're going to add some rhythm to make it swing. We'll do that. And then for the A7, typically you would do this or a 3-note shape, but we're going to go to A9 on the 12th fret for 4 bars.
Whoa.
And guess what we're going to do for the D7 chord? Slide it down to the 5th fret, and you have to imagine here, but I'm thinking this. There you go, that's D9 for how many bars? 4 bars. So we're gonna have a lot of time to just ad-lib some rhythm. I'll show you kind of just some swing rhythms or other things you can do, some side slipping. And then the next chord is the 1 chord, and it's just G6. So we can go here to the 3rd fret, and this is where the shape does change, but just by 1 string. Instead of barring like 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, which would be that minor 6 shape, the hack here, it's 2, 2, 3, 3, and that's just a partial G6, 9. We actually have a G on the root. This is what I often refer to as the magic shape. You can slide it to the 5th degree, which would be the 10th fret, and it's still G6, 9. There you go. That's cool. What Joe just did there, So it could be either, and I'm thinking the root on top, the shape, the stacked fourths, chordal harmony if you want to get music theory. Great trick. And of course the octave. Beautiful. We're just going to go over the A section right now. So we have E9 for how many bars? 4. That means we're going to have to add some rhythm, some side slipping. Side slipping means to go a half step below or half step above the chord, like this. And then A9. D9. And I'm just ad-libbing the rhythm. And then here's that G6. Just the A section, A, and target that 12th fret. Back to D, this is just the A section, and then G6, 9. And then walk down. You can do that with your, rhythm. A, D, both did there on the turnaround that would go back to the measure 17 of the song, basically the second half. We turn that G6-9 into a dominant, walk it down to the E9. So basically we have two shapes we're dealing with. This shape here, which can be called, I basically call it a minor 6 shape, or this shape, which is a 6-9 shape. This is kind of ambiguous. It could actually be major or minor, or dominant for that matter. It's just a 6-9, doesn't have a 7. So again, that's the idea. When we let's kick it up a little bit. Let's just do that A section. If you just want to play lightly on the rhythm guitar, that way everybody can hear the demonstration. I'm going to take this shape, and sometimes I do it with like this, a la Django. Sometimes I do it like this, but I think generally I use 1 and 2. That's what I mean by a la Django. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. A. D. G6-9. Back to the D. We're just looping the D, the A. So notice I was just kind of sliding. Shuffling with D. And just keep that right hand going. A little faster. Just keep track. Yeah. That's a side slipping. B. So that's side slipping. And G6-9. Sing your rhythm. Da 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 da. G6-9. You got it. Make it gel. Yeah. D. Always just be aware of where you're going. Simple. Yeah. Nice. And then, that was beautiful. Of course, I'll show the rest of the half of the song next, but now you can add on this note, which is the 13th, so basically like E9 to E13, this. And of course, we're gonna go up to A, same idea. It's a beautiful sound. We can add a chromatic later, like this, you know, and then same thing on G. So you can always add that 6th degree on, which is the 13. But even on a major chord, just be this. It actually is major 7 here, and down here it's 9. So it's really pretty. So if you did that, you're kind of safe adding on a whole step above that top note, whether it's on the G6 to the major 7, or G6 down here adding on the 9. So again, we have something like this. I'll just play some solo. We could take it to the second half of the song. Fellas, she ain't mad. I got some cool hacks there. And then now let's turn around.
Yeah.
Sweet Georgia Brown.
to take a short break. Please hang around and enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much.
Hey folks, welcome to today's Mega Lesson Workshop. We're talking soloing ideas and strategies. Sweet George Brown. Let's get started. Thanks for joining me, and good to see you all again. It's been a while since I've offered anything online. We're going to start with the basic. I'm not going to like walk you through the melody. I'll give you a demonstration, but you know, I'm assuming you know the melody and you know the chords, so I'm going to kind of talk through it a little bit quicker, but please let me know if you have questions on it, because it's very important that you understand the chord progression. And often you'll hear me say I'll say the dominant cycle or the cycle of fourths, and that's important that you know that it's, you know, going counterclockwise of the circle of fifths, and it's a pattern. So that's very important again that you understand that, because that occurs in so many songs, such as the B section to rhythm changes, and then just many other songs that follow that cycle or the pattern of the fourth degree. So I'm going to go and just start the screen share here, and that way the screen will stay on me. This one actually has a YouTube video that is from my class, my Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp from probably, I don't know, I usually gauge by my hairstyle and stuff, so it's probably about 4 or 5 years ago now, and not my COVID hair. So let's see. One thing I'm going to do is get rid of the video. That's the first thing I'm going to do. So if you're new to Sound Slice, I don't want the video right now. I don't care about the lesson. I just want to play along with the computer. So I went down here into synthetic mode, okay? And I'm going to push play. And that's the tune, the really basic tune. It's very square. You can play along with it, of course. You can play chords. It's been said she knocks them dead when she lands in town. You get the idea. It's great to play along with, and that's just, it's very square, I always say, but it's a great way to learn the basic melody and the basic chords. I kept this one very basic. I mean, I usually add a few more chords to it, but again, this is bare bones. So that being said, we have E7, 4 bars. And again, we're going counterclockwise to the circle of fifths. So E, A, D to G. We're in the key of G. It actually starts on the 6th chord, the 6th dominant. 6 to the A, that's a 2, D's the 5, and G's the 1. So this is often called back cycling too. We know we're in the key of G, but it starts on the 6th, and we are going to arrive at the G chord as our 1 chord. So it starts at the 6th. These are all dominant, so that's where the term dominant cycle comes in too, because we know they're dominant chords. E7, A7. I'm just using basic shapes here. D7, and then finally G6. I'll do the Charleston rhythm. This is a B section, kind of like we're going back to the beginning there. A7. And then E minor. And that's where it changes. And in front of the E minor, I like to put a B7 often to pull us into that. Sometimes players don't play that. Sometimes they do play that. So that would be right here on this A7. Then kind of a quick change. B7 for just one measure. I'm going to just continue. So just be aware of that. I might even put that in parentheses. It's not always played. I like to play it often, but not everybody does that 5 there. And then we're in E minor for these 4 bars, essentially. E minor is the relative minor of G major. And you can't get any more basic than 1, 5, 1. You know, for a progression in any key, just 1, 5, 1. the tonic and the dominant. 1, 5, 1, 5. Okay, and then the sweet turnaround that everybody does, this chromatic turnaround from the 1 chord. These are dominant, so. And it's the 1, well, I'm not even going to say the numbers, but just walk it down to the 5. That's what's important. And then once you get to the 5, then go to the 1. Now, that being said, oftentimes this last chord, not the penultimate chord, but the chord in front of the penultimate chord, the E flat 7, these, oh, by the way, this is all just tritone substitution too. You can think of it that way, but tritone substitution making a chromatic bass line going around the cycle of fourths. So that being said, again, E flat 7 is the tritone of A7. So sometimes players will go E7, A7, D7, and then G6. Okay, so think about that. One of my ending licks, I actually did it without the chromatic movement, and you'll see that if we get to the ending licks page. So again, just realize, hey, it's a chromatic walk down. Everybody does this pretty much. And that was not notated, but this G, the resolution, you can go G, G flat or F sharp, F, back to the top, the E7. So that's basically the chordal, the harmonic breakdown. We're in the key of G, we start on the 6th chord, we're working our way through the dominant cycle till we get back to the 1. So it's 3. It starts on the 6th chord, it goes to the 2, 5, and then the 1. And then later it goes to the relative minor and does the E minor, B7, E minor, B7 with the walk down. And again, I hope you learn the melody. I'm going to talk about the melody because it has one of my favorite tricks in here, which I discuss on that video, and that's using pentatonic scales and also the major to the minor soloing method. But soloing method number 1, even before I go to the major minor, the very first thing I want to say is this is actually, and I do have this documented on some videos already, this is actually a great song to try out just purely playing blues scale. Just the blues scale. That's like the very, very first thing. And I would treat it, again, almost like we're doing like an E blues, where you're going on that E7, okay? And I'm going to load up that PDF here on the sound slice for the blues. I hate to assume that you've already played the 12-bar blues for years and years, which many of you have. I know some of you have not. So again, this is just some things for you, hopefully to make a note like, oh, I like that sound. It's very rootsy, very down home. Let me go ahead and go back a track. The concept is very, very simple. Play the G major or the E minor blues. Most people refer to the blues scale as a minor scale. It's just a minor blues scale. Some people just say the E blues, and you'll know it's this. And you can use that on the A7. On the E7, I think I said A7. You can use it on the A7. I'm just playing the same scale, D7, and of course a G. And then the whole song, E minor, B7, E minor, and then the walk down. Song, and I think it sounds great. Again, I do have this already documented, so I might bypass some of the setup here of going through it, but rather I would love for you to try it for a second. I do feel like that's crucial. So do learn your blues scale. And I know I've been posting a lot on Patreon. I know you're all on Patreon. I know I've been posting a lot on Patreon saying learn all your 5 positions, learn diagonal. Make sure you could just do this, just really simple 1 position first. that's enough to make music, and then slowly increase. So that's what some of this says. Like now I say, well, now you can think of it here as G major blues. That's right here, by the way, if you're looking at my cursor. This. And I like to have a few positions to play because it makes me play differently. You know, some different ideas. I like to kind of build it up slowly sometimes, stay in one area and then kind of work my way up through the positions if I know I'm going to kind of stretch out in my solo. So that's one reason why I like to have different positions. And I love this sliding scale shape here. This, I'll do it slowly. I often call this a diagonal position too. And then I stayed in that position to resolve it, descending. That's a fun way to do it. And you don't, when I say sliding, I should maybe correct that and just put, I call it sliding but diagonal method. This, because in this case I'm not going to slide. Check this out. There's a little slide. It's symmetrical. It's kind of a neat shape. And that works again for the whole song. Okay, so that's where I would want you to experiment with one of these, okay, one of these shapes or the basic scales. Okay, let's not go on further where I say play to each chord. That's actually the part where I say pentatonic / blues and then beyond. Now you can get a little bit more jazzy by actually playing to every chord. When the chord changes, you change your pentatonic. But what I'm talking about right here is just to stay on one scale for the whole 32 bars, okay, and that's E minor blues or G major blues. It can also just be the pentatonic scale. I hope you know that the blue note is a flat 5 on a minor. It's a flat 3 on a, if you're thinking off the G major. Same note, it's a B flat. So again, you know, that's what I would recommend. Just give that a try one time through. Just get bluesy. Really bluesy, that's what it's all about. Is to embrace getting bluesy. I often think of Tommy Emmanuel. He does this quite a bit. Yeah, get bluesy. A lot of repetition. This, or you get the idea. It's like rock and roll. So don't be afraid to embrace that blues flavor. It's a feel-good sound. Okay, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I do have some videos on that already. I just wanted to put that out there. The next step for using this, play to each chord, and I actually kind of just did that as I was just doing that riff, this classic blues riff. Right? I know many of you know this. Well, guess where it's A, right? What's next? D. See how it's following the chord? What's next? G. And then again, we can follow the whole chord progression. But that's like a cliche blues riff, like a rock and roll style rockabilly even. But so that's kind of the concept, is play to each chord. You have E7, you have the E pentatonic blues. This is actually the E major, if you're wondering. Do I use E minor or E major? I'm actually thinking E major pentatonic blues. This. Over this. The major one tends to be sweeter sounding versus the minor one. Some of you have already taken my blues course, and again, you can do either or. You can combine them, and that's what I call the hybrid scale, the composite scales, when you combine them both. So refer back to my blues worksheets if you need to on that. This is just an overview. But check it out, E7, and this is exactly as written. You can get a little bit slippery by adding chromatics. Or this. So again, E7, play the scale. And then on the A7, move to A and do the same thing. D7, same thing. But I wrote something different here, just to warn you. If you're wondering, hey, how come that doesn't look the same? I just broke it up here. I was thinking off the relative minor. So on the D7, the relative minor of D, just like G is E minor, for D, it's B minor. And this leads me to my favorite trick of talking about relative minor. 3 frets. That's the trick. 3 frets. The magic number. Go down 3 frets. If you have D major, the relative minor, 3 frets below B minor. I mean, it sounds like rock guitar now, but it's a quick trick to know. Minor's down 3, major's up 3. If you're wondering, how do I remember my relative? Just know minor's down, sad, major's happy, up. The 3 fret trick. But the other aspect of it is, yes, learn these shapes. That was a D major, but here's B minor blues. As written there on the sheet, okay? So again, that's the same scale, just different fingerings. So that's kind of what I'm demonstrating here. It's just some of these shapes connected, and then you can goof around with it. I'm going to play through the chords for you here too. And then on the G major is the same as E minor. So what did I write out here? E minor blues. Here's G6. E. Kind of almost like country rock. A. Okay, you get the idea. Hit the chord, play the scale. It's going to sound nice. That's, again, now we're starting to play the changes a little bit more versus that first approach, which was only to play one scale through the whole song. That's more rock and roll. This is a little bit kind of jazzier, okay? Trying that out. And then this is a big worksheet right here, just so you know. There's a lot of these concepts that I wanted to discuss here, major to minor. That's coming up next. But before we do that, any questions? I need to get back to our chat here. If you're needing to, read the tabs here, I want you to, again, I want you to get the concepts. If you make a note like, oh, I need to work on my minor blues scale more, or I need to work on the conversion from major to minor, just make little notes to yourself of some things for you to work on. Or maybe you're like, oh, I don't know my sliding scale. I want to learn that diagonal shape better. This, I'll play it on G. So that was 1, 2, flat 3, 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, flat 3, 3, 5, 6. I love this fingering because it's once you learn 1 octave, you know it now for 3 octaves as long as you know where your root is. And that's all for G major, G6. And sometimes I like to use all 4 fingers, and then I connect it to the E minor. Okay, so I'm going to play some rhythm guitar for you. Here's a simple exercise. E. That was a 4-bar phrase. Well, hey, now I'm going to move it to A. D. And this is also B minor penta, as I mentioned. And then now we're on G. I'm going to go slow, and then G. And then we're back to E. And I'm playing to the chords. Again, now this is kind of getting a little bit jazzy here. The blues approach to the pentatonic, it's a PDF. And it's also on the sound slice too feel free to keep typing in the chats, you guys. I'll try to answer the questions between the demonstrations. But I am going to play a little bit of rhythm guitar for you, and I hope you kind of got that. A great approach, again, is to just start simple. E. A. D. I'm going to start here. And then G major. Again, I'm just following the changes. You guys give it a try. This is just a, this is again kind of the approach to where we're face value. We're actually playing the changes now. You C, E7, you play your E lick. Maybe you want to play just this. And then A. This is actually good to get everywhere on the neck. You know, just to play that riff, for example, all over the fretboard. Let's just give it a try. 1, 2, 3, E major. Get ready, A major. You're playing the changes. That's also F sharp minor, by the way. D major or B minor. And yes, I am thinking about those relatives. Ready, G major blues. E. We won't worry about, well actually we will do E minor when it comes up. A. Just try to play the changes. Start on A, for example. Ready, E minor coming up. Just stay all on E minor. Just get bluesy. That's a good approach. And then still on E minor, if you're wondering, what do I do here? Play E minor blues. G major. Let's try a little bit faster. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, E. A. I'm just yelling out the roots for you. You can do major or minor, D. Ready, G. E. Yeah, get bluesy. A. And try to play those changes. E minor. All E minor for the rest of the way through. All the way through E minor, G major blues. Okay. I know some of you are saying, when are we going to do all this stuff? All the Diminished and all that great stuff, that's coming up next. Any questions on the pentatonic major minor blues? I hope that's straightforward. I think I just have like one little quick trick or tip, and I kind of showed it here on that D7 when I said B minor. For us guitar players, when you do this, B minor blues, that high note is the relative. See, here's B minor, here's major, so you have D. So this is kind of a nice trick. You hit D7, you can do it on the 10th fret. 10 here, and then D's here, D major, D7, but do this. And that's D major blues or B minor blues, same thing again. So if I said E7, find E here. See? A would be down here. D, G. So again, I'm just kind of using the fretboard with this blues pentatonic being the high note of that minor pentatonic scale. And now that leads me to one other topic here before we move on to some fancier gypsy jazz, and that's this major to minor concept. This is very, very sweet, and it's swingy, and it's gypsy jazz. It's such an important concept here. Major to minor, what do I mean by that? Well, earlier I was saying on an E7 chord, you have your choice. Do I want to make it sweet and play E major? Or do I want to make it a little bit more bluesy? If you know what I mean. mean, that would be all on an E7 chord. In general, if I just saw an E7, I'd kind of swing. Do I want major, sweet, or do I want kind of a little bit more raunchy blues sound? You know, I kind of have those two options, and then I kind of play combining them as well to get that sassy, that my major or my minor type of a sound. But what the melody gives us, well, that, if you did the melody, if you already learned it, that's a pentatonic scale, but it's the major penta. Here, listen to this. Oh, sorry, that's not included, that's a flat 7. There it is, that's E major penta. Or this. So the melody comes right out of that E major penta. It's just a little pattern. But what happens next is what's important. On the A7 chord, you flat your 3. And then everything else stays the same. Okay. So here's a major. Then I say you minor it. So you change one note, the 3, but you're still thinking off of the first chord, E. So give that a try. E major. Check out the shape that I'm using here, this triad. E major, E minor. And yes, you basically are paraphrasing the melody. But that's so nice when you have... And then... Okay, then I'm going to move my hand down to D. Then you're probably saying, do I minor it on the G? Nah, you just go to G major. The pentatonic, which is E minor. So it kind of, that's a little formula. E major, E minor, D major, E minor blues. Okay, so again, I'm just kind of creating some really simple soloing using the information that the melody is already giving us. Major, and then minor it. Notice I'm adding some gypsy jazz style, some minor 6 arpeggios. Add 9. So I'm thinking basically just E minor stuff. That's what's written here. E major to E minor. That's the concept. And then on the D major blues, you know, again, it's face value. I'm going to go on and then G, I didn't write this here, but just G major blues, or that's the same as E minor. So that's what that whole worksheet is all about. And you can, that's a great soloing approach. I really recommend, again, that you use this as a method, as a formula for soloing over Sweet Georgia Brown. And again, I do have this documented on various lessons, so that's why I'm not going to spend the whole time just on this one concept. We got a lot to cover today. How many of you like modes? I don't either. No, I'm joking. I do love modes, and I spend a lot of time learning and practicing modes. If you don't know what modes are, then, you know, obviously review my my lessons on what modes are first. But I'm just going to kind of, and I do have a worksheet on this. Sorry, I do have an etude, a study. I'm gonna talk about this before we hit into some fancier gypsy jazz, because I think this is a very valid approach to soloing, and it's super fun to just noodle for hours doing this. So let me go ahead and get the sound slice loaded. This is a modal study for Sweet Georgia Brown later, but you'll see this includes a video too. You can watch it later if you haven't already checked it out on Patreon. So here's the mode. This kind of gets us into some different scale options as well. When you see E7 on a chart, you know, if I said, well, what key are we in? You might say, well, E7, that's the 5 of A major. And that's true, it could be. So one very legitimate scale to choose is E mixolydian, which is basically just saying key of A major starting on the 5th. this etude is about is just reinforcing some of these, but I kind of have a little method here. Root, third, fifth, flat 7, and then it does the same thing on A7. It's just an exercise again, so just to kind of get you reinforcing the concepts of like, oh, I could just play every chord mixolydian, and that's just A major. That's another way to look at it, so you can noodle around the fretboard for hours. Then when you go to the A7 for 4 bars, A7 is the 5 of D major. So now we're on A mixo or D major. That's the bigger picture, and you can do that for 4 bars. Well, guess what? Now we're going to D7. Well, D7 can be the 5 of G major. Okay, and then it does go to G major, so that's where I just did that little lick here, that Ionian mode, if you want to get fancy with these Greek mode names, Mixolydian, Dorian, Ionian. But again, it's just a fancy way of saying, I'm in this key for 4 bars. When you're on D7 to G, you happen to be in the key of G for 8 bars, essentially. Okay, and then so all this is just some different ways of approaching it. Definitely check it out. It's pretty fun. And then here I kind of mix it up like, oh, hey, you can do these little scale patterns. Some thirds, some really pretty A. It might be, you can have a lot of fun noodling around. Maybe you want to play on one string. The trick again is to switch chords at the right time. You want to switch modes, etc. So that's this concept here. It's very vanilla, very inside, and just very sweet, very pretty sounding. And then at the end here, I just did a major pentatonic because like I mentioned, it just sounds good to do pentatonic or a blues or something there. But that's what this study about, if you're wondering. The modal approach is basically, if I said E7, you think key of A. If I said D7, you think key of G. If I see E minor, that could be Aeolian mode. Again, this is kind of staying within that system of the diatonic church modes, the 7 modes. But now I'm going to get a little bit fancy on you. This is just, again, a quick overview. Harmonic minor. And we all know that the first chord is E7. Check this out. All that stuff. That's all E7, right? Well, there was an E7 chord in there, believe it or not, which is E, G sharp, B, and D, but I also included an F note. That gives it an E7 flat 9 flavor, this. So all I'm doing is taking this basic shape. I'm taking an E7 here, and then raising my first finger so I get a flat 9. But now that gives me the diminished flavor. So what I want to say is the scale choice that I was choosing here, harmonic minor. Which one? A harmonic minor. Good job if you knew that. If you didn't know that, make a note of it. You see E7? And here's A. See, it kind of feels like it wants to go to A, but does it go to A? It actually goes to A7, but I'm just treating this as a standalone flavor. Sounds very gypsy jazz here. Do this with me, y'all. Do this. E, F, G sharp, A. And then from here, A, we're actually in again, A harmonic minor, that's why A's home. And there's E. You can just noodle around on that first string. As a pedal tone, playing that scale, it's all on the E7. Go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. One string, or you can play it linearly, vertically, across the strings. But it's a darker flavor. It gives us that flat 9. That flavor. But it also gives us a sharp 5. That C natural, or B sharp if you want to call it that. That's the theory behind it. It's always nice to know, why is it so dark sounding? Because of the chord that you're getting. You're getting E7, flat 9, sharp 5. And then when we go to A, why not do it on A? The same sound, but we have to transpose it essentially. So now I'm thinking, what harmonic minor for A7? D. D harmonic minor. So here's D. But D's, we don't want to hang on the D. We would rather start here on a C sharp, the leading tone, because A's right here, and that's the third. Okay, so that's the A7. And then do we want to do it on the D7? Sure, why not? If we're going to practice these techniques, I like to just be extreme about it and say, oh, I want G harmonic minor. But notice I'm not going to hang on G. I want to hang on the F sharp, the leading tone, the half step below, when I'm on the 5 chord. And that's all those flavors. The diminished 7 arpeggio comes out of that harmonic minor scale, and I freely kind of weave in and out harmonic minor with the dim 7 arpeggio. And the dim 7 arpeggio, again, you start a half step below the root. So F sharp dim. It could be A dim, C dim, or E flat dim. They're all the same 4 notes because of the symmetrical quality of the dim 7 arpeggio. But again, that's the idea. And don't worry, we're going to hit some dim 7 arpeggios next. But this is the kind of a harmonic minor scale approach. You hit E7, you think A harmonic minor. And notice I'm just running down the scale. A7, D harmonic minor. Kind of sounds darker. D7, G harmonic minor. And you're probably thinking, well, what do I do on the G6? There, I just did a G blues, a G major blues, or E minor blues. There is a harmonic minor scale we could do on the G, but I'm not going to go there because that's a little bit wacky. But we'll save that for an advanced lesson later. Well, this is getting a little bit more advanced right now already, but that's the deal with this. You hit the chord, A7, D7, and then G. And that's just the pentatonic scale again. But again, I love that approach. That's that darker gypsy jazz flavor, that harmonic minor scale. I mean, that's what I think of often. And again, on the diminished 7 arpeggio. And that sounds like this. And then for the A. For the D. For the G, just very pretty, and then back. A. And then it goes to the E minor section. Diminish, E minor, diminish, and then our lick. We can even diminish that out. Those are all just diminished 7 arpeggios as chords. Actually, they're triads, but I'm implying the dim 7 by sliding that diminished shape around every 3 frets. Collectively, that makes a diminished 7 chord, which is a 4-note chord. Just by taking that, I'm going to talk more about that as well. This is all demonstrated on Etude number 1, believe it or not, just in small little, cross sections, like, hey, here's the diminished lick. I'm doing that in that study there to give you an idea. The Dim 7 arpeggio is coming from the harmonic minor scale. That's very important that you know that if you like that sound. In the harmonic minor scale, like we're in A harmonic minor, just go back to a song like Minor Swing. A minor is the 1. D minor is the 4. We're not in a major key, we're in a minor key. But specifically, because of the 5 chord, the E7, we're in the A harmonic minor scale. So let's spell out an A minor chord. A, C, and E. That's A minor, triad. 1, flat, 3, 5. I singing that in D, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not bad. 1, flat, 3, 5. 1, flat, 3, 5. That was D minor next. D, F, and A. And then the E7, E, G sharp, B. It's just a triad of it. Oh, and I'm just doing triads here, but we can add another note in. You can add a D if you wanted to. What I did here is I'm spelling A minor, A, C, E, the 1 chord in a minor key, D minor, D, F, A, the 4 chord in a minor key, and then the 5 chord, it's major, E, G sharp, B. The leading tone is G sharp. Now, and that's for the E7. These are just triads, so. Now, if I collectively put these together into a scale, A, B, C, in order, D, E, F, G sharp, and A, we now get the A harmonic minor scale. A, B, C, D, E, F, G sharp, A. I keep landing on this note. See, that's the 3rd of the E, so G sharp. That's a note that really grabs your attention. Like, whoa. And then it resolves to A. So again, going back to the question here, if we have E7, that's all A harmonic minor because E7 is the 5 of A. So that's how I think of it, is if I see a dominant chord on the chart and it says E7, I say E is a 5 of what? A minor. We already said it could be the 5 of A major. In that case, I would run E mixo. But if I want that darker flavor, that's all noodling around in A harmonic minor, not A major. So again, it's still the same concept. E7 is a 5 of what? Either A major or A harmonic minor. D7 is a 5 of G. A7 is a 5 of D. So that's how I want you to think of it, because that's how I think of it, and that way we communicate. So, it's the 5 of what? That's what you want to think of in order to use those harmonic minor scales over those dominants. I hope that makes sense. I won't spend any more time on that theory, but that's how I think of it, is it's the 5th of. So what I'm demonstrating here is doing that same approach over every chord. E7, A harmonic minor. A7, D harmonic minor. D7, G harmonic minor. See, D's the 5 of G. Notice I'm just running the same scale, like diminished arpeggio, and then G. I know it kind of breaks the sound there. We're back to the pretty sound, the major sound. And then diminished, diminished. And then we're off. There happens to be a really very beautiful pattern. This is kind of leading me to this next concept here as we get into diminished 7 arpeggios, which is really the heart of a lot of gypsy jazz solos. You hear players kind of just go straight to that sound to get the harmonic minor flavor. But there's actually, when we're following the dominant cycle, E, A, D, G, So E7, the spelling is E, G sharp, B, and D. A7, let me see if I could give you a colon here. We're going through the chords, and yes, I do think this is important to spell it here. A7. Spell it with me, everyone. A. The third is C sharp. The fifth is E. The fifth is flat 7 is G. If you need to, grab your guitar and do this. I always say this for E7. I always play this riff. When you hear that, bam, you know that's a dominant 7, right? That's root, third, fifth, flat 7. So if you need to spell, if you're not able to do it off the top of your head, just grab your guitar and go A7, A, C sharp, E, G. Well, what's D7? D, F sharp, A, C. Okay, spelling's important, you know, to a certain degree, of course. Don't worry, we want to get away from that stuff, from thinking. Believe it or not, we don't want to think when we play. That's why I like these little hacks and these patterns that I'm showing you. It's to allow you not to think. And then for G major, I don't even need to write G major. It's these dominant chords that I want you to pay attention to. And I'm going to have you all do this with me. This is magical. If you've never done this before, this is what you're here for right now. Is this little trick. Voice leading. If you start on the G sharp, you can go to the G. And then from the G, you go to the F sharp. It's chromatic. So now check out this. We get this beautiful chromatic line, and we're gonna not start on the root anymore. The root is gone. These are rootless. That's another thing, is that the root, we're left with dims. These are all dim 7 arpeggios, chords. These are all diminished 7. I could just put circle 7, but I'll write dim 7. Right here, these 4 notes are all dim 7s. You can choose any one of these to start on, and then they follow the pattern of going down 1 fret at a time, or a half step chromatically, no matter which one of these you start on. I'll start on D, it goes to C sharp, and then to C. F will go to E, and I'll go to E flat. It's all chromatic. And that's the beauty of the diminished 7, okay? So for the E7, I like for you all to start here on G sharp. You don't have to play a fully dim 7 chord. You could just do 3 notes, just a triad. And because we're gonna slide these around every 3 frets, you're gonna get all 4 notes. So now is the time you're gonna believe me that all that theory stuff works, and you're gonna do this. We're not going to do the full 7th. You could, but I'm just going to do a triad. Okay, G sharp dim. Here's G sharp major, G sharp minor, G sharp dim. That's my little triad method here to show you this. G sharp major, G minor, G sharp dim. Flat the 3rd, flat the 5th. Okay, so now check it out. From just that little rule I just showed you, we can follow the whole first 16 bars of Sweet Georgia Brown by doing this. That's E, A. Dark, I know. You're like, oh, why is that so dark? Because that's just creating a flat 9. Very gypsy jazz. And we just happen to have these open strings. D. Very pretty, right? And that's where you go G major, A minor, B minor, you know, something pretty like that, or just, we won't do it. You can look at the chord solos later to get more ideas of what to do for G. But for this demonstration, I'm showing you G triad. Ready? E, G sharp dim. And then just realize, oh, for the next one, I'm going to go down a half step. For the next one, I'm going to go down a half step, and then I got to resolve it from there, half step above, back to G major. Or if we're in a different position, a different inversion. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. We have 4 bars. A7. Play with your rhythm. D7. that looks like a D7 chord. And G major. Again, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, and 4, 1, 2, 3, A7. And if you're feeling adventurous, slide it around every 3 frets, and that again is the same 4 notes inverted. That's the beauty of the diminished 7 concept, which I hope you all know. If not, you gotta go check back my other videos on the dim 7 substitution rule. And then D. And that's why I was doing stuff like this. And then G6, G, G. Know your G triads, etc. A, D, and again I'm just sliding around every 3 frets. That's that gypsy jazz style picking. I'm going to show it to you. It's in that Etude number 1. But these are just more concepts. Again, you can start anywhere as long as you get the right one. And again, I always say you have one out of 3 chance of getting the right fret for the diminished 7, right? You're gonna be it just repeats every 3 frets. But again, for the E, I'm just starting right here on G sharp. For the A, on G, just chromatically D, and notice that I'm hitting the open strings. You might say, hey, can I start here on B? Absolutely. For the E, and for the A, see what I'm doing? D, G. How about E here? I don't have these written out, by the way. I will, though. This is very important. That's what this workshop is great for, to prompt me to write out more ideas. A, you don't have to think. You know what to do on the D. What G are you going to choose? I'm going to choose this one. That's the D shape for guitar players, right? This shape. And then here's arpeggios. Down a half step. Down a half step. G major. And again, I'm just kind of playing some licks there, but that's the concept of navigating using dim 7. So I showed you with these shapes, these triad shapes, but then you can expand it into arpeggios. And we're following the chords. G. And now again, now I'm kind of verbatim playing some of my etudes. That was etude number 2 or 3 or something, with some of those embellishments that I love to do around the triads and arpeggios. Etude number 1, I'm going to pull it up here. This is just more ideas, and this, again, I am sharing as many concepts as I can with you that I feel are useful, and especially starting with just the basic, which is just the blues pentatonic, going into some triads, some targeting, diminished arpeggios. I'm going to load up Etude number 1. You have it on a PDF. I just put it onto SoundSlice. I'm kind of just, getting caught up here essentially here. So you have not seen it yet on SoundSlice, but there is a video. I am going to break down this Etude number 1 a little bit for you here, because I'm again kind of almost like the bluegrass style. I say it's rockabilly bluegrass. Guitar players, we love open strings. So that's one aspect that I'm bringing into this etude here, is the use of open strings. And all I'm doing is just playing triads, but otherwise it's really just, you can think triadically, and that was the E major triad. A major triad. Very, very face value, very vanilla. And I didn't keep that idea going. Of course that could be like an idea for your whole chorus of a solo if you wanted to really stretch out, just to take that concept and apply it through all the chords. But I tend to kind of use 8 bars of an idea
and then go into a new idea, or 4 bars sometimes. Well, check out, so that was just, again, triads using some open strings. But here's another great concept, is more triad based, D major. Sounds like Sailor's hornpipe or something. But we call that lower neighbor tone embellishment. Here's D major. It's very important that you know your triads. Guitar players, we love to think of them based off of our chord shapes. So that's one of the easiest ones you can do, and it sounds great. But just visualize that D triad. I like to do this one a lot. Mona Lisa, I call it. You know, that's getting a little bit more extreme, going through all 6 strings. You definitely don't need to do that. It sounds too much like an etude. So I just kind of throw these in. And that's this etude here. I went like this. This is starting on the D chord. And that's just a nice little lick there. Kind of bluesy there too. All based off this. That shape there, the D7. But now I kind of snuck in this scale, if you heard this. That to me is combining 2 aspects. The whole tone scale, what is that? I'll talk about that. And the chromatic scale, kind of pseudo-chromatic there. I'm just filling in some passing tones between the whole tone scale. Now I'm getting into the whole tone scale. So start on D here with me. 10th fret, 1st string, if you don't know where that is. Now do this. What did I do? I just went a whole step up while going a whole step down. So I'm kind of doing 2 things at the same time here. Going up and then go down a whole step. Sequencing. That creates an augmented flavor. This. Very dreamy, right? We all know that flavor. That's the whole tone scale. This, I'm going to get dramatic here. Bob, don't be late for it. Okay, that again, extreme here. That's the whole tone scale, and don't worry, I show more of that coming up here in my other etudes too. But this is just an introduction to it here. One of my little favorite licks I like to do is the whole tone scale combined with the little passing tone in between. So basically I'm just doing a phrase here where I'm going and then moving in that chromatically, whole step, and then moving it down in a whole step. What I like about it though is you have to kind of shift too. Actually, I don't know if you guys are looking at it or not, but I'll just take out like this. So 12. That's the first pattern, and then move it. Rhythmically, I kind of like to go. These groups of 3s, da 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 da. I'm not doing it as a triplet. I'm doing it as 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, so it creates syncopation. Triplets would be this. Da 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 da. Again, you can play around the rhythm, depends on the tempo sometimes. And I just played you there that whole section of that etude note for note. I like this one quite a bit. It really kind of demonstrates some nice concepts there, including that whole tone scale. On the D, this one's really easy, just face value. You see D7, you just start right on D. You can go whole steps any direction, and that creates that flavor. It creates an augmented sound. This. Symmetrical. Again, it's very dreamy. Django used it quite a bit. It's very much associated with the French impressionistic style, that of Claude Debussy and Maurice Ravel especially. Impressionism. So let me go back to there. This etude is definitely worth the study. It's got a lot of my favorite ideas thrown in here. And that was that whole tone scale, just to break it down. And then I did this A triad embellishment. Oh, by the way, that would create a D9, sharp 5, or flat 5 flavor. This flavor. Or this flavor. I'm showing you again the harmonic quality that you would get by thinking the whole tone scale, and that's why I like it. You get those beautiful colors. So when you hear that, ooh, that's whole tone. Or this, dreamy, that's whole tone too. That could be at least. Now on the G major, the G6 chord here, I do this really nice simple triad embellishment. And again, that to me that concept, I expand on that quite a bit in my Etude number 2 and Etude number 3, where I'm kind of just embellishing around chord tones. So again, the point is, you see G, be able to go 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 5, 1. Be able to hit any of those triad notes. Really visualize your chord shape. That will help you quite a bit. And then you can apply a motif. In this case, my motif was this. It's a lot of decoration off of just one note. But then you got to do the same pattern through the other notes. Etc. I'm just thinking G. Okay, so again, it's very inside, it's very decorative, it's very pretty to do these embellishments. Django really loved these embellishments. They're very sweet. You know, a lot of classical music uses these. And again, now it was a slur. So technically, again, that's a hammer-on and a pull-off. This. And really, all you need to do is just outline where my G notes are. And then get the patterns down. You won't have to think about it. Going on autopilot to where you know it's going to sound pretty on a G chord. And then I did the classic ending lick right here. This is the classic ending lick, going 5 to the 1. But in this case, I know I want to go to E7, so I'm going from B to E, root to root. 1. And now I am kind of thinking more just chord tones, almost from the Mixolydian scale, just very inside. But I'm using that lower neighbor tone. Okay, this is a good one to study again. And then a little blues lick. I don't have my loop pedal in front of me, but imagine this. E7. Little bluesy lick. You know, again, this is kind of it's a good etude. It's just very clean. You know, I can show you all these little ideas. So, but for the A7, I went straight to one of Django's commonly used phrases. And if this is new for you, you're gonna love this phrase. Little Django here. Django would often do this. So many of his solos, he uses this lick, or really concept. It's really a fretboard pattern. You just play this A shape like this, but you can also think A13 like this, and A9. It's all right here. Yeah, I'll leave the screen share on it. The cursor is right where I'm playing this lick. But you got to make sure you visualize this shape. Charlie Christian used this quite a bit as well. It's so cool. It's playing around with shapes. Django would often bend the middle note too. Bend that with the second finger. I'm just goofing around now as if I had an A7. And then want that. If you want dissonant note, stay on the middle note, the passing tone. Okay, so this is very useful. Move it around. You can even say, oh, I like that. I want to move it to D. Right? So easy that was, D. You can do a whole etude just on that. A, D, G. Again, I'm just having fun with a concept in mind. And again, you might say, oh, that's it. That's what I want to do. That's that Django-y flavor there, thrown in some half steps. That's highly recommended. But we're going to go on. There's a lot of stuff today that I'm going through here. What is all this stuff about? I'm going to play it. You can think about it and listen to it. And maybe right there, I'll kick in harmonic minor. You know, get it darker sounding there. Sorry, I didn't practice this one a lot, but it's just... So that was E minor triad. And then the diminished, D sharp dim. I know it says E flat there on the sheet music if you're reading the notes, but it's just a diminished. I didn't choose this shape. I chose this shape. Still a diminished. Look at this. This is actually kind of a Charlie Christian-y riff. I got that from his one of his solos there. Triads. It's all about triads. This. Just mapping out some triad licks. And I'm just following the chords. So that's all that is. And then on the B7 here, there's that diminished pattern that I talked about. And then for the descending, I went like this. And that was, again, using that chromatic descending diminished 7 triad shape. I say diminished 7 because it's really just a triad right now. Except on the A7, I did not do diminished. I could have, but I broke the pattern here. That's just an A with the add 9. No, sorry, yeah, it is an add 9, but it's a natural 9. Not flat 9. So it's kind of happier sound. And then there's your dim. So it's... Okay, if you want it all dim, then you would do this. Okay, now I'm going to talk about technique for a second. I'm going to show you this Gypsy sweep picking, and this is new for you. By the way, I'm using this purple pick here by Dunlop, 1.14 millimeter. So here's what I'm doing if you want to watch my right hand. This is the sweep picking. If this is new for you, I'm holding this dim shape here, 10, 10, 10, 9, 10. I'm hitting the first note with an upstroke, and then 3 consecutive downstrokes, and letting the pick drag. And that's where the word sweep comes in. So I'm going up, down, down, down. And it's kind of this little motion in here. It's actually harder to do it at a slow tempo in time with swing. You have to really kind of feel it. Da, 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 da. Here it is a little bit quicker. And there I did keep it all chromatic. I didn't do the add 9, I did the flat 9. So it's all the same, symmetrical. And again, the sweep picking is you just want to push through. Just let the pick drag. Don't pick each note. And I'm kind of making it a little bit more even as well. So that's what that's about. And that's a great concept to get down, great technique to master. because I think that has a lot of good stuff on there, that Etude number 1. I can kind of paraphrase some of the Etudes from here, so I am going to load up number 2 here, and I want to get to some chord soloing as well. But so far, we talked about pentatonic scales, blues scales, the easy method of just thinking one or playing to each chord. We talked about modes. We talked about the harmonic minor scale application, and then the diminished 7 arpeggio that is extracted from that. You might not have that mastered already, but at least you got a good glimpse into that and can start applying that to your studies. I'm going to talk about some arpeggios next. And then that chromatic voice leading, that's very important as a hack, as a method. And then the whole tone scale, but the whole tone scale application, and that could be used on any dominant chord if you're wondering. So D7, D whole tone, E7, D whole tone. Did I say that correctly? E7, D whole tone? Absolutely. E and D are a whole step apart. There are only 2 whole tone scales possible. Yes, you have a 50-50 chance of getting the right one. That's what I always say. So once you learn the whole tone scale, that actually works for 6 dominant chords. Then you just move your hand a half step, and you've got the next dominant chord, the other 6 dominant chords. That's why I said you have a 50-50 chance of getting the right whole tone scale. So that's pretty cool. Think about that. There's only, the chromatic scale is 12 notes, so we're dividing it up. This is Etude number 2. And again, I'm going to paraphrase these because the video's already out there. Some of you have already seen these. And again, this was kind of what started off my whole Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp approach a few years ago. It's just kind of exercises. They're fun, and I think you can definitely use them. And they're a great way to teach you the fretboard while gaining some technique. So here's the E7 chord, and here's the root. And the exercise is to do this. So what's happening here? I'm targeting the root, root, root. And that's a great study. And then A, you got it. D, G. So again, this is kind of pedagogical in fretboard study. Where are my roots? Where are my notes? Not only that, how do I do this? You know, how do I connect it with some licks and lines to keep some continuity to my solo? And then that was the first 3 measures. And then here, this is that classic ending lick. 1. And that was all the way up till the G chord there. So again, I basically take one concept, one idea, and move it around, connecting it with that ending lick. And I hope you all know that ending lick, this 1. Starting on the 5th degree of the chord you're going to, the root, okay, and then getting that connector, 1. And then you can practice from there. So like this. That's a darker flavor. I didn't do this. That's too sweet, too pretty. I went. That's a flat 9. That's a Gypsy Jazz sound. A flat 9, half step above. Half step above each one of these roots. Okay? And then on the G major, I did get pretty, and I went back to. Okay? And that was just that triad embellishment that you saw in Etude number 1. Ba ba bum. And now on the second half is where I'm introducing the dim 7 arpeggio. So let's take a look here. This is very important here. This is actually just a great lick to get down. Measure 17. We have an E7 chord. Well, we're starting right on the root and getting this embellishment. So hit that E7, and then on the root, that triplet slur, and then we landed back on the root because it's just an embellishment on that same note, and then you go to the third and play dim 7 arpeggio. Okay, so check it out. Very gypsy jazz sounding. But you can do that on every chord, in any chord. Again, that's How many of you know that diminished 7 arpeggio diagonal? That's not enough hands, so yeah, I don't know you're participating, but definitely learn that that's a very commonly way of playing the dim 7 arpeggio is this diagonal method. Symmetrical. And you can do all these fun patterns and sequences. Sounds like an etude a little bit, but I do like, you know, that's just all dim 7. It's beautiful. And then you move it down a half step to the A7. D7, down a half step. And then G major. Then I went back to an embellishment there, but that could be a good practice method and formula. That's what's happening here. If you're wondering, it's good practice for your dim 7 diagonal arpeggios. I'm going to play measure 17 through 20 up to 25. Check it out. And that pulled us, yes, that classic ending, like going into E minor. But basically what I did was the same thing from the E7 to the A7. This type of an etude, again, to me really helps you know where to target while applying a few concepts. These embellishments, these diagonal arpeggios, specifically dim 7, descending, and then A7, dim 7 arpeggio. And then I kind of have this little embellishment idea. You got it, half step below. Here's E minor. Again, this might be just, you know, good studies for you in general. E minor. Visualize this, and then here's your triad. If you go a half step below, you do this. But you gotta visualize that chord shape. That's to me the important part of it. And then on the B7, and then chromatic. That was. You do that for all day long. It's fun. I'm gonna skip that. So again, I just wanted to share that one with you because that one has a lot of embellishment ideas and the introduction to the dim 7 arpeggio. But one thing I'd like for you all to do right here with me, similar to what we did now up here with the chord, maybe backwards. You got it for the D7, down a half step. See what I mean? That's how easy it is. And then what do I do on the G? Well, you can do G triad. Something pretty. You might do G major scale. You might do G major 6 arpeggio. You might do pentatonic, blues. So again, that's, or you might do this. Embellishments again, or this. I'm just showing you like maybe some quick G. What do I do on the G thing? You know?
Come on.
If any of you whistle, feel free to whistle along. Something fast. Let's do some Sweet Georgia Brown for you.
Thank you. Have a great night. Appreciate it. Hey folks, we're working with Jerry today on a diamond tier lesson. We're talking about 2/5 licks, and we're going over the essential 2/5 worksheet, some basic licks that I say are important, and then the satin doll etude number 1 is where I always recommend. But now I'm talking to Jerry, and I thought I would record this and share this, applying these licks over to a tune like Sweet Georgia Brown, because oftentimes you don't always have to just see the 2 and the 5 literally. You can see a progression where it's like this, where you just see dominant chords for 4 bars each, and then D7. But what I'm saying, what I'm showing and demonstrating to Jerry is that, hey, when you see E7, you can insert the 2/5 licks and ideas and phrasing like a bebopper, but you have to understand what is the 2. Where do I start? So that's where I'm saying, on the you see E7, you think B minor 7 to E7. Okay, you see the A7, you think E minor 7 to A7. You see the D7, you think A minor 7 to D7, and then it finally resolves to G. You've got to take it dominant chord by dominant chord, and you got to insert the 2. This is the bebop way of thinking again. Guitar players also love thinking off of minor. So you see E7, you play B minor, you can run all these little 2/5 phrases. You see the A7, you think E minor. These are just 2/5 licks. You see D7, you think A minor. And that's how you start to get these beboppy lines over these old swing progressions where you just have one chord. But now you're thinking this: 2/5, 2/5, 2/5, 2/5, 2/5, 2/5, 2. You're kind of inserting that movement: 2/5, 2/5, just like and G. 2/5, 2/5. So again, that's a great way of inserting 2/5 phrases, 2/5 licks into those old swing songs and gypsy jazz songs where you have a dominant chord for a full measure, for 2 measures, or even for 4 measures like Sweet Georgia Brown. So what I was saying again to Jerry, first of all, get those phrases down on B minor. You know, yes, yes, yeah, get those variations. That worksheet, Essential 5 worksheet, has all of those variations, those licks, and then you can have so much fun applying it to tunes where they actually do show the 2/5s, like Satin Doll, T for 2, Honeysuckle Rose, you see 2/5, 2/5, or these old swing tunes like Sweet Georgia Brown, Minor Swing, where you see just, or, whatever your favorite songs are. Trust me, you're going to see lots of dominant chords, but they might not show the 2 chord in front of it. That's where you need to be able to know that you see E7, but you got to think B minor 7, and then E7, and then you play off of B minor, B minor, B minor, and then you run your 2/5 licks and phrases that your fingers have already worked out. I mean, it's a very methodical method. You got to work on your licks, your phrases, and then know the theory of how to insert and think about those 2/5s. So there you go. That's the little mini lesson right there. Thanks to Jerry on bringing up this topic.
Hey folks, thanks for joining me on this behind the scenes bonus process video lesson here. I'm on Sound Slice. I had a great diamond tier lesson this morning, and I started this little etude with my student, and I told him I was going to continue it and post it as a platinum tier bonus video. So this ties into what we had worked on before. I'd made a lesson on how you can take a dominant chord and superimpose 2 5s over it. So what you're looking at here is a sound slice. I just kind of got started. I'm taking my essential 2 5 etude, essential licks, and basically I'm just chopping them up and pasting them in to create an etude over Sweet Georgia Brown. Okay, so I'm in the standard key of G major. The first chord is the 6th chord, the dominant. It's all dominants. Sweet Georgia Brown. A7, 4 bars. D7, 4 bars. G6. Okay, the 1 chord. That's 16 bars right there. 4 bars on E7. So instead of running a scale or mixolydian or a diminished run, I'm going to choose to do the 2 5 method. I'm putting a B minor 7 lick. So that's what the first 4 bars sound like over E7. Okay, these are just right out of my 2 5 essential licks. I kind of pick and chose. I didn't go down the line, but let's see what it sounds like with a little playback here. Let's speed it up. Or maybe I'll just play some chords underneath this. See what it sounds like. Right? Sounds great. The little bebop licks. Sorry, that's that third one there. Be careful. I didn't see the rhythm. Triplets. And then 4. These are all each individual licks, and I just wrote B minor 7. Mainly, I was going over through it with my student, and I was saying, well, do you know what 2 is in front of the E7? So let's talk about this here for a moment. When you see this E7, you want to assume that that's the dominant, the 5 chord, okay? And that's primarily the main function of a dominant chord, unless you're on a 12-bar blues. But in this style of music, it's often treated like it's the 5 of something. E7 is the 5 of A. So B minor 7 is the 2 of A, okay? So that's where we start with a B minor 7 arpeggio. And that's what essentially what all of my essential licks number 1 for 2 5 is, except for the last part where it starts to do some quotes of honeysuckle rose and T for 2. B minor 7, and then it goes to B minor 6, essentially. So that's the idea. Okay, and then in this one, it starts on B minor 7, and then it goes to that 6th degree, which is the 3rd of E7. So it's almost like we're kind of doing this. And if you guys know the tune Fascinating Rhythm, that's another great melody. Right? So that's 2 5 2 5. Actually, I'm going to revisit that song, Fascinating Rhythm, Gershwin. A great tune for all these 2 5 licks. But the goal here is to have mastery over a handful of phrases and then expand on it. But even further, separately or whatever, combine with it, you've got to know what 2 chord to insert in front of that dominant chord. That's what this lesson's really about, is to not only make sure you have a few licks down, 4 different licks that I'm going to recycle through the progression of Sweet Georgia Brown, but I want to make sure that you see E7, you're thinking B minor 7. You see A7, you're thinking E minor 7. The next chord will be D7. What are you thinking? I want you to say A minor 7. I want you to be thinking off the 2 chord, 2 5. So you'd be thinking, okay, I see D7 on the paper. D is the 5 of G, and then the 2 is A minor. And I know it's convoluted, but you'll have it to where you don't have to think about it, and it will be automatic. But again, my goal is to make sure you're thinking about it right now. So, and of course, it's nice to be able to play these like I was just demonstrating. And then we're going to do the same thing on A7. Here's your E minor lick. Okay, and I stop right there because I'm going to go through the process and write these in with you so that you learn it with me. This is the best method. I mean, I can feed it to you, but I'd rather have you do it with me. And so you can fast forward through this part if you want, but I hope you're doing it with me, okay? So what am I doing? I'm doing an E minor 7 arpeggio to the 6th degree. And I just added this rhythm, so it's da-da. That's all, just so it hits twice, and I'll put a quarter rest. So it's boo-ba-doo-ba-doo-boo, bee-ba-doo-ba-doo-doo. Okay, that's just the phrasing of it. Cheers. You're probably thinking, man, Tracy drinks a lot of coffee during the day. Yeah, maybe you have to be careful of that. Maybe I'll switch over to tea one of these days. All right, so let's get back to the E minor 7. And that's E minor 6, so it's basically doing this. And we do so many different fingerings. I should probably mix it up and do this, you know. But we didn't, on the B minor 7, we started here. So E minor 7 here. You're going to see a pattern. A minor 7 here. You know what I mean? And then G. And on the G, we'll do just it's one of our simple triad embellishments. You know, this is soloing, jazz soloing, 101, 201 even, you know, carrying over simple triadic embellishments, easy arpeggios, superimposing some bebop with chromaticism. I'm just going to do the same thing. Just, we want to master these handful of licks. So I'm not going for a big variety. I'd rather have mastery over 4 licks. That's, to me, plenty. And if we can navigate through this song and get these 4 licks down, so you can do it and apply it to fascinating rhythm, T for 2, Honeysuckle Rose, Satin Doll, that's awesome. Or any of your favorite jazz standards, because essentially all these jazz standards have 2/5 movements. Or, as I'm demonstrating now, a static 5 chord where you're superimposing the 2. Okay, now you know how to do that. I'll keep writing it in here, E minor 7, just so you see it. And here we're gonna go boo-ba-da-bee-ba-ba-dum, boo-ba-da-bee-ba-ba-dum. So we're starting on the root, we're going up to the minor 7, and then below to the 5th, and then walk up chromatically to the 6th. And again, you know, you can kind of mess with that. A lot of times just repeating the same lick sounds good. So let me go ahead and get to back to the notes here. That, and let's get some triplets here. So yeah, please do this with me. Boo-ba-da-bee, or visualize it, you know, E minor 7 to the 5th, chromatic to the 6th. And I'm not gonna do the 8th note. I'm not gonna go ba-bum. I'm just gonna go boo-ba-da-bee-ba-ba-dum. And let's do that quarter. And the rest. And then this next one, see what we did here? Bee-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. So let's do the same idea. We're gonna start on the 5th degree. So the 5th is here. This is why you guys, why spelling and knowing your notes is so important. You got to know where the root is. You got to know where the 3rd is and the 5th. You know, I mean, to be honest. Be-da-dee-da-da-dum. Let's see. Did I get it right? See, I got to play it. Make that a triplet. Oh, not the first notes. These notes. Make that a quarter. Make it a rest. And that's 4 bars. These are all E minor 7 to E minor 6. I only wrote E minor 7 because that's all I'm thinking. We know that it's going to go to 6. Okay, Okay, do it in different octaves, different positions. Have a few different fingerings. Again, go to 2-5 Essential Worksheet number 1 and number 2. Go to my Satin Doll Etude number 1 and number 2. If you have not already worked through that, that's another application. But now I'm showing you, again, on a tune like Sweet Georgia Brown, where you have a static dominant chord for 4 bars, you insert the 2-5 movement to give it some movement, some harmonic rhythm, fancy words. Okay, I better write E minor 7 just so you're thinking about it. You see A7, but now you know, go to E minor. Type in the chat. Oh no, this is not a live stream. Type in the comments. If you enjoy this video, first of all, these are the process videos here. Let me know. And if you specifically want more demonstrations, I'm happy to do it. Okay, what am I doing? Some text here. E minor 7. And one more time. E minor 7. Okay, that's all on an A7 chord for 4 bars. We can try it out with a backing track too, for sure. Okay, D7 is next. Well, I wish it was as easy to copy and paste it. Yeah, I think I can almost do that. I just have to transpose it. So, I just say D7 here. And then it's just, these are gonna say A minor 7. Okay, you get the idea now. Okay, you see D7 on the paper? You play A minor 7. Arpeggio in bebop lick. Okay. This has to transpose. Let's see what I need to do here. Let's go through this together because I'm gonna walk you through it again. These tabs again are non-transpose. This is B minor 7. So here's A. So we're gonna do this. Okay, A minor 7. A, C, E, G, F sharp. Okay, do that a few times. Oh. Okay, lower the volume there. Sorry, you have to hear all those note inputs. And then off the 5th degree, this is E on the A chord. Here's my 5th fret. But I'm going to do this. Oh, that's not what I did. I'm sorry. I got to get my licks correct. B, that's on the flat 7. B, ba, boom, bum. So that's 6th degree. Dwee, ba, da, ba, dum. Okay, so I have this. And then this is now we have starting on the root. Again, I'm fixing it from the transpose. This is a minor 7 ascending to the 7, go to the 5th degree, and walk it up chromatically. Boo ba doo bee ba ba dum. You're gonna hear these in your head too. Okay. And this one starts on the 5th. Ba ba dee ba da bum. Okay, these are just a good way for you to get started on coming up with, more detailed. You could do so like, you can add a couple notes to it or make it longer or connect them. Maybe like with this one, you want to add a diminished 7 arpeggio here, like that'd actually be really sweet because that leads us nicely to G major, which is where we're going. Do you guys want me to do that? I like that, but that kind of expands on that. Okay, you asked for it. Sure, I'll do that. Why not? Let's mix it up a little bit. So this one, we're going to have a dim 7 arpeggio. That's the diminished sub on the D7. And I'm going to do this shape. Okay. It's important to know your dim 7 arpeggios. Ba ba dee ba da boo. And now it's a fourth bar. This is still just all a D7 chord. I could have made it all as triplets like this. I'm just experimenting with what I'm feeling. Is that too much technique, guys? You tell me. Count it. 1 and 2 all at 3 all at 4 all at 1. I kind of like it. It's fancy. This would be simpler with just eighth notes. Only that little triplet in the middle. And then we're back to I did a little gypsy jazz turnaround there on the B7. But this is again the first 16 bars. Well, not yet. I have to add the G6 on there. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Now it's the first 16 bars is Sweet Georgia Brown. Now, did you want me to do that triplet? Did you like that triplet? Was that getting too technical? You know, maybe you're like, I can't do that triplet. Then just do eighth notes. You know, you could do this. Perfect. Maybe you want the technique triplets, that intensity. Keep those triplets going, you know, those Gypsy jazzers love a lot of triplets. It's very virtuosic sounding. So do what your technique can allow you to do comfortably without sounding like you're forcing it or struggling. Maybe I'll stick to this. There, nice and easy. Keep it simple. This is an easier swing style. I'm gonna go 1, 2, and just try it. Super easy. Again, just a little swing phrase here. I could have went bee-buddy, boom. You know, this is where I can audition it. See if I like that. There's my little B7 turnaround. Did you guys like that? You know, maybe you'll want to do that instead. Oh, I really want to go ba-ba-doo-ba-dee-bum. You know, again, maybe I'll do an etude number, whatever number Sweet Georgia Brown etudes. I got quite a few of them. But this one is again the 2-5 turnaround. But I'm going to stop this video. I don't want it to be too lengthy, but you can tell me if you want me to continue this etude. And I'll continue on to the second half of the song. But remember, the second half actually goes, she can get. Actually, we can put the 2-5. Most swing players just go, oh, and then check this out. I don't do it this way, but you go, you go. Those descending dominants, you go 2-5, 2-5, 2-5 if you're really insane. Like this. That's too fast. If it was 2 beats each side or 4 beats each side, it'd be different. And then you go like this. That's easier. But this is so you have to go 2-5, 2-5, 2-5 every beat. Okay, gets carried away. Okay, so let's finish up the 16 bars here for now. And this hopefully will get you going on the concepts again. But we could go. It's so nice to write these out because there's so many possibilities. I'm adding in some gypsy jazz licks, but you can hear the little 2-5 lick. It's funny. I have to, when I think about it, it takes me longer than when I'm just playing it. So it's good and bad, I guess. And then the descending. Maybe we'll do that. There. I just wrote the rest of the etude. I just have to transcribe what I just did earlier. But throwing in some of those expanded 2/5s is cool too. And then you have the little minor 2/5 because I was going, Bellers, she can't get. See, I put the 2/5 instead of just 5. And that's usually not written in the charts. It's just we're bebopping it up. Bellers, she can't get. 2/5, 1, 3, 2, 5. Maybe quick 5. 2, 5, 2, 5, 2, 5. Now I'm 2, 5, 2. We can even do this. You have up. You go 2, 5, 2, 5. You can just side slip, or you can even go tritone 2, 5, 2, 5. You can start to really get fancy and throw in other substitutions. That's really fun. Okay, so let's keep this simple. You got to be able to play it. I always say. There, a little turnaround. That was super easy. And I just had a kind of a rhythmic motif. Beep ba bum. You know what motif I'm thinking, right? All of me. Right? You heard it? Anybody? So I went beep ba bum, beep 1 2 and 1 2. You got to fill in space. You know, and generally it's at a fast tempo. So let's put that G here and make that a half note. I could have went. Triads or something simple again, just swingy. But I went bum 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 beep bum. Bum, bum. I want to do this. So I'm going triad. I like that. That's nice. 1 2 and so let's just sequence the triad. Let's put this up an octave. Oops. There. Quarter. G major triad. Beam, beep, 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 beep. Sometimes I like to just kind of do this kind of copy and paste. And then, even though it's not the right notes, it just at least gives me that rhythmic template. And then I just change the notes. So like this. Okay. Beep, ba dee, ba dee, ba dee. And then, what do we want to do? I'm not sure. And then B7, we'll put a B7 here. This is just all G, by the way, G6. But we're just keeping it super simple, just a G triad. Can't get any easier, but it sounds good still. Beep, ba dee, ba dee, ba doo. That's like my Sweet Georgia Brown etude number 1. Something I do often. My own. I play my own etudes, part of them at least, in my solos, which is why I write these out. I mean, we could be extreme. You know what I mean? Go, how far can you go up that G? But it's nice to mix it up so it doesn't become too predictable. But I also like the ridiculousness of it, keeping something going for as long as it can, this little game. I'm just gonna go to the B here. This is what I'm hearing. Then and I'm just decorating around the B, which is also is kind of a pivot note. B ba ba dee ba ba dee ba ba dee, one ba da ba dee ba da bum. So let's put a rest here. It's super easy, but it sounds good. One and two and three and four and then that's still all in G, just so you know. It's just G6, G6, and then we're gonna go 2-5. It's supposed to go, you know, don't lie, not much, A7, D7, but we're gonna go not much, F sharp minor to B7. The chart just says B7. Well, sometimes they don't even do that, but I like to hear that B7 there. So again, I'm going to ask you, what is the 2 chord that you would put here? What is the minor? I already gave it away. But B7 is the 5 of E. That's why we're doing it, because I want to go back to E. Right now, I'm just keeping it as a 16-bar etude. You have to tell me in the comments if you want, if you're watching this, if anybody else is interested in continuing this one. I'll finish it up. Then I'm going to go boo-ba-do-bee-bee, but what's the minor? That's what I'm asking you. I want you to say F sharp minor. So where do we want to do it? Or maybe here? I'm just thinking of some different fingerings. I want to do that lick, triplet. And then I'd be on my E7 chord, which is what minor? You know, B minor. And now you can start to get a little bit more loco in this part, you know, go add more triplets. But this little lick here, boo-ba-da-bee-ba-ba-dum, that's one of my definite go-to bebop 2-5 licks there. Oops. And these are triplets, so let me get the rhythms here. Sound slice is kind of funny this way. And let's make these triplets. Boo-ba-da-bee-ba-ba-dum. And then a little space at the end. Rest, that means. There's your 16 bars of sweet Georgia Brown with these 2-5s. So should we try it out? I'm kind of excited. But we'll leave it at that for now. We just loop that, just 16 bars. Over and over. Let's put on the backings track, why not? Just gonna do it on iReal Pro. There we go, Sweet George Brown, backing track, TK. I'm gonna just loop the first 6, you can see sorry, I'll hold it longer. E7 for 4 bars, A7 for 4 bars, D7 for 4 bars, G6 for 3 bars, B7 for 1 bar, and that's our first 16 bars, okay? Then let's loop that, and just drag my finger so it's highlighted. In case you don't practice with iReal Pro, I recommend it. By the way, if you're new to Patreon, check out one of my, you have to type in iReal Pro as a tag, but I posted my iReal Pro playlists, so you can just download it and put it into your computer if you haven't already done that. I need to do an updated one, because I'm kind of adding, and I kind of modified these iReal Pro charts to my needs, and you know, I know many of you are learning my method. Let's check this out. I'm gonna save this so I don't lose it. Nice little etude here, and I can sync it up, you know, whatever. I think it's gonna loop. Is that too fast? This also allows me to fix any typos. I like that. Sounding pretty good. Almost sounds like music, right? Let's say that. Just one note there because I copied and pasted. Definitely it's good to do this to review. I hope you guys are getting the concept sound, okay, of this, what we're doing. Force feeding 4 different 2/5 licks over one static dominant chord through the song of Sweet Georgia Brown. It's fun. Let's see again. I'm just going to loop those first 16 bars. That's a pretty brisk tempo. It's a 170, just so you know. Let's slow down to 135. And when you do the loop here, you know, you have to select what you want to loop and then make sure you don't push the play button. Okay, this is new for you, but the loop button here on top. Now it's only going to loop those 16 bars. Here we go. B7. Okay, let's see here. Let's fix this. Come on, Tracy. It's okay. It's loop. You do this all night. I still haven't gotten it right yet one way. This time, I will. The game. I spoke too soon. It's fun. Everybody should do it. There we go. Got it. Not there. And I noticed I changed that last lick. Sorry, it really didn't, but it should be not this. Actually, it's kind of nice to leave some space in there too. This is a little bit tricky to connect, but that's pretty fun. I like it. You know, try it again. I do. I want to finish it too, but I'll wait to get some feedback on this to tell me if you like this. I love writing out etudes, as you can see, for myself, for you all, you know, etc. But one thing I want to just show you real fast here before I leave this bonus video lesson is that it's nice to see the rhythm on the tabs. That's one thing I was missing because I forgot, ooh, that's a triplet. So I'm going to the settings. You can do this, by the way. Instead of hiding them, I'm going to see the stems. Now that's a little bit better. So let me go ahead and play through it. Now I get to play through it one more time. And I want to do it perfect. Maybe I'll do it twice. So here we go again. This is a 135. Sweet Georgia Brown etude with the 2/5s. Let's do this so I can actually see it. And now we got the rhythms as well. Oops. And I just did what I told you not to do. I selected it all, then I didn't push the loop button. I pushed the play button. Here we go. What's up? 1, 2, ready, go. Your turn. So you get 2, 5, 2, 5. You can do this with your comping. Even though the chart just says E7, B minor, E7, E minor, A7. Add that in. Sounds so good. We're inserting those 2 5s, not only for your soloing, but for your comping. F sharp minor, 7, B7 right here. Times we're gonna do this. It's on loop, I don't know. Until my cat gets mad at me. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this behind the scenes bonus. Demonstrate. So Sweet Georgia Brown is E7, 4 bars, A7, 4 bars, D7, 4 bars, G6, 4 bars, that's, and then basically it just repeats, but that's your A section, the first half. E7, E7, A7, all dominant chords, right? The cycle of fourths. And I'm going to talk about how to use diminished subs. So this, or this, I'm demonstrating a triad or a 7th chord. Triads are sometimes easier for guitar players, so I'm just going to do this. And then that's for the E7. And the exercise I'm doing here is I'm plucking my E string, and I'm doing just this. And then for the A7, I'm going to pluck the A string so you can hear it. I'm going to move it down a half step to G diminished 7. This is where I say find a chromatic line. And then for the D, F sharp dim 7, which is actually just a D7 chord. There's no flat 9 in this. But once we slide it every 3 frets like this, now it's a 7th chord. But I'm just doing it, this is a triad for demonstration. So we have the E, we got for the E7, so for the E7 chord, we have G sharp dim. For the A7 chord, G dim. That's what I mean by find a chromatic line because of the dominant cycle. It's beautiful, you can go chromatically on any one of these. And then D7, F sharp dim, and then on the G6 chord, you can even do G dim, but then I say resolve it to G6. So it has this. I love that. That's the tonic diminish. You can actually use a diminish on the 1. It creates that tension, and then resolve it. Tension, resolution. Tension, resolution. So here it is, the route, one of them, I'll show all 4 of them with this concept. E7, you got G sharp dim 7. A7, G dim 7. I'm naming it by the top string note. D7, F sharp dim. Then on the G6 chord, G dim to G6 resolution. Now I'm going to start on B for the E7. This is inversions, and then A7 with B flat, D7, A, and then for the G dim, G, B flat dim to G6. I'm just being extreme about the use of diminished 7th chords in the song. Now for the E7 here, D dim. And yes, it's just going to go chromatically. A7, C sharp dim, D7, C dim, and then for the G dim, D flat dim, and then G6. I'm going to go G6, 9. Love that chord. So again, I'd be doing this. I love that. That's a tonic diminished. And then resolve it. And then the last one. That's the Charleston rhythm. Chromatic. A7, we got E dim. D7, E flat. And G dim, E dim. So I'm going E dim, which is G dim, to the G6. It's just nice to create that tension. So again, you can do stuff like this. But once you start sliding around, you got to really keep track of where that next one is. Just move it down a half step. Down a half step. Resolve. And then you can do your runs. Down a half step. Down a half step. Down a half step. Or that one was actually up a half step, then resolve it to G. So there I was just doing G sharp dim. G dim. Just running diminished 7 arpeggios for soloing. And that's to me the diminished 7 concept as applied to Sweet Georgia Brown. What do you think? Okay, so again, going deeper into this diminished substitution, thinking of it on the top string, you have these 4 routes, and it's just chromatic when you're following the progression, E7, A7, D7, G. Again, I would suggest, as we're in on this worksheet here, you find the chromatic line. If you start on G sharp, that's for the E. Then for the A, it's G dim. For the D, it's F sharp. I'm naming them by the first string. And I'm going to show you in a second how to think of it as a 6th string so you can run your arpeggios, your leads. But you got to be able to do this first. And then this. G triad for the resolution. Or if you want to get fancy and prolong it even more to create tension, G dim. And then G. And then here's the next one. That's E7 with a B on top. B flat for the A7. A dim with a D, and then B flat dim to the G6, or G triad if you want to. This. I like demonstrating that. Tension, diminished 7, resolution, G6. Now the next route, D on top. This is a flat 9 here, or flat 7. Then chromatic for the A7, C sharp, D, and then D flat dim to the G6. I did 6, 9. Last one, F. You can do 7 chords if you want to. A, E, D, E flat, and then resolve it, G6, but I'm doing G dim 7 first to the G6. And I also demonstrated that G6 is equivalent to E minor. So it's the E minor 7, that is. That's a nice one. I'm paraphrasing the progression just to show you the chromatic movement. And at any point, you can slide these around every 3 frets. And you just gotta know, okay, on next chord change, down a half step. That's what's important, down a half step. You can just have a lot of fun. Down half step. Down a half step. Resolve. Or this. Or this. That's the tonic diminished, and this. So the beauty of this now, now that you have them mapped out on the first string, G sharp, now put the first string, replace it with the sixth string, and then you can do dim down here. Dim, chromatic. These are subs, diminished sub. Now we're using it with chords. That was B, chromatic, B flat dim for the A7. Django loved to play A7 with a flat 9 in the bass, by the way. That's like this. He does it on the song Tears. He goes. So you're putting the flat 9, you're putting the bass note, you're turning into the dim, some subs there. That was B flat 7, but the flat 9's in the bass. That was Tears again. He starts with C7 with a flat 9 in the bass. So it's the same concept here. So you have you could do all this, all these inversions. B dim 7. This is Sweet Georgia Brown, believe it or not. It's such a great study doing these dims in the bass. Okay, so that's the benefit of that, is all these inversions, subs using the dim chord. And then finally, we get into the arpeggios. G sharp dim, G dim, F sharp dim, and then G dim to the G6, B dim, B flat dim. I'm going through the progression here. A dim for the D7, and then D dim. Etc. I'm just demonstrating. We can, once we get the first dim, we got to make sure we get the right one, right? But I was thinking G sharp. So to me, it helps if you can visualize this note. Just visualization in the first string and the second string is very useful, not only for chords, but for leads, so that we can do those dim 7 arpeggios. All right, so I'm going to demonstrate here. We have the E7 chord. We're thinking G sharp, dim 7 arpeggio. And this is a diagonal method of playing. Don't forget to do the preliminary. This never hurts to do. I need to do this myself. And then move down. And then move it down this way so we get accuracy on these dim 7. That was for the D7. And then on the G6, G dim. This is the tonic diminished. And then G6. So here it is with the arpeggio, slow. I'll write this out as a new etude. You could do it descending if you want to. That was for the D7. And just chromatic walk down using the dim 7 arpeggios. For the G6, G dim 7. And then resolve it to G6. These are the 6 arpeggios, okay? We could do it descending, both. Now you know the strategy, just go chromatically. And then G. And then 6. Okay. Today's lesson is focused more on swing and gypsy jazz, talking about some diminished substitution, some really good stuff here, and then some diagonal arpeggios on the fretboard. Kind of just, again, dedicated just to some improvisation ideas, especially for the gypsy jazz style. Okay, so I'm going to load up this PDF here, grab it in the description, and it's a brand new etude I wrote out, mainly because it was prompted from my students
who are asking me questions regarding, which diminished 7 arpeggio can I use on the dominant chord? Many of you already know this maybe. I'm going to clarify it, and there's actually 2 that you can use, but I'm going to show you the most popular one that is used especially in swing and gypsy jazz. So feel free to type in the chat who's here. It's good to know. And the PDF will look like this when you grab it. Okay, it's just a bunch of arpeggios. So I'm going to describe what's going on here. If you're on Patreon, there's a sound slice practice video you can use to practice along with it. So I'm going to start off by kind of just talking about the concept here and why Sweet Georgia Brown is such a great tune to learn. Hey Graham, good to see you. So why is Sweet Georgia Brown such a classic tune? Why did Django record it like 7 or 8 times? Because it's super fun, not because he was into the Harlem Globetrotters. It's just a great swing tune, novelty tune. I think it was written in the teens, like maybe 14 or 1916 or something, 17, early on. So it's just this catchy novelty tune. I'm not going to go through the melody or anything like that. That's all available, of course, on Patreon. I know many of you have already taken my gypsy jazz classes and swing classes. So let's just talk right about this concept. The concept is this: on the E7 chord, we're in the key of G, and the progression is E7, A7, D7, and G6, 4 bars each, essentially. Okay. On the E7 chord, there's 2 diminished 7th arpeggios that you can play. You can play one starting right on the root. If you want to achieve the sharp 9 and the flat 5, okay, and then your natural 13. So you can think of it that way if you want to. Okay, that's the first one. I'm just getting right into the information here. The other one, which is what is used most commonly in gypsy jazz, is to start a half step above the flat 9. That can also be the 3rd, the 5th, the flat 7. Okay, so I like to think of it on the 3rd. So you have E7, you play off G sharp. Okay, the 3rd. So what's important here is that you make sure that you can spell. If I say E7, you say what? Type it in the chat. See how fast you are. E, G sharp, B, D. And then you want to add the flat 9. And if you're wondering what's a flat 9, just take the root. Just go up a half step. There's your flat 9. So call it F natural. Don't call it E sharp, because the natural 9 would be F sharp. So you want to call this F natural. That's the flat 9. So E, G sharp, B, D, F. Those are the 4 starting points for the dim 7 arpeggio to give you that flat 9 flavor. I always say that's the darker flavor. If you want that gypsy jazz darker flavor, you play against the E7, this diminished 7. Okay, G sharp, B, D, or F, or G sharp. Okay, can you use the one starting on E? Yes, you can. That gives you a sharp 9, flat 5, 13. Okay, so, and you could do both. I was talking about this with my student the other day. You could do this. Okay, you could do stuff like that. It's really pretty, actually. However, I'm going to focus more on the latter. Starting on the 3rd, 5th, flat 7, or flat 9. Now I'm going to talk a minute about what I call the diagonal method. Diagonal method means to go this way across the guitar, not this way. Okay, vertical. So it's a combination of vertical and horizontal. And the easy and quick method, by the way, grab the worksheet. It's on Patreon. I'm assuming most of you are on Patreon already. Is to do this quick study, preliminary study. Root, I'm starting on G sharp, I'm calling this the root. Root, flat 5th, root, flat 5th, root, flat 5th. Make sure you go the 3 octaves like this. Okay, I had a diamond tier lesson the other day, and that was one of the tricks I mentioned. It's just, this is a great study. just tritones. And then once you have that outline of root, tritone, root, tritone, root, tritone, then you add in the minor third above it. And it's easier. You won't make a mistake. Well, if you do, that's okay. So E7. Again, it's a pretty quick etude. Just grab it. The link is in the description. Etude number 5 here. I have many Sweet Georgia Brown etudes. They're not necessarily in order of importance by any means. I have a special modal study. I've got a special 2/5 study. Then I have, those are the bonus ones. I've got a lot of targeting. I have one that uses a lot of whole tone. But, excuse me, this is the one that demonstrates the dim 7. So here's the ultimate trick that I want you to know. E7, I'm going to start on G sharp as per the etude. Okay, we can put on a backing track, a loop pedal or whatever. If you're on Patreon, use the backing track that's synced up to it on SoundSlice. For the A7, same thing. I ask you A7, spell it for me. You're going to say A, C sharp, E, G. And then if you want to add the flat 9, just go a half step above, B flat. Those are the 4 starting points for the A7. Okay, when you want to use the diminished 7, arpeggio, substitution. Well, we were just on G sharp. Now for the A7, we're going to go down a half step. Okay. Hey Jim, welcome. Thanks for saying hi. Same shape, okay? So again, we're just taking this as a little preliminary study, and I do this for all the diagonal arpeggios. If you want to, again, get the worksheet for diagonal arpeggios, it's on Patreon. So, G sharp dim. Let's swing it a little bit. Okay, that was for the E7. A7. D7. So for the D7, I went down to F sharp. That's the 3rd. So that's the 3rd degree. I like the 3rd. That's the leading tone. I typically started on the 3rd or the flat 7, I discovered. But you want to be able to start on any of those 4 degrees. They're all the same 4 notes. So when you look at it this way, it creates a chromatic line. I'm going to show it to you this way. G sharp dim. Yuri, good luck, or not good luck, welcome. Well, good luck too. G dim. These are the subs, so you could just sub it out if you wanted to. That's for A7. It's dark. Django uses it in the song Tears. He uses it quite a bit in his substitution. Joe Beam uses it too. So that's the first 12 bars, and then you can go to G6. But check it out with chords up here. That's for the A7. For the D7, G6. Up here. Chromatic. You don't have to think. That's the beauty of it. I like not to have to think. We still have one more route. I'll hit the E in the bass so you can hear it. A. D7 and G6. Now on my etude, I did something special for you just to demonstrate, because I've been talking about this a lot with my students also. On the G6 chord, you can play a diminished 7 arpeggio. It sounds nice to resolve it to the major 6 or major penta or blues. So I like to practice that a lot, like dim 7, G, dim, G6, G dim, G6. Okay, I did G6, G major 7. That's called the tonic diminished there. Django used that quite a bit. I first heard that in the song Tequila. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. That figure there. It's just you got that diminished, it creates some tension, and the resolution. I was like, that's so cool. But that's on the G, on the 1 chord, essentially. You can do a dim 7 arpeggio, and then it's nice to resolve. So think about that when you're on the 1 chord, on the tonic. It could be major key, it could be minor. Essentially, it's very bluesy. You get the 1, get the flat 3, get the flat 5. I mean, it's just a diminished 7 arpeggio, then you get the 6. So again, then major 6. And this is again the diagonal method for the major 6 arpeggio. So check out my diagonal studies. There is a good YouTube lesson if you're interested on that, diagonal arpeggios. Talk all about it there and go through each one of the different diagonal arpeggios. So that's the first 16 bars for this etude. Goes like this. That's for the E7, for the A7, D7. I know it's too easy, right? We'll play it, make sure you do it with me. And G6, we're doing G dim. Then G6 arpeggio descending. And then repeat. I could have been more creative and maybe did some sequences, etc. And that's, you can get some of those ideas on my other etudes in the Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp series specifically. So type in the comments if you have any questions. Don't forget to do this if you're enjoying these live streams. That's what keeps it going, are your likes, so I appreciate it. Let's take a look at the second half here, and I annotated it too so that you know what the arpeggio is that I'm thinking here, okay? Again, this is a pretty quick study, but it's a pretty big study. I mean, you know, you could do a lot of different sequences and patterns, diminish ideas. You don't have to just blaze through all 6 strings. This is just a technique study too. But you can do stuff like this. And then down a half step. Down a half step. And then G6. And then repeat. You know, you can do it as a chord exercise or whatever. It's just allowing you to kind of not have to think so much. For me, it's nice not to have to think. I kind of have these strategies that I like to use, and I know I'm getting a very particular sound. And again, I love this. I like the same idea, similar concept with the whole tone scale too. So again, let's go through this nice and slowly. Hopefully you have your guitar with you and you're doing this with me, because you might say, oh, I keep messing up on the 3rd string and the 2nd string. That's usually where a lot of people mess up, including myself, right? So I want to make sure I practice this 2-fret span, because otherwise it's just a 1-fret diagonal, right? As you cross strings, it's just 1 fret. Until you get to the 3rd and 2nd string, you have to add 2 frets because of the tuning of standard tuning. Descend. Down half step. D7. G dim. G6. E7. And then there you can ad lib, and now you're going to be like, oh, I know my diminished 7 arpeggios. Whenever you have one, you can move it down a half step from where you're at. You can also move it up a whole step from wherever you're at. So if you're doing for the A7, instead of going down here, you can go up a whole step. And sometimes I like to do those little sequences there. Okay, those are on many of my etudes, but this particular etude is reinforcing the diminished 7 substitution on a dominant chord, getting that flat 9 flavor. So again, that means off the 3rd, the 5th, the flat 7, and the flat 9. It's very important that you can spell the dominant chords. I always ask my students, I don't tell them, but I do ask, and many of you know who are watching, you know, I say grab a piece of paper. You don't need your guitar. Whatever song you're working on, Sweet Georgia Brown, spell each chord. E7, E, G sharp, E, D. A7, A, C sharp, E, G. D7, D, F sharp, A, C. G6, G, B, D, E. Speaking of G6 now, G6 is equivalent to what minor 7? This is all very important to know. These are enharmonic, or I call them relatives. Barry Harris might call them siblings, or Pat Martino. You have different things, but these are just the same renaming, so I call it enharmonic chords. G6 is equivalent to E minor 7. So again, once you get these arpeggios down, you might say, oh yeah, I know my E minor 7 arpeggio. Well, you know G6. If you know G6, you know E minor 7. Okay? And I love the pentatonic scale too, because that's just one note shot, adding one note of the pentatonic. So that's going to lead me to the B section here. Okay, so let's do the second half of the stage. I won't make this lesson long. I know you guys are busy today. So, but don't forget to do this if you're enjoying it, or type something in the comments if you're checking this out. This is now the second part. It's E7, A7. E minor. Fella, she can't get. Fella, she ain't met. Sweet Georgia. So on that descending, hey Joel. Joel says hello. Welcome, Joel. Joel, I'm assuming you're on Patreon. Thanks for being here. So there I'm doing the same thing on the E7, G sharp dim, A7, G dim, okay? And then on the G6, or sorry, E minor, I'm thinking G6. That's the relative minor, major of the minor. So I'm just doing this. Again, it's right there if you want to check out what I wrote on the E minor 7. I wrote E minor 7 ARP, but please make a note to yourself if you're printing this out that it's G6. Just make sure you know G6 and E minor 7 are the same thing. But by starting on G, you can call it G6. But what I'm doing here, I'll do it slowly, is I'm going from G6, E minor 7, and then I morph it into B7. And at any point, you want to be able to just kind of navigate through those chord changes. It's not easy to do. You got to kind of work out and visualize where those leading tones are, where those four notes are. For me, I like to think off the third or the flat 7 especially. So I'm visualizing that B7 chord here. G6, which is E minor 7, B7. And then I'm doing this shape for an E minor 7, which is also G6, but the rhythm player is E minor, so this is a sweet shape. Okay. You can use this for your G6 or your E minor 7. That one's really nice. You get some velocity because it's a symmetrical type of a fingering, like the diminished 7. That was for the E minor. So E minor 7, diminished for the B7, E minor 7, and then the diminished. We'll have to see what I wrote. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I wrote for the B7. And then to finish it out, while the band does this, I did this. And that's often referred to as the two names, G major blues, E minor blues. And my fingering that I'm using is this. 1, 2, well, I'm talking about the intervals here. 1, 2, flat 3, 3, 5, 6. That's the formula. And that's the whole etude there. So from that E minor 7, nice and slow, B7, E minor 7, B7. Give it a try. D7. And G6. But remember, we're doing the tonic diminished to create that tension. That's this. And then the G6. So it'd be this. Then major. And then E7. A7. And then E minor, which is G6. B7. E minor. Diminish. And that's it. So I hope that you enjoyed today's session. Little quick mini lesson here on the diminished substitution over Sweet Georgia Brown. Very, very common song to play in the swing and gypsy jazz vocabulary repertoire. Thanks for joining me today. Thanks for being here. We'll see you on Patreon, and we'll see you for the next live stream. Have a good day. Hey folks, thanks for joining me on this behind the scenes bonus process video. I've got a blank sound slice here loaded. I'm gonna do another etude for, you got it, Sweet Georgia Brown. Can't get enough of this song. The last etude I just released this morning on Patreon is etude number 5. I don't know how many etudes I officially have. There's a lot of bonus etudes in chord studies too, but number 5 covered the diminished arpeggios going diagonal. Of course, some other things thrown in too, but the basic idea of it is the study of the diminished 7 substitution along with the diagonal arpeggios. This etude number 6 will be, I'm just going to get it started here, kind of show you my process as I'm just writing things out. So where did the other one leave off? I like to kind of try to make it all continuous sometimes. I know. Right, the walk down. I think I went like this. Let's see. I went like this. Something like that, right? On that was etude number 5, the ending of it there. So now that I'm up here in this position, I like to try to connect my solos. Now I'm gonna do a different study. I think this one's really kind of a fun study. I'm gonna use 6s. Okay, so let's talk about this here. And I have a modal study too. Check out the modal study. Kind of borrows a little bit of what I'm going to probably do in this study here, because I'm thinking modes. So on this E7 chord here, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to keep it really simple. I was going to do some chromatic embellishments, but maybe we'll do that on the second time. Maybe just a first. I'm not going to tell you what that reminds me of, but that's why I giggled. Mixolydian. So when I have this is just one other approach. And check out the modal study for Sweet Georgia Brown, the modal study. If you're like, what's Mixolydian for every dominant chord? It's just one particular sound. This is where Sweet Georgia Brown is so fun, because we can interpret this, in many ways. We could do E7, whole tone. That's going to be next. I love the whole tone scale. But in this case, I want something very inside. So I'm going to go from E mixolydian to A mixolydian. And I'm going to use that minor trick that I was talking about. I was thinking maybe I'll do that, what I did here, do it over here. Do it on the 2nd and 4th string. I mean, there's so many fun etudes. I could probably do 10 etudes just on this mixolydian concept. But let's just do this for now. Using 6s, this will help basically, kind of an etude within an etude. Let's put this in the key of G, by the way. Let me turn down the volume so you don't blast your ears with those little dings. Again, I'll just get us started here. This won't be a terribly long video to make you sit here with me while I do this, but these are the process videos. This is where I can kind of talk about what I'm thinking as I'm doing it. It's a lesson basically built in. So I'm going like this. If you think about it, E mixolydian, which is the E7 chord, what key are you in if you're in E mixo?
Well, Mixolydian is the fifth mode, so E is fifth of A. So we're really just in the key of A major. So all I'm doing is playing sixes in A. Well, here's A, and then, but I'm not starting on A, I'm starting on E. See, you got the E here. Listen to this. And that one worked beautifully over at E7. I tend to like this pattern, do-dee to do-dee to do, so that's what I'm writing out here. I'm gonna go quarter, do, D-do. So it's like this. And I'm just gonna continue on down the scale there. So that, and then that needs to be an eighth note. And again, I'll just kind of get started here, so I won't bore you too much, but hopefully you enjoy seeing the process of how these etudes are being created. And the thought process and, you know, the options that you can do. I mean, obviously, I will commit to one way, you know, but we could do it on different strings. We could do an open string. We can go, you know, that's kind of cool too. Using that open G as a pedal tone, you know, or maybe an open E. That's kind of neat too. But now it's changing the rhythm. Maybe that would be the variation on it. Okay, check out my etude for Dark Eyes also. That's got a lot of variation. And Limehouse Blues. Those are all some really great etudes for technique and a lot of exploring some guitaristic concepts. So again, I'm just showing you a few things. Having that open string bounce, because Django did stuff like this. And he did stuff like this. Those are all Django style licks. But again, right now, I'm just going to start at the very basic. Just what is a six? But I'm going one. Actually, okay, I'm going to take it back. Let's see. It's kind of a triplet, but at that fast, I've done about da 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 dee da 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 da. That's too fast because Sweet Georgia Brown, I had to try it out first. Sweet Georgia Brown's usually this tempo. So I'm going to keep that rhythm. But I think I'm going to vary it up. Do dee da do da da do dee da do dee da do dee da do. One. Okay, so let's just do that first. Let me just copy this because I get a private lesson coming up. I gotta hurry up. Try to visualize and play these sixes with me. Doing these etudes allows me to kind of just slow down my thinking, you know, and to show you. So definitely grab your guitar as I'm writing this out. That gives you a chance to do this with me. I love copy and paste. I just have to change these notes here. Again, just to kind of discuss what we're doing here. We're staying in the key of A for the E7 chord. Modally, that's what you want to be thinking about. It's the it's the E Mixolydian mode. And I'll just write that here underneath. Just trying to get more into the annotation here for you too, to make sure that you understand the concepts behind these etudes. E Mixolydian, sixes. I'm saying sixes. Why not? Just help annotate it a little bit here with the description. One, the timing of it, 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 1, 2, and 3. Let's do something like that. Ooh, I kind of want to do that. Oops. Open. Let's try that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah, I think I just want to let it ring. Let's see. I actually want it syncopated here. Let's put that on the and then let's tie this over to a quarter note. And that way it has that syncopation. So check it out here with the timing here. Yeah. And again, you know, when you practice it, put the metronome, put the count. I mean, this one lick is a good little lick here. This is like a quick lick. Listen to it with the count off. I'll play some chords behind it so you can hear it. Now we need to morph it into A7. Now the quick thing that we could do is we could just start here. And do it on these two strings. But I have an idea I want to try out, because what I like to do often is, for Sweet Georgia Brown, one of my favorite hacks, besides the diminished arpeggios and substitutions, and besides the whole tone scale, is using the kind of more modal. So when it goes from E7 to A7, it's going through the cycle A is the 5 of D. But I like to often think of, and this is because of the melody, this is my sweet, what I call the Sweet Georgia Brown hack. This, it's an E major penta, and then the composer, Pinkard, goes to the minor. So what if we took this and make it minor? See, now we're kind of suggesting what the melody already shows us, and that I like that a lot. Or we could go up here. That sounds pretty good too, to do up here on G, because G is the Lydian. So don't forget we're in the key of D for the A7 chord. So that sounds pretty good, actually. I kind of like that. I think I'm going to do that. Instead of just turn to minor. I'm torn, but hey, time's ticking. But at least you have a couple options. Or this. That'd be a good harmony. Best of both worlds. Learn it both ways. Grab your guitar player buddy. Try it out as harmony. I lost my pick. All right. Okay. What are we going to do? Come on, decide. I'm just going to make it minor. In that way, there's a little bit of reason behind that, my laziness here. But at least you have some ideas of variations now. And of course, you could even use those open strings, you know, to tweak with that. I might do that as etude number, I don't know, 7 or whatever I'm at. Let's see here. Okay, don't worry, I'm just gonna go on a little bit more, then I'll complete this later. And I'm gonna change this to A7. Gonna do some modifications, and this is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Just make that minor. Bam, bam. From the E. This is A mixolydian, by the way, not E. But you could think of it. Here's the important part: E mixolydian to E Dorian, mode shifting. Okay. For the A7. Then when it goes to D7, you could do E Aeolian. So if you're a mode player, this is called modal interchange. Pitch axis is what I learned it initially, but modal interchange is a big term today. D major, right there. There's that other G. So on G natural, not G sharp. Right there, open. Check it out. Let's hear it. Play it. Sweet. Ready from the top. Let's do this. So far, I'll play chords so you can hear what it sounds like with the backing track. All right, sweet. Now you're probably saying, well, what is Tracy going to do on the D7? You're probably saying, he's probably just going to copy and paste this. It's too easy, yeah. But again, don't forget, you can cross over strings and make it a big study and practice the different sets of strings. Sixes are best played like this position. You all know the sixes, the bluesy, this. Again, this helps that style. I love sixes. I love the chromatic. I rarely do sixes like this. Often, but rarely. It's just a bigger stretch and keep track like this. That's the other way you can do sixes, just on two strings. But again, it's best to do it here. I'm gonna play two quick melodies. Those all use sixes. Here's another one. Let's see. You see what I'm saying? Those are sixes. Sixes are so important musically. The leap of a six. The days of wine and roses. So it's master sixes. That's all I can say. Let's go ahead and copy and paste this. Or again, we can just move it down to D. I'm gonna do it in context. I'm gonna play it now myself and see what it feels like. Yeah, I wanted to go to D, so I'm gonna copy this phrase and just paste it in. I know it's the backing track stopped there, but check it out here. D7, D mixo, and 6. Oh, don't want to do that. I'm lazy. I'm actually not lazy, but let's move this down. I could transpose this down a whole step. Let's do that. Now I am, I don't know, lazy or smart. Why? That's why. What's his name? Elon Musk is creating Tesla bots to do all the work for us that we don't want to do, so we can do other things, right? Oh no, sound slice. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, definitely don't say that. Sound slice messed with all those beautiful sixes that I had written out. Has a mind of its own, so yeah, it's gonna make me do the manual input here. D mixo's key of G, you guys. So now I had to cross strings because I ran out of room. I kind of want to do that open string thing. Let's see what that sounds like. Oh, I had to cross strings. That's tricky. Let's do that. Again, you have to be realistic to your tempo, right? I mean, now it's going to involve more work, so I'm going to stop here at this point because I have to modify it. Now I was thinking, instead of doing the same thing that we just did, that way I don't have to create another etude just as a variation. I can just put it all in one. So check it out. Key of G. That's what's important, is that you're doing these sixes, is crossing. But now I'm going to do, what did I do? I did an open string. Is that what I did? I don't remember. There we go. So I'm using that open string a la Django. Notice I cross the strings too, right? Again, you can probably figure out some different things to do. Be creative. This is what I want. I want to inspire you to figure out some of your own ideas. Remember, Django did stuff like this all the time. And he did this. And he did this. And he did this. Django used open strings so much. It's such a good technique to master, using some open strings to give you some cool rhythmic syncopations, so try it out. So in this case, this is my own idea to just think, okay, I'm going to use this open G with these sixes. Planing is a word through the diatonic of the G major scale, which is D mixo. Kind of sounds a little bit of bluegrassy as well, of course. So again, now we can put this back in context and we have some nice variation. Actually, by doing all eighth notes here, that'll make it a little bit more intense. And then maybe I'll do a different G lick. Again, I can continue the sixes, but remember we're in the key of G, so it'd be the same ones. But that's where I might go like this. Maybe do some octaves a la Django and stay with that chromatic. Kind of like that again. Chavela Schmidt did that, but we're using that open string. And then we can resume back to the, or maybe do a variation. Maybe go an ascending. I like that. So maybe I'll do that for the measure 17 when it goes back to E7 instead of just doing a copy and paste. All right, I'm going to go ahead and save my work here. Hope you're getting excited about this and gives you some idea about how I'm creating these gypsy jazz style improvisation etudes, looking at a lot of techniques, fun stuff. I mean, it's nice to be able to do this in zero time, real time, without being constricted to it, doing it on the fly. I want to be able to do this on the spot with my band. And so sometimes you get, 50% of it, 80% of it. Sometimes you can pull it off if you really practice this stuff a lot and examine the fretboard in all these different ways and know your theory, then you can do this stuff on the fly. It's hard, but it's rewarding and makes it all so much more fun than just to spit out only the same licks and the same, whatever concept. So be creative is what I'm saying. That's really what it's all about, is to feel creative, that you can improvise. Thanks for joining me on this one. We'll see you guys next time. Cheers. All right, so I'm talking about Sweet Georgia Brown here, looking at this version of it in the key of A flat, and don't worry about this blank measure with that key signature in the key of A flat. Starts on the 6th dominant. I'm just doing it La Pompe Gypsy Jazz style, where you can even think Freddie Green, 3-note voicings. And then the 1. So it starts on the 6th, the dominant, then the 2. These are all dominants, the dominant cycle, then E flat, the real dominant, 5, the primary dominant, and then the 1, key of A flat again. So for comping, that's pretty much what everybody would be doing. But if you want to think kind of more pianistic, there I was thinking on the F7 chord, this is kind of the important part here, think C minor, think C minor 9, F9, F13, but you can have, so we want to superimpose it's like the minor conversion. You're putting a 2 chord here, 2 5 2 5 2 5. So on the B flat 7, you got to think, well, off the 5th degree, because that would be the 2, like you're doing a 2 5 in the key of E flat, because you're treating temporarily B flat's the 5 of E flat, so it's F minor 7. So you create these 2 5, and that's how you get those little phrases, those 2 5 licks. So again, and I have a worksheet that talks about these applying minor 2 5 licks on Sweet Georgia Brown specifically, not in this key, in the standard key that guitar players love it, in the key of G, instead of the horn player key A flat, the original key. But again, the trick of it, besides the Sweet Georgia Brown hack, just like I'm talking about the melody, is you see F7, you think C minor, you can bust out all. You think E flat major 7, just like what would you do on C minor? Just convert it. C minor 9 is E flat major 7, so you get this, you get those little licks that we talk about. And that's a very Wes Montgomery approach, so that would make any jazz purist very happy. These little C minor cliches. We're not doing any Diminished. None of that. None of the Django for this version of soloing. This is a little bit more in the straight ahead style. So again, the trick of it is just, you see F7, turn it to C minor 6/9, C minor major 7. You start to sound more like Martino and Wes Montgomery
with that flavor. You play E flat major 7 arpeggio. This lick, I talk about that lick a lot, that Wes always plays. So you go down a whole step, you play major 7, the E flat major 7 on the F7. This would be A flat major 7. And again, the reasoning behind that E flat major 7 I talk about is because you're thinking of it as C minor. And C minor 9 has an E flat major 7 in there. So you do the... And then on a B flat, you think F minor. You could do, and there I did an F melodic minor. So again, that's the trick. And then here, B flat minor. So again, and you can literally play those minors 2, 5, 2, 5, A flat. So from the top, you have C minor, F7. That helps. And then F minor, B flat, B flat minor, E flat. Now it starts to sound like a Wes Montgomery tune. Okay, this. Get those kind of beboppy lines in there. So that's my hack or soloing hack to get that flavor instead of the typical gypsy jazz flavor. That's the Wes Montgomery versus a Django flavor. Continuing on this minor conversion concept, which is huge, important concept to take you into that Wes Montgomery, style of jazz guitar, which again, Wes influenced Pat Martino, Pat Metheny, George Benson, everybody, Grant Green. So get in that kind of sound, that vibe. When we have this F7 chord, we're doing Sweet Georgia Brown in the key of A flat, which the first chord is F7. I'm just looping that F7. I'm saying think C minor, and I'm just going to do a quick demo of what I mean by that. So let me go ahead and push play. F7. F7. Here's C minor. C minor. C minor Dorian, if I'm in the key of F7, that's the 5 of B flat. Notice the hanging on the C. I don't want to hang on this note, this B flat. That's a sus. If I wanted a sus flavor, then that'd be okay, but that's not what the rhythm section is doing. Notice this bebop lick. I like that note. I like that B natural. That creates a sharp 11. Here's C minor. C minor 6. Here's the major 7. That's E flat major 7. That's the 13. Here's C minor. And I have a worksheet called the minor conversion, study number 1, that goes right through this same concept. Melodic minor scale. C minor. C minor. C minor. So again, that's just some demonstration of some lines. Again, C minor arpeggio, E flat major 7. C minor. Keep saying C minor. But now in the progression, when it goes to that next chord, the B flat 7, again, we're doing Sweet Georgia Brown here. I'm going to loop that and just show you how to practice this, so you gotta hang on one chord for quite a while, and then and then add the next chord on. The next chord is B flat 7. I'm thinking F minor. You're just following the dominant. So C minor. F minor. Repeat. C minor. F minor. Throwing in some little gypsy jazz, jangle licks. C minor. That's C minor 6. F minor. That's for the B flat 7. This is minor conversion, C minor. F minor. Notice all that use of the chromaticism. Again, that's kind of really bebop inflections. All this cliche, this. And those little, those are all the Grant Greenisms. He really did that. West did that quite a bit too. So again, that's the minor conversion. Then I would add on the next chord. This is just working through the song, Sweet Georgia Brown. F7, I'm thinking C minor. B flat 7, I'm thinking F minor. Ideas, phrases, and licks. I'm not thinking off the root of that. E flat 7, now I'm thinking B flat minor. And then A flat, I'm thinking A flat. Or maybe, you know, a different idea there, but there I'd be a little bit more face value. So there, now I'd be ready at that point, hopefully, to play through that whole A section, or the whole 16 bars. Now I'm just going to loop that just for a minute. C minor. F minor. Notice those bebopisms. Next one is B flat minor. Little quote of 2 for 2. A flat. F7. B flat minor. Or C minor. F minor. That's the melodic minor. D flat. D, that's A flat. C minor. F minor. Etc. So this is a beautiful thing. I'm only thinking minor. Okay, except for the A flat. I played A flat. But I could have thought minor. I could have just played bluesy off A flat. If I'm going for the vibe. Or I could think F minor. F minor is still A flat 6. So that's the beautiful thing about the minor conversion, is that you can just think I'll play minor ideas. Again, Pat Martino really promoted that, and you know, that concept of converting your ideas and lines into minor licks and lines. Now it's just not just one scale. It's not just Dorian, because it could be melodic minor, it could be blues, it could be a lot of added chromatic notes again. But basically, essentially, you start with the triad. That's what I'm saying. These triads is C minor, F minor. You know, start with just triads and those arpeggios, B flat minor. And that's again over E flat 9, and then you're on the A flat there. But all those, the triad inversions, the embellishments, then adding the scales, adding those arpeggios, that will help you come up with those licks and lines too. One last thing about the whole minor conversion, just the whole visualization. To me, this is very important. It kind of goes back to what Joe Pass would say. You know, like you have a chord, in this case F9. Notice where I'm going to start my phrase, right on the C here, or here, you know. I'm thinking the minor conversion. I went, you know, Martino would actually do this stuff. but he's just here's, or I'm gonna play the scale. C Dorian is F Mixolydian too. Now here's B flat 7. I'm kind of doing some gypsy jazz style licks, but I'll play B flat 7 here. And I'm gonna start on F here, the 5th. And I ended on D minor 7 flat 5, which creates a 9. Hopefully you know that concept. B flat 7, D minor 7 flat 5, F minor 6, same chord. D minor 7 flat 5 equals F minor 6. So again, I'm just saying hit the chord. Here's F minor arpeggio. You can't go around just starting with the arpeggio. E flat, B flat minor. So I had the E flat 9. I'm starting right here on the 5th. It's minor on the 5th. And then on the A flat, I'm going to play A flat major 7 arpeggio. Little blues. And then back to F9. Someone this. Martinos, and that's a sound. That's the melodic minor scale. If you're like, oh, I like that color, that's just thinking B flat melodic minor. And then F major 7. I'm gonna do sharp 11, get a little bit outside. And there I did G minor pentatonic against A flat, because I want that sharp 11. So I'm thinking G minor. That's still the kind of a minor conversion concept. F7, C minor. Some scales and arpeggios. That's again my little Pat Metheny hack there. You're on the major 7 chord, G A flat major 7, but you start a half step below on the 7th degree and you play minor penta, and that gives you this color. A flat major 7 sharp 11 with a 9. So again, that can be kind of thought of as a minor conversion. Anyways, lots of minor ideas there against these dominant and major chords. And then da 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 da, then A7, A7. So let's just hit the song and make sure everybody has these 4-note shapes, what I call the grip chords. E7, A7, I'm just using 4-note shapes. D7 or D9, I'll do plain old D7, and G6. Yeah. This is the simplified version, and G7. You can put a B7 there if you want to, but I'm just keeping it simple. A7, that's measure, well, I think we're almost to the E minor here. B7, B7, E minor, and then walk down. Chromatic, and stop. Great, and then you go bomb, 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 like this. It's nice to hear that walk down in the bass. Yeah, G to the E. Any questions on those chords, though? E7. I'm using 4. This is just my preference here. E7. Now for A7, I like to go here. there's the harmonic rhythm, the rate of the chord change is pretty slow on the song. So hopefully, you know, you don't have to switch quickly is what I'm saying. Because you're hanging out on one chord for 4 bars. And that's why the tempo is often taken pretty, you know, brisk. Because there's a lot of E7, there's a lot of one chord, you know. But we don't take it that fast, obviously. But I'm just saying, I like 4-note shapes. It's nice and fat. And then the D7, I'm using the same shape as the E7, just move down a whole step. And then the G6, I'm going to put the root on the 6th string. And I went like this. I did a little walk down to the E7 chord. You can do it up here like this. Like this. I would do G6 here. Here's another way to do G6. This G6 is there's no 5th, by the way, but it's X 10 9 9 8 X. So X 10 9 9 8 X. X, nothing on the 6th, and then the G's on the root on the 5th string. So it's 10 9, which is the 3rd, 9, which is the 6th, and then the root again on the 8th fret, and then nothing on the 1st string. But here's how I always use it from the D7 chord, G6. And then I get to walk down to the E7 like this. So I hit the G twice, and then I morphed it into a dominant 7 for the G flat or F sharp into the E7. So it's like timing wise, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yeah, but remember G6 was generally, we're kind of simplifying it, which is how most Gypsy jazzers play it with. But G6 for 4 bars, but on that 4th bar, it would go 2 beats on G, F sharp 7, E, F7, and then finally back to E7. And that would be measure 17. So, and then same stuff, E7, bum, 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 bum. A7. There should be a B7 here. Fellas, she ain't met. So now we're on the E minor, and we're on the E minor to the B7 part. But there should be a quick change, B7. A lot of people just omit it. They just go straight to the E minor. So they just go E7, 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 A7, and then right here. So I'm going E minor. I'm just doing a bar chord. B7. E minor, B7. And then the walk down. I do a true chromatic there. I don't go to A7 there. Might say it on the chart. I just go chromatically. G, G flat, all 7th, E, F, E, E flat, not A. You could go to A, and the bass player might go to A. That's called tritone sub. And then D, and then G. So I do a true chromatic. I go like this. Or up here. So.
When you do that, the second one up, you start with a 6.
I started on G7 for the walk down. It's a dominant like this. All dominants. Or
That's a 6.
G6 here to resolve it. The resolve chord should be G6 and not G7. And then yeah. So listen to it. I'll show you the 2 resolves. Either G6 to here or G6 up here with this shape. 1, 2, 3. Watch. Or this. And then I'd go. So here it is, contact. The first way, just bass. You don't have to do that. Hopefully the bass player will do that, but it's just kind of to help lead us back to the beginning. Here it is with the same concept with it here. So I went, that's just something to practice. But the first chord is G6 to answer the question, G6. And then morph it dominant, dominant, dominant. There's lots of dominant chords in this song. The only other special section that I really recommend that you get down is the da 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 dum da 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 da. That's just like Dark Eyes, you guys. We just did that for an hour. That's this. We did it here, A7, D minor, but now we're on E minor, right? We're just not doing any subs that we talk about, 3-note shapes. I'm just doing the bar chords essentially like this. And then here we go, walk down. You choose. There I chose the resolve on the low. But let me hear everybody go E minor, B7, because that's where we bust out our Dark Eyes ideas. We're soloing that we just talked about like this. E minor, B7. Yeah. Back and forth. Yeah. Blues. Harmonic minor. So again, you can bring out those flavors on that portion.
Which one?
E harmonic minor, E minor, or E minor blues. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. I love this portion. Again, this is the Dark Eyes part of the song. So you can do those Dark Eyes chords too that we talked about this. You can even sub it out. If you wanted to, but I'll keep it simple on this in this case. But everything we just worked on in Dark Eyes, you can do that. And then the walk down. And I want to go to this chord. I like G6 here, but I'll stick with it. I like to do kind of a country thing, almost like boom chugga boom chugga boom chugga. The little 1 5 1. That's what the bass would do. So you're kind of matching the bass. I'm doing some palm muting here. It's kind of a more Charleston rhythm. That's a Charleston rhythm. That's really nice. So, 1. You Charleston it up. 1 2 and E minor, or Charleston all the way through. So the Charleston rhythm is 1 2 and 1 and. It's on 1 and it's on the and of 2. It's just a nice, generally a short rhythm like them. So strumming wise, I'm going 1 miss and 1 2 and 1 2 and 1 2 and A7. And of course, you can take the Charleston. It's just a nice swing rhythm for the band to do the hits. So that could be built into the arrangement for your solo. We might say Charleston, and then everybody busts into that rhythm. Dancers love it. Again, it's dance rhythm. 1, 2, 3, up, 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 up. 1 and 1 and. E minor, bump, B7. E minor, and the walk down. Yeah, walk it. And melody. Yeah, take it. Yeah, you got it. Everybody play the melody. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a good melody to learn, by the way. Nice and square. So we all sound good together. Right on the beat. Not much, it's been said, she knocks him dead when she lands him down to the feet, but also near her sweet Georgia Brown. And an E minor, bump, bump, bottom, bump. Yeah. And then sing it, Andre. Solo this time? Okay. A7. I'll just yell out the chords. Keep going all the way through. D7. It's okay. And stop time. G6. Stop. Keep the beat. E7. It's just kind of fun to play with the rhythm. A7. Are you soloing or? E minor. Yeah, get bluesy. Nice. Leslie, you gonna take one?
Oh, I don't know. So
Dave, take it.
got it.
There's so many soloing ideas. I'm not gonna talk about maybe a little bit. Let's give them some stop time right here on G6, right here. Keep the groove, the time. Yeah. E minor, B7, yeah. Yeah, harmonic minor and the walk down. Let's give Bernard the Charleston rhythm for his solo. A7. D7. Stop time. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then walk down. Charleston. Yeah. A7. Yeah. Walk down. Shuffle. Bryce. Let me just play swing here, play time. Everybody try to lock in really tight though with your rhythm. Quarter notes. Nice, Bryce. Get ready, we're gonna give him stop time. That's his chance to play some licks. Here we go. Yeah. Keep going. A7. You're doing great, Bryce. Yeah, blue scale sounds good. Harmonic minor. Arpeggios. E minor.
That was nice, right? A7, yeah. Yeah, D7. Let's give Pete some stop time. Nice. Yeah, keep going. You got it. Sounds great. That was a nice little triad lick. I'm going to steal that. Stop time. E minor. B7. And walk down. And you can just kind of yell it out on the bandstand. And top. I'm going to play harmonic minor. And more harmonic minor. More harmonic, no, whole tone. And I'll steal Pete's like stop time. And diminished. That's harmonic minor. Blues. And harmonic minor. And melody. Blues. Back to Andre. We're gonna trade 4 bars. No, 8 bars. 8 bars. And Dave, D7. Stop time on Dave's G6. Yeah. Woo, nice. And Bernard, E7. Yeah, 8 bars. A7. Yeah. E minor, Bryce. Try harmonic minor. And top. Pete. Do whatever you want. Yeah. D7. Stop time. Oh, Pete's going for it. He's getting the whole stuff. Diminished. I'll take one. More diminished. Dark. And then E minor. Pentatonic. Melody. A7. Play the melody with me. Feel free. Not touch. Yeah. A7. Yeah, you guys. E minor. Shuffle. And the ending. 3 times. Tag it. Again. That's a tag. And last time. Lick. And now's, of course, the ending lick. It's kind of funny where it fits in, because it'd be like da 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 1. But that's, you know, again, we're in the key of G, so we want to start on what note? D. D is the 5th. So always know that, what key. This song is funny because it starts on an E7 chord. You need to know you're in the key of G.
because you're ending lick 1. And I'm just making sure I can play that lick, the classic ending lick, everywhere. Same lick we did on Dark Eyes, but different key. So it starts on the 5, D, 1. And then I added a little button like Django would do, 1. And then G6, so bip ba bom like this, 1. And that's classic. Listen to how Django ends. I'll see you in my dreams. That's the same ending lick. Okay, really quick here. Quick soloing ideas. There's some really beautiful ideas built into the melody. I always call it the Sweet Georgia Brown hack. Because the melody is this. It's a major pentatonic scale right on the root. So you get this. It's just really pretty. The major, E major pentatonic. In this key, of course. So right on the E, E major penta. It gives you, the melody is giving us information that we can take advantage of. And then there's something really beautiful here for that A7 chord. Only one note changes. This is the key here. It goes to E minor. So on the A7 chord, it goes like this. That's where you can play your E minor phrases. Your E minor 6, E minor pentatonic. So again, this is what I just kind of call the Sweet Georgia Brown strategy. Is I play a major, E major phrase, and then I minor it over those first four bars. And then on the A7, on the D7, you can kind of do similar on the D, and then go to G. A fun little lick to work on for the stop time. I'm just gonna kind of hit a couple quick topics here. But on the G6, it's nice to kind of outline or play something to the chord, as Pete was doing this. Just kind of play time. But Bryce, can you play some rhythm for me? I'm gonna on the G6 chord. Give me stop time, but make sure you keep time. So you'll do this. You'll go. That helps the soloist. Let's see, where we're going to start. Let's do the D7 chord for 4 bars and G6. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to do just a really simple triad embellishment. 1, 2, 3. Right here. And then back to the E7. So yeah, thanks for just 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. You get to do this. So what I did was this. So that was just kind of something that is good, nice filler. It's ornamented, but it's really simple because it's just a triad. So again, that's kind of talking about how to embellish around those triad notes. You could do this lick. You all know that lick. That's from Django's Appel Indirect. So Bryce, can you do the D7 chord to the G with the stop time? 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here. Stop time. And then back to the E7. So there again, just having something kind of worked out is nice when you're playing when you have that stop time. That way you won't kind of freeze up and be like, what do I do? Just play, or just play something really simple and very rhythmic. Okay. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tracy.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Not loud enough.
That's true.
You're not loud.
My speaker turned off. Didn't connect to the Bluetooth.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just coming directly from the phone.
It's nice to crank it up. It's nice to crank up the bass too when you play along. That we can really feel that bottom end. Boom, 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 boom. You know, feel that bass. This little speaker doesn't have that much bass. It's only this big. That's the Echo by Amazon. But hey, it's only $20, so, and it's just Bluetooth. Let's see. There we go. Well, welcome back, everybody. Leslie might be popping in. We had Jack joining us today. And yeah, it's kind of people come and go sometimes. So we're gonna pick it up with minor swing now that you've had a whole week to just jam along, hopefully with Django. That's kind of what I recommend. And remember, just some tips that I was recommending last week. Just do this first, because you're gonna be 80% of the time, maybe 90 at first, maybe 90 to 100%, just a rhythm guitar player. So you're just gonna go, yeah, 1, 2. When you listen to these recordings, 1, 2, 3. Well, this is fast. I'm gonna slow it down. This is the regular tempo, but even then, this is the melody, by the way, the intro melody. But here's the chords where you're soloing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not even playing any chords. I'm just focusing on the groove, covering the strings like I'm a rhythm guitar player or like I'm a drummer. That's the first step. If you want to be 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. It's dragging a little bit. Stop. Everybody stop for a second and just count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. You have to be kind of militaristic. I don't know, is that a word, Tom? Militaristic. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. And don't drag. If anything, push it in this style. It's dragging. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Push it a little bit. Be on top of the beat. Push it forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. And then add the chords in when you're ready. But focus on this aspect first. Just the right hand. Well, assuming we're all right-handed. With your strumming hand, that is. 1, 2, 3. And here's the top. I would do this. That's the top. That's the head. And then the next level is to do this. E7, A minor, D minor. So yell out the chords. A minor, so you know where you're at. E7, A minor, E7, and top. A minor. 16 bars. D minor. Yeah, if you want to do it while you're doing this, you don't have to play chords yet. Just do these 2 steps and then connect them. Hold on, it's dragging, you guys. I'm going to yell it out right now. Top, A minor, D minor, E7. Always think ahead. E7 always goes to A minor, D minor, A minor, E7, and of course, back to A minor. Yeah! D minor, that's 4. Now I'm talking numbers. 5. Back to the 1. 5 always goes to the 1. 4. 1. Here's the 5. We're almost done. And back home. 1. Here's a melody out. E. And stop. Bass. Last time. Get ready for that ending lick. And choose your chord if you want. They didn't put a chord on there, but again, that's optional to have a cool ending chord. Yes, sir.
Maybe too elementary.
Yes, please. No, never. No, really, this is what it's all about.
Tips on 2 different things. One is just working up your speed.
Yeah, your right hand. You're doing this, so I'm assuming your right hand, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And
yeah.
So I seem to have hit kind of a speed limit on
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
And things fall, you know, it's funny,
Yeah.
you reach a point, and then all of a sudden it's just you tighten up, and it's sort of not.
Well, you just said it right there. Tighten up. You just want to really relax your shoulders, your body. You got to breathe. You know, just if you tense up, yeah, you're going to tire yourself out quickly too. But it's also the wrist. You just want to have a loose wrist. It's not. You don't want to do this. That takes way too much motion. Some guys do that. You know, that's their style, but they're going to tire themselves out at a fast tempo. So ultimately, you just want to have this kind of bounce on the wrist, essentially. But don't tense up, you know, just relax your shoulders, breathe. This is a fast tempo. I mean, that was a real tempo there, just so you know. So I don't expect anybody to be able to keep up with that. But that's kind of the thing. Those are the steps to get to that point to where you can play along with Django at his original tempos. For that, it's just to be a drummer. Again, you might not be able to do this physically. So start off slower, you know, as I mentioned. And then don't forget, last week I also talked about the metronome. I mean, that's kind of essential, is to make sure that you can actually play in time. You know what I mean? For that was like 3 minutes, but for a couple of minutes. And what we did was we tried out some different tempos. You remember, like I started off at 220, Django's tempo 230, and then we went down like to 180. Here's 182.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3,
So
4. 1, 2, 3,
again,
4. 1,
don't
2,
be
3,
tempted
4.
to play
1, 2,
chords.
3, 4.
Just be
1,
rhythm
2,
drummer.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Relax.
1, 2,
Breathe.
1, 2,
Wrist.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Not arm. Don't do this. That's too much movement. Loose wrist. Breathe. Lean into 2 and 4 a little bit. That's the swing. Yeah. Maybe play 2 measures of chords, A minor, and then lay off. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then just metronome again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that you really are locked in. And then D minor. I mean, now we're practicing with the metronome. The talking metronome. D minor. So we got to know where we're going. A minor. E7. And back home, A minor. E7. And top. E7. Nice. D minor. A minor. E7, the 5. Let's drag it a little bit. I'm not going to name anybody's names, but you got to be careful that when you're playing with others, you got to really kind of be, it's hard, but you got to really pinpoint where that beat is, whether the bass player is dragging or the drummer's dragging, you know what I mean? You never quite know, like, who's dragging. Maybe I'm dragging, you know? But Gypsy Jazz is just like this constant, like, motor rhythm. That's why I say the articulation should be very short. Everything should just be short and crisp, like this. Not this, you know, not long notes. Just really short, like you're the metro. You're keeping the beat, da, 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 with a slight emphasis on 2 and 4 again to make it swing. So that was 182. You guys did really good. It just started to drag a little bit there at the end, but it's actually harder. Now I'm going to go totally extreme again at 60. Listen, that's hard. Why? Because there's so much space within the beat. So listen to 60.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
You know, it's, right? You see what I'm saying? You got to really just feel it. D minor 6. This is where I do like to go long, short, long, short, long, short. E7, long, short. This is a ballad tempo. Tom, you're double timing it, just so you know. You're kind of going.
You're adding 2, but this is just quarter notes 4. I would do long, short, long, short, and you know what I'm saying. So those are the 2 articulations. Just everything short at a fast tempo, and then the long, short at a slow tempo, or even a medium tempo like this. But I still like the short. I like everything short. Just loose wrist. Now I'm shuffling. Remember what I talked about last time? Can everybody do this? I'll add the shuffle on top of this. Was that you who said like this? But that's the shuffle. Joom, jack, joom, jack, joom, jack, joom. Like I'm playing the blues almost, a blues shuffle. But so does that make sense? I'm adding some upstrokes like this with the clicks. But instead of this all down, so you're going to click, you're on the up like this. 1. So now this would be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and got to have that loose wrist. Yeah, a little maybe circular motion. And again, this is where you have to be careful because it can get really sloppy with everybody shuffling at the same time. You know what I mean? If everybody's doing this, the organs sound really good. I'm just gonna play the beat. You guys keep going. D minor. You can shuffle. Try it out. A minor. Just sing dum 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 dum. E7. A minor. And that's it. Really, I love the shuffle. So it really starts to make things swing. So you get a lot of variation within the feel of what you're trying to accomplish with your rhythm section. Even if it's the same tempo, you get a lot of different feels, you know. And then you could, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but you could actually play. The shuffle is the first triplet of 3 triplets and the last triplet. You can even add the middle triplet, go da 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 da. But that's kind of what be called, Tom, do you know? That'd be called the 12/8 feel, ja 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 ja, like old school, you know, like this style. You know, that's like 50s doo-wop sound. That's not really what we're going for. But if you wanted to, you can start to add that, and that could be bluesy too. You know, that type of sound if you want more bluesy. It's great for soloing, but I would not recommend it for rhythm guitar. All triplets, unless it's just for an accenting. Anyways, that's the rhythm guitar aspect of it. Faith, please.
What do you mean by makes it swing?
Makes it swing. That's subjective, really. It feels good. I mean, there's technically it could be you could break down the swing as a first 8th note and a last 8th note of a triplet, and then to keep it consistent. So that's what they would call a swing. And there's different levels of swing. If you have a computer program like Finale, you can determine the how much swing you want by percentage. You're swinging. Well, the 8th notes. 8th notes is swung 8th notes. So into something swinging. No, just it's a term like a technical term. The amount of swing. So we could define swing technically as 3 8th notes divided by 1 quarter note divided by 3 8th notes. So if you were to tell a drummer let's play swing or play shuffle, he would be going ja 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 ja. But if you said play straight 8s, they're gonna go da 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 da. That's straight versus swing. So swing means with the triplet feel. That's all you have to think about, triplets. So what do I mean?
You said,
yeah.
If you emphasize 2 and 4, it makes it swing.
It does add that. Yeah, it does help makes it swing by adding that beat, the accent on 2 and 4 overall. So that's another level of swing. But what I was really talking about there was the quarter note pulse. And I'm saying it in jazz and swing music, you're going to hear an emphasis on 2 and 4 in the bigger picture. Usually that's what they would call a sock cymbal. The drum was in the old days. But for gypsy jazz, the rhythm guitar player is doing it. And basically, I'm getting technical now, but basically the bass player would be playing 1 and 3, boom, 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 boom. The guitar is essentially playing 2 and 4, boom, and my mouth, and that's the click of the guitar. That's the beat. So you get this boom, dum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. And that's kind of what they call a hocket in music terms. So that's kind of the role. But swing, the shuffle and swing, as I was kind of expanding on there, is triplet bass. Okay. Versus the eighth note is
So
triplet
if you were
bass.
to play the same chord, just an A minor 6
Yeah.
or D minor 6 in the straight rhythm
Yeah.
versus a swung rhythm versus the Gypsy jazz pop, so that we could hear it. Could you show us
Well,
this?
now, but see, I want to do that for rhythm guitar necessarily, right? You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about this. That's what I'm saying. Once you start to add the shuffle, you have to be careful because everybody's going to have a different level of swing of how much the division. But what we can all agree on is that quarter note pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4. Versus where the and is, as we demonstrated at a slower tempo, you have a lot of space in between. Versus right here and the third triplet to the beat. Does that make sense?
No.
There's a lot of space within the beat, and if we're not all playing the same space, that's where there's room for sloppiness. It's safest in this style for one person to do those accents. Usually, maybe drummer, unless the band is super tight together, it's better just for the one person to add. That's what I'm saying. So it's like when you're playing. So basically what I'm saying is when you're going to jam sessions, experiment. Maybe you'll be the leader. You can add the swing, or maybe not. If you're feeling it, go for it. I want to talk just a little bit about leads because I want to bust into Sweet Georgia Brown. But I passed out a sound slice. Did anybody watch that? It's just I was working with Tom in a private lesson. Tom's going to demonstrate. Maybe not. This. Yeah, you got it. Who feels like they can play rhythm guitar all the way? Because I'll do it with you. Who can you play the rhythm guitar all the way through minor swing nonstop? And we can use a metronome. Will that help? You know what? I mean, if some of you already worked on it, then you could do it with us. I could just put on a backing track for minor swing. Oh yeah. Many of you already. This is called the boot camp exercises. I'm demonstrating the triads. No, leads. We're talking about soloing ideas. I'm going to pretend you guys don't know how to solo besides playing blues licks. You know what I mean? A lot of guys learn blues rock, but which is great, but it's not necessarily in this style. To me, this style is more based around triads. So when the band plays A minor, you're going to think A minor. When the band plays D minor, you're going to play D minor. When the band plays E7, you're going to play E major triad. So that's what that worksheet is about, or the sound slice that I passed out to everybody. It's just a demonstration of these exercises. So
in the E7, if you're in the
please.
triad, could you also use like a C sharp minor arpeggio to play?
On the E7 chord, you're not playing A minor, you're playing E major.
The C minor, the C sharp minor, the relative minor, the E major?
No, none of that for this.
That wouldn't work.
Not for this. For Sweet Georgia Brown, yes. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not. For minor swing, no. You don't want to do this. Because we're in a minor key. So that leads me to what scale choice we're using for E7. And this is, I don't think I talked about this last week. I talked about this in the other workshop you did. There's one scale, the harmonic minor scale. This. Yeah. That's the sound we want. Harmonic minor. It's just a dark, beautiful flavor. A harmonic minor. You know it? Yeah, it's okay. I'm just going to talk about it, but that's the sound we want. There's no C sharp in there. There's a C natural. It's A, B, C, D, E, F, and G sharp, and A. That's the sound we want. So I usually say for that dark, you'll hear me say this, for that dark, and I'll even refer to the song Caravan. I'll say the Caravan hack. But we want to have that E triad. It's a simple hack. You just do this. You take an E bar chord like this. No, not 6, just a triad. No, not 6. Just Yeah, just E major triad. So no 7, no 6s, just a triad. And then you go half step above each one of those notes. Then you get the sound. And that's a beautiful hack. I call it a hack because it brings out 6 notes of the 7 notes of the harmonic minor scale. And for guitar players or ukulele, all that's required is that you know your E shapes. I mean, maybe you know only one, this one. But think about this even. Check this out. When you do this, right? Hear that dark flavor kind of associated with like Spanish guitar? That's all you're doing. And you can do it everywhere. So as you learn your E triads or your chords everywhere, you just visualize it. I'm not thinking about the name of the notes. It's just all like a shape. You know what I mean? So that brings out the E. That brings out the harmonic minor scale of the A harmonic minor, just to clarify, the A harmonic minor on an E7 chord. And that's where you just need to have that kind of like E7 is a 5 of what? A. So you play A harmonic minor. I know this is a lot of theory and I shouldn't go into it anymore. So, but that's my favorite hack there. And then on these triad embellishments, then you add the lower, well, really I start with the lower neighbor. That was the upper neighbor tone. So you have your E triad and then you can have the note below it. So you do this. And then you connect them. And I'm doing some slurring and some fancy stuff. But that's a big part of that flavor, the Django flavor. And then on the A minor, we have lower neighbor, upper neighbor, same ideas, all to the triads. So if you're like saying, Tracy, how do I get good at this? What would I say? What would I say?
Just practice along with it.
Well, practice what though?
Counting.
No, well, counting always. Triads.
Oh yeah.
So
triads.
yeah, wait, who is going to play the chords? Play chords just for me. I'm going to demonstrate this. Check this out. I don't need chords. Why? Why don't I need chords? All I'm going to do is this. Hear the chords? Can you hear the chords? I'm just breaking up the notes. I call that face value. Meaning you're playing A minor. Guess what I'm playing? A minor. How do you know that? How do you know? How do you get to know the notes? Chords. See the bar chord? The bar chord. D minor. E. And then you start to fancy it up. So like the number 5 on that sheet, the boot camp sheet, is this. D minor. E. A minor. And I'm just going through, it's a routine. It's just very boot campy, boot campy. But it's just a little practice routine. But if you notice what number 1 is, it's this. You should say it E, A minor. One finger, D minor, A minor. That's the hard part for most people is keeping track of the E. Sorry, I'm going, pretty good tempo, about 180. And number 2 is this. We're adding a little bit more. Number 3 is this. D minor, E. So again, these exercises. And then number 5 was this. So, and then as you start to navigate through the chords, it starts to sound pretty good. I mean, it's still an exercise, but at least you're playing the changes. You're not just playing rock blues licks through the whole thing, you know what I mean? And I'm not knocking that, but that's not the style. So you got to learn to play the changes. And to me, this is the best method. It's just to
play the note of the chord face value, A minor, you play A, C, E. And that's where you got to kind of learn your triad shapes all over the fretboard. And then you learn to decorate it. Again, this is just an overview. I mean, that's obviously an introduction class, but I wanted to make sure I talked about it, demonstrated it at least, and passed out that sound slice. That's all I'm going to talk about for minor swing. Let's go into Sweet George Brown. Sweet George Brown, as everybody knows, is what basketball team? Yes, I had the 45 single growing up. Loved it, the whistling and all that stuff. We're in the key of what? Good. I thought someone was going to say E, because the first chord's E, right? But it's not. It's key of G. It starts on the 6th chord. Again, I'm not going to do too much shop talk because I know not all of you have that theoretical background. But just so you know, it does not. The first chord doesn't necessarily tell you what key we're in. Obviously, with this song, it's not. If you want to know how do you know what key you're in, always look for the final chord, the ultimate ending chord. Not just on the chart where it might be a turnaround, but like the chord that's the long note. You know, when it goes. That's home. D, G, sorry. Right, we're in G. So it resolves to G. Not this, where it feels like there's a turnaround. So let's talk about the chord shapes. E7, and I passed out some grids too, just in case. But I love this shape for this song. I don't like this shape. I like this. That's what we use for minor swing. And then for A7, I'm just kind of showing you the shapes. Nice loose wrist. D7. Yeah, we got it. 4 bars each. This might be a slightly simplified G6. G6. You can put a B7 here, top, E7. And we're taking out a nice tempo, medium tempo, because it's just the same chord for 4 bars until here. Ready? E minor, B7. E minor, B7. And you guys doing great. Wow, you guys practice. I don't even need to teach it to you. And top, G, E7. Yeah. And if it's going too fast for you, just hold it. Just kind of look at your hand, say A7. Just cheat a little bit. And then get ready for D7, just like E7. That's G6er. Yeah, nice. A7. Let's just, you can just chunk it out. You're doing great, actually, bro. You're doing good. E minor. Fellas, she can get. Fellas, she ain't met. Georgia Queen, Georgia Queen. I'll do this. What am I going to do? Shuffle. Not you, just me. E minor. E7. Sorry, anybody get lost? You guys good? E7. A7. Yeah, play the melody, please. Yeah. It's nice to hear the melody. D7. Yeah, I'm just going to look around, make sure everybody's got these basic shapes. G6. B7. Yeah, I didn't even put the B7 there. I kept it simple. Yeah. A coming up. A, you're out. Your measure off. A7. Get ready. I'll play with you. Melody. B, E minor. Dollars. Yeah. Nice. Again. Yeah, really
relax. Yeah, loose wrist, loose wrist. Yeah. Not much has been said, you know, yeah. Nice. Yeah, if you're feeling good with the rhythm, play melody. E minor. Up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Play the melody if you got it. Try it out. D7. Always think about the chords ahead of time. And G6. Yeah. Yeah. A7. Get ready. E minor. Yeah. Let's tag that ending. Right here. Tag it again. One more time. And we'll go bum, 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 and then 1. So I usually when you tag a melody, you'll hear that last phrase. In this case, the 4 bars. Then I said tag it. One more time. Last time though. Then And there I did the classic ending lick, what I call the classic ending lick that we just did on minor swing. So that's the ending lick you'll hear from big bands like Glenn Miller's In the Mood or to Django Reinhardt. Just everybody uses that lick to even where you wouldn't even expect to hear it, you'll hear that common ending lick. Can I hear everybody do it in the key of G? You learn it in the key of A, and it's chromatic, and it doesn't matter if we're in a major key or a minor key. It's the same lick, the lick itself. So everybody, here's a theory. Here's a little bit of theory. If we're in the key of G, what note are we going to start the ending lick on? D, the 5th. So that's the trick. I mean, we could even break it down to our instrument. Here's when you learn it once. Here's G. Here's the 5th. It's just right there on the fretboard. So you could do this. And it's just a chromatic lick. So it starts on, in this case, it starts on D. I'm going to show it to you. I showed it to you guys last week too, on just one string. So here's D. Now I'm going to go below it. And then walk it all the way up to G. You'll feel it. You'll hear it. So it's going to be like this. 1. Now, here's a question. Am I playing that straight or am I shuffling it? Am I swinging it? I'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Was that swung? Really? I was thinking straight. Here's swung. 1. There's a bounce to it. And there's some accenting involved as well. It's subtle. You know, but da 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 da. You can even like really push it. It's like 1 da 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 da. That's really heavily swung. That's a little bit too much to me. But you could kind of there's again that level of swing that you want to think about. When I just did the demo, I'll do it with octaves. That's straight 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So again. That was swung, 8th notes. So just think about that again, if that's not on your radar, the difference between swing and playing straight, and even all the gradations within that level of swing. Okay, everybody has a different feel, different sense, and to me, that's where some players really they just like lock in versus players might not lock in together in general. So think about that. Everybody play it with me. One ending lick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Were you swinging it or not? Let's play it swung. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yeah, and then hit a G6 chord. Just as that's a little button. Put a button on it. So it'll just hit the G6 chord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. On the and the 2. So now I'm going to show you where to put that chord button on the and 2. So the note ends on 1, and then you're going to go 2. Don't hit it. I mean, don't play it. I put a click, and then I hit the chord on the and 2. So listen, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, and. Upstroke, downstroke, your choice. 2, and. 2, and. So that's my method, is just to put a little click, a backbeat, like 2. And then you could do, yeah, you could do. So that's typically how I do it. Just the upstroke. I'm going to do it here. 3, 4, 1. Yeah, just that. Good job. Yeah. So again, you can put on the metronome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, and. You know, in just practice, just hitting those accents. This will help you with kind of more jazz comping in general. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Does that make sense?
Sort of.
It's making sense theoretically, but then practicing and being able to do it, it might be a whole nother thing, of course. But again, this is just, yeah, 2 and. 2 and. Again, I'm feeling a shuffle. 1, 2 and. You know, not even and not on top of the beat. You don't want to rush it. You just want to be right on the third triplet if we're being super technical, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Nice. Yeah, you guys get the idea.
The first beat is on the end of something, is it not?
What do you mean for? Yeah, the first note of that is on the and of 1. So listen, 3, very slowly. You'll hear 1 is silent, and then it's on the and. And nobody's asking about my picking. Personally, I'm picking an upstroke on that. So I'm going 1 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2 and. So that's pretty much I'm always taking the up on the and of 1. You can play a lick where you're starting on the downbeat. You can do a slur 1. That's on beat 1. I'm going to do this like a little. Kind of from that boot camp. So it is. That was that boot camp. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, this one's gonna start on 1, 3, 4. And that was a triplet. Dahlia da 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 da. So that would, that's totally legit. Yeah. Did you get that too? Dahlia da da da. So I'm starting on D though. So now if we practice that ending lick, and I don't know how many of you, we'll work on the melody together. That's what this session's about. So learn the melody. I want everybody to walk out of here playing the chords and playing the melody. Soloing is optional. That's, you're learning a lot from just the melody. And this is going to tie into what I'm going to talk about, what the melody is, what makes the melody, and it's a pentatonic scale. But again, just that ending lick. Listen to, I'm kind of working from the ending to the beginning, but check it out. 1. Sorry. Well, I was going to play the whole phrase. I was going to do a tag, but I'll just. So again, that would be after you did the tag. The tag can be again. Last time. And there's an on beat 1. I wasn't trying to be James Brown. You know what I'm saying? So again, that helps you just know where beat 1 is. Feel that, and then play the amp. Yeah, let's hope we get some more light in here. But yeah, you guys are great. Now let's take a look at, everybody's going to be the melody and the lead. This is your chance. I know guitar players love to be the lead player, but I this term, And lately, I've been really focusing on being the rhythm player, because when you go to jam sessions, you know, you're not always fortunate to be the main lead player and have a rhythm guitar player backing you up. But so, or unless you're violin, then you can be just playing the leads as well. So here's the melody. I'm going to kind of show it to you in a different way, not just reading the tabs way. I'm going to tell you what it's about. The melody is so beautiful. I love it. But I'm going to do this for you. What scale is this? Listen to this. Rock players, what scale is that? Pentatonic. Major pentatonic or minor? We don't know. It depends on what you want to call it. It can be called E major penta. It can be called C sharp minor. It depends on your starting note. They're relative to each other. So every minor pentatonic has a relative major pentatonic. Vice versa. Every major pentatonic can have a minor pentatonic. G major is the same as E minor. A minor is the same as what? C major. In this case, E major is the same as what minor? Good. And maybe not everybody's that fast, but that's what's happening here. So the scale, that's a major pentatonic scale. So if you're asking, what do I solo on for the song? I'd say, hey, the melody is kind of telling us. It's so pretty. And now I might bust into some rock licks. But again, in jazz, you're using all these little neighbor tones. But at least I know what I'm targeting. So here's that scale. And now it's E7. And that's the major pentatonic. And I'm just going by what the composer is giving us, like we did with minor swing. What minor swing, don't forget, was this. Just triads. So that soloing for minor swing, guess what I was doing? Triads and triad embellishing. So for this, I'm kind of just using what the composer is giving us, the pentatonic scale. He's saying, hey, the melody's this. And then he does this. He minors it. So this is what I call the sweet Georgia. All my hacks are usually related to something. This is what I call the sweet Georgia Brown hack. Because and I'm talking about soloing already, but we'll learn the melody. But I think if you understand kind of a little bit what's going on, it'll help you learn it and memorize it. Instead of just reading 9, 7, 9 without having any idea what's going on. We're starting on E. Then we're going to go 1, 2, 3. That's a pentatonic scale. I'm talking about the melody. You can do it down here. Say, oh, or here. You do it on one string, but I'm doing it here. So E, F sharp, G sharp. If you want to know what letter names, and then go back to the 1. Yeah, I'll just do it by ear. It's kind of old school way of the oral method, not using tabs. But we have this. 1, 2, 3, 1 is how then it goes to the 5. And then back to the 3. So listen to it, right, and then do it. Everybody do that? Kind of, the pentatonic is so beautiful. But of course, we're doing this. And then here's the note that defines the major pentatonic. We've had 1, we've got 2, we've got 3, we've got 5. There's no 4, and now the 6 degree. In this case, 6 is C sharp. So we have this 1, 2, 3. I'm naming the notes as I play them. 1, 2. The numbers as I play them. 1, 2, 3, 1, 5, 3, and then the 6, 5. Can everybody just kind of bust that out? You can just kind of gesture it. You don't have to be. but that's playing it straight, square, just for so we all kind of sound together. 1, 2, 3, that much. Again. Do, da, do, do. Now let's play it square. And if it's too easy for you, I dare you to play it. Play it all over the fretboard, so you're not stuck to one position. But you're going to be thinking about 1, 2, 3. You know, you think about how it relates to this. So, but let's learn the whole melody. Grab this, and then go to the high octave of the note you started on, the 1, which is E, and then go down the triad. I'm going to hold it as a shape. I like to think chord shapes. Guitar players love shapes, so we don't have to think about the notes so much. But it's really ultimately thinking intervallically too. I'm not thinking letter names as much, because when you're playing fast, you don't have time to think about every letter name. You're hearing the sound, the numbers, and the colors. Colors meaning the flat 6 or the 5, sharp 5, etc. So here we go. We'll play it square together. Can I hear everybody do this first though? Start high, and then do this. Just write down that triad. You can even do it in position like this. Like a chord. Yeah. But I like to do this. I go. Try it an octave lower. How about this? You know, just that way you really know what's going on, and you're not always doing it the same way every time too. That's again important to learn your fretboard. 1, 2, 3, melody. If you hit a wrong note, not a big deal. Just keep going. Because we're doing it again. Same thing. No changing. Nice. Let's get that triad. I'm just holding this little E shape. I like to slide. Kind of make it more vocal. Like everybody have that little ending lick. I don't call it ending lick, but just the end of that phrase. It's a 4-bar phrase. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, right on the beat. We're square. Beautiful. Again. One more time. Yeah, everybody's changing the syncopation a little bit. That's totally fine. Meaning the rhythm. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Relax. Don't tense up. No, use your voice. Try to connect your voice to the yeah. Yeah. That's as fast as we need to go. Really, at the jam session, I probably wouldn't call it fast enough. Now, here's the trick that Sweet Georgia Brown hacked. Yes, that 3rd degree is minor, meaning you flat the 3rd. So instead of this, we're going to do this. But it goes to an A7 chord there. So there's some theory there. That's the flat 7 of the A7 chord. But the composer is thinking E minor. Only that one note changes though, so it's kind of like an E minor 6 chord. Again, to me, when I figured that out or kind of thought about it, it gave me strategies for improvisation, and I have that documented on a lot of different etudes. So here we go. Now it's pretty much identical with this note, and then the triad is not a triad. It goes like this. It goes to that A note there. So can everybody get that phrase down? The second phrase measures 5 through 8. Who's gonna count us off here? What's a good intro? You remember what I showed last week?
No.
Oh, did you show us a bunch of?
Oh, I know you weren't here last week. No, I only showed one intro just to kind of set it up so that there's no talking is needed. Just the leader of the band just needs to do this. But hopefully everyone will come in at that time, right? I wouldn't do it more than once unless I know that the band's not ready. If I see the bass players like flipping through the page, or people are getting stuff, then I would do it again. And I might do something like, just something like that. That's just the descending chord sequence, and not more than one person needs to do that. Just the band leader or whoever's playing the melody. Are you all playing the melody? Who's playing melody? Who's playing the chords? I figured you would do the melody.
Can you start that intro a half step above?
The intro was the walk down. So G7.
Start a full step.
Right on G. Yeah. So G, F sharp, F, E, E flat, D, G. And then I like that walk down in the bass or in the melody. This. So that was the G note. We're in the key of G. So G, G flat or F sharp, F, melody. So those are the pickup notes essentially. And that's another thing that we could do if we didn't want to play those full chords. I could just do this, and then the band will know to come in right on beat one. So essentially that just sets up the tempo. Yeah, da 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 da, or just da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? So, but as a courtesy, like a little bit of a longer intro. So this is. Oh, early one. This is what Simon says. One, a little bit slower though. 1, 2. Or again, I don't really need to count off. I could just do this. Assuming you know where I'm at. And I'll play chords for you guys. You guys play the melody if you want or whatever. I'm just gonna do 3-note shell voicings for now. Yeah. Nice. Beautiful. Yeah. Who's gonna solo first? Robert. Play the melody or you can improvise. Whatever you want. Just have fun. Go for it. D7. Yeah. Nice racing. Yeah, pentatonic, nice. Yeah. E minor. And you try to get bluesy on the E minor blues all the way through this. Yeah. Yeah. And G. Marco? Take it down. Oh, sorry, take it down. Yeah, we're going to go right down. Don's going there for now. G6. Yeah. Take it, Don. We'll go around in a circle. Yeah. And you can just play chords. Just try to get those guide tones if you can. Just 3rd and the 7th. Yeah, 3rd and 7th. E minor. Fellers. Yeah. Yeah, play the melody. Improvise around the melody. Can't go wrong with that. Walk down. You take another down? Try it. Come on. Just play the melody even. Just improvise with melody. Yeah. It's good practice.
do. Stop time. Not you. You get to play. You get to play. We're just stopping. That's your feature. Yeah. So that it's easy to kind of like, what do I do? But that's when you just keep it really simple and swing on the stop time, because that's like the spotlight's on the soloist. But if you're like, oh, what do I do? Then just play one note. And that's right out of my etude there, if anybody looked at the etude, the easy etude. That was nice. Let's go to Leslie. Leslie, you want to play the melody once?
I'll try.
Yeah, or solo. I mean, you can improvise too. And we're just going to go around.
Plus around it.
Let's kick up the tempo a little bit for you then. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't give you stop time. Don't worry, Leslie. We'll just play time. G6. Yeah. Nice. Try to sing what you play. That helps your phrasing. E minor. E minor. Walk down. Yeah. Aaron, you got it. Nice, Leslie. You got it, Aaron. A7. I'll yell it out, the chords, so you don't get loud. D7. D7 and G6. Aaron, your timer's off a little bit. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1. E minor, B7, D7. Here's walk down. Yeah. Andre, take it. Yeah. D7. Follow the bass if you can. Map out your bass. Let's give him stop time. G. 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 Nice. Yeah. So we can do stop time here. E minor. Stop. B7, stop. E minor, B7, and yeah. You gonna take another? That was great. Give me stop time here. Gypsy jazz picking. E minor, I'm gonna get bluesy. Then walk down. Now we're gonna trade fours, starting with Robert. 4-bar phrases. Don. Leslie. And Aaron, we'll get stop time. Yeah. 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 E minor. Walk down. Get ready for the melody out. Yes. Everybody, if you want. Nice. Yeah. Nice. Let's talk about the ending. We're going to tag it 3 times total. Once here. Again. Last time with the lick. And the lick was just da, 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 da. 1. And again, that's where we're in the key of what for this song? Key of G. So what's our starting note? D, the 5. So find your D. Here, 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 anywhere on your fretboard, and be able to do this. 1. Yeah, everybody's in different octaves. That's cool. I'll do it over here then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Very nice. Nice swing. Did you hear that? Da, da, da. That was old school. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. And then if you want to put this little button on it, that's very Django. Like, and then a chord G6 like this. If you want to hit the open strings, a harmonic. Hit this. That's the 12th fret. That's basically doing this. Like an E minor 7, which is G6, the top 4 strings. I'm going to tune up here. So do this. If you guys don't know how to do natural harmonics, yeah, you just get that nice chime-like sound. That's G6. Django did that quite a bit. Ooh, how about your tuner?
Yeah.
G6. So, or you could do it here on the 5th fret, and that's an octave higher. Or you could do this, 7th fret, and that's B minor 7. It makes a G major 9 sound. So it's really pretty. And it's 12, 7, 5. You do all of those if you wanted to, as just like an ending chord. Or just do G6, 9 like this. It'll sound better if you're in tune. So let me tune up. Sorry, guys. That was really great, though. I just want to go over the ending lick one more time in context to the melody, then we'll move on to Dark Eyes. So listen to me play the melody, the melody to Sweet Georgia Brown, and I said tag it. So it'd be 2, 3, 4. Does that make sense? So what happens on the very final time is you don't complete the melody. You would do this. 1. Or does everyone want to try that with me once? The melody? Beautiful. Just remember it's gonna sound like this. And that's it. 1. And then just remember you're gonna right into that ending lick wherever you want. It's good to have that ending lick just as a quick demo. It's good to have that ending lick down anywhere on your fretboard. So here's D here. Here's D here. Here's D here. Here's D here. Or even on one string. Or octaves. You know what I'm saying? So just try to work that out and be able to do that on any song, of course, in any key, that is, for any song. Because that's like the classic. Yeah, on one string beat. I do it like this. I just kind of, I shift when I do that. 1, here's the ending phrase with the ending lick. 1, 2, ready, go. 1. Ooh, interesting chord. Is that a minor chord there? Yeah, that created a cool sharp 9 effect. I could justify that. So good job. 1, 2, ending lick 3, 4. 1. Nice. That was a 9, huh? You ended on the 9? Sweet. Cool. Yeah, try out some interesting ending chords if you want. Anyway, ending chords are a spot where you can kind of experiment a little bit and just choose your cool ending chords. But I was doing G6, G6 9, maybe G major 7. If you want it pretty, G major 9. I don't think of the song as pretty, so G6 9, G6, G major 9. You can again have fun with your ending chords. G7 sharp 9 if you want to kind of purple haze bluesy. You know, and then the solo some bluesy. Okay, good job, you guys. Any questions on that song at all?
So if you're adding the B7 to the turnarounds,
yeah.
When you descend down to the G6,
mm-hmm.
would it be the G6 for 2 of the beats within the measure, and then B6 or B7 for 2, or?
No, I was doing like I would do it like this, just on I would put B7 right before E7. So I just go. You said B7, not D7, correct? B7. Okay, good. Because some people will do this as well. D, G. In this case, I was just staying on G6. Not much. It's just right there. Not much. It's been said. She knocks. Then back to the measure 17 at that point. Does that make sense? I'm kind of just simplifying. My chart's just a little bit more simple, which is also good for soloing too. Just to kind of learn to simplify your thinking in chords too, especially in this old swing style. I don't add too much chords, but if you wanted to, jazz it up more, you could put 2 5s, like B minor 7. You can you can add some subs and all that stuff. So, but when I think of old school Django, I think of just the word that I use often, music school word, is chord reduction. You simplify it to what is the essential chord. And it becomes ultimately just the 5 chord and the 1 chord, or the dominance. In this case, we have the 5 chord going to another 5, and then the 1. We're in the key of G. The real 5 of G is D. That's the real dominant 5. But the 5 of D is A. So that's why there's A sound. But the 5 of A is E. So it's this kind of chain of dominant chords. A cycle is often what it'll be referred to, the dominant cycle. E7, A7, D7, resolve. And that's similar as you'll study with the song I Got Rhythm. They just kind of refer to as rhythm changes. So it's kind of a popular chord sequence, is the cycle of dominance. So it's going to be very important that you have some strategies for improvisation. And just really briefly, just what I showed you last time was take what the melody gives us, the major penta, minor the 3rd. And that's all you have to think about. Then move it down a whole step and resolve it to G. So on that E7, you can just do kind of more major. You can do pentatonic. And then minor. You just kind of think that strategy. It's really nice. And then on that last 8 bars, E minor blues sounds great. Again, I'm just, these are just quick 101 quick soloing tricks. Can you play the E minor B7 with the walk down for me? Yeah, this part. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And that's pentatonic. Yeah. Again, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Major, minor. That's E major to E minor, and then D major. Now, I'm not going to do D minor on the G, but I'm going to just do G major. Here's another thing. And then A. So there I was targeting kind of like the exercise from the first session, triads. I was just playing triad. all on the E chord. And then when it went to the A, you can just sing E minor for the A7. You could go E minor, just like the melody is giving us, or you can just go to A major and just play off the triad. So just really kind of some simple targeting exercises there. Or rather, I'll say the word strategies.
So you're improvising with an E minor shape over the A7?
A7 over A major over A7, just simplifying it to just the basic. And A minor would give it more of a bluesy flavor, but that's not what I'm going for. E minor over A7, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, so check it out here. Everybody do this quick exercise with me. It's almost like a bluegrass exercise, but do this. Or maybe it's AC/DC, I don't know. But check this out. So that's like the easiest, I don't want to say easiest, but that's the E major triad using the open E string. You got an open E, right? And then that's major. 1, 3, 5. And even though the band is playing E7, we're not playing the flat 7. We're just focusing on triads, a basic melody. Even the melody doesn't have a flat 7. The melody is just 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. It's not the flat 7's not in there, but it's in the chord. So that's what adds that dominant, the bluesier sound. But for us, we could just focus around the triad. This is just a little triad lick. Again, kind of almost a bluegrass style. So if I wanted to make that minor, what do I do? Flat the 3. And that's the strategy right there. You have major for 4 bars, you goof around with the rhythm all you want, and then minor that by changing one note for the A7 for the next 4 bars. Try that. 1. So I'll do it with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. To minor. Again, here we go. That's major. E minor. Yes. Now you're probably saying, can I do that on D7? You should move it to D major. You know, move. You got to transpose. You have to just take that sound, and then G major. So that's what I mean by play your major idea. Minor it. I'm just kind of playing right off the shape of the melody with those same notes. Minor. D7, watch what I'm going to do. And then G major, maybe. And now I was doing a different strategy. There I was doing B minor on the E7. The band's playing, and I did B minor. So that's another strategy, but that's just like what we did on A7. You think E minor, you think off the 5th degree. So again, these are just little strategies for improv. On a dominant chord, you can go to the 5th degree and play minor. So on the E7, the 5 is B minor. So I was going anything B minor licks and phrases.
I'm just looking at my circle of fists just to shoot for right.
Oh yeah, thank you. Good. Yeah. And that's a good exercise. Again, that's pretty popular. It's just there's a term called minor conversion where you think minor licks and minor phrases. So even though you have a dominant chord, E7's a dominant, you think B minor. You can play blues licks, triads, and it sound great over this. You think B minor. And then on the A7, we already were doing that. We were playing E minor. So again, we can convert things to minor. On the D7, what minor? We didn't do the minor on the D7. What minor? What's the 5th of D?
A.
Yeah, so on the D7. See, I'm just kind of, and this is very telling right here, this D9 chord. This D9, if you know D9. Here's D7. Here's D9. Well, guess what? There's an A minor triad right in there, D9 chord. And not only that, there's A minor 6. See the D? This is D9. D9 contains A minor 6. So I can play this. I can play A minor ideas, and that's really powerful for guitar players. Guitar players love minor licks and minor ideas. So, anyways, check that out in the future. Work on the dominant cycle. Try to apply minor conversion to your dominant cycle. E7, B minor, A7, E minor, D7, A. That's okay. You're thinking about something else. Yeah, I know. So yeah, but that's the dominant cycle. So it's really. Can you all do this with me? I know I'm kind of getting carried away with improvisation tonight, but check this out on the guitar. I want to show you like the beauty of this cycle. It's really, we're following the cycle of fourths. It's the circle of fifths, the opposite. Personally, I do.
Then when you get to that point here, what you go to the index there. What's the best fingering for that?
Are you?
Last one, the B string.
I keep it all consistent. 1 and 4,
So
index
1 and 4,
and pinky. Yeah.
all the way
Personally, yeah. You know, it's, a lot of guys like some players would do this. Django,
Yeah.
like that's how Django did it. Two fingers like that.
Yeah.
But some guys will use 1 and 3 too, like Jimmy Rosenberg. But I use 1 and 4. I kind of have this method of just kind of like 1 finger per fret, like this. Here's a good exercise. Actually, let's do this. We're gonna do the diagonal method. We're switching gears. The very important diagonal method. And Liz, you went through this with me last week, I think, in the private. But for the diagonal method of the diminished 7 specifically, here's the preliminary exercise that you have to do. On G sharp, we're gonna start on all 6 strings. Don knows this too. Thank you. We start on G sharp. And then the preliminaries, don't add the other note on yet, but you have to do this. That's a tritone exercise, because that's the skeleton of the diminished 7. It's basically 2 tritones with their respective minor thirds. And then you add on the minor third, this. But you gotta do this to help visualize where you're going on all 6 strings. So you do this. It's the same 2 notes over and over, and I'm only using my first finger for this. It's not a lick, because we could do this as a cool lick like this. But I'm just doing this. So let's all do that. It's diagonal. That's why I call it the diagonal method. Maybe some other players call it different names. I just call it diagonal, but it's going to be starting on G sharp. Here's the tab. You can do it in your head. 4, 5, 6... 7, and then on the second string you have to add a fret, so it's 9, 10. So 7, 9, 10. That's the part where you have to really be careful on the third and second string crossing. So here I'm kind of shuffling. Anyways, you just want to practice this on the E7 chord. Here's a quick theory quiz. This can be applied to 4 dominant 7th chords. Can you name the 4 dominant 7th chords that one idea, the diminished 7, can be applied? We got E7's one of them. What else? E flat?
A7?
A7? No.
No.
Move. Here's a trick. Just move it in minor thirds. A chord. Literally, like go E7, G7, B flat 7, which is a tritone of E, and then C sharp 7 or D flat. So that's you can do this while the band's doing this. You can move. Sorry, where is that thing? B flat 7. So that one lick can be used over 4 different dominant chords. Any diminished 7 chord, it creates a flat 9. It's really cool how versatile this is. So you only have 3, and I'm going to say another thing. You only have 3 different dim 7 arpeggios possible before it just repeats again. So there's only 3 different dim 7 arpeggios. We're doing the one starting on G. And
next thing I think what we'll do after this is Sweet Georgia Brown using the Dim 7 arpeggios. So, but here's the preliminary exercise. Everybody do this with me. It will go like this. Just tritone, steady. 1, 2, ready, go. Yes. Again. I don't know where you're at, but I'm feeling it in the place. Use your first finger only. Last time. And use downstrokes only as well. So like this. That's because when you add the other note on, the minor third above it, you're going to do an up, so like this. Like this. I think we're ready to add the minor third. So now just go 3 frets higher. I use my pinky. And hopefully you have it mapped out now with your first finger, kind of the skeleton of it, so you don't have to think about it. And then descending, of course, is important. Sometimes with students, I'll say, do this, and I do go. So you're actually kind of doing that ascending little design. But that should help you master that diagonal diminished 7 arpeggio. I'll give you E7, try it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And descending. Again. And if that's too fast for you right now to keep up, just do the shell. Until you get that down. 3, 4. Yeah. This is good boot camp stuff here. Now move it down a half step, start on G. And then move it down a half step, start on D, F sharp. We're doing Sweet Georgia Brown, believe it or not. And go back to G. Beautiful. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that they could do what's called tonic diminished. You can play a G6 chord, but you could do diminish on the G major chord. That's called a tonic, the 1 diminished. Rick, can you play for me G6 like this? Just G6, yeah. A little bit louder so they can hear the major, yeah. I'm playing diminished, and then resolve. Diminish, resolve. Diminish, resolve. So I could do diminish on that. If I play the right notes. Then diminish. Diminish. Resolve. And so I'm actually kind of practicing diminished 7 on the 1 chord, the tonic, the resolution, and then resolving it, especially on Sweet Georgia Brown. So that's a neat little trick that you could do. You can kind of do all diminished 7, and then on the tonic, diminish, and then resolve to major 6. And I was kind of demonstrating some triads and arpeggios and stuff. But let's take a break and come back and do this. Let's continue with this diagonal method just for fun. Then you can apply it to the jamming portion of it. But let me just talk about the chords to Sweet Georgia Brown in the key of G. This is kind of funny because the first chord is not G, it's E7. So it starts on the 6th degree. This is always really interesting. And this is what I usually refer to as the cycle, the cycle of 4th, or the dominant cycle specifically. E7, A7, D7,
and then finally resolves to G, which is the key that we're in. So Sweet Georgia Brown starts on the 6 of G, in this case, E7, 4 bars, A7, that's it, following the cycle, 4 bars, D7, 4 bars, and then G6. I'm just in really the simplified version, just G6, then it starts all over. E7, A7, and this is where it changes right here. It doesn't go to D7. Yeah, many of you know this. Good, yeah. E minor, B7, E minor, B7, and then the walk down, chromatic, G, G flat, E, wait, I'll say it again. G, F sharp, F, E, D. You don't have to think about E flat, D, and G. So it's 2 beats each, it's just sound like this. And then G6. And then from there, do, do, dum, dum. So it's the second half of the song that gets a little bit tricky to navigate, but I've got a ton of etudes for Sweet Georgia Brown too. So let's continue on this diagonal method since we're practicing the diminished 7 arpeggio diagonal method as applied to Sweet Georgia Brown. Here's the first one, E7. So I'm going, and I'm descending. This is just practicing. It's just a nice concept. You have E7. You're starting on G sharp. That's the 3rd degree. Could you start on B? Yes. Can you start on D? Yes. Can you start on F? Yes. You can start on any one of those. And again, that's a quick way to be have different places on the fretboard that you could be at. But here's the important trick that I was just kind of talking about before we took the break there, is once you have the starting point, in this case G sharp dim, for the A, that's for the E7. For the A7, you go down 1 fret. It's chromatic. A7, you're going to do G dim 7. D7, F sharp. So it's chromatic. And then on the G6, when I asked Rick to do this, I went to G dim 7. And again, that's not face value. That's not obvious, right? You might not say, play G diminished on G6. You can. I like to do that because of the duration that we're on that G6 chord. I do this. But then I kind of resolve it. That's the important part. You have to go G dim. And then G6. I'm going to talk about that arpeggio. That's a little bit different. Or pentatonic or something sweet. Or triads or something resolved to G, or G blues lick or something. But I like that dim 7. So again, here's the design of it. G sharp dim for 4 bars. And if you don't want to do the descending, just do the ascending. A7. Again, G. D7. That's on the F sharp. And then on the G6, try to go the G dim 7. Thank you, Don. Then I'm going to show you this little trick that we could do instead to resolve it. Go, and some of you know this scale, I hope. The pentatonic scale. We all love pentatonics. What pentatonic? E minor or G major. So if you know the whole scale, it'd be this. And I'm stopping on G. We may need to review the pentatonic real fast here. We call this the box shape too. So I'm actually just going up to G. On the 15th fret, those who have a cutaway. And I'm going down the minor pentatonic or major is the same 5 notes. G major penta or E minor. I'm going to yell it out in tabs just in case you don't know your penta, and that's fine if you don't. Check out my worksheets on the pentatonic scale, but this is descending from the high note, 15, 12. Then I'm going to name one string at a time, 15, 12. 14, 12. 14, 12. 14, you know, right? And then I'm just going to stop on 15 on the G. And then I might go do, 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 do. Yeah, now I'm at measure 17 of Sweet Georgia. We're kind of just mapping out a little soloing template. We could do so many variations on the dim 7 stuff and the pentatonic scale. Again, you're never going to run out of ideas. I hope not. Just from even just having that strategy or the template again. But can we all hit that pentatonic, since that's a new topic right now? But it's so important in gypsy jazz and popular music in general. Yeah, and I like a lot of these little slurs, like it's kind of rock, it's kind of Django at the same time. You can kind of go. Those are the slurs. Hammer on and pull off is slur. But yeah, just. So here's a, check it out when you do the, we're kind of making a lick here, but check it out on the G dim 7. Just do that. Go up the dim 7, diagonal, slide up, and that major penta sounds really resolved. Quick theory, 1 minute theory on what a major pentatonic is. And it's also minor, but I'm going to refer to it as the major penta. Major pentatonic, the formula 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. How you can think of it in the gypsy jazz style is a 6-9 chord. Major 6-9. A major 6-9 is 1, 3, 5, the triad, the 6, and the 9. That equals the pentatonic scale. So the major pentatonic scale is a 6-9 chord. Here's G6-9. Listen to this. As you're going to say, oh, that sounds like Django. So these 5 notes, can everybody do this? As I keep demonstrating, but I want to make sure you can do it yourself. So start on G here on the 10th fret, 5th string. And then we're going to go G, B, E. That's 1, 3, 6. So it's 10, 9, 9. Starting on the 5th string. That's barring across, little 2-string bar, and then 10-10 with your ring and pinky respectively. That's a beautiful chord. Django used that very much in the style. Yeah. That's a 6-9 chord, but if you think of it as a scale, listen to this. I have to think about it myself, but listen to this. We got the root, we got the 1, the 2, the 3, it's not in order, 5, and the 6. So that's the pentatonic. So the pentatonic scale is a G6-9, G major penta. So it only makes sense that Django loved that chord. That scale is very common. So get used to that pentatonic scale, not necessarily in the rock way. You know, we're not playing Zeppelin or Sweet Home Alabama. But think of it as playing like a jazz phrasing. Dun. So again, that'd be on this chord, G6-9. And then, so you just little pentatonic-y phrases, or just down the scale as we just demonstrated. So again, we can kind of just do something relatively simple like that on the G dim, on the tonic. Then, you know, just a nice little exercise there. Here we go. E7, we have this G sharp dim. Descending. G dim. For the A7, descending. F sharp dim for the D7, I'll go slower. Descending for practice. And then the tonic diminished back to G that we did on the A7, but now it's on G. And slide it up to the penta to resolve it. We got a nice little etude here. This might be etude number 7 on my worksheet too. 1, 2, ready, G sharp dim. Yeah, you can descend if you want to, or just stay there. You got 4 bars, yeah, to goof around. And then G. Yeah, down the half step. Yeah, practice, nice, descend. And if you don't have the full design, just do the shell. You know, practice just that. And then here's a G, tonic. And then from the top, those are the first 16 bars. That's G sharp, diminished, and then G diminished for the A7. That's the trick. That's the cool strategy. Yeah. F sharp. And the tonic back to G. And penta. Again. Really get the skeleton of that arpeggio. G. And then F sharp. It's really fun practice for the dim 7 diagonal. And then tonic diminish. I'll give it to you as a diminish you. And then major penta. Nice. And a couple more times. You're doing good. I'll harmonize with you. I'm going to go up 3 frets. Here we go. A7. F sharp. I'll start on A. And tonic. Pentatonic. Nice. Great. You guys get the idea, right? Rhythm guitar, Rick, I'll demonstrate, maybe put it in a little bit faster. 1, 2, oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. And tonic. Now I'm going to do this. Same thing. Every 3 frets. Tonic. Major. Tonic. Again, you won't run out of ideas with the this is like such a fun concept. So many gypsy jazzers just kind of default to this sound because it's just kind of is asking to use a diminished. And one thing that I did there that I just wanted to show you, like another demonstration, is besides the arpeggios, is this lick. I went on the E7. Some of you already know this. This is what I call was known as gypsy jazz sweep picking. So this is another topic, but I'm just taking a diminished triad and I'm sweeping it by going. We'll talk about that in a minute, but let's go ahead and just jam on this in a second. But it's another way to use the same strategy, dim 7, down a half step, down a half step, up a half step, and then resolve it to the major. Questions on that at all? Maybe I'll talk about it right now, I guess, since we're on all these techniques and strategies. Let's do this. Let's talk about the dim 7 gypsy jazz sweep picking. So we're going to take this diminished
triad. It's just a triad. This, you could do all 4 notes, but usually it's done as 3 notes. Notice what note I started on. G sharp, the leading tone. So if we have E, so that's the diminished triad there. 4, 3, 4, G sharp, D, B. It's just a triad. But as soon as you slide it around every 3 frets, it collectively becomes a diminished 7 because they start to invert the same notes. But here's the picking pattern I want you all to try if it's new for you. You're going to start on an upstroke. This is a technique here. You should probably use a pick. You can use your fingers if you want to, but upstroke on the first string, on beat 1, and then if you're thinking 8th notes, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and you're going to go up, down, down, down on the 3, 2, 1 strings, and you got to let it just sweep. Let the pick just drag across. And I'm thinking 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. It's a really interesting technique because you can shuffle a little bit, da 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 da, or people love this look at a fast tempo. It's easier to do this. Just kind of sweep it across. But here it is slower. You're gonna hear the variation of the distance, the shuffle. Every 3 frets. So G sharp, B, D, and F. Then you just repeat it. So get used to doing this. And if that's new for you in general, the picking, if you want to just get the concept, you can just do this. And then down a half step. That's for the A7. Down a half step. Back home to G, tonic diminished. And then I went to G, G, G diminished, and then resolved to G major triad, or G6, E minor. G6 and E minor 7 are the same. So if you're thinking 7th chords, or major 6/9, you could do that too. But here's what it'll sound like with rhythm guitar. Don, can you play rhythm guitar for me? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. A7, D7, G. You can start to mix and match. Thank you, Don. So yeah, just mix and match these ideas. You won't run out of ideas just from doing that. Those diminished sweeps, diminished arpeggios. I'm going to show you another little design. But can y'all get? Did you get this? Maybe without even sliding around, just do this. Notice I'm just following the changes by going down a half step. This is very beautiful. It's so simple, but it's effective. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Try the sweeps. And let the pick sweep. Try not to pick each note. Yeah, just let it drag. G. Major. And then you can start to slide it on every 3 frets. Does that make sense? And is that sweep picking new for some of you? This sweep, it's really a fun technique. I learned it on the Dim 7 arpeggio. Don, I know you worked with me on this too. But then players like Stocklow, Rosenberg, you could do it on. It's really beautiful. You could do it on any chord design, really, any triad. So here it is on a minor, D minor.
Here it is on C major. So again, you can do kind of these. Back to all of me. Just applying the technique in this case, using on all of you. And the triads, you have to know your shapes at that point. And you don't have to just do it on the top strings. You can do it on the inner 4 strings. It's easier to accomplish on those top 3 strings because you won't hit the string below it.
The Django lick?
Django lick for sure. Yeah, he would do it like this. You okay, Liz? You have water? Again, it's kind of this fast little fill there. That's often how he would do it. I don't know if he did it much on the different chords, though. I think primarily it's diminished. Oh, he did do it on the augmented quite a bit. Listen to this. It's just kind of a special effect. It's really cool. It's almost like a tremolo, like this. That's like a tremolo, but so it's kind of tied into that. That's an augmented triad, creating like a whole tone scale sound. But let's not talk about that today. But that's again some techniques using strategies, meaning diminished 7 substitutions on dominant chords, and just kind of working on pentatonics and other so much stuff to look at. Any questions on that at all? I'm sure I had something else I wanted to mention, but overwhelmed, lots of ideas, lots of stuff. I know it's a lot of stuff. Hopefully, again, I passed out tons of worksheets. They're just kind of reinforcing these concepts, a lot of it, the triads, the diminished 7, the diagonal method. Pentatonics. And that's a whole nother thing. We could just spend an hour just on practicing pentatonics. Quick demonstration. You don't have to do it. But I want you to do one thing with me, but not this demonstration. Here is G major pentatonic, because that's to me super important to get your pentas down. G major penta is equivalent to E minor. Here's a way to practice it, and I think I passed it out on those worksheets. Learn your 5, it's easier for me to just say, like, learn your 5 positions, but many of you know that. It kind of sounds like blues rock guitar, right? 101. That's E minor penta. But it's also G major, so that's to me like the box shape, but it's the same as this. So here it is here. So I'm just kind of like demonstrating the 5 positions. There are 5 box shapes. Everyone kind of knows the main one, this one, and this. But then you have this. That's starting right on G. And then starting on A, B, D, and then finally the last one. So there's 5 different shapes. It's a big study, but really we can apply that. Players like Tommy Emmanuel, y'all know Tommy, one of the great players. Frank Vignola. I mean, these guys are really like they know, and Django, but he doesn't do it like Tommy does. He gets really super bluesy, rock and roll almost, right, Rick? Like, just play. You could think these blues phrases on Sweet Georgia Brown. Who else wants to be my rhythm guitar player? I'm going to just demonstrate real fast. Andre, rhythm guitar, Sweet Georgia Brown. I'm going to demonstrate another strategy for you. What am I going to do? Sweet Georgia Brown, he's going to play chords. I'm going to use only the pentatonic scale. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorry, 1. Yeah, 1. Yeah, rhythm guitar, Andre. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Same thing. E minor. That's A7. I'm doing the same scale. I'm adding a blue note. So again, thank you, Andre. I'm just doing the same. This is like the easiest soloing method. And you can use that one scale for the whole song.
You're playing minor over the whole thing.
E minor or G major penta, however you want to think of it. One thing I was doing quite a bit that I noticed was I was playing a lot of like E minor 7 arpeggios. This is the thing. E minor 7 is equivalent to G major 6. So it's like, my thinking is E minor. This, I'm just kind of focusing around the E note a lot. This. And I'm adding in the blue scale, the blue note, which makes it a blue scale, the flat 5. That da-na, da-na. But what I'm saying is, this is a cool strategy again. Just listen to players like such as Tommy Emmanuel, just like you'll see and hear them just play lots of great blues phrases, but they don't even necessarily follow the changes. It's kind of a rock approach. It's really rock and roll, but it sounds cool. You guys give it a try. Play the E minor, G major, penta. I'm going to play the whole song. I'll be your rhythm guitar player. And just dig in there and make it bluesy. That's easier for me to say if you don't have the blues experience. You just got to play it like you mean it. Use a lot of repetition. I was doing stuff like do da 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 do. You know, sing what you play. If you only know one position of the penta, that's fine. Just go. Add those little slides, but use a lot of repetition. That's to me one of the very important aspects of blues is the repetition. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, just dig in there. Don't even worry about what chord I'm on. That's the beauty of it. You're not thinking about the chord. Yeah. Try to sing what you play. Yeah. Sliding. Bending. Yeah. D7. Yeah, you don't have to hear it. Last time. Yeah, use the open strings. E minor. Fellas, she ain't that. Fellas, she ain't that. Okay, now we're gonna apply the mix diminished. And now you can start to mix and match. So that's what I'm kind of just mentioning. Is like you can start to mix and match these ideas. That's what's beautiful. You'll hear some like really bluesy licks. Throw in that pentatonic scale. So one thing else I want to just demonstrate real quickly, even though I talk about the 5 positions of the pentatonic, is I want to talk about the diagonal pentatonic. This is one of my favorite things to do, and it ties in with the diminished 7 arpeggio and all the other diagonal arpeggios as well. But let me show you the diagonal major pentatonic scale. Starting on G, we're going to do it this way. We're going to go diagonally up all 6 strings. Starting on G, we're going to go 1, 2, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3 is 3, 5, 7 on the frets. That's 1, 2, 3 of the G major, G, A, B. And then on the next string, it's 5, 7. And that's 6, 5. And that's it. Do that again, please. And I like to slide with my 3rd finger. So I'm only using my 1 and my 3 fingers for this. I'm doing this.
going back and forth just to really master that. And then now that you got that down, it's as easy as just going up the next octave, same design. You just gotta know where G is. You don't have to think about it if you already have this much. Now you start here. So I'm on the 4 and the 4th and the 3rd string. The frets are 5, 7, 9, and I like to slide with my ring finger the 7, 9, and then 7, 9 right underneath it. 7 and 9, 3rd, 1 and 3. And I'm just giving you a G6. So you're this. And one thing that Django did, I'm going to say, I shouldn't say this quite yet, but I'm already wanting to do it, is to add the middle note in as a chromatic passing. And he would bend that middle note up a half step into the next note. But I'll come back to that in a second. But let's finish it out. Now we're on 8, 10, 12 on the first string, second string. And then 10, 12 on the first string. So really what's important here is that you map out, I say that word quite a bit, you map out, in this case, root, not the flat 5, but the regular 5. Root, 5. G, D, and G, D, and D. Yeah, map that out with your first finger, like this. Just like we did with the diminished skeleton, the shell, right? Now we're doing the major pentatonic. Yeah. And then we add on the scale notes, like the diminished, but we have this. And then, then experiment with adding the passing. Those little passing notes are really sweet. They added some color and a little bit of slipperiness, which is nice in jazz. You know, this. And that's how you get these really bluesy. But what we're really visualizing is the shell of the penta. Now we can use that on any song, like in key of G. I can't give you anything but love. Anyways, key of G is like the most popular key for guitar players for sure, and swing. But again, this is kind of the approach that a lot of, I say more contemporary players love, that pentatonic and that kind of feel good. It ties in like George Benson, you know, all the other great Grant Green, just like other jazz guitar players too. Soulful stuff besides Django Reinhardt. But Django used that pentatonic quite a bit.
And you're not trying to accentuate the other chords, you're just playing that G pentatonic all the way across.
Exactly, yeah, over all those chords. So any songs really that kind of are in the key of, in this case, key of G, even if they have those secondary dominants, that's kind of the technical, like E7. I mean, we can get theoretical, like say, we can look at it. I'll just demonstrate on the E chord for you. E7. On a G major, you have the sharp 9, the 11, the 5, the flat 7, and the E. For the, I'll just ramble this out. On the A7, you have the flat 7, the root, the 9, the 11, and the E, which is the 5th. On what chord is next? D7. G is the 4, the 11, the 5th,
You know, you could justify is what I'm saying. 13, root 9. And then on G6, pentatonic is G6. So again, it's like, it works theoretically. Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree with that 100%. Always learn the basic chords and always learn the melody. And I cannot stress enough, play with recordings. Play with Django, play with Borelli, play with Stocklow, play with your favorite Gypsy jazz players. Be their rhythm guitar player. And just, you know, you can be very polite. I always say just use your thumb. And just lock into the rhythm section. Here I'm just using 3-note shapes. But I'm just, the goal is to get through the whole 4-minute song, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 3 minutes sometimes, and not lose form. You want to be able to know where you're at all times, just as a rhythm guitar player. That will help you when you get ready for soloing if you're not feeling up for that yet. That way you know what chord you're on at all time by being a strong rhythm player. I feel like some people actually jump into leads too soon. They don't even have the chords memorized or, you know, understand how it works. That's not going to help their leads in any way if they don't have the chord progression down first. So I really do think you need to have a good grasp of the harmonic structure, how the form, how the song works, and then you can break it down step by step for both chords and for lead, but especially for lead, for navigating through the changes. That's usually the harder part. And that's what this boot camp is all about, is to go through different songs with different progressions and try to navigate through them. Learning simple licks, some tricks, and some theory, I think that helps a lot too. I'm really big, one of my Sweet Georgia Brown exercises, I think it's Etude number 2, is all about targeting, where I say, okay, let's target roots. I don't know if anybody got the chance to check out Etude number 2, but it's basically this. And then I kicked into a different idea, the diminished idea. But the first 16 bars, and that's not note for note because it's not even important that you do it note for note. It's really just about the concept, target roots. And that was adding a fancier embellishment. That was doing this. And notice I did that little lick. I call it the minor swing ending lick as a connector to the next chord. You can do that when the song follows the dominant cycle or the cycle of fourths or a fourth above. You can always go 1, 1. And that will take you through the progression there. That da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da down. That pulls the listener. It gives it a lot of momentum. So that's what that exercise is about. But not only that, you don't have to do this little. You might just go. You can just simplify it. Just make it swing. Da 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 da, or maybe da da. Rhythm. G. So the idea behind that concept, not even the etude, because it's not note for note, is targeting. You got to know all your E's. So it's a really good note finder on the guitar. And then go to A, 1. D, D, D. Find your location of all your D's. And then goof around with it, half step below. That's to make it that little trick. Da 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 da. Little riffs like that. 1. 1. And then you can start to embellish around the notes as you start to get fancy, like the G chord, G triad, etc. So again, that's what that exercise is about. Etude number 2. I wouldn't even care if you played it note for note. It's really just trying to get the student targeting chord tones. Root, then you could fancy it up. I think in Etude number 3, I started to do thirds. You could just do the whole triad essentially, like this. Okay, so through the chords, that's what that exercise is about. So I think we should try that out together. And let's do that before we hit anything new, because I feel like this is such an important concept that we want to apply this to all the songs. And I bet if you feel confident about this will help you learn your notes really well. But I bet you'll end up wanting to take a solo on this song and try out these ideas. Right now, you get to try it out in the privacy of your own home, so that's nice. I'm going to mute everybody. I'm going to put on Sweet Georgia Brown play along, but I'm going to loop it on the iReal Pro app, but I'm going to do it chord by chord. This gives you plenty of time to just goof around on one chord. So I hope are there any other questions before I start that? Henry and Leslie, you both joined in a little bit later. I'm just asking about Sweet Georgia Brown progress, improvisation, chords, melody. My spiel is, learn the chords first, learn them well, be able to play with Django and anybody else all the way through. Don't lose form. Have the chart in front of you until you can play by intuition and not need the chart. You want to be able to listen to the recording and know exactly where they're at. So that's another good thing you can do, is just have the chart in front of you and then say the chords as you're closing your eye. Oh, okay, I guess that's not going to help you too much. As you're listening to Django, say E7, A7, just follow along. No guitar in hand. Listen, use your ear, feel it, and then play along with them. But just do that. I call that studying the score studying. I used to do this, and I still kind of love to do this. Follow along the solo, follow along, whether it's classical music or jazz or whatever. This is a great way to visualize and great way to memorize and learn music. It's just by using your, again, visualization skills, I think. So follow along, in this case, the Sweet Georgia Brown lead sheet, and just follow the band. Even if they're not in the key, unless you have perfect pitch, it won't bother you. Just say E7, assuming it's the first 4 bars, A7. It doesn't matter really. It's all relative. But then just go through the whole song so that you always know where they're at. So when you're actually playing with the band, you can jump in. You can just grab a guitar and jump in and know exactly where the band's at. You don't need to say, wait, where are we at? You'll know where you're at in the form because you can hear it. Again, this is being song specific. These workshops, we're spending a lot of time on one song because I want you to really get it, not just kind of, I don't want to just blaze through different songs. I think it's important to spend time in learning one song, both chords, melody, and some improvisation ideas. So with that in mind, again, I'm going to just put on that play along and try out some of these ideas. We already did that play along with Django. We could do that again where you're just playing chords behind him all the way through. But I really suggest that if you're really wanting to learn a song well, go through as many versions as you can and just chunk out those chords. We'll do that with Sweet Sue today. How about that? But for soloing purposes right now, I want to do 2 demonstrations today, just targeting those roots. Okay, 3. Targeting roots, some of the triad embellishments with the substitutions, and then the diminished trick. And I think that should be good for Sweet Georgia Brown as a review. Here we go. I'm going to just mute everyone at this point, and I'm going to walk you through this, but I want you to play along with me. Sweet Georgia Brown, iReal Pro. E7 chord. It's just going to loop over and over at 130. E7. Oh, I turned it off. Sorry. Okay, I thought I heard a question for a second. Okay, E7 played just the roots. Find your E. Notice how quickly go to the half step below. If you go a half step above, it's a little bit darker. And that's where you can then start to do both. Maybe. And let it breathe too. Try to sing your phrases. Get swinging. Ba, ba, boo, 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 boo. Go up an octave. Above. Very dark when you go a half step above. And if you need help finding those E's, here's E on the 7th fret, and then go up an octave, E, and go up an octave. That's a good exercise, just finding your E's. Here we go, E here. And then do the half step neighbor tone, above or below 1 fret, 1 half step. Below. And that's where I like to do this little phrase. That slur, it's that's a 1 measure lick. And just get rhythmic. Vibrato. Rhythm. E open string. That's very Django. Work on your articulation, digging in there. Vibrato. Just really make it bend it. Okay, I'm really limiting you in many ways, but that's good. You want to feel like, hey, what else can I do? That's where you can add more stuff. The next thing I would say to do, if you got those E's covered, go up the triad and do the other 2 notes, G sharp and B. Any one of those notes, you can do the same articulation, half step above, half step below. This gives it a dark flavor. I often say the gypsy jazz flavor. Make sure you're swinging. Play around. And guitar players love to think chord shapes. Here's the E major chord. So that helps me to visualize that shape, and I can do this. To visualize. And then I add in the don't be afraid to bend a little bit. That gives a lot of expression. And there's the E chord here. Okay, we need to add another chord on. By that time, you're saying, okay, I'm bored on the E chord, and that's good. You know, you should exhaust the possibilities.
But hopefully, I don't want you to say you're bored. Actually, I want you to say, no, this is fun. Maybe try this. Try to go up the chord with the half step below neighbor tone. Or maybe from above it a half step. Maybe add that rhythm. Maybe. Okay, I'm just again giving you some things to play around with. I'm hoping that was all really good. Like, hey, I can visualize the root, I can visualize the third and the fifth of the chord. This is where a little bit of theory comes in. You do have to know that G sharp and B are the third and fifth, respectively, of the E7 chord. Don't worry about hitting the dominant 7, the flat 7. Just hit the triad notes, this method. And then now, it's time for A7. And do the same thing on A. So yeah, you got to visualize A, C sharp, E. And again, we could just do that root thing that I was talking about, or we could do the whole triad all over. It should be very liberating. Hopefully all these exercises that I recommend will start to open up the fretboard to you. But here's A major. Here's A major. Here's A major. I'm visualizing these chord shapes often, or at least A, root, fifth, root, you know, those type of things. And then, of course, we can start to apply licks. We can quote melodies. We can do the Sweet Georgia Brown trick of going from major to minor. But this is just A7 for 1 minute. I'll time it right now. Here we go. A. Still half step below. Half step above. Maybe this combo lick. There I was just playing with root fifth. Okay. A triad. There was a quote, by the way, Jenga quote. And then maybe and play around with articulation. That really adds a lot of interest. How you play it, how you attack it. Short, long, bending, great. Here's an arpeggio. Those are just major triad if you want to have fun with arpeggiating. Okay, so now the time is, that was 2 minutes, but now, see how at the power practice session, now we got a piece E7 to A7. You have to, again, keep track of the chords, 4 bars on E7, 4 bars on A7, but we're just doing this triad method, targeting especially the roots, but we have the root, third, fifth. So again, I'm looping. This is why I love this app, because it has the capability of just looping 4 bars, 2 bars, 8 bars in this case. E7 to A7, the triad method. A7. And it's looping, so here comes E.
above. A. And maybe that exercise is going through the triad. A. A. That's E. Just triad notes. And then A. E. E minor. That's now the Sweet Georgia Brown trick. E major. And then for the A7, go to E minor. That's like you're playing a blues almost. E major. And then E minor. And then back to E. So just I wanted to reiterate what the melody does. Major pentatonic, major riff, and then it minors it by going to E minor. So that's what I often refer to as a Sweet Georgia Brown soloing trick. You play a major lick for 4 bars, E major. It could be pentatonic, it could be triad. And then for the next 4 bars on the A7 chord, you're still thinking off the root of E, but you're thinking E minor. So it could be E minor penta, it could be E minor Dorian, it could be E minor blues, it could be just E minor triad. And that is very important for this song because it really kind of mirrors what the melody is truly doing, this major to minor lick, okay? Minor. You can just take it pentatonic like I did. I just kept it really simple. E major penta, E minor. You can just do that if you wanted to over the 4 bars. And that sounds great, but again, that might be a little bit more complicated if you don't know your pentatonic scales. Just think triads. But why don't you all try this quick lick? You hear this actually all the time. It's a nice little lick. Just go 1, 2, 3 of the scale. I'm gonna use open strings. You know what I'm talking about? And now you know what I'm gonna do here, minor it. It's a quick little easy lick. You're going 1, 2, 3 on the E7 chord for the major triad, but you're only playing the first 3 notes. And then for the A7, you're still staying on the root of E. This is the concept here, but you're minoring it. So you just flat the 3rd. You just flat the G sharp to a G natural. So here we go. It sounds like, and I'm doing the in the mood rhythm, boo doo 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 doo, which is almost would be this song. Then you minor it. I mean, you can even do the in the mood riff, and it sounds great on Sweet Georgia Brown. But I'm going to do this, the scale riff, 1, 2, 3. Again, minor it. Okay, let's hear what that sounds like. Just that alone. I hope you guys are able to do that, and I'm with your picking, of course, technique-wise. Minor it. Again. Minor it. And just play around the notes. Minor it. Back to the major. Minor.
blues lick there, E minor, major, and then E minor, and back to the major. Minor, major. Now I'm getting really to the heart of it. Major. Now minor. Just I'm targeting just one note, G sharp to G. Now I'm really simplifying. Little pedal tone. I'm just rocking back and forth like this. Again. Major. Minor. Okay, now we're ready to go to D. Again, this is almost like playing the blues. To me, this is actually very, as if I'm playing a 12-bar blues, it's almost a very similar approach to major and minor. That's usually what I'm saying is a great way to think of it. But I just want to spend enough time for you, because I don't know if you guys are really practicing like this. That's why I want to do this with you, so that you can do it with me and just do these simple targeting. And don't forget the swing. Don't forget to take a motif, like repeat it too. Like that's why I was saying this. I kept doing this one motif. Maybe even as simple as this, without any sliding or stuff, just. You know, playing around with that motif. And then I went like this. There I'm taking the scale figure. Then I'm flat in the third. You could go. You could do some sliding. You could do some open strings a la Django. Django would always do these cool little pedal tone licks where you're using an open string. Where you're keeping like one note constant, the pedal tone. Actually, two notes in this case. And then again, you can just navigate by changing one note, the third, from major to minor, and that catches it. Actually, that would sound pretty good. Let's hear what that lick sounds like. Just, I'm making this up, but it's in the style of Django with using an open string. Just on that, maybe you guys can check it out. Oh. Maybe here. Minor. Minor. Open string. Again, it's really fun to mess around with open strings. Targeting. Sorry, I got carried away. It's really fun to do that again. Just dig in there and just try it all over your instrument. Tracy, you might be a little bit more limited with your, everything's open string for you. You have the pedals out, but Tracy's of course on the harp. I'm wanting to hear some of these things on the harp. I hope you'll do a little demonstration for us next time or this time or these. I mean, again, some of these little these etudes like this, and then minor it. Again, that's kind of the trick I'm mentioning a lot for Sweet Georgia Brown. Instead of just face value, meaning E, A, D, G, to go E, and then think E minor, and then go to D, and then go to G. But, you know, again, D, the D stuff, you're going to do exactly the same thing you just did on the E. Just, you know, just transpose it, essentially. And then same thing with the G. So, again, I don't know if I want to just demonstrate. I think, no, let's go through all 8 bars. I'm going to slow it back down. And I'm going to, we're at 130 now. I'm kind of speeding up the tempo a little bit. E, A, D, G. Here we go, E. Roots. Get strong at playing roots. A. Get ready for D. Let it breathe. D. And finally G. And back to E. Where are we going? A. And D. And G. And back to E. And E minor. Try the trick. D major. And of course G major. And back to E major. E minor. A major. Whoa, D major. See, sorry. And now to G. And back to E. There was a mode, Mixolydian mode. And A, or E minor. Here comes D. And back to G. And back to E major. Here's our little lick. E minor. D. And of course G, I'll do the Mona Lisa. Etc. It's a lot of fun just going through that 16 bars over and over to where you can try out a few of those different options. That was all triad embellishments, and I was doing a lot of the half step above, half step below to get a darker flavor, which I tend to like that a lot. But then I couldn't help just to do some good old blues licks, which almost sound a little bit more like Charlie Christian, but Django is using that stuff a lot too. Anyways, now the song basically would go back to E7 to A7, like the beginning, the second half of the song.
It's basically just those same 8 bars, but then we got the E minor section. Fellers, she can't get E minor B7. Fellers, she ain't met. And then the walk down. We definitely want to spend time on the walk down, but I'll just show you a couple quick little tricks. But the E minor to the B7 is what I want to work on with you for the next 5 minutes, and we'll move on to the new song. Here's E minor B7 back and forth. I'm just gonna say just play E minor. There's 4 bars and went by so fast. Here's E minor. Kind of almost a pentatonic, but here's E minor blues. More E minor blues. Here's E harmonic minor. Triad. So I think one thing that I just was demonstrating there for those 4 bars, even though the rhythm section's going E minor B7, E minor B7, I'm just thinking E minor. You don't worry about the B7. Again, this is more kind of soloing 101, a little bit more simplified. Don't worry about hitting every little change. So you can kind of see the method here for this song. 4 bars on E, 4 bars on, I'm talking about the beginning of the song, 4 bars on E, triad, 4 bars on A triad or E minor if you want the sub, 4 bars on D major, 4 bars on G, repeat, 4 bars on E, 4 bars on A. Now this section, fellers, get E minor, 4 bars. Just keep it simple. All the same stuff, triad embellishments, licks, whatever, blues licks even. And then for the last 4 bars, this descending, I actually have a video where I wrote, I think, 20 licks on this, possible licks that we can do, or ideas that you can for this particular thing. But one of the really important ones I think everybody often does is just follow the chords down. So that's what I would recommend at first, is just try to get it so that you're following the progression going down. The other simpler thing is just to play blues scale, E minor blues. And that's like a little blues lick, blues lick, blues lick. You don't even have to think about it, you play G major. The melody is actually this. It's kind of a pentatonic scale anyways. You can see what I mean. It's a very kind of a down-homey style lick. So you could just get... And that's more of a pentatonic scale. I'm just thinking E minor blues. But what I'd rather have you guys do is to follow the chords. Practice descending. How do you do that? Take a shape. Take this G triad and go down half steps with the progression. In this case, it's a good exercise to go laterally this way anyways for your arm. And I'm even doing a little gypsy style, a little sweep picking. Now back to the top. So that's what I'd like for you guys to do. You can even just take the shape. Chordal shapes. You want to be thinking triads. So you can do the G triad with the root, and then walk it down chromatically, all the way down to the D, and and then resolve it to the G. From the D is this. So the full little phrase here might be something like this. And then you're back to the top. So I'm going to loop that descending walk down here. And you can try it with me. We'll just do this first. Just getting the shape. This is good practice for visualization and muscle memory. Again. Maybe even break it up. Maybe try it now. Reverse the order. Triplets. Maybe the other. Maybe just this. Again, you can have a lot of fun with just that one shape. G, G flat, F, E, E flat, D, G. So again, just have fun. Even if it's just one note, just going. You know, you can have fun. You might try this. I was doing fifths there. So again, there's no rules to that. You can still hear the movement. The other thing that I would mention earlier was just a blues lick, E minor blues or G major penta, which is kind of what the melody does anyways. Here's a melody. Or this. Etc. Lots of fun. I don't know if I'm just, again, just trying to demonstrate you can have a lot of fun with just a simple concept. Follow the triad. Hey guys, that's enough of Sweet Georgia Brown. Let's go into the other Sweet Sue today. I love Sweet Sue. I love, again, talking about, oh, come on. I didn't talk about diminished ideas. Okay, got to do that. I said I would. Okay, so here's the trick, you guys. You got to know your diminished 7 arpeggios if you're already working on it. I know I talked about this. Guitar players love this shape. So here's the basic idea of this and why Sweet Georgia Brown is the perfect song for practicing your diminished 7 arpeggios. Because it's E7, A7, D7. It's those 3 dominant chords, and you have 4 bars on each one, essentially. So the concept is you can play the diminished 7 arpeggio on the 3rd, the 5th, the flat 7, or the flat 9. And the flat 9 can just be thought of as a flat 2. So basically I just say play the root and go up a half step to the flat 9. And right there on that flat 9 is where you want to do this. That was a bad note. So again, I'm landing on that F. I'm just finding those 4, I'm finding my Fs. So yeah, this. again, you know, I do have a lot of etudes. You can email me if you want anything from me. Otherwise, I suggest joining my Patreon page. That's where I post all of my materials. I think you all are on there, except for you, Tracy. So that look up my diminished studies, because I have all these arpeggios on there. Plus, they're already built into my etudes. But I'm just doing this. Just some patterns. And then, so now the thing is, once you know that, hey, I could start my diminished 7 chord on the F, on the G sharp, on the B, or the D, they're all the same 4 notes. They're all in diminished 7 is equally spaced every minor third, or 3 frets for a guitar player, so that you, once you know 1, you know 4. G sharp is the same as F, is the same as B, is the same as D. So again, it's just more of us having fun finding those locations. So but here's the main thing that I want you to know is when you follow the dominant cycle, when you go E7, A7 to D7, and if you wrote all 4 of the notes, I don't have my board with me, but if you have all 4 notes written out of those diminished locations, you will discover, oh, it's a chromatic movement. Okay, so that to me is very important. This is where I say, find the first location, make sure you get that right. In this case, I'm going to start on G sharp for the E7 chord. And then for the A7, I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to go down a half step. Okay. And then for the D7, down another half step, F sharp. And then resolve it to G major. And then back to the E7. Now back to the diminished step, down a half step. Now I'm on that E minor section already, which in this case I'm just going to do some E minor blues. Whatever we talked about earlier. And then the chromatic. Diminish. Down a half step. In this case, and now I'm kicking into a chord shape, a diminished chord, just this moving diminished triad, but it's really a diminished 7th chord once you start sliding it around every 4 frets, even though I'm only fingering 3 notes. But collectively, when you add all those locations and versions up, then it becomes this diminished 7 anyways. So again, this is more just a demo, and we'll be spending time on this. But for now, please learn and master your diminished 7 arpeggio, just this. And I have a really good etude. Maybe we could do this next time. Swing jeton in 2 weeks. We'll do my swing jeton etude. It's just called the diagonal arpeggio study, where it's just really just playing. It's kind of just playing the changes, but it's really a great technique study. But just to show you again what I did there in context with the backing track, I'm going to start on G sharp dim. G. Back to the dim. Down a half step. Down a half step. D. And G sharp dim. Down half step. Down a half step. And G, major 7. up a half step, diminished. Down a half step. D, up a half step. And the Mona Lisa. And G sharp, diminish. Anyways, that's just a quick demonstration of having fun. It was not necessarily the most creative, but mainly I was just trying to demonstrate, trying to connect the dots. That diminished is a beautiful flavor. It creates a flat 9 sound. If you're wondering why does that work, it makes it a dominant 7 with a flat 9, this color. There's a built-in diminished. Then on the A7, it sounds like this. So we're really changing it. The song doesn't really sound that dark, but we like that dark flavor. And then this. And then, of course, back home, you know, very inside. So there you go. That's the diminished demonstration on Sweet Georgia Brown. Beautiful, beautiful trick application. Again, it really darkens it up a lot. Let's go into Sweet Sue. Oh, any questions? Sorry, I know I'm just talking here. I want you guys to try this out later. The diminished stuff especially. But yeah, there's a lot of materials out there just for everybody shows this, that dim 7. But I also recommend learning it within one position, especially for guitar players, to where you just start on D. Okay, just F. You shouldn't have to move around. You shouldn't always rely on the diagonal, because then you might end up here and then not know where you're at. So this kind of helps you go diminish, diminish. Okay. Diminish is a very, very common and beautiful sound for tension. It's just nonstop. Again, we could go on weeks with Sweet Georgia Brown, but you know, sometimes I prefer to just use a different song, but I try to help connect these ideas. But let's go to Sweet Sue. Everybody, if you can pull out the sheet, I'm going to load up Django, one of those versions.
Kid from the Harlem Globetrotters. So one of my bands, when I play it, I'm not a whistler, but they'll whistle it in the melody. And if you know Curly from the Harlem Globetrotters, I got a chance, that same band got a chance, we were playing a fundraiser, and he was there, dribbling the basketball while we played it. That was one of the highlights for me there, playing with Curly. But it's an old tune. I think it was written in 1913. I'm not sure the exact year. Django did record it at least 7 times that I'm aware of. And it's a good jam session song for sure. And it's a good crossover song too. A lot of bluegrass players will play, or swing players in general, just to have that one down. So it's one that's really great for jamming and also for teaching. So in the key, Django recorded it in 2 different keys, key of F and the key of G, but I'm teaching it to you in the key of G. So if we're in the key of G, but the first chord is E7, this is what's usually confusing. It's like, why is the first chord E7, if it's in G? But it starts kind of doing what they call a cycle. They call it the dominant cycle. The dominant cycle is when you have, it's like the 5 of the 5 of the 5. So if we're in the key of G, and you think, okay, what's the 5 of G? It's D7. Okay, listen to this. You'll see what I mean. 1, 5, 1. But if in front of the D7, the 5, the real 5, if you put the 5 of D, what's the 5th of D? It's A7. Okay, so we're doing this dominant cycle here, or the circle of fifths. If you know the circle of fifths, it would go C, G, D, A, E. But we're going this way, counterclockwise, so it's actually E, A, D, G. So we're starting on the A7. What's the 5th of A7? It's E7. So that's what we're doing, is we're going E7, A7, D7, and G. I'm just playing G triad. But so it starts on the 6th, but it's really a secondary dominant. Again, I'm getting a little bit theoretical here. But E is the 5 of the A, and that's the 2 of G. It gets a little bit confusing again, but it's going through this cycle. That's what's important when you're when you see the first chord. So if the first chord is D7, you'd go, okay, D, G, C, F. We're in the key of F. And it's, again, the 6th degree. It starts on the 6th. So that's just a little bit of an overview of the basic progression there, start of that first chord. So let's all play E7 with that in mind. Now we got a little bit of theory out of the way. And it does repeat, and then it goes to E minor, which is actually the real 6 in the key of G. We'll talk about that when we get there. So we have E7. We all have our E7 shape there. Good. And you can look at my chord grids there. And I'm doing just this shape, just like I showed last week for the E7 on minor swing. And it comes from this shape, C7, for guitar players. And Mando, yeah, 7, 6, 7, right? That 3-note voicing. No, don't play your first string. Just play the 4, 3, 2 strings as a 3-note shape. So, and for guitar players also, we could just do 3-note shapes like this. If you wanted to omit the 2nd string, that's often what I'll do for 3-note shapes. But I'm gonna do this. I'll do 4-note shapes as written on that chord grid. A7, the basic shape is this. This contains all 4 notes. A, G, C sharp, E in this case. If you wanted to do a 3-note shape, you could do this. You just omit the 2nd string, the E, the 5th degree. Okay. Yeah. D7 is this, just like E7. 3-note shape would be this. I'm big on 3-note shapes for rhythm. And then G, I'm gonna do G6, like this. And if you wanted to do a 3-note shape, it could just be this. I'm gonna demonstrate with 4-note shapes as written there, and it sounds like this. I'm just gonna play it from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's E7, 4 bars, A7. D7, and then the G6, and then back to the E7. I'm taking a pretty brisk tempo here because it's 4 bars on 1 chord, so you can kind of take this one a little bit quicker. You know, that's called the harmonic rhythm, is how often does it change. In this case, the chord changes every 4 measures. That's also why it's nice for jamming purposes, because you get to stay on 1 chord a little bit longer, even though the tempo is generally quicker. G6, I'm playing G6, yeah. I do have an alternate G6 that I like on the guitar, and it's, instead of doing this, I like this one quite a bit too. On my worksheet, I call that a la Django. And the quirky thing about this a la Django shape is that I'm omitting the root. A lot of gypsy jazz players play it with their thumb wrapped around, which is how Django did it as well. But I'm just doing these 4 strings. I'm simplifying it a little bit. So I'm actually starting on the 5th degree. So it's D, G, B, E. It sounds really nice. And how I often show this shape for guitar players who are like, what is that? I say play an E chord like this. And I say add on the 6th degree with your pinky here. And it's that shape. Now it becomes movable as long as you don't play any open strings. But here's E6. But again, we don't want to play the open E and the high E. And now it becomes a movable chord form with the 5th in the bass. That's what's important. It's like, how do I remember that? You got to think about where the 5th in the bass, because here's the G, the root. Okay. So it's the shape. Great for gypsy jazz style, La Pompe style. This. I always say it has a very kind of a dense, compact sound because of how closely voiced it is, like this, versus spread out like this. It's kind of a different flavor. Same 4 notes, but it's how they're stacked together. Are there any questions? For this shape, go back and play E6 chord. Or sorry, E chord, open E cowboy chord. And then add your pinky on here to the 2nd fret, C sharp, that's your 6th degree. And then it becomes movable, except you cannot play any open strings. But just like E, see, this is the 5th degree here, this note. I'll show you what I mean. This is E6, this is F6, F sharp 6, G6, G sharp 6, A6. You get the idea, it's a movable. But I'm really being careful to dampen or mute the 1st and 6th string. So again, that's kind of my go-to shape for gypsy jazz, for a major 6 chord. If you want the bass note, then I would go to the shape. Now I have G in the bass here. So again, it depends. If I'm playing with a bass player, I'll often just do the shape. But if I know I'm supplying the bass line, then I will do the shape often. Okay, let's play those first 16 bars. All right, I'm here with Joe. Today I'm going to show, Joe's often the rhythm guitar player in my trio or duo. And so he's working on chord soloing. So I thought I'd kind of give him a little lesson and share it with everybody here too. The tune is Sweet Georgia Brown, just for fun. It's a good classic swing song. The chords, if we should just play through the chords, one time through in the key of G. This is the basic chords first. E7, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 bars. A7, 4 bars. I'll play the melody. D7, 4 bars. G6. Oh, we got fancy there. G5. So what I'm going to show him and everybody here is the hack for soloing, chord soloing specifically. So in the chords E7, I often just play E9, by the way, for rhythm. So we're gonna use this particular shape, this one. And it's on tab, it's 6777. And it's basically just partial E9 chord. You could think of it, if you want to, what it really is G sharp minor 7 flat 5 or B minor 6. Okay. So that's for the E for 4 bars. So imagine we're going to add some rhythm to make it swing. We'll do that. And then for the A7, typically you would do this or a 3-note shape, but we're going to go to A9 on the 12th fret for 4 bars. Whoa. And guess what we're going to do for the D7 chord? Slide it down to the 5th fret. And you have to imagine here, but I'm thinking this. There you go, that's D9. For how many bars? 4 bars. So we're gonna have a lot of time to just ad-lib some rhythm. I'll show you kind of just some swing rhythms or other things. You can do some side slipping. And then the next chord is the 1 chord, and it's just G6. So we can go here to the 3rd fret, and this is where the shape does change, but just by 1 string instead of barring like 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, which would be that minor 6 shape. The hack here, it's 2, 2, 3, 3, and that's just a partial G6, 9. We actually have a G on the root. This is what I often refer to as the magic shape. You can slide it to the 5th degree, which would be the 10th fret, and it's still G6, 9. There you go. That's cool. What Joe just did there, So it could be either, and I'm thinking the root on top, the shape, the stacked fourths,
quartal harmony if you want to get music theory. Great trick, and of course the octave. Beautiful. We're just gonna go over the A section right now. So we have E9 for how many bars? 4. That means we're gonna have to add some rhythm, some side slipping. Side slipping means to go a half step below or a half step above the chord, like this. And then A9. D9. And I'm just ad-libbing the rhythm. And here's that G6. This is just the A section, A, and target that 12th fret. Back to D, this is just the A section. And then G6, 9. And then walk down. Yeah, you can do that with your, yeah, rhythm. A. D. You knew I was going to do that. And then G6, 9. And let's talk about what we both did there on the turnaround that would go back to the measure 17 of the song, basically the second half. We turn that G6, 9 into a dominant, walk it down to the E9. So basically we have two shapes we're dealing with. This shape here, which can be called, I basically call it a minor 6 shape, or this shape, which is a 6-9 shape. This is kind of ambiguous. It could actually be major or minor, or dominant for that matter. It's just a 6-9, it doesn't have a 7. So again, that's the idea. When we let's kick it up a little bit. Let's just do that A section. If you just want to play lightly on the rhythm guitar, that way everybody can hear the demonstration. I'm going to take the shape, and sometimes I do it with like this, a la Django. Sometimes I do it like this, but I think generally I use 1 and 2. That's what I mean by a la Django. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. A. D. G6, 9. Back to the D. We're just looping the D, the A. So notice I was just kind of sliding. Shuffling with D. And just keep that right hand going. A little faster. D, and just keep track. Yeah. That's a side slipping. B. So that's side slipping. And G6, 9. Sing your rhythm. Da 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 da. Da 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 D. Yeah. G6, 9. You got it. Make it, Joe. of course, I'll show the rest of the half of the song next, but now you can add on this note, which is the 13th, so basically like E9 to E13, this. And of course, we're gonna go up to A. Same idea. It's a beautiful sound. We can add a chromatic later, like this. You know, and then same thing on G. Degree on, which is the 13, but even on a major chord, just be this. It actually is major 7 here, and down here it's 9. So it's really pretty. So if you did that, you're kind of safe adding on a whole step above that top note, whether it's on the G6 to the major 7, or G6 down here adding on the 9. So again, we have something like this. I'll just play some solo. We could take it to the second half of the song. Fellas, she ain't me. I got some cool hacks there. And then, and now it's a turnaround. Guitar players here, this sweep picking thing, and I'll demonstrate it later, but this. This little motion here, and I did write that into the etude because it's a very big part of Django's flavors of techniques. I'll say Django's techniques for soloing. It's beautiful, but I'll probably have to spend a few minutes on that for sure at the end of the lesson. So let's save that for now. But let's just get right into Sweet Georgia Brown, just because it's such a classic song. I want to make sure you all learn the melody. Just the basic melody as I tabbed it out there in this higher range. And I kind of wrote it out in this specific position. And I actually want to start with the melody first. Then we'll go back and actually do the chords. But the melody is so super catchy that I want to just start right there with the melody. And we'll get to some of the ideas in the etude as well, I hope. So do you all have that sheet that I just sent out today? If not, you could just play along with me. I better double check to make sure that it's correct. I sent out, sometimes I give the one that's handwritten, but it doesn't look as neat, so I made sure this is my tab computerized version of it. Sometimes some of my charts are handwritten. I'm going to mute everybody if there's no other further questions. Mute. Okay, so here we go then. I'm actually looking at my chart too. Hopefully you guys can see me. And I see here, we're going to break it down. The melody, E7, for the first 4 bars is this, and it's just all quarter notes. So the first 4 measures will be like this. And I already see a typo on there. It should not be 999. It should be 799. That's something I did not correct. So if you had it printed out, I have to go back and fix that already. I usually don't use this printed one. I should send you my handwritten one. But it's actually 12, 7, 9, 9. So it's just the E triad is what that is. It's 12, 7, Okay. So that 9. But funny enough, some people do that. So they actually play it as an E6 chord. But it really should be that E to the B. Hopefully y'all know where I'm at. Hopefully you're all playing it. Here we go. Play along with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seven, 9, 9. And you know that 7, 9, 9 from minor swing. This. That's just an E major triad. Okay? And the rhythm was quarter notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, A7. Next phrase. And then there I did it fast. Let's do it one more time together. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then now we're on measure 5, A7. And now, just to kind of break it down slowly, now it's this. Okay, I'll do that again. And that's that A7 phrase. It's really close to that first phrase, and I always like to talk about this. You basically flat the third degree, the third note of the scale. Instead of doing this, which would be major, you do this. And that to me is a really beautiful concept to use for improvisation as well. And it's a little bit tricky, so get the fingerings. And we ended on A. In time, that was in time, but let's just do it together. A little bit slower. Just the A7 part. Measure 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's piece it together from the top. Same tempo. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now let's go on to the D7. The D7 is going to look exactly like the E7, except move down a whole step. So it's a direct transposition. So what we did on E7, now we're on D7. And actually that one's written correctly there, the D7. There's no typo on that one note there. But was there a question? Sweet Georgia Brown melody, just Sweet Georgia Brown PDF. Thanks, Henry.
I need to find it.
No, Leslie was referring to the Etude earlier, but no, this is just the PDF for the melody. It's just called Sweet Georgia Brown PDF. Yeah, I'll give you guys a second here to find it in case you don't have it printed out as well. So I'm just going to play through and make sure there's no other typos on this one. I need to fix that one location. Okay, good. That looks good. And then... What do you guys are? Does everybody have it? Do you want me to resend it, or? It should just have been 2 sheets today. The Sweet Georgia Brown Etude, which
Is that the one?
we want the melody one, not the Etude. Does everybody have it, or do you need me to resend it? Anybody? And I'm just looking at it on the computer too. Right now, so we're just going to break it down nice and slow. Back everybody, I want to just kind of break that down for you one more time, and I want to kind of talk a little bit of the theory this time around as I break it down so it doesn't hurt. Thanks for muting yourself. This is a scale that they're using. I'm going to play you the scale first, then I'll show you how the melody is derived from the scale. Here's the scale. So the melody is derived from this major pentatonic scale. That's the E major pentatonic scale. If you didn't know that, the pentatonic scale is so commonly used. It's the most common scale, even over the major scale, even though it's derived from the major scale. It's just 1, 2, 3, 5 of the major scale. I'll say that again. It's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 of the major scale. On an E chord, it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And that's just the 1 again, the octave. So it's really good. I mean, if you want to get into improvisation for the song, it's nice to know what scale do I use? Do I use an E major scale? Well, the melody is just a pentatonic, so why not just use the penta? And then the next part of it is where I said the composer, they flat that 3. And that's on the A chord, okay? So now that I've given you that little bit of information, that actually will, if you want to start to improvise on it, I love taking the melody and just messing with it and coming up with an improvisation. That's kind of a really nice way of soloing without having to get too heady about, you know, what scales and arpeggios and all that stuff. You just kind of goof around with the melody, but a little bit of theory does go a long way, just to know that E major penta. And again, just make sure that you catch that one note there when you hit the 12, that octave. Then it goes to the 7, which is B, and then G sharp, and then E. You might just practice this. That was... Okay, and picking wise, I would do this pretty much all with downstrokes. Nice and strong, because I'm hearing this in the rhythm. And it's not a bad idea just to kind of pulse like this. Here it is slower. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a lot of the gypsy jazz players, they're really pulsing hard on those quarter notes. Django did that quite a bit too, just this quarter note pulse. Really strong, really strong. So especially if you're not using any syncopation. Okay, so there I'm adding some little vibrato and some hammer-ons, almost like a little bluesy rock style, which is fine too, of course. You can add your own licks and signature to it. But what I'm saying is, for now, that's the melody there. Then, when we go to the D7 chord, what I was saying is, it's an exact duplicate of the E7, just transposed down 2 frets. I'll do that slow. And again, it's out of this shape. Beautiful scale. That's the pentatonic scale. I'm just playing a D chord, kind of folky rock here. Okay, so again, these are just some things that I hope that inspires you and that you can take and put it into some of your other style of musics that you play besides learning to play swing and gypsy jazz, is that you can put this back into some folk or rock stuff as well. So here's that D1 again. I'm going to start right here on the D note. It's 1, 2, 3. I'm thinking to the scale. 1, 2, 3. Back to the 1. And then 5, 3, 6, 5, 1. I like to think in terms of numbers often and how it relates to the chord, and then kind of manipulate it from there. But again, it's all tabbed out for you. Let's try it on the D chord, nice and slow. Mainly just get the pattern down and the melody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Notice my right hand is really just is really pulsing, like I'm playing rhythm, but I'm playing the melody. Ready with me? 2, 1, 2 on the D, go. Okay, And then it actually jumps into this lick. And I played it with a little 6-chord shape, this. Just to add a little bit of a nice jazzy, old school flavor, like it's a G major 6. But I'm just playing a partial chord, just a 3-note shape. So it's, and not only that, what's really neat is that those are the melody notes. So if you can hold this shape, you can just pluck the right notes. So again, that shape just comes, the melody is just extracted right out of that chord shape. So that's also really nice to just hold that. And I'm just going 1, 2. 1, 2. And then, okay, and that was octaves. And with octaves, this is another great technique. You're playing this note and this note, but you gotta mute everything else. So you're only hearing 2 notes. If you're not used to playing octaves. Yeah, and I'm strumming. So a lot of this, it looks like I'm playing something here, but I'm not. I'm just dampening with my first finger. And notice, there's a lot going on here. Notice the Charleston rhythm. We talked about the Charleston rhythm from Appel and Direct. This rhythm. That's a dotted quarter, then an 8th note. 1, 2, and. 1, 2, and. It's a really dancey rhythm. So that dancey rhythm is used quite a bit in swing, obviously. And that rhythm was this. Okay, so my right hand is going 1, 2. 1, 2. And I said I'm holding the shape. I'm actually just kind of lifting up so it's not just ringing. I don't really necessarily want to hear it go. I don't want to hear this. Let's see if I can do it. I don't want to hear the notes bleed into one another. So that's where I would lift up. I'm going to demonstrate very slowly. 1, 2. 1, 2. And then not much. And then back to the top. It's been said she knocks him dead when she lands in town. And then we go to the next section. But that, when I say back to the top, it goes back to the E7 chord there. But the phrase is the same. Of course, the lyrics change. Any questions so far? Otherwise, I just want to play it all the way through that far. The tricky part is getting the timing here. 1, 2. 1, 2. And then not much. And you don't have to do the octave. That's just my treatment of it. You can just do single notes. But do get that Charleston rhythm. 1 and 1 and 1 2 and that and of the and of 2 there. It's really that anticipation. So it's not just right on the beat 3, but it's before 3. That's what gives it that great feel, that swing feel. Let's play it from the top through that whole 16 measures. Nice and slow, about right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. And then back to what I say back to the top, even though now that's actually measure 17. And it's a 32 bar song form. So now measure 17, 18, 19, and 20 is a duplicate of just 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me take a look now, just double check, make sure my chart is accurate with that. So yeah, I put the double dots, which means just to go back to the top, right? Just repeat that section. Actually, I should have put double dots at the very beginning too, but in this case, the double dots just mean go back to the beginning. And then Don't take that first ending where it says A7 because we already did that, but now you have to take the second ending. Now we're going to be on an E minor chord. So that's where I want to pick up here, then we'll piece it together. And now again, this is my arrangement of it where I'm doing these little triads, and I think it's partially because I like the sound of it, but I also feel like it's a good study for my students to get these triad shapes. This. I think that's a really nice effect here to go like this. And it's just a little lick you can just practice. But what I recommend when getting this down is get the E minor triad first. And again, that's just 9, 8, 7. This is measure 17 on there, by the way, even though it's really not 17 on the measure in the song, just on my chart. So you have this 9, 8, 7. That's an E minor triad. You all know this from minor swing. That's E major, but this is E minor. So triads are a huge study, should be a huge study for you to make sure you master your triads. E minor, then it goes to this chord, and that's actually a D sharp diminished, and it sounds like this. Now the lick sounds like this. So notice how I'm fingering it. This is very important actually, I think. It's easier to do this way, is that I'm holding it with these fingers, and then I pick the second string, and then I scoot this first finger up to the 7 here. So now that's actually just a major triad, even though typically I would do a major triad like this. But in this case, because I know I'm going to go from here to there, it's just easier to kind of plan out my fingering. So E minor, just listen to this. This sounds really nice just to go like this. And that's really, this D sharp diminished is really part of that B7 chord. That's why that works so well. You can allow yourself to think triads. Repeat. So hopefully that's fun to do. And again, if you're like, that's too hard, just use single notes. Okay, just the top notes. Okay, that would be just fine in chorus 2. I just like this a lot. Okay, and the Charleston rhythm. Ba 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 da ba. 1, 2, 3, 4. Repeat. Okay, something like that. Again, you could approximate it if you want to, meaning just kind of get the shapes. You could just do this. You can kind of mess around with that. I'm just being to the sheet music for those of you who want to, know exactly what's written there, how I wrote it at least. Then finally, I love this last phrase. Okay, that's a really sweet lick. And then that leads us back to the beginning. I just did a little chromatic walk down. That was from the G to the E, but I fingered the E right there so that I could go back to the beginning of where I started with the melody. Let's just do that last lick. It says 21 on my chart, but let's do that last phrase. The chords are descending, but the melody is ascending. I love that counterpoint there. Contrary motion, they call that. It creates a really exciting sound. The chords are, and the bass is going down while the melody is ascending. And here's the lick. And if you heard me, I'm doing. I slid into that 7th fret just to make it bluesy. It's not written like that, but I'm taking that liberty. Right here. And here's what my right hand is doing. You guys ready to try that? Or let's do that same one again. You can type in the comments if I'm going too fast. As always, I always just set up the chat. Hello, is it too fast? Easy? Hard? You guys got it? Leslie says, since I cannot get the octaves, I have been doing A and E, B and F sharp on the 5th and 7th string, 1 and 2. I like that a lot. So Leslie's talking about this part. She's going, that's awesome. Yeah, it's a nice thickener. And again, for practice, make that swing. I'll even add that into my octave. That sounds pretty sweet. Thanks, Leslie. You gave me a good idea there. I'm going to thicken it up even more and double that. Now it sounds pretty modern-y. So it'd be like this. Sounds pretty cool, pretty rockin'. So thank you for that. Yes, you know, again, you can just do one note, not much, or if you wanted to do that. Let's take it from the top through the whole song. Then we got the melody, then we can talk chords, and then we can hit that little etude of mine, just to get you guys going on some improv ideas. But I've also kind of hopefully talked about the improv ideas by just talking about what scale, what triad, you know, these little things about playing off the melody. You know, getting kind of bluesy, like I said there. That was just pretty much playing the melody, but goofing around with the rhythm a little bit and adding a few little things around what's already given to us. And so again, what I always stress in my classes, learn the melody. That's your best resource for improvisations, learning the melody. Some people just want to bypass the melody and go straight into soloing. Well, you can kind of tell in their solos that it's kind of not very cohesive and melodic, because all they care about is, you know, playing fast, fancy stuff, but there's no sense of melody. And the old school swing is all about melody. I mean, that's really where it started. I always say this, though, you know, it's not about just playing fast and playing technique. So really, really learn the melody, learn how to embellish around the melody. It's not just about trying to show off and play your fast licks. So don't get caught up in that type of mentality. It's kind of it's a no-win situation. You won't be playing this style of music very long if you know, are trying to do that. Really learn the tunes. You'll enjoy it and bring yourself a lot of enjoyment for many years. I would have quit a long time ago too if I was trying to be the, you know, like the next fastest guitar player, which I'm not. So, but I enjoy just playing around the melody and playing swing, playing around the rhythm, and actually the less is more approach, playing fewer notes, but also trying to choose the right notes I always feel is important too. Okay, so here we go. Enough little pep talk there. Let's play the whole melody all the way through with me, no metronome, just kind of follow me. You're all on mute here, good. 1, and I'll say back to the top, but then just remember you gotta hit that second ending, that second time to that E minor chord. 1 from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, D. 1, 2, and then to the top. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And then back to the top. And now this is where I want to say that chart is incorrect, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so the first, I knew it. I should have said it earlier. That first ending, this is why I never use this computer chart. I always just pass out my handwritten one, but I thought tonight I'd give you guys something that was more legible. The A7 chord, where the first ending is, that does not belong there, actually. That should still, you need to do that the second time as well. You need to play that A7 phrase. And then after that is where you go to the second ending. So that first ending should actually be above the D7 chord. And again, you want to actually go back to the top, play the E7 and A7 as written, and then kick down to that E minor chord, this part. Okay, so does that make sense? I just want to throw this chart away now, but if you have it printed out, you can just correct it. But hopefully you'll just learn it and not use it again. I always tell my students, don't be glued to the paper. Try to learn it. Do these techniques of just trying to memorize the form and know that it repeats is good. That way, you have less music to learn. Muscle memory is good too. You just got to do it a lot and hear it in your head. Sing it, sing it to yourself as you're playing it. Learn the words even. No Galmada's got a shade on sweet Georgia Brown. 2 left feet, but also neat has sweet Georgia Brown. Learning the words sometimes really helps me make it more lyrical too in some ways, which is I want that quality. I want the guitar to sound like a voice when you hear it, to sing. And that's why I like to add a lot of vibrato. It kind of, again, makes it sing a little bit more. So add a nice, Django did a lot of vibrato. He did a lot of bending too. Again, these are some nice techniques to talk about. I want to hit a little bit of that etude and the chords, obviously, too, next, but I hope you got those notes there. Again, I apologize for that chart being bad. I could actually send you guys my handwritten one. That one might be even better to look at. And there's other resources as well that I talked about, that Django fake book. They have it written in a different key. That's why I'm not using that chart tonight like I did last week for Appel and Direct, but I'm just using my chart here. And then there's also the Django in June. I think we talked about that a little bit from the first week. Django in June, if you type in Django in June, which is a camp every year, and Leslie goes to it now. I think it's her second year. They're not having it this year, but they actually have a really nice resource online for some PDFs that you can just snag from their website. Okay, melody one more time, then we're going to go on all the way through, non-stop from the top, and then we'll end and we'll hit chords and we'll hit some soloing ideas. I think I'm going to kick up the tempo just a little bit. Try to keep up with me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Beginning. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And this is where I just recommend that you put on a play along, a backing track. We talked about this already. Play along with Django. He does do it in a few different keys, but I'm just going to see if I have this. Let's see. I'm going to go to YouTube just so you guys can get used to doing this. All you have to do is type in Sweet Georgia Brown, and as soon as you type in Sweet Georgia, you'll see backing track pop up. Sweet Georgia Brown backing track. Let's see what this sounds like. There's a few of them. I'm going to go to this one, Christian Van Hemmer. No, that's in the wrong key. I'm going to use this one, Gypsy Jazz backing track, 180 BPM. That's pretty fast. That's not it. That looks like Lion King. Here we go. Skip that. And then we're off into some improvisation right there. But again, that was at 180, but you can slow down the YouTube video to, 50%. That would be, what's my math? That's 90? Just slow it down to whatever is comfortable for you. Oh, good practice. Gonna hear here. You get the idea. Do it that slow over and over. Really just get the melody. So that's a nice version. Here I'm going to actually put this in the browser just in case if you're wondering what version I'm using on YouTube. So there. Oh, thanks Leslie for the links for that Django in June. Yeah, everybody grab those links if you can before it's gone. And then let's hit chords here. This is, of course, often I start with chords, but today I wanted to just hit the melody. We have E7. And we use E7 for minor swing, obviously. Now you know this shape, the 4-note shape. You could even do that little trick that we talked about too, the 3-note shape. But I'm just going to go ahead and just play the 4-note shapes. Please refer now to my worksheet that has the chords for both Appel Indirect and Sweet Georgia Brown from the previous week. It just kind of has those shapes specifically for this song that I'm using here. A7 is going to be like this. So 5, skip the 5th string, and it's 5 again on the 4th string. Pinky's on the 6 and 5. So it's root, flat 7, 3, and 5. That's the theory of that A7. So we have E7, A7, D7, and G6. Back to the E7. Some people like to put a B7 there right before the E7 where it goes not much, but I just usually keep it on G, then I do this walk down. I just often kind of walk it down. I'm not going to worry about that today, but that's basically the first 16 measures of that. And I'm playing it at a moderate tempo because it's a lot of the same chord. It's actually fun to play it fast because you don't have to change chords. You have one chord per every 4 measures. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, A7. 3, 4, D7. And G6. E7. A7. E minor, B7, E minor, B7, walk down, and I went through that pretty quickly on that second time, on that second, what I call the second ending. It's really just the second half of the song. E minor, B7, E minor, B7. And then the walk down with chords as that melody was ascending. The chords are actually doing this. So that's just one chord shape. G7, G flat 7, some people call it F sharp 7, F7, E7, E flat 7, D7, and then finally home G6. That's a chromatic walk down. And then back to the top. And again, a lot of people like to play this at a pretty burn-in tempo because it's so much of just the same chord. How are you guys doing on the switching? You got that A7 shape? This shape, hopefully the 7th chords now. This is a good song for chord switching. And then this G6. You got some new chords here. G6. Really sweet chord. And then I even showed another shape on that sheet called G6, or actually I think I showed it on the C6 chord. C6, but you also remember that these are all movable. So I call this a la Django shape here, but that's another way to play G6 like this. 5, 5, 4, 5. 5. The root is actually here. I'm just not worrying about the root. So it's rootless, it's on the 5th. It's a beautiful chord. Here's D7, here's G6. So it's nice to go back and forth to those. Good practicing again. And then on that other part, E minor, fellers. She can get our fellers. She ain't that. And then walk down. Don't make sweet Georgia Brown. And that was. And that's that walk down part that I was talking about, the chromatic walk down. By the way, if some of you might be saying, because just from my experience with teaching this style, some of you say, well, I do B7 like this, bar chord. That's totally fine. You don't have to do it kind of the jazzier way of doing it like this. This way is just a little bit cleaner sounding because you don't have this 5th there, but if you're used to this, just go ahead and do that for now, that B7. This is a nice sound. Kind of like. And when you watch videos, some guys do it like this, some guys actually do this. It's totally up to you. I just wrote this because this is actually kind of a given, but in the style, you might hear this a little bit more, that stripped down style. So again, I'm just talking about bar chord, which is coming from E7. It slid up to D7. And for now, I'm just showing it in this one position. To go E minor, B7, E minor, B7, and then here's a walk down. Make sure you get the bass. G, don't be fooled by this guitar. My dot's on the 10, your dots are probably on 9, unless you have one of these style gypsy jazz guitars. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, that's D, and then G. So again, if you are not strong with your notes, you gotta just kind of map it out. G is 10, G flat, or F sharp again, F, E. The good news is it's just a chromatic walk down. E flat, D, and then G. And you want to do twice on each one. So it sounds like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10, 10, 9, 8. And then add the chord on. It's the 7th chord shape. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. That's a really nice turnaround, a nice walk down. I call it turnaround, but it's more of just this part of the song. Some songs do this. Another great song is Nagasaki. Same thing. So that's a nice little lick. It's kind of a substitute for some 1-6-2-5, which I'm not going to dive into right now, theory-wise. Chords, one more time with me, then let's talk soloing or etudes. I just want to kind of watch here, see what you guys doing. Henry, where's your guitar? You got your guitar with you? 1, 2, a 1, 2 from the top. E7, A7. And you can do the bar chord if you want to. I'm just using these 4-note voicings. And D7. These are all quarter notes. And G6. And back to the top, or into the E7 second half. A7. Get ready for that E minor. Here we go. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. And the walk down. And top. So there, when I said top, I didn't do any, I just held a G for one measure and then kicked right back into that E7. However, one thing I like to do often is to hit the G6 twice, and then I do the walk down here. So it's like this. So I was going G twice, and then to get to the E, I start a whole step above, and I'm using that 7th chord. Okay, so again, that's just kind of how I like to play the chords sometimes with that. Hopefully that gives you the basic idea. Basic chord shapes. Of course, you can add 9s and all this fancy stuff, but that will get you going really well. And again, my strong suggestion, even with this backing track right here, whoever made this one that I put on the link there, just play along with that. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit, but just to demonstrate. It's great practice. It's like a metronome. And G6. They put a B7 here. I'm just keeping the E7 just to make it simpler. A7. And then here comes all that E minor stuff. There I'll do real bar chord. And here's that walk down. And top. And now we can do some jam, of course. Really great practice. Just play along with those play-alongs. Play along with Django, of course. Whoever, so many people. This is one of the most performed songs in Gypsy jazz, especially like at jam sessions. This and Minor Swing are number 1 and number 2. Okay, so what I want to say is, are there any questions before we just kind of take a quick look at some of the etude, and then I could talk about Leslie for you. I could point out a few of these little licks that I like to share. And I had mentioned I'm going to actually talk about some soloing ideas on my Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp on Sunday, specifically on minor swings, since I have so many different etudes on this one. But this etude number 1 actually is kind of a nice little variety of licks and ideas that I think is nice just for you. And it's playable. It's not blazing, you know, it's not fast licks or anything, so it's nice and doable. But there's some nice little licks and ideas happening there. I'm going to take a look at it too, since I don't play it every day or anything like that, but it's not a bad etude to put on your music stand. And if you want to just have something, you know, concrete to play when it's your turn to solo, what do I do? Do I do blues licks? Or do I do, you know, a little bit more to the Django style? I would probably recommend the latter. So let's see, where is it? And oh, you know what? There's already a nice breakdown online on that YouTube. I have a YouTube video, so I kind of break it down, the ideas. But I think, so mainly I just want to hit a few finer details, I think, instead of me just kind of going over what exactly what you could just watch if you watch my YouTube video for this. So hold on, let me just load that up on my email accounts. Any questions? You can feel free to turn on the microphone. I know right now I'm talking way too much, so I kind of want to hear you guys play, or you must have a question on chords or the melody or something. A Harlem Globetrotter story or something. I think I have the 45 of that, of Sweet Georgia Brown with the whistling for this. That's very important. What Leslie just said is, hey, this doesn't work for me. It's too big of a stretch. It is probably for a lot of people. So if you were to read the notes or to think about the notes, you could just do this. That's all that I'm doing. So if I broke it down for you that way, it's just an E major triad. Triad. So important. It's just playing an E major triad. And then I switched the inversion to this E major. And then I went to the A major. And then, did I go to the inversion of that? No, not really. I went to this other lick. Which is almost because there's no open string 5, but this. So really, all I'm thinking here is playing with triads. E major, E major, A major, A major. And that's the first 8 bars. But when you break it up into single notes, I mean, not to say this is bad, it almost sounds a little bit more bluegrassy to me if I heard just that type of a lick. So that's why I was kind of doing this. Just like I mentioned, Django likes these open strings a lot. A lot of open string licks. So that's probably my only reasoning behind how I wrote it that particular way, even though I realize it's a big stretch. So again, my point though right now is to do what works best for you. Maybe you do want to refinger it as a chord shape. I'm talking about measure 1 through measure 8, the whole riff there. Again, I wanted to use some open strings. The rhythm of it is the rhythm, I always call this the in the mood rhythm. If you guys know the Glenn Miller big band song, no, Glenn Miller didn't write it, but they made it super famous. It goes like this. That's kind of what I'm doing there. I'm doing the in the mood rhythm. I'm going ba da 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 down. I'm just kind of borrowing that rhythmic motif into this rhythm, or sorry, into these notes. Again, the idea is to use some of those open strings. Open strings sounds really great on gypsy jazz guitars. They just have a nice bite to it. So that's why I'm doing it. And my right hand, by the way, is just doing this rhythm. So again, I'm kind of doing some swinging. Here it is slow. Next string. And then, again, I'm just doing down, up, 1 and 2, and I'm swinging it. It's not even. It's not this. That doesn't swing, so I am swinging it. Da 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 da. So here it is with the notes. Oh, there I changed the notes, but it's the same idea. You guys get the idea. That actually would work just fine. But it's getting that right hand. So those are some techniques, and this is the portion. I know we're out of time now, but this is the portion to where we're talking some different techniques and some different ways to do things, obviously. Please watch my YouTube video. I know it's sent out today, but there's some little things, you know, just that when you see me do it and you see the sheet music, it makes more sense to go, oh, he's just going down in whole steps. That's called the whole tone scale. And I'm really playing with that rhythm, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, against the 4/4 time. It gives it a nice cross rhythm sound called hemiola. Okay, and then I do the slur a la Django. Etc. Again, all that is really explained on that YouTube video. But this is the part Leslie was asking about. Now I'm just paraphrasing. And then that A7, there's a lot of good little licks in here. Oh, yeah, this. And then here's where the pickings part comes in. This is like measure 25. No, measure E minor. Yes, right here. This last part here, and sorry, Leslie, to spend the last minute here on this, but don't worry, you're in the next session as well. We'll be doing some of this stuff too. Look at where it says, look at the last 4 bars, just of the etude at 29. And maybe you guys can just give this a try. See where it says 10, 9, 10? This is a very special picking pattern, and again, I should kind of annotate on here, but you know, a lot of it's in the lesson. You have the 10, 9, 10 shape, which is a diminished shape, But the picking pattern you want to use, and I talk about this in the video, is you're going to go upstroke on the top string, and then 3 consecutive downstrokes. And that's called sweep picking. You want to sweep the string. So it sounds like this. And then we're back to the top there. So it looks like this. This is how I recommend practicing it. And then you can get it really fast. The hard part is to make it super clean, so that's why you just want to take it slow. And that shape did shift at the end. It goes like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I messed that last part. I didn't do this. I did all diminished. But here it is slow again. Well, I call it slow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I hope that helps. That just gives you a little bit of a preview of some improvisation stuff. I know this is not, again, my improv class, and I do invite you guys to check out my Gypsy Jazz Boot Camp. I know some of you are doing it, and that's where I talk pretty much exclusively more to this stuff, the soloing. Next week we're going to do Jangology. Leslie knows that. She's been in my class for many times. That's always a nice song. But if I hear from you like, hey, this stuff's too hard, then I might just go easy on you and teach you another blues song, and a really nice one called Swing 48. And so this, hopefully you're going to have a lot of fun playing Sweet Georgia Brown. It's a classic. You know, again, you just do it a lot, listen to it. That's why it's very important you just have one song per week. And I hope that you really kind of dig in it and listen to many versions and really learn it, you know. I think that's important. Or you might still just love minor swing and be working on that, you know. But hopefully this will give you a few songs to start developing your repertoire. But also, again, learn the melodies, because the melodies are a great resource for your improvisations, okay? I like to base my improvisations a lot around the melody, not just licks, you know, only, but something to do with the melody. And that might just be taking a collection of notes or even a rhythmic phrase. Okay, guys, thanks. I'll see you next week. Have a great week. Thanks. Cheers. If someone were to play D7, and this is where the substitution concept comes in, if someone were to just chunk out D7, and you're thinking F sharp diminished, A diminished, see any one of those. So it'd be this. Okay, that's the diminished flavor. As a 7th chord, it'd be this. As an arpeggio, here's D7, and I'm going to play F sharp diminished. Just right on the F sharp, A, C, E flat, F sharp, A, C, E flat, F sharp, A, C, E flat, F sharp. As a run, it might sound like this. Over this chord. And again, that's a huge sound of the Django Reinhardt flavor. Is a diminished 7th chord substitution on a dominant chord. So again, if this is, and I'm assuming it might be the first time for you, like, oh wow, that's a cool sound. On a dominant chord, D7, you can play F sharp dim, A dim, C dim, E flat dim. Just understand those are actually all the same. They're just different starting places. But the arpeggio would sound like this. As a chord, super easy to do because we just slide, and you players do this with me too. I'll start on C for you. You can just slide around every 3 frets. And that's all against this. Okay, and then resolve it to G. But listen how pretty that sounds, because D7 is the 5 of G, so that's why I said let's resolve it to G. But listen to this concept of using the diminished as tension, resolve, tension, resolve, tension, resolve. So again, a lot of this, I'm talking tension, resolution, the diminished chord creates tension on the dominant chord. So this is going to be, and I know this might be, you know, too much right now, but again, I'm just hoping it's an introduction, like for improvisation. If you're like, ooh, I love that sound, I want to do that, learn your diminished 7 arpeggios. That's all I can say is learn to do this. You learn it all over the place. And then you got to resolve it to G major. You know, again, in this case. So, if that's new for you, diminished substitution, your best friend in gypsy jazz to create that Django flavor.
So on a dominant 7 chord, here is the arpeggio on G7. Or here. These are what I call the easy arpeggios. Here it is on C7. G7. D7. C7. G7. Maybe a blues lick. What am I playing? 12-bar blues in G. G7. C7. It's G7. C7. G7. D7. C7. Blues lick. G7. C7. G7. C7. See, that's moving the shapes. G7. D7. C7. G7 blues. That was a little diminished. D7. C7. So again, I was starting to go off into some scales and stuff. But again, I was trying to limit myself just for the demonstration. G7, C7, like we're playing at 12 bars, G7, C7, I'll go here, G7, D7, C7, and G7. But I'm going to play a blues lick. That's one of my strategies we talked about last time. Just play a blues lick at the turnaround. So again, that's a great way to master your dominance. Just a 12-bar blues. You know, you can't go wrong with just outlining those chords. You can also do Sweet Georgia Brown. You can take some of these old standards, these old swing songs where they have dominant. It's a long time on one chord, right? That's why Sweet Georgia Brown's a good one, because you got E7 for 4 bars, A7 for 4 bars, D7 for 4 bars, and G6. Let me just demonstrate that and see what that feels like and sounds like since I'm talking about it. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is Sweet Georgia Brown. E7 for 4 bars, dominant, A7. This is face value. Easy arpeggio demonstration. That was A7 to D7. Ready? G6. E7, A7. I added the 6 in. D7. And G6, what am I gonna do? A little embellishment, a little triad. And E7. A7. D7. This is just demonstrating G6, blues lick. And again, now I'm just having fun, really sticking to just
very inside face value. I added a couple things there because I couldn't help myself. I added the 6th degree in. Do do da 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 da. We love that that kind of bass riff, rockabilly. That's a dominant 7 with the added 6. The 6 is a sweet note. So again, that's like this. A7, D7, G6. You could fancy it up with some slurs and whatnot. But here it is with that ending lick tagged. This guy's a good teacher. Hey, thanks for joining me on this behind the scenes bonus process video lesson. I'm going back and notating a really cool worksheet that I wrote out years ago called Sweet Georgia Brown Fun Ending Licks. And I start off with this, I call it the classic ending lick 1. And that was in the key of G. Of course, you can, like I said, fancy it up on the video. You can add some slurs. You didn't do it on one string. Then I wrote out the Django's favorite chord here. So before, this has only been notated, and I'm very, very few of you have seen this, but I really recommend this lesson. Sweet Georgia Brown Fun Ending Licks. Is that what it says? Yeah, last 4 bars. It doesn't even say the word fun. But I've got the worksheet, if you can track it down here on Patreon. It's just handwritten. Has 18 ending licks. This kind of just meant as an etude for you to practice and get some ideas down, but you can actually, use these too. Basically, whenever you have like a descending chord progression. Okay, something like that. Or basically, that's all just a sub for 3, 6, 2, 5, 1, essentially. But it's very specific sound when you have the chromatic walk down like that. It can just be a 2, 5, 1 for that matter, just basically the last 4 bars of a song. But again, the beauty of this is that chromatic movement, okay? So that's where I would highly recommend it, is to match these chords. I already started to notate this, but I thought I'd just kind of continue on. We'll see if I want to do the whole video here. It's kind of a long video. But I'll definitely notate all of these as I'm taking my handwritten tabs and putting it into Sound Slice so you can practice along with me. Like I said, I bet many of you have not seen this lesson. It's a good one, I do have to say, and I'm practicing right now myself. Let's speed it up a little bit. That was the whole first 5 minutes, or 3 minutes rather. I'm looking at the time later. The first 3 minutes is just about that ending lick and just, getting that down in context. I won't do it right now. You can watch the video and practice. But let's go ahead and go on to number 1. I don't do all 18. I just kind of take a few different ones. Okay, so that's a classic, and yes, there's my little ad to join Patreon. This was written about 5 years ago, and you already are on Patreon if you're watching this. Here's lick number 1. I'm just going to hop around. These are all available on my Patreon site if you want to grab the 2-page worksheet with all these licks tabbed out in rhythm where I would play them. I'm just going to play you a select few. Okay, so this is what I'm notating for you, and I'll include this handwritten one in the post. I'm not going to probably notate all of them, but this lesson is just like the greatest licks of this worksheet. Select licks, I always say. So let's go ahead and do this, and here's lick number, well, I call it number 1 on here, so let's see, it'll move around, so I'll just go ahead and say number 1. By the way, thanks for joining me on this bonus process video. It's just me doing my thing here, just writing out stuff and practicing a little bit while working it out. So let's see what Tracy says here. Here's lick number 1. I'm just going to hop around. These are all available on my Patreon site if you want to grab the 2-page worksheet with all these licks tabbed out in rhythm where I would you a select few. Here's number one. This one's pretty easy. Well, relatively, of course, depending on tempo. Okay, let's do that again. So that was just kind of this descending chromatic pattern.
So let's talk about this. This is also, of course, a little bit of a lesson. Well, I'm sure this guy's going to talk about it too, but it's just right out the pentatonic. I call these oftentimes melodic cells. They could be called digit patterns. 1, 2, 3, 5. It's just a cell. It's not quite a scale because it's not all 5 notes of the penta, but it's 1, 2, 3, 5 of the major penta. And then we're moving it down chromatically. So I'm going to go ahead and just write this in as you practice it here too. And these are all 8th notes. Hopefully I can do this kind of quickly. But hey, if you haven't learned it, this is a good time for you to learn it right now. That's why I do these, so that you can learn it with me in time. Move it down. Let's see, 8th notes. Chromatic. Chromatic. It's just following each chord. I may not go through this right now as far as the cleaning up the actual name of the notes, if you know what I mean. And just basically just look at the tabs. but I will do this. So again, I think it's important for you to see how it relates to the chord G7, F sharp 7. It's just the first, again, 1, 2, 3, 5. I'll say that of the chord. F7, E7. This is notated, so it kind of looks like D sharp 7. So I guess I'll just put D sharp 7. Doesn't matter. I usually say E flat 7, especially if you're kind of walking down, but I just call that F sharp instead of G flat, so it doesn't matter. D7, and then of course G. And that's just going to be assumed as G6. Okay, so let me go with this.
I'm just going to play you a select few. Here's number one. This one's pretty easy. Well, relatively, of course.
Let me see, I'm going to just do a little extra bar here. A space. Number one.
It's kind of this descending, all these licks tabbed out in my page one. This one's pretty easy. Well, relatively, of course, depending on tempo. Okay, let's do that again.
So I'm just going to put some repeats here. And again, if you already know this one, of course, you can just fast forward through this. I'm going to put a rest. Put another rest. Put another rest there. Oh, I need one more rest. And put repeats. I actually have not revisited this video since I made it.
Let's do that again.
And just to kind of add to that, you may even try to play it in a different fingering. If you know what I'm saying. Just this. You might do here. So be creative with it, just where you do it. Ran out of room down there with the open string, so, because it's walking down chromatically, you want to make sure you have space. Let's go on to number, whatever the next one is.
So that was just kind of this descending chromatic pattern, which is really nice. 1, 2, 3, 5. From these are just some fun suggestions to play. Okay, so let's move on to lick number 2. This is a triplet, almost more of a rock lick, but hey, it's fun to get these little rock pull-off triplet licks in, kind of a la Van Halen meets Django. Here we go.
Van Halen meets Django. Come on, I know a lot of you love Van Halen as much as I do. Everybody loves Eddie. Let's put some bar lines here. So this is number 2 on the handwritten worksheet. I'm just gonna kind of label how I'm saying it here too. So if you're wondering where's number 7, it's because I skipped it and it's on the handwritten worksheet. But maybe I'll come back to it and retab it all out and do them all. Kind of always depends on the popularity. If no one's really watching these videos or particular lesson, then I often don't revisit it until someone mentions it. So let me go ahead and do number 2 here, this Van Halen-y lick. It should sound something like this. I'm just going to do it again for the first time in 5 years. I don't know when I wrote this. So we hear this. Mark Knopfler, Etudes. Right, we all love that triplet and Stairway to Heaven. So it's a classic kind of a rock style lick. Jimmy Rosenberg used this. A lot of gypsy players use it. So, and that's a triplet. So it's going to take me a little bit longer here to notate this bad boy. So let's do that. So it's a triad. I'm just kind of talking it as I'm doing it here. I'm going to put it as a triplet. Let's see. There we go, triplet, and it's a 3-note grouping of that G major triad. Do it twice, so I'm gonna copy this and paste it. Again, you get to see me work here, my workflow.
Do that again.
I wish it was faster, but stuff takes time. And then do it again. Oh, but I have to move it down. So I'll just change those notes, it's an easy thing to do. Those are all triplets, and one more time. Let's add one more note. So all 3 triplets need to fit in one beat. That's one quarter note. Da 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 da. So each pattern essentially is done twice per chord. Okay, because that's 2 beats, and we're switching at the rate of 2 chords per measure. So this, I'm just going to go ahead and notate this as you're practicing those triplets. And I'm going to talk about one other aspect. You already know what I'm going to talk about probably. And that's the pull-off. You got to make sure you get the pull-off really clean. So it's a triplet, evenly spaced, da-da-da-da-da. Otherwise, sometimes when I hear pull-offs, well, just in general, I'm listening to see whether it's a 16th note or a triplet. So not to say it's bad, but you could go da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. But it should be da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So that you don't want to have these first 2 notes faster. That would be a 2/16 and an 1/8, or it could be da 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 da. That'd be an 1/8 and 2/16. Variations. Okay, so think about that. It could even be da 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 da, an 16th and an 1/8 and a 16th. But that's not what I want. I just wanted even triplets. So take that into consideration when you're practicing. Make sure your triplets are nice and clean and smooth and even. So I'm going to show that, and it's tricky again with the pull off, because I understand, sometimes the fingers just want to pull off quicker, and then, then you get that other rhythm. So it should sound like this. Well, it's not in sync. Oops, gotta put that back in sync here.
Chord that we're on G. It's fun to get these little
there it is.
Your own licks in, kind of a la Van. Let's do that again.
Oh.
Fun to get these little rock pull-off triplet licks in, kind of a la Van Halen meets Django. Here we go. Let's do that again.
So I do have to finish that. Sorry, let me copy and paste this because I don't know write out each one of those again. And instead, what I'm going to do is change these notes. So here it's 8, 8, 7, 7. This is 5. It's 5. 5. This is 4. This is 4. I know. Is there an easier way? There's no easier way. AI hasn't let my AI partner do this for me, right? I wish. Let's see if I could get rid of that big slur. I don't know what that's going on there. It wasn't there earlier. It won't. There's a big slur covering all those notes. That's going to really annoy me to see that, but I might just leave it. Oh, there it is. There's one of, oh no, got rid of the hammer on. Oh, it magically disappeared. What do you know? Thank you, Sound Slice. So let's practice this triplet lick again, triad. Notice I'm just holding the shape. So it's, and I'm going to show you my picking. Just down, up. So it's gonna, but notice it's kind of a swung rhythm because the triplet. And again, you can come up with all these cool licks from this one idea. That was just a triad. The idea is just a triad. And again, also moving around to different strings. Here's a, that was not G. Here's a G. Or as written here, it could be this. Okay. So be creative with it. You can harmonize it. If I had my loop pedal, I would harmonize it and go up to the next note. It's pretty sweet. If you have a band, you know, a group or a duo or something, you guys can both do these licks. Harmonize in thirds or sixes, and as long as you're following the chord, it's going to sound pretty cool. I actually might try that out now in my next gig, but let me just stop talking and just notate this for you while you practice it. Feel free to leave me any comments in the videos. I love to hear comments and feedback on what you all are enjoying, and again, I bet not many of you have seen and worked through this one, so this is a fun one. Lots of good little licks, and it's good for practicing. But I know that I play the same kind of ending. I'll show you which ending lick I always play on Sweet Georgia Brown. I think I'll try to mix it up a little bit more so my band, you know, just keep them like, oh, that's different. But I think they kind of grown accustomed to the lick I played. Let me finish this out here. So I'm talking. And then it ends right here. Boom. So right down the triad. Let me rename this to D sharp 7. Not D3 7. Come on, where's that shift button? Wow. Oh, it's on caps lock. That's why. And then D7. Okay, this is gonna be a pretty long video, so grab some coffee if you're hanging out with me and working on this. But I guarantee, well, I shouldn't guarantee, but you'll learn something from doing these licks. So yeah, let's put some repeat. Again, I get a chance to kind of just say, you know, change it up a little bit. Go on, you know, make 5 licks played in different positions out of one idea. Let's do that again. Triple, 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 triple. Oh, I can harmonize with myself right there. So let me do that. If I could do that tempo. You can always slow it down too, by the way. It's a tempo marking right there. Let's try that again with the tempo. Let's do that again. Kind of Led Zeppelin-y too. So we have this G major triad. See. Well, it starts with a G major triad, then it moves down chromatically. Lick number 3. This one is okay. So yeah, I am going in order. Lick number 3, just to kind of show you what I'm looking off of here as I transcribe my own licks. This is classic. And actually, right there on the last, yeah, I just kept it all as diminished, this diminished triad. And I got to show you my right hand because it's all about this. And these are 8th notes, not 16th notes. So it's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Notice the sweep picking. This I'm dragging the pick down after the first upstroke. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, without the pause, of course, just to show you the motion. You don't want to pick each string. You want to let the pick drag across those 3 consecutive downstrokes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Here it is slow. It's harder to do it slow than fast. I'm on the 10th fret here on this guitar. It's got a dot on the 10. Is that true? No, this 10. So it ends on an upstroke. Here, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm swinging it. 3, 4, 1. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. That's what I said. It's harder to do it slow. It's classic, so make sure you got that down. I'm going to notate it while you practice along with my video. Here we go. Let's do that again. D diminished, if you want to call it that. That's what I would be calling it. Let's do that again. Oh, wait, what did I do there? Oh, I thought I did something different. My fingering just looks different. Kind of Led Zeppelin-y too. So we have this G major triad. Gypsy jazzers. It's a descending diminished substitution. We're going to take this diminished sub. Yeah, listen to this guy. He knows what he's talking about. D diminished, if you want to call it that. That's D is a triad. And actually D's on top. Here's what the triad. It creates a G7 flat. And we want to use this gypsy jazz sweep picking technique for this one. I haven't really been talking about the technique of the right hand. A lot of players will do different things. I usually do alternate. Again, just watch the video. I'm going to go just notate. I just talked about it, but it's good to kind of reinforce this. If this is new for you, this gypsy jazz sweep picking motion, okay? But let me go ahead and notate this. It's just all 8th notes. It's a pretty good one to notate. And maybe I'll do some copy and pasting. I'll turn down the volume a little bit so that doesn't bother your ears. I know it's super loud, but it's this figure right here, okay? Then we're just gonna move it down one at a time. So I'm just gonna copy this. I always show you how I like to work. Copy and paste. There it is. Copy that. Oh, but I gotta change it. But I could just now copy this. I could transpose it too, I guess, but I just write in each note, paste it. How many times? That's it. So watch. 10, 10, 9, 10. Do this with me. 9, 9. It's just that shape, the diminished shape. And I'm sure this is new for some of you. It's a great time to master this lick. This lick is classic. Django Reinhardt. But everybody now does it. So just move that shape. It's a D7 shape, essentially. It's just this chord. So a lot of people don't realize this D7 has this F sharp diminished. And every dominant chord has a diminished in there, so that's the shape. But when we slide it around every 3 frets, collectively it creates a dominant 7, flat 9. And then actually you're going to lose the root. So that's what's happening. There's that flat 9 on the G7. I'm not going to write G7 flat 9, but that's what it is. Let me finish this instead of talking. Practice it. Master it. And then check out my Dark Eyes Etudes. Check out my Limehouse Blues Etudes. I use this all over the place. But you're going to use it on stuff like this. You can use it everywhere. You can use it in pop music if you wanted to. It's such a great technique, this picking motion. Okay, so that's why I think these are so valuable, these tutorials and lessons, especially when you do hear how to, move it around. I always say, move this lick around. Let's see, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We're almost there. Oh, not 23. And then 2. Oh, I just need one more measure here. Beep-a-doop-a-doop. Oh, no, wait, that's it. Did I mess that up? Yeah, it doesn't, it just goes, dee-ba-doo-ba. Yeah, this, I went way too far. I was like, that doesn't make sense. The D7, it's supposed to just stop right here on this note. Let's get rid of that. Thanks for telling me. there. I was like, well, that's too many measures. It's a 4-bar phrase, and this is the last 4 bars of Sweet Georgia Brown. So we've got G7, F sharp 7, F7, E7, D sharp 7, D7, G6, or G. I think that's right, G6, because that sounds a bit more in the swing style. Just make sure I say this. I don't have to do this all over. Thanks for watching this. We are gonna just do the whole video. Why not do all these licks that I'm demonstrating? I think I do 10 out of 18 of the chord. And move on to lick number 2. This is a triplet, almost more. And we want to use this Gypsy jazz, this diminished sub, popular among Gypsy jazzers. On a D diminished, and actually D's on top. It's with the triad. And we want to use this Gypsy jazz sweep picking technique for this one. I haven't really been talking about the technique of the right hand. A lot of players will do different things. I usually do alternate picking for most of mine, except for this lick. Technique for this one. I haven't really been talking about the technique of the right hand. A lot of players will do different things. I usually do alternate picking for most of mine, except for this lick. Notice that the triad is kind of ringing there, G or 3 3 4, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's interesting too. Let me. I'm sure I repeat that a couple times. So let me just put a repeat there. I'll just put once. Let's do it again. Okay. So it's chromatic. Oh, that was a cut and paste there. Let's do it one more time. So it's chromatic. So number 4 is kind of an a la Django lick. Django loved these open strings. And it's a 3-note grouping, but I'm not going to play it as a triplet. I'm going to play them just as 8 notes so you get this nice cross rhythm pattern. Polyrhythm. Oh, ending on the 3rd. And the 3rd on this time, but you could just play G major 7. That's pretty. The 3rd is a pretty note to end on. So I started on a G just to show you. There's a line. It's more melodic. If I started on the 5th, it'd be a D note. That'd be a great harmony line to this. Actually, let's try it out. Creates a nice syncopation. Da 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 da. Oh, the lick I'm going to demonstrate, but it's using it's a 3-note grouping. So you got the G, open string, G, octave, but that note's going to change because it really is. You got to do the octaves here. So then it's going to go to F sharp, then it's going to go to D, then it's going to go to D flat. What I say? G, F sharp, F, E, E flat, D sharp, whatever you call it, D, and the 3rd. So if I started on G here, I might start on the 5th and see what that sounds like. It's gonna sound pretty cool, like a power chord. Let's check it out. It kind of sounds like you're in the mood, like, if you know what I'm saying. Oh yeah. So here's the rhythm section. Again, it's on my loop pedal. Just gonna turn it up a little bit. Here we go. Let's do it once together. Then I'll harmonize it. Oh, I gotta write it down. Again. Major 7. Let's do it again. Yeah. I need to count off. I'm sorry. I was harmonizing it there, but yeah, I didn't really count off. But 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So practice that one. That's a great lick. Django used that open string lick quite a bit. I believe he even uses that particular lick in his Sweet Georgia Brown solo. It could be used in a minor key too. It's just kind of a chromatically flavored lick. Let me get this going in. Thanks for watching. I know this is a super long video today, bonus video, but I've been wanting to come back to this step. Okay, so let's see. So I'm going to write it down. You can just follow me if you have not learned this particular open string lick. It's a killer lick. Again, it's very, very versatile. I use it in a lot of my etudes. And if you are into Gypsy Jazz and haven't checked out my etudes, check out my Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp etudes. I've written hundreds, okay, maybe 100. I'm guessing. Don't quote me. However, if someone wants to count them for me and catalog them for me, that'd be awesome. Just don't redistribute them without my permission. Let's see. Talking too much. Do do dee do 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 dee do do dee do. Do do octave D. Get rid of that one. B. Oh, 13. There it is. So it's do. See the pattern? It's a 3-note grouping. I love this. And this could be this. I didn't. Before I talk, so I didn't do it. Yeah, I didn't do it, but this particular riff, you could do it on different strings. It's chromatic. Just start on a chord tone and make sure you end on a chord. You can even do this. Same idea, you know. That da 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 da. That's a Django, very Django, like staying on one string. But that's not what I did here. So let me finish this. Do. What's next? 9, good. What's next up here? Octave, so that's 12. It's a long one. Do. What's next? 8, good. What's next up here? 11, good. Open. Oh, I better double check this. Do do dee do do dee do do dee do do dee. Oh, I did do one that's an open string one, number 5. Okay, that's maybe I demonstrated that on this video. I don't remember again. Let's see, where are we at here? Open 8, 11, open 7. Can't count. 10. Oh, come on. Sounds nice. Open. Do it with me. It's good for your visualization skills. 6. How far does it go? Open. 5, right? Do I get a 5? Do I get a 5? Yeah, that's the last one. And then it's fa mi, right to the 3rd degree. So let me go. Let me sync this guy. A nice syncopation. Da 4 is kind of an a la Django lick. Django loved these open strings. And it's a 3-note grouping, but I'm not going to play it as a triplet. I'm going to play them just as 8 notes, so you get this nice cross rhythm pattern. And I'm ending the 3rd on this time, which you can just play G major 7. I'm going to slow down, make sure that's synced up correctly, that syncopation is a little bit tricky. 1, 2, 3, 4, that was off just a little bit there. Oops. Let's do that again. I'm syncing it up so it's in time here with you, so that when you see the music, it looks like it's where it's supposed to be. That's my pet peeve, is when it doesn't sync up correctly. At 7. They want to hear myself talk. There I see. Creates a nice syncopation. Da 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 da
da da da da. It kind of sounds like you're in the mood lick, if you know what I'm saying. So here's the rhythm section. Again, it's on my loop pedal. Just gonna turn up a little bit. Here we go. 2, 3, 4. Again. Oops. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I like that one apparently 4 times. Let's do it again. Jeez, I really like it. Oops, I didn't catch that one, sorry. Let me loop. I think I did that 4 times, 5 times, jeez. But you can see it's a good technique builder, right hand. Here's Django doing here. Let's see, I think it does like this. That's his appel and direct solo. Check that out too. I think I have the transcription of that one notated. Okay, so that's all synced up for you. Really, really practice that one. That lick can take you really, I mean, it can be very imaginative. I can go on probably for an hour just on that particular lick, but of course I'm trying to get you through some of these. That was I don't think I'm labeling these, just so you know, that was number 4 on the list here. And I think I'm gonna start skipping around here, just doing select licks from this. Of course, this is the bonus video that you're watching, but I'll put the sound slice available too soon. If it's not already available by the time you're watching this video, I'm sure it will be. Let me write these chords in for you so you know what chords to play them over. I do recommend you gotta practice, you gotta force feed these licks in, slow it down, because, you know, I don't know, it takes practice. So like I say is that you'll get it if you practice it. D flat, C sharp, no one. I missed one. D sharp 7, no one. D7. Yeah, it's just syncopation. I saw that note. That didn't make sense to me, but it's because of the syncopation. Fooled myself. D7. So that, I'm not gonna get all technical, but that's a major 7. It's there, but there's your 7. That should be a G6. G6. I think I did that one 3 times, but let me label that one as number. If you're looking at the handwritten worksheet, that is number 4. So let me write number 4. I'm not gonna say like open string licks, you'll just know that that's number 4. This one I don't think I labeled. This one was number 3 from the worksheet. I know some of you are gonna go say like, where's number 2? It's like, well, these are select licks, but that's okay. Lick number 1, and then I even demonstrate what's not on this worksheet. I demonstrate that intro discussion of what the classic is. That should be number 1 for you to know on your lick. Okay, let's go on. And I'm in the 3rd on this time, but you can just play G major 7. Creates that nice syncopation. Da 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 da. It kind of sounds like you're in the mood lick, if you know what I'm saying. So here's the rhythm section. Again, it's on my loop pedal. Long video. I'm gonna embellish around a G chord. So I'm doing this. Number 6. I skipped number 5. Chordal embellishment. It's more just thinking, hey, number 5 is similar to number 4. I'm gonna embellish around because of the open string and the 3 grouping. But this is a different idea. This is pretty. Oh, and then I threw on the ending lick. 6, 9 that we talked about it earlier. And so I took that G shape and I started just on B, around B, the 3rd. And I'm doing this enclosure lick. Then I'm going to the D. Same idea, upper neighbor seen my videos.
I'll just say this now. Please, if you like the sound of these licks, those triad embellishments, check out my triad embellishment worksheets and lessons. There's some YouTube lessons. There's a lot of bonus video lessons on Patreon and all those worksheets. And a lot of my etudes, these triad embellishments, very important. And then you can fancy it up. And one of my Sweet Georgia Brown etudes goes like this. And then it goes, I think that's number 2 or something. It's just like, it is just that. And then my minor swing gypsy jazz boot camp. So these are really important studies. But let me go ahead and start notating this as I just demonstrated what that lick is, and you can practice it. If you're looking at the handwritten worksheet, let me get these. These are just all 8th notes, so that's good. It's even. Oh, we got it. Sorry, let me finish this sound up by doing this. Bum, bum, bam. Okay. And we're gonna go on the 3rd degree of G. We've got this G triad bar chord shape. That's what I'm visualizing. And it's da 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 dum. It's very singable too. I love these. And then try singing it da 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 dum. Oops. I don't know if you want to hear me sing this next one. Oh, no. There it goes. And then, what'd I miss? And then, rest, and then ba-da-da-da-da-da-da, the ending lick, all on one string. Rest, rest, rest. There it is. One more rest. So I have to do this. A half note rest. So the lick, I'm going to play it for you in a second here. And then some cool ending chord. Maybe this. I didn't put that on there, but it's fun to have. Oh, watch my ending chord. Oh yeah, that's another video I'm gonna have to do. Do something like this for. I have ending licks, 20 swing ending licks. I think I have a lot more than that. Just great ending. They're licks like this, but just in your standard swing style. Not specific to Sweet Georgia Brown again, where we're following that descending chromatic movement. Even though, like I said, you can kind of force feed these over a standard song in general, as long as you end it right on the beat there. It's kind of very specific. Oops, I lost that video. If you're still watching this, by the way, thank you.
Embellish around that G. There's a G6-9 that we talked about. Same idea, upper, and I'm doing this enclosure lick. Then I'm going to the D. Same idea, upper neighbor, lower neighbor. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen my videos. I know what I'm talking about. You've seen my videos. I hope where I'm doing these boot camp exercises. And then 1. Let's hear what that sounds.
That was bad. I'm not gonna try syncing those up. It's all talking.
It's like in time.
Let me go ahead and create an extra measure just because of all that talking. This one is, by the way, number 6 on the list. Let me get that notated here. Let's fast forward that.
6-9, nice chordal embellishment. It's more just where I'm doing these boot camp exercises in time. Got some birds chirping in the background there. They must like this or sing along. All right, if you can hear that. Here we go.
What a weirdo. Oh, there's that 6-9 chord.
Okay, let's do that again.
Wow. I gotta count off. I'm sorry. If I were to do this again, at least I'd go 1, 2. But I'm just playing to my loop there. I just looped the last 4 bars, of course. So
Let's do that again.
sorry. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
And if you don't know what I'm doing right now, I'm pushing the button here, the T button, to line it up. You just can't see it because I'm touching my keyboard. And now I have to put these repeat signs in. So let me do that for you. How many times did I do it? Just twice. Oh. I'm going to harmonize it with you just to show you this is fun to harmonize it. So I started on the 3rd degree. So I'll do one starting here below it on the root, just for fun. Let's see, did my loop get off? And I guess I could go 1 to the 6th degree. Actually, that'd be pretty cool. Let's do that again.
Okay, let's do that again.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, great. So hope you're enjoying
That's actually pretty cool. That could be a built-in arrangement, for your band or something.
this. Let's go on to number 7 here.
Number 7. Okay. Oh, did that one come out right? I'll do that one again.
Okay, let's do that again. Okay, great. So hope you're enjoying this.
I think I hit that chord every time, that 6-9 chord. And I better put that in. And it's kind of on the and, but who cares? Well, if you have a band and your bass player's gonna hit the button with you, then you better make sure it's 1 to and, 1 to and, that Charleston rhythm. But right now it's just noted on the beat. All right, it's gonna bother me. I'm gonna fix it. There, put it on the and, 1 to and then I'll make that 8th note. And all right, since you asked, I'll just be precise and do the slide, the glissando, be technical. There.
Okay, let's do that again.
And
Okay, great. So hope you're enjoying this. Let's go on to number 7 here. I'm probably going to just skip around, and I don't want this video to be too long.
it's already pretty long now. Now I'm doing this lesson from a lesson.
But number 7 has kind of a nice little lick here. I might have gotten this from a Gypsy Jazz
Probably.
player, but it kind of morphed into
I don't know who, but let's check it out. What it looks
my own thing too. So here we go. First of all, let me just kind of play the lick.
Ooh, I like that.
It's kind of a nice little bluesy phrase at the end there with the triplet too.
That's cool. It can also be something like, it could be chromatic. I'm gonna use this one in my next gig. That's a nice one. I'm just trying out. You can just do harmonic, maybe. That's like it. And then D7. It's a great lick just on a 2-5-1. Bluesy. Okay. I'm gonna notate that one, but practice it, learn it. Actually, let me just notate it right now, so you can learn it with me as I'm doing it. So I've got this pentatonic E to the kind of like a B major penta, I guess, B minor penta, but it's really like I just think of that all as G major 7, G major 9. I'll probably end up saying that. And I wrote it as D da dum, but it could go da da dum. It can also be chromatic if you want to. That's a really nice. So, but I got to do it how I wrote it. But it's getting to that E. But this is just all just G major stuff. G major 7, G major 6. That's all it is. Oh shoot, I forgot to put the chords on this last one. I'm gonna keep it going, but like I said, I'll put this out there and I'll put all the chords on there. I gotta speed this lesson up. Sorry.
Great. So hope you're enjoying. I'm doing these boot camp exercises, like, but it kind of morphed into my own. I've gotten this from a Gypsy jazz player.
There's a lot of talking here. Let me put that extra measure, and that's kind of just where the talking is. So then the lick will begin right here, and I usually demonstrate these a couple times, so you can practice with me. Oh, I didn't finish it. Ba ba doo ba doo ba dee. 1 2 and, triplet da 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 down. Where am I here on that lick? Oh, ba 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 dum, and the rhythm was wrong here. It's quarter. 1 2 and rest, quarter rest, and then the triplet here on beat 4. Da 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 dum. Now let's make that as 8th notes. Come on. Oh, I hate when they do that. You're like, what are they doing? They're forcing me into the next measure. Oh no, there it is. Da 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 da. Now I gotta put it as a triplet. Da 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 da. Sorry, turn down the volume there. Sorry about that. Ba da 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 dee. Like that. I like this lick a lot. That's how you can use it. It's just this like. It's beautiful lick. Maybe I got it from right out of the Django solo. I don't know. It's very Django, so it's very decorative. I mean, how to visualize it, like I just demonstrated, the A7, D7. It's of the E flats, tritone stuff. If you're wondering that, that's just tritone for this. And this whole thing, anyways, is kind of just a cycle of fourths. That's gonna be the last lick. That's gonna be the last lick that I show you, where I do this. Oh shit. Why can't I do it? That's the lick I usually do it on my gigs. I can't do it right now. Under pressure. I read an octave lower, but I like an octave higher. Under pressure. So let's see. This is a long video. Sorry again. I hope you guys watch this in chunks or have some coffee or eating something while watching this long video. This one is number 7, by the way. I had to find it on my worksheet. Rest. Oh, that's just an 8th note rest. It's syncopated. 1 and. So it's 1 and 3. 1 and 3 4 and. 1 and 3 4 and. It's nice to get that rhythm, the timing. So practice to get that rhythm. 1 and 3, and it's 1 and 3 4 and. That's 4 and. Oh, that needs to be an 8th note. I wish the AI can help me out, make these quicker, but you know, it's nice for you to see the actual process again too. Let's practice this lick. It's such a good one. 2 3 4. I gave you count of. One more time without me messing up. 1 2 3 4. And again, you could also go, that would be pretty, see the shape? Try to get those. So if you're wondering, how do I learn that? Just A, D, G is just a 2-5 lick there. It's a sweet 2-5 with that triplet. This right here, by the way, again, that's a little lick you should just work on. Da-da-da-doo-dee, doo-dee, da-dum. Sweet lick. Let's go on. I'm gonna get through this video for you. let's go back.
Great, so I hope you're enjoying this. Let's go on to number 7 here. I'm probably going to just skip around, and I don't want this video to be too long. It's kind of a nice little my own thing too. So here we go. First of all, let me just kind of play the lick. Player, but it kind of morphed into my own thing too. So here we go. First of all, let me just kind of play the lick. It's kind of a nice little bluesy phrase at the end there, with a triplet too.
Yeah, the first time wasn't really in time. Sorry about that.
It's kind of a nice little bluesy phrase at the end.
Oh, that needs to be a time. You want to hit that note twice.
It's kind of a nice little bluesy phrase at the end there, with a triplet too. With a triplet too.
Oops.
And this is almost like we're going to play a 2-5-1. You know.
Da-dum. Great lick. Great lick. Practice it. I'm just going to keep going on, you guys. Type in the comments if you watched the whole video. I'll be impressed. That's a good one, though. Get this lick down.
That's kind of a nice little bluesy phrase at the end there, with a triplet too. And this is almost like we're going to play a 2-5-1. You know, which is almost like a jangology. And then when I was
Let's do it a
singing
couple more times. It's a good one. It's a good one. I bet I do it a few times. Let's see. I like it. Let's do the backing track.
You know, which is almost like a jangle singing there at the end of it. Here, let's hear it in context again. Let's do that again. Okay, so number 15 is very
Whoa,
similar
I
to
really,
number 14,
I really cruised through
except I'm going to hit a G
this.
and
15.
quarter notes right on 1 and 2, and then immediately go to this chromatic lick, and it should end right on G. So it's 1, 2.
This is that pseudo-chromatic hack here that everybody loves to do. This. You know, so I was going, you can do it like this. Let's see what I wrote out here. Let me add a couple measures. Bars. They call them bars, measures. Do you use the term bars or do you like measures? I seem to say, I think I say both. I don't know. It depends on who I'm hanging out with. That was wow, I really jumped around here. There's some good licks. Again, you should check out the whole worksheet. I think I'll eventually do the whole worksheet in sound slice mode, and I'll go through each lick. But this one's number 14 here, this pseudo-chromatic lick. And I say pseudo-chromatic because it's not every note. There's like one note missing. But it's just so easy to go 4, 3, 2, 0. 3, 2, 1, 0. Can't count. Okay. And just go right to G. This is all the way down. And I'm just alternating my. These are all G6, D6, but it works great over G because it gives you some extensions. And this harmonics, that's another important aspect of the playing. This one's super easy to write out, so let me get the 8th note going here. This is a good lick. This is a classic thing to know, so if you don't already have this down, learn it. Pet peeve. They default for me They think I want a whole note each time I start a new measure. I don't. See, I want to be able just to talk it to AI. I'm really big on the AI movement, as everybody is in the world. See, I don't want that. I just want to be able to say, play pseudo chromatic lick down, and have it create it for me. So if you are a developer and watching this, make that please. Oh, I went too far. There. It should stop right on a G if I did it correctly. Let me see. Did I screw that up? Yep, I did. I really messed this one up. You have to hit that G chord twice, so I didn't show you that part of it. Sorry, I showed you the lick of it, but let me add some notes here. So you want to hit that G. This is important, and you'll notice a lot of Gypsy jazz players will do this. They hit the chord. So I actually hit a G9 chord. They don't necessarily do it on this, but a lot of their licks will go like this. And they'll do their lick. They'll hit the chord twice on the beat. Django did that too, of course. So I'm sure that he's kind of the template for a lot of other players. And I should have known that, because that didn't rhythmically make sense. So this should actually be a quarter twice. So this is important. So practice this. Hit that chord twice, 1, 2 on the beat, and then these 4 notes should actually be here. So I need to do some copying and pasting here. Let me get my skills down for some copying and pasting. Bam. Good. Get rid of these ones. Copy, delete, insert notes. Bam. And then this note here is copy that, because that's the final note there, because it needs to end right on G. So that's why I knew something was fishy. Woo. Check it out. And there with a triplet too. Similar to number 14, except I'm going to hit a G9 chord. Oh, number 14. Oh, this is number 15 here. I better label that too. This is 14. Let me at least do that before I forget. And again, I know you're watching the bonus video of the bonus video, but remember to go to Sound Slice and practice with it. And then eventually I'll do, assuming, this is something popular, I'll come back to it again and do the whole 18 licks. Probably not with a lesson, but knowing me, I probably won't blab away. This is number 15. Let's get through these. There's a couple more. Oh, come on. So it's 1, 2. There it is, right there. Hit those 1, 2, G9 chord. And on 1 and 2. And then immediately go to this chromatic lick. I'll just go ahead and notate that, since that was pretty good. And then immediately go to this chromatic lick. And it should end right on beat 1. Let me go ahead and notate that. Or repeat that. I bet I already do it a couple times, so let's do it 4 times. And then immediately go to this chromatic lick. And it should end right on G. So it's 1, 2. One more. Of course, the harmonic on the 5th fret. Oh. You'll get that nice tranny sound. Let's try that with the rhythm section. See how that sounds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that again. Oops, I messed up. Okay. Let me make sure that was synced up pretty good. Yeah, I was a little bit late there. harmonic in, since I seem to like that. It's not on the worksheet, but I'll put that in. And again, basically the timing of that is on the and of 2, so it's like a Charleston rhythm. That can make a cool little lick right there, a little intro, instead of going like this all the time. All right, go. Or here. 1 and 1 and. Type in the comments if you know how to dance to Charleston. I'll also be impressed. 5th fret, 5th fret, 5th fret. Harmonics. How do we do that? Tabs. Harmonics. Yeah.
They should end right on G. So it's 1, 2. Of course, a harmonic on the 5th fret. Okay, get that nice chimey sound. Let's try that with the rhythm section. See how that sounds. 2, 3, 4. Let's do that again.
Red.
Okay, I'm gonna.
That was Jimmy Rosenberg tempo there. 200. Double time. All right, let's see what else is going on with these. I think I'm almost done.
Just do 2 more here for you. This is number 17. And it's a similar triad lick earlier, but I'm just doing quarter note triplets. I think it's nice to work in different rhythmic aspects of things as well. So here it is, a shape. Okay, that's the lick. Let's hear it with the rhythm section.
I'll harmonize it. Again.
I don't need to repeat that one.
I was like, I don't like that one. No, I do like it, but it's not anything too special. So yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't need to repeat it. Bars, let's go on. Yes, I have fun talking to myself, but hopefully some of you are
so it's 1, 2.
Entertained. Let's see. Let's add that. Do some correct notation. Actually, that needs to be a half note rest. This one, yeah, this. Oh, what? 1, 2, and
right on G.
8th note.
So it's 1, 2.
That needs to be an 8th note. There. So let's see. This last, don't worry, we're almost done, you guys. Triad triplets, quarter note triplet too. That's probably why I wanted to do this one, to get the quarter note triplet. Da, 1, 2, da 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 da. Okay, so that it's really a rhythmic idea too for this particular one. Let me know in the comments if you do like this video. I'm curious, and I will come back to it and do all 18 licks on a separate one. Perhaps not with the full-blown lesson like this, so I'm actually reviewing the lesson with, or maybe I will. Let's get this, let's copy and paste this guy, get it done with. We're almost done, you guys. Hang in there. Get to the final lick, the best lick, the one I use in all my gigs. Sound of that. And then 3. There, I didn't even need to do that again.
So it's, of course, a harmonic on the 5th fret. Okay,
I'll write the chords in later, don't worry about it.
Let's try that with the rhythm section, see how that sounds.
Oh.
2, 3, 4. Let's do that again.
That's a quick and easy lick. I got to show you something though before I leave that one, because that one can also be done way up on the 5th fret, or 5th fret, 12th fret. Same idea, right? Like this. Why not do it here? So you hit the chord. Okay. Check that out. Lots of bang for the buck. Okay, we're almost done. One more lick after this, after I just sync this guy up.
I'm probably gonna just skip around, so let me just kind of play the lick.
Oh, wait. What's going on there? I went back. But I like that one too.
Let's hear it with the rhythm section. Really more a cycle of 4. D7.
Oh.
Triad lick earlier, but I'm just doing quarter note triplets. I think it's nice to work in different rhythmic aspects of things as well. So here it is, a shape. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. This is only 3 bars. I'm missing one full measure. Sorry. Again. Copy and paste. Yes, and I'm sure somebody caught that. Like, hey Tracy, you're missing a measure. Yes, it was. I'm getting too excited about being. Oh, check this out. Check this out. Let me save this first. But check this out. This is kind of cool. If you don't know this about Sound Slice, you'll be in this mode. You could go to the video, and you could go to video. What's going on? Oh, maybe I have to enable it. I have to enable synth overlay. Sometimes I forget about that. There, check this out. This is cool. Synth overlay, so you can actually hear the you can hear it.
That's the lick. Let's hear it. And then immediately. And it should hit right on CD. So it's 1, 2.
It's not in sync perfectly, so you may not want to use that, but it does have its purpose sometimes.
Okay, that's the lick. Let's hear it with the rhythm section.
And that's where I say I'm not going to repeat that one.
Okay, that's the lick. Let's hear it with the rhythm
Harmonize
section.
it.
I don't need to repeat that one. Number 18 here, this is actually the last one.
I know, we're almost done. Number 17. Number 18, the last one. Yay! Congratulations. Even though I skipped around, I think there's only like 7 of them total in this, including that classic. So I do get this handwritten one if you want to check out all of the licks, but I'll probably make a video too. I mean,
Okay, that's the lick. Let's hear it with the rhythm section. Okay, I don't need to repeat that one. Number 18 here, this is actually the last one on my page. I'm thinking I'm treating it like it's a circle of fifths, really more a cycle of fourths, like this.
so this is cool because, you know, most people always do this. But you could go, you know, you could do fourths. At any time you can make it chromatic. I mean, that's kind of what tritone sub is all about. If you, hopefully, you know, talk a lot about tritone sub. So if not, definitely review all my lessons on tritone substitution. So I'm gonna write this one out here. Let me sync it. Let me write it. This one will be fast. And I've written this one out before. I think I have it in another quick lick or something. So hopefully you already know it. But it's kind of my favorite one for this. I do this often. I even do this in I do this in some, you know, like turnarounds. I do this as let's see, I'll show you what I mean. No one to talk with, I'm all by myself. No one to walk with, I'm happy on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. You know what I'm saying? Don't know about that. last note, but just like as a turnaround, E, A, D, G, this is going through the fourths, E, A, D, G. You could use it in a lot of places. Very, very versatile. Why is it doing that? So I'm doing some. Let me create an extra measure here. So I'm talking so much. Oh, it's weird. This is really bizarre. It's not allowing me to create an extra bar. Oh, and it messed up this stuff too. So let me go back and fix this now. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is to create a. Oh, it did. I have. So I'm gonna start here. It created a lot of bars. Okay, that's the lick. This one on my page. Okay, that's the lick. Let's hear. Okay, that's the lick. Let's hear it with the rhythm section. That's weird. I lost my sync here. Let me see what's going on here. I think Sound Slice is not liking the length of this lesson here. Let's go back and sync this one up and move on. Okay, that's the lick. Let's hear it with the rhythm section. Yeah. Sorry, I gotta slow this down. Repeat that one. Number 18 here, this is actually the last one on my page. Circle of fifths, really more a cycle of fourths. And some subbing here, so I'm kind of thinking G7, C7 to resolve. So the lick would be this. Okay, so it's kind of fun. It's doing kind of similar to what number 1 was. Almost a full circle here. I'm doing this kind of a pentatonic scale. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. That's important too. So we started with this. That's following the progression, but now I'm actually using it as a tritone sub. And this, that's for this chord. So you get tritone sub. Let's see. So I'm gonna go boom. Oops. Sorry. Play along with me, learn this lick. It's a good one. Right there, you gotta go to B flat. You gotta scoot it up because of the tuning of the guitar. So, oops, that should be. And then it wrote it as A sharp, but same idea. We have this G, C, F, B flat, E flat, D, G. It's a good exercise, good little warm up lick if you don't have that one already down. E flat. They put it as D sharp, that's fine. Oops. And then this part's a little bit tricky here as I just messed up. You gotta go down a half step to the D. And then finally, it's a good lick here. So let's make sure that's in sync. Okay, so it's kind of fun. It's doing kind of similar to. Let me put a repeat here. I bet I'm going to play it a couple times. Let's say 4 times. And that's it, you guys. Let's finish it out though. Uh-oh. Oh. What happened here? Oh, I put the repeat. key in the wrong place. Amateur. 4 times. Here we go. Oh, wow. Look at that. This repeat, like, I swear, I swear, sound slice is not like me. There we go.
So it's kind of fun. It's doing kind of similar to what number 1 was. Almost a full circle here. I'm doing this kind of a pentatonic scale. 1, 2, 3, 5. 4-note cell. It's a pretty popular cell to use because it could be on G major. It could be on a G7. Okay, just 1, 2, 3, 5.
Master this.
Scale. And then I took that around the dominant cycle. So I'm going G, C.
Oh, see, that's pretty bizarre. It did the repeat. Oh, that's why I lost that repeat. There. Okay, good. Blaming it on sound slices, my own human error.
7, E flat 7. I'll find the pentatonic scale. And then I took that around the dominant. You can even do it up an octave.
Yeah, that's where I like to do it. So here, let me copy and paste this. And I guess I didn't do it 4 times. So let me eliminate that 4 times. Delete. Let me put a 1 measure of space. And then this would be up an octave. I highly recommend that you learn up an octave too. This is generally where I do it. And if you watch my live performance video of this song, you'll hear me do it. I mean, so it's a 15. It's a nice pattern. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't have 32 frets. Do you? 14, 17. That's all same pattern. And then this is where you have to shift over to the 15. 15, 17, 15, 18. And then, let's see. 16, 18, talking tab here. 15, 18. And then move it down to the D7. 15. Oh, I did mess that up. Oh, no, that's right. This should be 14, 17, 15. There. That's an up an octave.
C, F, E, and G.
Oh, I did do it twice. Let me put that repeat sign in so you can kind of see, play along with me.
Okay, so it's kind of fun as doing 3, 5, 4. I'll find the pentatonic scale. That around the dominant cycle. So I'm going G, C, F, B flat, E flat, D, and G.
I was drinking my coffee when I was waiting for him.
F, B flat, E flat, D, and G.
Oh, weird. Why did it sync that up?
C.
Up an octave.
An octave.
Oh, I just kind of went right into it, huh?
Okay, so it's kind of fun as an octave. An octave.
So that's right there.
Octave. Let's hear this one of the rhythm section.
Oh, now I'm gonna have to play it. Let's see if. Where do I play it at? Low.
Let's do it up an octave.
Oh, so I. Now I'm Let's copy all of that and then repaste it. Let's hear this one with the rhythm section. Let's turn up an octave. Okay. Hey guys, thanks for watching. I gotta put that last chord in there. What chord did I do? G6-9. So I gotta show you something real fast. Here, sometimes I like to do this chord, G6-9, but you can also do it like this with the 9 on top. Django loved both of these chords. Or this. Of course, he loved this chord. And he loves this chord. Those are some of Django's favorite. And he loved this chord. Those are some of his favorite chord shapes to do. And he loved this chord. So, it's fun chords on the top 4 strings. I'll let Django. Hey, thanks for watching this. This is a long video. Hope you enjoyed it. Let me know in the comments. We'll see you at the next one. And let me know if you want me to do all 18 licks on a sound slice practice video. I'll do it. Cheers.
Versus just kind of a relaxed, easy swing. And that's also another consideration, the tempo. You know, maybe you're not going to be doing triplets at a faster tempo. It might be harder technically, but those are some things or 16th notes, double time for that matter. Sweet Georgia Brown in the fake book, the first chord is, and I know not all of you have played it, but the first chord is D7. I want the first chord to match the chart that I sent you, which is E7. I don't say most, but most players play it, most gypsy jazz players play it in the key of, this is what's tricky. I was almost gonna say key of E, that was totally wrong though. Sweet Georgia Brown is in the key of G. The first chord is a 6 chord, E7, 6, and then A7 is a 2 dominant, D7 is the 5, and then we're in the key of G major. It's funny, it starts on the 6 chord, almost like we're doing that progression where I stopped on top C. I said, oh, I don't want to do this part, the B section, but it's almost like a rhythm changes style B section. It goes around the cycle, the dominant E, A, D, G. And then this, here, let me load up the screen share for this chart, for this. And that's okay, this is not a lesson just on Sweet Georgia Brown, but at the same time, it is definitely a mini lesson here. This is just a tune. Then it goes to A7. Remember, we're in the key of G. That's the big picture. So here's G major penta. And that's also E minor blues. Here's E minor. This is the second half of the song. Right now I'm on a D7 chord, but we're just taking G major pentatonic or blues. Repetition. Pentatonic. And right there I couldn't resist. I actually made that E chord major instead of minor. So, but I think it's pretty bluesy to just do that the whole way through, the whole song. And you can do that. And it sounded fine. Sound pretty bluesy, pretty rootsy, just to play the E minor pentatonic / blues. Again, that's the equivalent, as you all know now, to G major pentatonic / G major blues scale. Same thing. And again, I encourage you to do that. Again, you know, just all the way through. And then you can add as much technique as you want or keep it simple and repetitive. Really just have fun. Here's that E minor chord. And pentatonic. And now I want to do this. And that's going to lead us to the next portion of this course. Kind of outlining the chords a little bit more now, because, and I hope I made my point here with, hey, you can stay on one scale through the whole thing, but it's also nice, which is what I want to do, because to me it's more jazz style, especially play the changes, especially on when you have 4 bars. But but you know, I was gonna also say these video excerpts are going on the Vimeo page. And I want to say that you can slow it down on Vimeo, not just YouTube now, but you can slow down the videos. So if you're like, ooh, that was nice, you know, just slow it down. That's my recommendation. But that's why I'm just noodling, I always say, noodling in a good way around these scales. And I'm kind of messing around with the same exact shapes that we're all playing together. But one thing that I notice is that I like to experiment with fingerings. I don't necessarily play it the same way. Like I did one thing here, where I used all 4 fingers versus sliding. Sometimes I'll like to do that. Instead of this, I go. So that kind of changes the articulation. But that to me is an E minor blues here. So I'm kind of thinking a different position, but pretty much what I'm trying to limit myself is exactly what you have written on the paper as far as like today, this. G major blues scale with the E minor blues, connecting the dots. And now what I want to just talk about for the remaining portion is not the harmonic minor scale, but actually go into more conceptual of playing the changes. We'll pick it up right here with Sweet Georgia Brown. So what I like for you to try to do is to play to the chord. So one thing that I think is nice when you have an E7 chord, the triad is basically major. 1, 3, 5. Not minor. Minor makes it sound, and that's the whole bluesy thing. That's like Johnny B. Good sounding. You have E7 and you're playing the E minor blues against that dominant chord. Okay, that really makes it bluesy. But what's nice, again, I'm not gonna say it's better in any way, but a different flavor is play that E7 and then play that E major pentatonic or E major blues. We're almost like we're in the key of E major for that moment. Pop quiz. E major penta equals what minor penta? It's I'm reading lips. I hope you all said C sharp minor, right? C sharp. Yeah, thanks for the sign language. Here's E. Here's a quick method again. I'm gonna reiterate this a lot. Here's E. That's major. We got to go sad, minor, C sharp minor. So again, we have an E7 chord. Let's see. I instantly went to this position. Again, if we had a rock beat, it would sound like Allman Brothers or Skinner. I'm now pushing you to playing the changes a little bit here. This is where we get some of the strategies coming in. I have it on loop, only on that E7. I know it's kind of a brisk tempo. E7 for 4 bars. It's just on loop. I'm gonna start here, C sharp minor. Again. And right now, all I can say is sing what you play instead of saying like, play dotted 8th note, quarter note. Just sing what you play. And I almost said that, I think I said that wrong. I said sing what you play. I'd almost rather have you play what you sing versus singing what you play. And that kind of means when you're out of breath too, don't play. As Miles Davis would say, take your hand off the instrument. Well, he would probably have added a few words, but take your hand off the instrument and just let it breathe. I mean, again, this is kind of the easy swing style soloing phrasing, meaning this. Breathe. I'm thinking C sharp minor penta blues. And I'm staying on 3 strings. But remember, sometimes I like to start low. E. But it's kind of harder to hear. It doesn't cut through like the high end. But here's E major penta. The melody is this, by the way. It's right out of the pentatonic scale. And then get minor to make it bluesy, up 3 frets. So this is a great trick. Go up 3 frets and make it bluesy by playing minor. And then go down 3 frets back to the happy major. A little chromatic. Right here, minor. It's like the same lick, but now go back here. Move it up. Same shape. That's the idea, is to keep it really simple. The only thing is, on this song in particular, and this ties into the whole blues approach when we look at these jazz standards, when it goes to the 4 chord, that's the ideal time to make it minor. So when I add in that A7 chord in this song, that's when I want you to go to the E minor, and and that's pretty much what the melody does too. The melody is this. That was all E major penta, and then on the A7 chord, it turns to minor. So when I'm playing on a tune such as Sweet Georgia Brown, I like to often go E major for 4 bars. It could be stuff like this. And then I minor it. Now I'm getting a lot more notey here, but again, just major to minor. That's what I want you to think. And that's going to tie over into many of these songs, to practice major to minor. That's huge, especially when we hit songs such as
to practice major to minor. That's huge.
After You've Gone, I'll See You in My Dreams, All of Me, all these songs. Stardust, Moonglow. Major to minor is huge. E major to E minor. E major. E minor. It's on loop. So back to E major. E minor. Don't forget that's G major. Major. Minor. And back to major. I'm keeping the phrases short. And gravity minor. And there I kept it on the minor. This is, as many of you know, I hope if you've played the 12-bar blues, it's kind of like you're playing the blues. You have the 1 chord, and it's often either dominant or major. Then you have the 4 chord that's played as a dominant. And the really nice, a simple approach, oftentimes I teach this on starting with the blues, but right now I'm just using this, is just to play your major lick or idea and then turn it to minor for the 4 chord. And the thing that I did not demonstrate, I'm going to demonstrate right now, is, well, what if we treat that A7 chord, the 4 chord, as its own major pentatonic? And that's going to sound great as well. I'm going to just demonstrate that. Actually, I'm going to just go through the whole progression, the 8 bars at least, the first 16 bars, A section, and I'll yell it out. It's going to be E major pentatonic, which I'll just do this. Then I'm going to move it to A major pentatonic. And then D. And then G. And it's going to be just taking the same kind of phrase or lick even and just making sure I can follow the changes. This adds a whole nother level of complexity. You guys have got to follow the chord changes now and maybe have that lead sheet. And I'm going to loop the A section, but basically it goes around the cycle. If you saw this circle of fifths, that's what I mean, the cycle of fourths. It's going to go E, A, D, G. It just goes right around the horn. So I'm going to loop that. And basically, even though I'm probably going to get fancy, I won't mean to, I'm going to try to keep it simple. I'm going to try to start on the root. Here's the progression just so that you can see it looped. See the E for 4 bars, A for 4 bars, D for 4 bars. Then it gets a little bit fancy, G, D, G, B7. That's just all G major. And I'm going to treat it as, in my head, when I'm soloing, I'm thinking E major pentatonic for 4, A pentatonic for 4. These are all major, but you can do the minor. You might have to grab a piece of paper and write it out, but you'll start to connect these as you start to do this. Again, I know this is now I'm asking you to play 4 different scales on this 16 bars versus the easy method at the beginning here. But check it out. I'll start with E major penta. A. D. G. E major. What's coming up? A major. D major. And I went to that position. And G major, which is E minor. And I know it's nice to have a simple method. E. Walk the bass. And A. And D. And G. I'm just looping the 16 bars. And A. And know, again, this is quite a, as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, this is a big study. This is like asking you to just be able to be all over the fretboard. And I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just kind of doing a quick demonstration. But one thing that I'm using quite a bit is that sliding scale. A. If we can add that blue note, sometimes I'm doing this fingering, as you might have seen. Especially if I'm running up and down the scale. If I want to play, you know, kind of faster licks and stuff. And then D. And for that D one, I chose the 1-in-1 position, the one that's written on that G sheet today, well, actually I gave you the C sheet too, but it's still the same thing, just copy it and paste it up higher. Here's D. And again, that's that D major penta. So again, you know, there's a couple of new topics here, and this definitely applies to playing the 12-bar blues. 12-bar blues actually is definitely easier than Sweet Georgia Brown, but that's kind of the approach I want to start to focus on now. Next, playing the chord changes, playing to each chord. It's not an easy task, but I want you to also know, hey, I got lost. What key are we in? You know, if you know the key, you can always just fall back, like I said, to the minor blues pentatonic sound and be fine. This you kind of have to keep track again. Sweet Georgia Brown really does make a nice example. The 12-bar blues in C. You know, just stick to some of these easier songs. The Lullaby of Birdland, I would say, is a little bit more challenging if you don't already really know the song, especially if you try to go through all of it. So, you know, maybe just that A section. Don't worry. I know that's asking a lot, especially if this is still all new for you, if you're learning the scale shapes. Maybe for next week, you can look at that C jazz blues soloing excerpt, because that's where I want to go with all of this before we get into the harmonic minor scale and then any triad and outlining. Before we get too fancy on every chord and licks, I still like to just kind of take the bigger picture and just kind of bring it in slowly so we can then start to focus on the specifics. Sweet. Hey folks, welcome to today's mega lesson workshop. We're talking soloing ideas and strategies. Sweet Georgia Brown. Let's get started. Thanks for joining me, and good to see you all again. It's been a while since I've offered anything online. We're gonna start with the basic. I'm not gonna like walk you through the melody. I'll give you a demonstration, but you know, I'm assuming you know the melody and you know the chords, so I'm gonna kind of talk through it a little bit quicker, but please let me know if you have questions on it, because it's very important that you understand the chord progression. And often you'll hear me say I'll say the dominant cycle or the cycle of fourths, and that's important that you know that it's, you know, going counterclockwise of the circle of fifths, and it's a pattern. So that's very important, again, that you understand that, because that occurs in so many songs, such as the B section to rhythm changes, and then just many other songs that follow that cycle or the pattern of the fourth degree. So I'm going to go and just start the screen share here, and that way the screen will stand me. This one actually has a YouTube video that is from my class, my Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp from probably, I don't know, I usually gauge by my hairstyle and stuff, so it's probably about 4 or 5 years ago now, and not my COVID hair. So let's see. One thing I'm going to do is get rid of the video. That's the first thing I'm going to do. So if you're new to Sound Slice, I don't want the video right now. I don't care about the lesson. I just want to play along with the computer. So I went down here into synthetic mode, okay? And I'm going to push play. And that's the tune, the really basic tune. It's very square. You can play along with it, of course. You can play chords. It's been said she knocks them dead when she lands it's great to play along with, and that's just, it's very square, I always say, but it's a great way to learn the basic melody and the basic chords. I kept this one very basic. I mean, I usually add a few more chords to it, but again, this is bare bones. So that being said, we have E7, 4 bars. And again, we're going counterclockwise to the circle of fifths. So E, A, D to G. We're in the key of G. It actually starts on the 6th chord, the 6th dominant. 6 to the A, that's a 2, D's the 5, and G's the 1. So this is often called back cycling too. We know we're in the key of G, but it starts on the 6th, and we are going to arrive at the G chord as our 1 chord. So it starts at the 6th these are all dominant, so that's where the term dominant cycle comes in too, because we know they're dominant chords. E7, A7. I'm just using basic shapes here. D7, and then finally G6. I'll do the Charleston rhythm. This is a B section, kind of like we're going back to the beginning there. A7. And then E minor. And that's where it changes. And in front of the E minor, I like to put a B7 often to pull us into that. Sometimes players don't play that. Sometimes they do play that. So that would be right here on this A7. Then kind of a quick change. B7 for just one measure. I'm going to just continue. So just be aware of that. I might even put that in parentheses. It's not always played. I like to play it often, but not everybody does that 5 there. And then we're in E minor for these 4 bars, essentially. E minor is the relative minor of G major. And you can't get any more basic than 1, 5, 1. You know, for a progression in any key, just 1, 5, 1, the tonic and the dominant. 1, 5, 1, 5. Okay, and then the sweet turnaround that everybody does, this chromatic turnaround from the 1 chord, these are dominant, so. And it's the 1, well, I'm not even going to say the numbers, but just walk it down to the 5. That's what's important. And then once you get to the 5, then go to the 1. Now, that being said, oftentimes this last chord, not the penultimate chord, but the chord in front of the penultimate chord, the E flat 7, these, oh, by the way, this is all just tritone substitution too. You can think of it that way, but tritone substitution, making a chromatic bass line going around the cycle of fourths. So that being said, again, E flat 7 is the tritone of A7. So sometimes players will go E7, A7, D7, and then G6. Okay, so think about that. One of my ending licks, I actually did it without the chromatic movement, and you'll see that if we get to the ending licks page. So again, just realize, hey, it's a chromatic walk down. Everybody does this pretty much. And that was not notated, but this G, the resolution, you can go G, G flat or F sharp, F, back to the top, the E7. So that's basically the chordal, the harmonic breakdown. We're in the key of G, we start on the 6th chord, we're working our way through the dominant cycle till we get back to the 1. So it's 3. It starts on the 6th chord, it goes to the 2, 5, and then the 1. And then later it goes to the relative minor and does the E minor B7, E minor B7 with the walk down. And again, I hope you learn the melody. I'm going to talk about the melody because it has one of my favorite tricks in here, which I discuss on that video, and that's using pentatonic scales and also the major to the minor soloing method. But soloing method number 1, even before I go to the major minor, the very first thing I want to say is this is actually, and I do have this documented on some videos already, this is actually a great song to try out just purely playing blues scale. Just the blues scale. That's like the very, very first thing. And I would treat it, again, almost like we're doing like an E blues, where you're going on that E7, okay? And I'm going to load up that PDF here on the sound slice for the blues. I hate to assume that you've already played the 12-bar blues for years and years, which many of you have. I know some of you have not. So again, this is just some things for you, hopefully to make a note like, oh, I like that sound. It's very rootsy, very down home. Let me go ahead and go back a track. The concept is very, very simple. Play the G major or the E minor blues. Most people refer to the blues scale as a minor scale. It's just a minor blues scale. Some people just say the E blues, and you'll know it's this. And you can use that on the A7. On the E7, I think I said A7. You can use it on the A7. I'm just playing the same scale, D7, and of course a G. And then the whole song, E minor, B7, E minor, and then the walk down. Song, and I think it sounds great. Again, I do have this already documented, so I might bypass some of the setup here of going through it, but rather I would love for you to try it for a second. I do feel like that's crucial. So do learn your blues scale. And I know I've been posting a lot on Patreon. I know you're all on Patreon. I know I've been posting a lot on Patreon saying learn all your 5 positions, learn diagonal. Make sure you could just do this, just really simple 1 position first. That's enough to make music, and then slowly increase. So that's what some of this says. Like now I say, well, now you can think of it here as G major blues. That's right here, by the way, if you're looking at my cursor. This. And I like to have a few positions to play because it makes me play differently, some different ideas. I like to kind of build it up slowly sometimes, stay in one area and then kind of work my way up through the positions if I know I'm going to kind of stretch out in my solo. So that's one reason why I like to have different positions. And I love this sliding scale shape here. This, I'll do it slowly. I often call this a diagonal position too. And then I stayed in that position to resolve it, descending. Again, that's a fun way to do it. And you don't, when I say sliding, I should maybe correct that and just I call it sliding, but diagonal method. Because in this case, I'm not gonna slide. Check this out. There's a little slide. It's symmetrical. It's kind of a neat shape. And that works again for the whole song. Okay, so that's where I would want you to experiment with one of these, one of these shapes or the basic scales. Okay, let's not go on further where I say play to each chord. That's actually the part where I say pentatonic / blues and then beyond. Now you can get a little bit more jazzy by actually playing to every chord. When the chord changes, you change your pentatonic. But what I'm talking about right here is just to stay on one scale for the whole 32 bars, okay? And that's E minor blues or G major blues. It can also just be the pentatonic scale. I hope you know that the blue note is a flat 5 on a minor. It's a flat 3 on a, if you're thinking off the G major. Same note, it's a B flat. So again, that's what I would recommend. Just give that a try one time through. Just get bluesy. That's what it's all about. Is to embrace getting bluesy. I often think of Tommy Emmanuel. He does this quite a bit. Yeah, get bluesy. A lot of repetition. This, or you get the idea. It's like rock and roll. So don't be afraid to embrace that blues flavor. It's a feel-good sound. Okay, so I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I do have some videos on that already. I just wanted to put that out there. The next step for using this, play to each chord. And I actually kind of just did that as I was just doing that riff, this classic blues riff. Right, I know many of you know this. Well, guess where it's A, right? What's next? D. See how it's following the chord? What's next? G. And then again we can follow the whole chord progression. But that's like a cliche blues riff. Like a rock and roll style rockabilly even. But so that's kind of the concept. Is play to each chord. You have E7, you have the E pentatonic blues. This is actually the E major, if you're wondering. Do I use E minor or E major? I'm actually thinking E major pentatonic blues. This. Over this. The major one tends to be sweeter sounding versus the minor one. Some of you have already taken my blues course. And again, you can do either or. You can combine them, and that's what I call the hybrid scale, the composite scales, when you combine them both. So refer back to my blues worksheets if you need to on that. This is just an overview, but check it out. E7, and this is exactly as written. You can get a little bit slippery by adding chromatics. So again, E7, play the scale. And then on the A7, move to A and do the same thing. D7, same thing. But I wrote something different here, just to warn you. If you're wondering, hey, how come that doesn't look the same? I just broke it up here. I was thinking off the relative minor. So on the D7, the relative minor D, just like G is E minor, for D, it's B minor. And this leads me to my favorite trick of talking about relative minor. 3 frets. That's the trick. 3 frets. The magic number. Go down 3 frets. If you have D major, the relative minor, 3 frets below B minor. I mean, it sounds like rock guitar now, but it's a quick trick to know. Minor's down 3, major's up 3. If you're wondering, how do I remember my relative? Just know minor's down, sad, major's happy, up. The 3 fret trick. But the other aspect of it is, yes, learn these shapes. That was a D major, but here's B minor blues. As written there on the sheet, okay? So again, that's the same scale, just different fingerings. So that's kind of what I'm demonstrating here. It's just some of these shapes connected, and then you can goof around with it. I'm going to play through the chords for you here too. And then on the G major is the same as E minor. So what did I write out here? E minor blues. Here's G6. E. Kind of almost like country rock. A. Okay, you get the idea. Hit the chord, play the scale. It's gonna sound nice. That's, again, now we're starting to play the changes a little bit more versus that first approach, which was only to play one scale through the whole song. That's more rock and roll. This is a little bit kind of jazzier, okay? Trying that out. And then this is a big worksheet right here, just so you know. There's a lot of these concepts that I wanted to discuss here, major to minor. That's coming up next. But before we do that, any questions? I need to get back to our chat here. If you're needing to, read the tabs here, I want you to, again, I want you to get the concepts. If you make a note like, oh, I need to work on my minor blues scale more, or I need to work on the conversion from major to minor, just make little notes to yourself of some things for you to work on. Or maybe you're like, oh, I don't know my sliding scale. I'm going to learn that diagonal shape better. I'll play it on G. That was 1, 2, flat 3, 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, flat 3, 3, 5, 6. I love this fingering because once you learn one octave, you know it now for 3 octaves as long as you know where your root is. And that's all for G major, or G6. And sometimes I like to use all 4 fingers, and then I connect it to the E minor. Okay, so I'm going to play some rhythm guitar for you. Here's a simple exercise. E. That was a 4-bar phrase. Well, hey, now I'm going to move it to A. D. And this is also B minor penta, as I mentioned. And then now we're on G. I'm going to go slow, and then G. And then we're back to E. And I'm playing to the chords. Again, now this is kind of getting a little bit jazzy here. The blues approach to the pentatonic, it's a PDF. And it's also on the sound slice too. Feel free to keep typing in the chats, you guys. I'll try to answer the questions between the demonstrations. But I am going to play a little bit of rhythm guitar for you, and I hope you kind of got that. A great approach, again, is to just start simple. E. A. D. I'm going to start here. G major. Again, I'm just following the changes. You guys give it a try. This is just this is again kind of the approach to where we're face value. We're actually playing the changes now. You C, E7, you play your E lick. Maybe you want to play just this. And then A. This is actually good to get everywhere on the neck. Just to play that riff, for example, all over the fretboard. Let's just give it a try. 1, 2, 3, E major. Get ready, A major. You're playing the changes. That's also F sharp minor, by the way. D major or B minor. And yes, I am thinking about those relatives. Ready, G major blues. E. We won't worry about, well actually we will do E minor when it comes up. A. Just try to play the changes. Start on A, for example. Ready, E minor coming up. Just stay all on E minor. Just get bluesy. That's a good approach. And then still on E minor, if you're wondering, what do I do here? Play E minor blues. G major. Let's try a little bit faster. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, E. A. I'm just yelling out the roots for you. You can do major or minor, D. Ready, G. E. Yeah, get bluesy. rest of the way through, all the way through E minor, B major blues. Okay. I know some of you are saying, when are we going to do all this stuff? All the Diminished and all that great stuff, that's coming up next. Any questions on the pentatonic major minor blues? I hope that's straightforward. I think I just have like one little quick trick or tip, and I kind of showed it here on that D7 when I said B minor. For us guitar players, when you do this, B minor blues, that high note is the relative. See, here's B minor, here's major, so you have D. So this is kind of a nice trick. You hit D7, you can do it on the 10th fret. 10 here, and then D's here, D major, D7, but do this. And that's D major blues or B minor blues, same thing again. So if I said E7, find E here, see? A would be down here, D, G. So again, I'm just kind of using the fretboard with this blues pentatonic being the high note of that minor pentatonic scale. And now that leads me to one other topic here before we move on to some fancier gypsy jazz, and that's this major to minor concept. This is very, very sweet, and it's swingy and it's gypsy jazz. It's such an important concept here. Major to minor, what do I mean by that? Well, earlier I was saying on an E7 chord, you have your choice. Do I want to make it sweet and play E major? Or do I want to make it a little bit more bluesy? If you know what I mean, that would be all on an E7 chord. In general, if I just saw an E7, I kind of swing. Do I want major, sweet, or do I want kind of a little bit more raunchy blues sound? You know, I kind of have those two options, and then I kind of play combining them as well to get that sassy, that my major or my minor type of a sound. But what the melody gives us, well, that, if you did the melody, if you already learned it, that's a pentatonic scale, but it's the major penta. Here, listen to this. Oh, sorry, that's not included, that's a flat 7. There it is, that's E major penta. Or this. So the melody comes right out of that E major penta. It's just a little pattern. But what happens next is what's important. On the A7 chord, you flat your 3. And then everything else stays the same. Okay. So here's a major. Then I say you minor it. So you change one note, the 3, but you're still thinking off of the first chord, E. So give that a try, E major. Check out the shape that I'm using here, this triad. E major, E minor. And yes, you basically are paraphrasing the melody. But that's so nice when you have... And then... Okay, then I'm going to move my hand down to D. Then you're probably saying, do I minor it on the G? Nah, you just go to G major. The pentatonic, which is E minor. So it kind of that's a little formula. E major, E minor, D major, E minor blues. Okay, so again, I'm just kind of creating some really simple soloing using the information that the melody's already giving us. Major, and then minor it. playing some gypsy jazz style, some minor 6 arpeggios at 9. So I'm thinking basically just E minor stuff. That's what's written here. E major to E minor. That's the concept. And then on the D major blues, you know, again, it's face value. I'm going to go on, and then G, I didn't write this here, but just G major blues, or that's the same as E minor. So that's what that whole worksheet is all about. And you can, that's a great soloing approach. I really recommend, again, that you use this as a method, as a formula for soloing over Sweet Georgia Brown. And again, I do have this documented on various lessons, so that's why I'm not going to spend the whole time just on this one concept. We got a lot to cover today. How many of you like modes? I don't either. No, I'm joking. I do love modes, and I spend a lot of time learning and practicing modes. If you don't know what modes are, then, you know, obviously review my my lessons on what modes are first. But I'm just going to kind of, and I do have a worksheet on this. Sorry, I do have an etude, a study. I'm gonna talk about this before we hit into some fancier gypsy jazz, because I think this is a very valid approach to soloing, and it's super fun to just noodle for hours doing this. So let me go ahead and get the sound slice loaded. This is a modal study for Sweet Georgia Brown later, but you'll see this includes a video too. You can watch it later if you haven't already checked it out on Patreon. So here's the mode. This kind of gets us into some different scale options as well. When you see E7 on a chart, you know, if I said, well, what key are we in? You might say, well, E7, that's the 5 of A major. And that's true, it could be. So one very legitimate scale to choose is E mixolydian, which is basically just saying key of A major starting on the 5th. What this etude is about is just reinforcing some of these, but I kind of have a little method here. Root, 3rd, 5th, flat 7, and then it does the same thing on A7. It's just an exercise again, so, you know, just to kind of get you reinforcing the concepts of like, oh, I could just play every chord mixolydian. And that's just A major. That's another way to look at it. So you can noodle around the fretboard for hours. Then when you go to the A7 for 4 bars, A7 is the 5 of D major. So now we're on A mixo or D major. That's the bigger picture. And you can do that for 4 bars. Well, guess what? Now we're going to D7. Well, D7 could be the 5 of G major. Okay, and then it does go to G major, so that's where I just did that little lick here, that Ionian mode, if you want to get fancy with these Greek mode names, Mixolydian, Dorian, Ionian. But again, it's just a fancy way of saying, I'm in this key for 4 bars. When you're on D7 to G, you happen to be in the key of G for 8 bars, essentially. Okay, and then so all this is just some different ways of approaching it. Definitely check it out. It's pretty fun. And then here I kind of mix it up like, oh, hey, you could do these little scale patterns. Some thirds, some really pretty A. It might be, you know, you can have a lot of fun noodling around. Maybe you want to play on one string. The trick again is to switch chords at the right time. You want to switch modes, etc. So that's this concept here. It's very vanilla, very inside, and just very sweet, very pretty sounding. And then at the end here, I just did a major pentatonic because like I mentioned, it just sounds good to do pentatonic or a blues or something there. But that's what this study about, if you're wondering. The modal approach is basically, if I said E7, you think key of A. If I said D7, you think key of G. If I see E minor, that could be Aeolian mode. Again, this is kind of staying within that system of the diatonic church modes, the 7 modes. But now I'm going to get a little bit fancy on you. This is just, again, a quick overview, harmonic minor. And we all know that the first chord is E7. Check this out. All that stuff, that's all E7, right? Well, there's an E7 chord in there, believe it or not, which is E, G sharp, B, and D, but I also included an F note. That gives it an E7 flat 9 flavor, this. So all I'm doing is taking this basic shape. I'm taking an E7 here, and then raising my first finger so I get a flat 9. But now that gives me the diminished flavor. So what I want to say is the scale choice that I was choosing here, harmonic minor. Which one? A harmonic minor. Good job if you knew that. If you didn't know that, make a note of it. You see E7? And here's A. See, it kind of feels like it wants to go to A, but does it go to A? It actually goes to A7, but I'm just treating this as a standalone flavor. Sounds very gypsy jazz here. Do this with me, y'all. Do this. E, F, G sharp, A. And then from here, A, we're actually in again, A harmonic minor, that's why A's home. And there's E. You can just noodle around on that first string. Using that E as a pedal tone, playing that scale, and that was all on the E7. Go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. One string, or you can play it linearly, vertically across the strings, but it's a darker flavor. It gives us that flat 9, that flavor, but it also gives us a sharp 5. C natural, or B sharp if you want to call it that. That's the theory behind it. It's always nice to know, why is it so dark sounding? Because of the chord that you're getting E7, flat 9, sharp 5. And then when we go to A, why not do it on A? The same sound, but we have to transpose it essentially. So now I'm thinking, what harmonic minor for A7? D. D harmonic minor. So here's D. But D's, we don't want to hang on the D. We would rather start here on a C sharp, the leading tone, because A's right here, and that's the third. Okay, so that's the A7. And then do we want to do it on the D7? Sure, why not? If we're going to practice these techniques, I like to just be extreme about it and say, oh, I want G harmonic minor. But notice I'm not going to hang on G. I want to hang on the F sharp, the leading tone, the half step below, when I'm on the 5 chord. And that's all those flavors. The diminished 7 arpeggio comes out of that harmonic minor scale, and I freely kind of weave in and out harmonic minor with the dim 7 arpeggio. And the dim 7 arpeggio, again, you start a half step below the root. So F sharp dim. It could be A dim, C dim, or E flat dim. They're all the same 4 notes because of the symmetrical quality of the dim 7 arpeggio. But again, that's the idea. And don't worry, we're going to hit some dim 7 arpeggios next. But this is the kind of a harmonic minor scale approach. You hit E7, you think A harmonic minor. And notice I'm just running down the scale. A7, D harmonic minor. Kind of sounds darker. D7, G harmonic minor. And you're probably thinking, well, what do I do on the G6? G blues, G major blues, or E minor blues. There is a harmonic minor scale we could do on the G, but I'm not going to go there because that's a little bit wacky. But we'll save that for an advanced lesson later. Well, this is getting a little bit more advanced right now already, but that's the deal with this. You hit the chord, A7, D7, and then G. And that's just the pentatonic scale again. But again, I love that approach. That's that darker gypsy jazz flavor, that harmonic minor scale. I mean, that's what I think of often. And again, on the diminished 7 arpeggio, and that sounds like this. And then for the A, for the D, and for the G, just very pretty, and then back. To the E minor section. Diminish, E minor, diminish, and then our lick. We can even diminish that out. Those are all just diminished 7 arpeggios as chords. Actually, they're triads, but I'm implying the dim 7 by sliding that diminished shape around every 3 frets. Collectively, that makes a diminished 7 chord, which is a 4-note chord, just by taking that. I'm going to talk more about that as well. This is all demonstrated on Etude number 1, believe it or not, just in small little, cross sections. Like, hey, here's the diminished lick. I'm doing that in that study there to give you an idea. The dim 7 arpeggio is coming from the harmonic minor scale. That's very important that you know that if you like that sound. In the harmonic minor scale, like we're in A harmonic minor, just go back to a song like Minor Swing. A minor is the 1, D minor is the 4. We're not in a major key, we're in a minor key. But specifically, because of the 5 chord, the E7, we're in the A harmonic minor scale. So let's spell out an A minor chord. A, C, and E. That's A minor, triad. 1, flat, 3, 5. I'm singing that in D, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not bad. 1, flat, 3, 5. 1, flat, 3, 5. That was D minor next. D, F, and A. And then the E7, E, G sharp, B. It's just a triad of it. Oh, and I'm just doing triads here, but we can add another note in. You can add a D if you wanted to. What I did here is I'm spelling A minor, A, C, E, the 1 chord in a minor key, D minor, D, F, A, the 4 chord in a minor key, and then the 5 chord, it's major, E, G sharp, B. The leading tone is G sharp. Now, and that's for the E7. These are just triads, though. Now, if I collectively put these together into a scale, A, B, C, in order, D, E, F, G sharp, and A, we now get the A harmonic minor scale. A, B, C, D, E, F, G sharp, A. I keep landing on this note. See, that's the 3rd of the E, so G sharp. That's a note that really grabs your attention. Like, whoa. And then it resolves to A. So again, going back to the question here, if we have E7, that's all A harmonic minor because E7 is the 5 of A. So that's how I think of it, is if I see a dominant chord on the chart and it says E7, I say E is a 5 of what? A minor. We already said it could be the 5 of A major. In that case, I would run E mixo. But if I want that darker flavor, that's all noodling around in A harmonic minor, not A major. So again, it's still the same concept. E7 is a 5 of what? Either A major or A harmonic minor. D7 is a 5 of G. A7 is a 5 of D. So that's how I want you to think of it, because that's how I think of it, and that way we communicate. So, it's the 5 of what? That's what you want to think of in order to use those harmonic minor scales over those dominants. I hope that makes sense. I won't spend any more time on that theory, but that's how I think of it, is it's the 5th of. So what I'm demonstrating here is doing that same approach over every chord. E7, A harmonic minor. A7, D harmonic minor. D7, G harmonic minor. See, D is the 5 of G. Notice I'm just running the same scale, like diminished arpeggio, and then G. I know that kind of breaks the sound there. We're back to the pretty sound, the major sound. And then diminished, diminished. And then we're off. There happens to be a really very beautiful pattern. This is kind of leading me to this next concept here as we get into diminished 7 arpeggios, which is really the heart of a lot of gypsy jazz solos. You hear players kind of just go straight to that sound to get the harmonic minor flavor. But there's actually, when we're following the dominant cycle, E, A, D, G, so E7, the spelling is E, G sharp, B, and D. A7, let me see if I could give you a colon here. We're going through the chords, and yes, I do think this is important to spell it here. A7. Spell it with me, everyone. A. The 3rd is C sharp. The 5th is E. The 5th is flat 7 is G. If you need to, grab your guitar and do this. I always say this for E7. I always play this riff. When you hear that, bam, you know that's a dominant 7, right? That's root, 3rd, 5th, flat 7. So if you need to spell, if you're not able to do it off the top of your head, just grab your guitar and go A7, A, C sharp, E, G. Well, what's D7? D, F sharp, A, C. Okay, spelling's important, to a certain degree, of course. Don't worry, we want to get away from that stuff, from thinking. Believe it or not, we don't want to think when we play. That's why I like these little hacks and these patterns that I'm showing you. It's to allow you not to think. And then for G major, I don't even need to write G major. It's these dominant chords that I want you to pay attention to. And I'm going to have you all do this with me. This is magical. If you've never done this before, this is what you're here for right now. It's this little trick. Voice leading. If you start on the G sharp, you can go to the G. And then from the G, you go to the F sharp. It's chromatic. So now check out this. We get this beautiful chromatic line, and we're gonna not start on the root anymore. The root is gone. These are rootless. That's another thing, is that the root, we're left with dims. These are all dim 7 arpeggios, chords. These are all diminished 7. I could just put circle 7, but I'll write dim 7. Right here, these 4 notes are all dim 7s. You can choose any one of these to start on, and then they follow the pattern of going down 1 fret at a time, by half step, chromatically, no matter which one of these you start on. I'll start on D, it goes to C sharp, and then to C. F will go to E, and now go to E flat. It's all chromatic. And that's the beauty of the diminished 7. Okay? So for the E7, I like for you all to start here on G sharp. You don't have to play a fully dim 7 chord. You could just do 3 notes. Just a triad. And because we're going to slide these around every 3 frets, you're going to get all 4 notes. So now is the time you're going to believe me that all that theory stuff works, and you're going to do this. We're not going to do the full 7th. You could, but I'm just going to do a triad. Okay, G sharp dim. Here's G sharp major, G sharp minor, G sharp dim. That's my little triad method here to show you this. G sharp major, G minor, G sharp dim. Flat the 3rd, flat the 5th. Okay, so now check it out. From just that little rule I just showed you, we can follow the whole first 16 bars of Sweet Georgia Brown by doing this. That's E, A. Dark, I know. You're like, oh, why is that so dark? Because that's just creating a flat 9. Very gypsy jazz. And we just happen to have these open strings. D. And G major. I just resolved it. Very pretty, right? And that's where you go G major, A minor, B minor. You know, something pretty like that. Or just... we won't do it. You can look at the chord solos later to get more ideas of what to do for G. But for this demonstration, I'm showing you G triad. Ready? E, G sharp dim. And then just realize, oh, for the next one, I'm going to go down a half step. For the next one, I'm going to go down a half step. And then I got to resolve it from there, half step above, back to G major. Or if we're in a different position, a different inversion. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. We have 4 bars. A7. Play with your rhythm. D7. And that looks like a D7 chord. And G major. Again, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, and 4. 1, 2, 3. A7. And if you're feeling adventurous, slide it around every 3 frets, and that again is the same 4 notes inverted. That's the beauty of the diminished 7 concept, which I hope you all know. If not, you gotta go check back my other videos on the dim 7 substitution rule. And then D, and that's why I was doing stuff like this. And then G6, G, G. Know your G triads, etc. Sliding around every 3 frets. That's that gypsy jazz style picking. I'm going to show it to you. It's in that etude number 1. But these are just more concepts. Again, you can start anywhere as long as you get the right one. And again, I always say you have one out of 3 chance of getting the right fret for the diminished 7, right? You're going to be it just repeats every 3 frets. But again, for the E, I'm just starting right here on G sharp. For the A, on G, just chromatically D. And notice that I'm hitting the open strings. You might say, hey, can I start here on B? Absolutely. For the E, and for the A, see what I'm doing? D, G. How about E here? I don't have these written out, by the way. I will, though. This is very important. That's what this workshop is great for, to prompt me to write out more ideas. A, you don't have to think. You know what to do on the D. What G are you going to choose? I'm going to choose this one. That's the D shape for guitar players, right? This shape. And then here's arpeggios. Down a half step. Down a half step. G major. And again, I'm just kind of playing some licks there, but that's the concept of navigating using dim 7. So I showed you with these shapes, these triad shapes, but then you can expand it into arpeggios. And we're following the chords. G. And now again, now I'm kind of verbatim playing some of my etudes. That was etude number 2 or 3 or something, with some of those embellishments that I love to do around the triads and arpeggios. Etude number 1, I'm going to pull it up here. This is just more ideas, and this, again, I am sharing as many concepts as I can with you that I feel are useful, and especially starting with just the basic, which is just the blues pentatonic, going into some triads, some targeting, diminished arpeggios. I'm going to load up etude number 1. You have it on a PDF. I just put it onto SoundSlice. I'm kind of just, getting caught up here essentially here. So you have not seen it yet on SoundSlice, but there is a video. I am going to break down this etude number 1 a little bit for you here, because I'm again kind of almost like the bluegrass style. I say it's rockabilly bluegrass. Guitar players, we love open strings. So that's one aspect that I'm bringing into this etude here, is the use of open strings. And all I'm doing is just playing triads, but otherwise it's really just, you can think triadically, and that was the E major triad. A major triad. Very, very face value, very vanilla. And I didn't keep that idea going, of course that could be like an idea for your whole chorus of a solo if you wanted to really stretch out, just to take that concept and apply it through all the chords. But I tend to kind of use 8 bars of an idea and then go into a new idea, or 4 bars sometimes. Well, check out, so that was just, again, triads using some open strings. But here's another great concept, is more triad based, D major. Sounds like sailor's hornpipe or something. But we call that lower neighbor tone embellishment. Here's D major. It's very important that you know your triads. Guitar players, we love to think of them based off of our chord shapes. So that's one of the easiest ones you can do, and it sounds great. But just visualize that D triad. I like to do this one a lot. Mona Lisa, I call it. That's getting a little bit more extreme, going through all 6 strings. You definitely don't need to do that. It sounds too much like an etude. So I just kind of throw these in. And that's this etude here. I went like this. This is starting on the D chord. And that's just a nice little lick there. Kind of bluesy there too. All based off this. That shape there, the D7. But now I kind of snuck in this scale, if you heard this. That to me is combining 2 aspects. The whole tone scale, what is that? I'll talk about that. And the chromatic scale, kind of pseudo-chromatic there. I'm just filling in some passing tones between the whole tone scale. Now I'm getting into the whole tone scale. So start on D here with me. 10th fret, 1st string, if you don't know where that is. Now do this. What did I do? I just went a whole step up while going a whole step down. So I'm kind of doing 2 things at the same time here. Going up and then go down a whole step. Sequencing. That creates an augmented flavor. This. Very dreamy, right? We all know that flavor. That's the whole tone scale. This, I'm going to get dramatic here. Fa job. Don't be late for it. Okay, that again, extreme here. That's the whole tone scale, and don't worry, I show more of that coming up here in my other etudes too. But this is just an introduction to it here. One of my little favorite licks I like to do is the whole tone scale combined with the little passing tone in between. So basically I'm just doing a phrase here where I'm going and then moving in that chromatically, whole step, and then moving it down in a whole step. What I like about it though is you have to kind of shift too. Actually, I don't know if you guys are looking at it or not, but I'll just take out like this. So 12, that's the first pattern, and then move it. Rhythmically, I kind of like to go. These groups of threes, da 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 da. I'm not doing it as a triplet. I'm doing it as 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, so it creates syncopation. Triplets would be this. Da 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 da. Again, you can play around the rhythm. Depends on the tempo sometimes. And I just played you there that whole section of that etude note for note. I like this one quite a bit. It really kind of demonstrates some nice concepts there, including that whole tone scale. On the D, this one's really easy, just face value. You see D7, you just start right on D. You can go whole steps any direction, and that creates that flavor. It creates an augmented sound. This. Symmetrical. Again, it's very dreamy. Django used it quite a bit. It's very much associated with the French impressionistic style, that of Claude Debussy and Maurice Ravel especially. Impressionism. So let me go back to there. This etude is definitely worth the study. It's got a lot of my favorite ideas thrown in here. And that was that whole tone scale, just to break it down. And then I did this triad embellishment. Oh, by the way, that would create a D9, sharp 5, or flat 5 flavor. This flavor. Or this flavor. I'm showing you again the harmonic quality that you would get by thinking the whole tone scale, and that's why I like it. You get those beautiful colors. So when you hear that, ooh, that's whole tone. Or this, dreamy, that's whole tone too. That could be at least. Now on the G major, the G6 chord here, I do this really nice simple triad embellishment. And again, that to me that concept, I expand on that quite a bit in my etude number 2 and etude number 3, where I'm kind of just embellishing around chord tones. So again, the point is, you see G, be able to go 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 5, 1. Be able to hit any of those triad notes. Really visualize your chord shape. That will help you quite a bit. And then you can apply a motif. In this case, my motif was this. It's a lot of decoration off of just one note. But then you got to do the same pattern through the other notes. Etc. I'm just thinking G. Okay, so again, it's very inside, it's very decorative, it's very pretty to do these embellishments. Django really loved these embellishments. They're very sweet. You know, a lot of classical music uses these. And again, now it's a slur. So technically, again, that's a hammer-on and a pull-off. This. And really, all you need to do is just outline where my G notes are. And then get the patterns down. You won't have to think about it. Going on autopilot to where you know it's going to sound pretty on a G chord. And then I did the classic ending lick right here. This is the classic ending lick, going 5 to the 1. But in this case, I know I want to go to E7, so I'm going from B to E, root to root. 1. And now I am kind of thinking more just chord tones, almost from the Mixolydian scale, just very inside. But I'm using that lower neighbor tone. Okay, this is a good one to study again. And then a little blues lick. I don't have my loop pedal in front of me, but imagine this. E7. Little bluesy lick. You know, again, this is kind of it's a good etude. It's just very clean. You know, I can show you all these little ideas. So, but for the A7, I went straight to one of Django's commonly used phrases. And if this is new for you, you're gonna love this phrase. Little Django here. Django would often do this. So many of his solos, he uses this lick or really concept. It's really a fretboard pattern. You just play this A shape like this, but you can also think A13 like this, and A9. It's all right here. Yeah, I'll leave the screen share on it. The cursor is right where I'm playing this lick. But you got to make sure you visualize this shape. Charlie Christian used this quite a bit as well. It's so cool. It's playing around with shapes. Django would often bend the middle note too. He would bend that with the second finger. I'm just goofing around now as if I had an A7. And then there's a half step. If you want that, if you want dissonant note, stay on the middle note, the passing tone. Okay, so this is very useful. Move it around. You can even say, oh, I like that. I want to move it to D. Right? So easy that was, D. You can do a whole etude just on that. A. D. G. Again, I'm just having fun with a concept in mind. And again, you might say, oh, that's it. That's what I want to do. That's that Django-y flavor there, throwing in some half steps. That's highly recommended. But we're going to go on. There's a lot of stuff today that I'm going through here. What is all this stuff about? I'm going to play it. You can think about it and listen to it. Right there, I'll kick in harmonic minor. You know, get it darker sounding there. Sorry, I didn't practice this one a lot, but it's just. So that was E minor triad. And then the diminished. D sharp dim. I know it says E flat there on the sheet music if you're reading the notes, but it's just a diminished. I didn't choose this shape. I chose this shape. Still a diminished. Look at this. This is actually kind of a Charlie Christian-y riff. I got that from his one of his solos there. Triads. It's all about triads. This. Just mapping out some triad licks. I'm just following the chords, so that's all that is. And then on the B7 here, there's that diminished pattern that I talked about. And then for the descending, I went like this. that was, again, using that chromatic descending diminished 7 triad shape. I say diminished 7 because it's really just a triad right now. Except on the A7, I did not do diminished. I could have, but I broke the pattern here. That's just an A with the add 9. Sorry, yeah, it is an add 9, but it's a natural 9, not flat 9. So it's kind of happier sound. And then there's your dim. So it's okay. If you want it all dim, then you would do this. Okay, now I'm going to talk about technique for a second. I'm going to show you this Gypsy sweep picking, and this is new for you. By the way, I'm using this purple pick here by Dunlop, 1.14 millimeter. So here's what I'm doing if you want to watch my right hand. This is the sweep picking. If this is new for you, I'm holding this dim shape here, 10, 10, 10, 9, 10. I'm hitting the first note with an upstroke, and then 3 consecutive downstrokes, and letting the pick drag. And that's where the word sweep comes in. So I'm going up, down, down, down. And it's kind of this little motion in here. It's actually harder to do it at a slow tempo in time with swing. You have to really kind of feel it. Da, 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 da. Here it is a little bit quicker. And there I did keep it all chromatic. I didn't do the add 9, I did the flat 9. So it's all the same, symmetrical. The sweep picking is you just want to push through, just let the pick drag, don't pick each note. And I'm kind of making it a little bit more even as well. So that's what that's about, and that's a great concept to get down, great technique to master, because I think that has a lot of good stuff on there, that etude number 1. I can kind of paraphrase some of the etudes from here, so I am going to load up number 2 here. And I want to get to some chord soloing as well. But so far, we talked about pentatonic scales, blues scales, the easy method of just thinking 1 or playing to each chord. We talked about modes. We talked about the harmonic minor scale application, and then the diminished 7 arpeggio that is extracted from that. You might not have that mastered already, but at least you got a good glimpse into that and can start applying that to your studies. I'm going to talk about some arpeggios next. And then that chromatic voice leading, that's very important as a hack, as a method. And then the whole tone scale, but the whole tone scale application, and that could be used on any dominant chord if you're wondering. So D7, D whole tone. E7, D whole tone. Did I say that correctly? E7, D whole tone? Absolutely. E and D are a whole step apart. There are only 2 whole tone scales possible. Yes, you have a 50-50 chance of getting the right one. That's what I always say. So once you learn the whole tone scale, that actually works for 6 dominant chords. Then you just move your hand a half step, and you've got the next dominant chord, the other 6 dominant chords. That's why I said you have a 50-50 chance of getting the right whole tone scale. So that's pretty cool. Think about that. There's only, the chromatic scale is 12 notes, so we're dividing it up. This is etude number 2. And again, I'm going to paraphrase these because the video's already out there. Some of you have already seen these. And again, this was kind of what started off my whole Gypsy Jazz Bootcamp approach a few years ago. It's just kind of exercises. They're fun, and I think you can definitely use them. And they're a great way to teach you the fretboard while gaining some technique. So here's the E7 chord, and here's the root. And the exercise is to do this. So what's happening here? I'm targeting the root, root, root. And that's a great study. And then A, you got it. D, G. So again, this is kind of pedagogical in fretboard study. Where are my roots? Where are my notes? Not only that, how do I do this? You know, how do I connect it with some licks and lines to keep some continuity to my solo? And then that was the first three measures. And then here, this is that classic ending lick. 1. And that was all the way up till the G chord there. So again, I basically take one concept, one idea, and move it around, connecting it with that ending lick. And I hope you all know that ending lick, this 1. Starting on the 5th degree of the chord you're going to, the root, okay, and then getting that connector, 1. And then you can practice from there. So like this. That's a darker flavor. I didn't do this. That's too sweet, too pretty. I went. That's a flat 9. That's a gypsy jazz sound. A flat 9, half step above. Half step above each one of these roots. Okay? And then on the G major, I did get pretty. And I went back to. That was just that triad embellishment that you saw in Etude number 1. Ba ba bum. And now on the second half is where I'm introducing the dim 7 arpeggio. So let's take a look here. This is very important here. This is actually just a great lick to get down. Measure 17. We have an E7 chord. Well, we're starting right on the root and getting this embellishment. So hit that E7, and then on the root, that triplet slur, and then we landed back on the root because it's just an embellishment on that same note. And then you go to the 3rd and play dim 7 arpeggio. So check it out. Very gypsy jazz sounding. But you can do that on every chord, in any chord. Again, that's How many of you know that diminished 7 arpeggio diagonal? That's not enough hands, so yeah, I don't know you're participating, but definitely learn that that's a very commonly way of playing the dim 7 arpeggio is this diagonal method. Symmetrical. And you can do all these fun patterns and sequences. It sounds like an etude a little bit, but I do like, you know, that's just all dim 7. It's beautiful. And then you move it down a half step to the A7. D7, down a half step. And then G major. Then I went back to an embellishment there. But that could be a good practice method and formula. That's happening here. If you're wondering, it's good practice for your dim 7 diagonal arpeggios. I'm going to play measure 17 through 20 up to 25. Check it out. And that pulled us, yes, that classic ending, like going to the E minor. But basically what I did was the same thing from the E7 to the A7. This type of an etude, again, to me really helps you know where to target while applying a few concepts. These embellishments, these diagonal arpeggios, specifically dim 7, descending, And then A7. Dim 7 arpeggio. And then I kind of have this little embellishment idea. You got it, half step below. Here's E minor. Again, this might be just, good studies for you in general. E minor. Visualize this. And then here's your triad. If you go a half step below, you do this. But you gotta visualize that chord shape. That's, to me, the important part of it. And then on the B7, and then chromatic. That was... You do that for all day long. It's fun. I'm gonna skip that. So again, I just wanted to share that one with you because that one has a lot of embellishment ideas and the introduction to the dim 7 arpeggio. But one thing I'd like for you all to do right here with me, similar to what we did now up here with the chord, maybe backwards. You got it for the D7, down a half step. See what I mean? That's how easy it is. And then what do I do on the G? Well, you can do G triad. Something pretty. You might do G major scale. You might do G major 6 arpeggio. You might do pentatonic, blues. So again, that's, or you might do this. Embellishments again, or this. I'm just showing you like maybe some quick G. What do I do on the G? I mean, if you have any questions, and I think last week I was talking about like, sometimes it's nice to learn a melody very square. That's just right, square is like right on the beat. Honestly, I would probably never play it that square, but it's often written like that in different fake books often. So that's how I wrote it. I kind of continued on that tradition of squaring it out. But ideally, you would play it how you hear it. Like, you'd kind of ad-lib a little bit to the rhythm. Make it, syncopated. And actually, I was looking at the original sheet music that I have somewhere here, and there is some syncopation in there that a lot of other fake books, just to teach it, they take it out. They just say here, do, 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 do. And funny enough, when you hear people, oftentimes, they do play it square because they think that's the original rhythm, but it's not. But anyways, anyone else want to do you have any questions, or if you want to demonstrate? I was just going to load up a recording for us to play along to, which is what we did last week with Django. And honestly, that's the next best, that's probably the best practice you could do. If you can play the whole way through from start to finish, chords, obviously improvisation. I'm mainly talking about chords. Feedback. Did you guys find any good versions of it that you like a lot? I have one in mind right now. It's not Django, but it's pretty straightforward, very kind of a clean version. I don't know what key it's in. I'm gonna have to look it up. But hopefully it's in the key that we're learning. If not, I won't play it for you. Do you guys know the movie Sweet Lowdown? It's a Woody Allen film. Sweet Lowdown. It came out about around 2001, about 20 years ago, and it actually kind of was pretty popular, and it brought back Django, and that was right when I joined the band, the Kung Pao Chickens here in Portland. And it really just kind of helped bring back the swing movement, which is fabulous because people were swing dancing again. And that movie brought back the music of Django. Woody Allen somehow managed to get Django back into the ears of people. So anyways, this version I was going to look up is from that soundtrack. Tar, he does a fabulous job at kind of recreating some of the gypsy jazz sound. Let's see, but it's a nice, really clean version to play along with. The movie is pretty entertaining, whether you're a Woody Allen fan or not. but here's this. And that's pretty fast, of course, but I'm going to slow it down to 75. See, he's already ad-libbing around the melody, of course, too. Clarinet comes in there. E minor, B7, E minor, B7, walk down. Oh. Okay, well that doesn't work for us because he's not in the art key. So that doesn't help us to practice along to it. So, but there's so many good. Django actually recorded it quite a few times. I think the last time we did this recording, that version of it. Da, 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 da. Yes, sir. Salomon is an Argentinian guitar player, and apparently he wound up in France at the same time around Django. The rumors, I guess, that they had played together. I don't know if that's true, but there's no recordings apparently. But he's fabulous, and I think on the liner notes of an Oscar Alman CD, somebody, I don't know who said it, but you know, he can outswing Django, which is pretty hard to do, but he swings so hard. Oscar Aleman, that's Aleman. And with him, he was a monster player, fingerstyle, but he also had so much swing and heart in his music. He was a very, very great player. He influenced me quite a bit when I was getting into the style. So let me load up that version. Thanks, Lance, for mentioning that. It's in the R key. Oh, there's a few different versions, of course. Let's see. That doesn't sound like it's in our key, though, unfortunately. The thing is, with a lot of those old recordings is that they go out of tune from transferring because of the speeding up and slowing down process of the natural like digitization. So things, and if it's not converted correctly, different sample rates, then it changes the pitch just a little bit, and some people don't correct it. So, but I'm going to put that link in here just because I think he's somebody definitely I would recommend to dig into if you guys are really getting into this style. Let me go back and see if I can just put that in the chat. If you want to just copy it onto your dashboard or whatever. But let's go back to that one Django recording again. We'll just play through this one session to then move on. But you know what? So many people have recorded this. A7. D7. G6 coming up. And then what I was recommending, put a B7 right here. And then back. And that was not written on my chart. A7. Get ready, E minor. B7. E minor. B7, here's our walk down. Top. And I'm just using my thumb so I'm not playing too loud over Django. A7. D7. And G6. for the E minor, B7, E minor, B7. Here's our walk down, and G6. And here's the top. And make the rhythm nice and short. Slight accent 2 and 4. D7. And here's G6. B7. And top. I call it the top, but it's really the second A. A7. Here comes that E minor. Right here. B7. E minor. B7. And walk down. And G6. And top. Here's Stefan. A7. D7. And G6. Get the B7 right here. E7. A7. Here comes the E minor. She can't get her fillers. She ain't met. And walk down. One more, Stefan. And here go. E7. A7. He's shuffling. D7. He's actually adding some fills there. G6. B7 right here. And lastly, last 16. A7. He's adding some accents. E minor. B7. E minor. Get ready to end it. Right here. And there you go. Again, I think that's the best practice you can be doing. Just play along with these recordings. Of course, you got to make sure it's in the same key, and then speed it up to, you know, the real tempo, which would sound like this. We won't do the whole thing, but I'm just demonstrating how I think. It makes you feel like you're part of his band. And it's so much more fun than practicing to a measure now. You get the idea. E minor. Walk down. And then if that's not fast enough for you, you can always speed it up on YouTube. Okay, so that's getting carried away. That's 1.25. You can go up as fast as you want. If you're like, hey, I really want to play with those guys from Rhythm Future. They're like, or Jimmy Rosenberg or some gypsy jazz players. They like super fast tempos. But anyways, no, seriously, the idea is just to kind of gradually work it up so that you can play it at a tempo and keep it up. I like using my thumb just as a demonstration, just so I can really hear what they're doing and I don't try to overpower them on the recording, and, you know, just try to make sure that I'm locked into that chord note. And it's just all, the pick should just be a little bit louder. If you're doing this, then that's not the right sound and the style. It really needs to be short. And a slight accent on 2 and 4. And then save the shuffling, you know, toward the end of the song when you really want to get the soloist. excited to get this shuffle thing. Okay, so let's go on to the new song for today. Swing 48. I thought we'd go back a step and do something really fun and simple. I like this one. I created if you guys saw that link, I created what's called a Django challenge, which is a challenge for me and challenging for some of my patrons on Patreon, and just for anybody else who wants to participate. To where I started it, I haven't been bad about continuing it, but putting out how to play a Django song or learning a new Django song each week. Of course, I know probably about 50 Django songs that I've played through, but there's still, like, I don't know. I think I do know, actually. There's a lot more that I need to learn. So that's kind of my Django, what I call a Django challenge, if you're wondering what that's all about. It's about me wanting to learn more tunes. This one, I happen to use this one as my #1 song. Not because it's more popular than Minor Swing, just for no particular reason. I do like it, though, and it's a fun jam session song. So if you guys got a chance to listen to it already, if not, let's listen to it and then we'll play it together. And I'll just use Django's example. It's actually done on the clarinet in this case. The melody. Well, there we go. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And now it's just a minor blues, but I'm not going to assume you know that. But I'm already wanting to play along with the recording. And top, G minor. C minor, 6. Back to G minor, 6. A flat 7, D7, and G minor. D7 and top. C minor 6. Back to G minor 6. A flat 7, D7, and G minor. D7, and get more. He loves that open string lick, similar to Appel and Direct. C minor, and back to G minor. A flat 7, D7, and G minor, and D7. He's still going. He's really inspired on this song. A flat 7, measure 9, D7, G minor, D7, and top. C minor, G minor, A flat 7, D7, and G minor. And that's it, drum solo. Okay, we can stop there. But again, it's so much fun to play with these recordings. That's why I want you to get used to doing that. It's so much fun to play with these recordings. Again, I want you to get to that point to where you feel like, hey, I got the chart, I could just jam along with the recording. And so first of all, let's just go back a step and just make sure you know these 4 chords. 3 chord shapes with G minor 6. This is why I want to go back a step, because this will take us back basically to minor swing. Everything that you learn on minor swing, you can apply here. G minor 6. If you don't know where G minor 6 is, remember A minor 6 is here. G minor 6. Just use that same shape. Well, where's C minor 6? Just slide it up to the 8th fret. Back to G minor 6. And really, when you watch players play, that's what they do. This shape is so common, and it's so so useful as far as just sliding that particular formation. Okay, so here's G minor 6 for 4 bars. C minor 6. G minor 6. A flat 7. But I'm going to stop there. That was already 8 bars. That's we're 3/4 of the way done through this 12-bar blues form. G minor 6 to C minor 6. Okay, back to G minor 6. 4 bars on G minor 6, 2 bars on C minor 6, 2 bars on G minor 6, and then A flat 7. Some players like to put E flat 7 there, but I don't like E flat 7 as much as A flat 7. But in that Django fake book, I think they actually did put E flat 7 in there. I'm not sure, but I just like A flat 7 because he's actually going. He's actually hitting that A flat pretty strongly, so the bass is playing A flat too. So to me, it should be A flat 7 if you've already learned it one way, and then D7, and that's a technique called tritone substitution. And I wrote that on the bottom of my worksheet there. Tritone substitution, Django uses quite a bit, and it sounds like exactly like I just did, but like this. What's a tritone? Tritone is 3 whole tones. So if you're the real 5 chord, this is just a quick little theory lesson. If we're in the key of G minor, here's G minor. The 5 chord is D7. And it should sound like this. 5-1, 5-1. That's like the foundation of most of our music that we listen to. This relationship of 5 going to the 1, etc., 1 going to 5. But you can substitute for the 5 a tritone away, which is now A flat, another dominant chord, and it sounds like this. And then it goes to G minor. A flat 7, D7, G minor. So that's how you get those really cool dark flavors. Is that tritone sub. So again, it basically comes out to a half step higher than what you want to resolve to. So if D7 goes to G minor, you can substitute A flat 7 to G minor. And it works because they share these 2 notes. They share the F sharp and the C in this case, which is just the 3rd and this flat 7 of the dominant chord. So you basically get this really cool dark chord that sounds like this if you piece it together. And that's beautiful. Django loved that sound. Really kind of dissonant on a dominant chord, and then it should resolve. Okay, so I don't want to get too carried away with theory stuff, but in case you're wondering, what is that A flat 7 and what's all that tritone talk, that's what that is. You can substitute any dominant chord with another dominant chord, tritone. And this is a tritone, by the way, if you didn't know this. If you guys know this song. Purple Haze, that intro's a tritone. Jimmy's using that tritone. It's a cool, but anyways, so that's your tritone if you're wondering where that tritone is. Okay. Okay, so let's, and of course, hopefully you had that chord, that A flat 7. You know A7, we just did that on Sweet Georgia Brown. A flat 7, D7, these are all chords we just used, G minor 6. Okay, let's play through that just once. Chords only, and I'm just going to play, no, we don't need to play with the recording, but just play through that G minor, nice and slow, G minor 6, C minor 6, back to G minor 6, A flat 7, D7, G minor 6. And that A flat 7 to D7 might give you a little bit of trouble. You just want to get that fingering down. Sometimes I just tell my students, hey, just choose one or the other, because they sound really good combined, like this. I'm playing the D7 chord, but I'm putting the A flat in the bass with my thumb, and it still sounds fabulous. Again, so you can just pick or choose one of them, either A flat or D7, and then go to G minor. You don't even have to do both. It sounds great. So that's just a good little tip there. From the top, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. 2, 3, C minor. Back to G minor. Here comes that A flat 7, D7, and G minor 6. D7, and back to the top. Slide it, C minor. Back to G minor. Here's that A flat 7, D7, turn around, G minor to D7, and top. And then you're off into some soloing ideas. How was that for you guys? Pretty easy? Was that A flat 7 and D7? Did that give you any trouble? Just the shapes doing this? If so, I do recommend just doing this. And when I'm doing it, I notice that I'm keeping my pinky down. That might help you get the A flat 7, D7, A flat 7, D7. Again, they do share these two notes. The F sharp and the C, the 3rd and the 7th, respectively. And it's interesting, I didn't really go into the theory of it, but on the D7, the F sharp is the 3rd, and the C is the flat 7. But when you go to A flat 7, the F sharp is now the flat 7, and the C is the 3rd. They just reverse their function. That's why it sounds, again, so good. You can just combine it. Okay, so I'm assuming you had that. If not, just keep working on this. I could send out something else too. I have this worksheet that I call the grip chord sheet. I usually don't pass it out right away to students, especially if it's just my intro class, because I don't want you to feel concerned about having to know 20 chords when you can make all this music with just a handful of shapes. That's why I go through this process of only giving you, what I feel is necessary right away. However, Henry, what you're not playing is this shape. You're playing a bar chord shape. And bar chord shapes do work well for certain things. He's doing almost this shape. Actually, I thought you were maybe playing a major chord. And bar chords, gypsy jazz players use bar chords often, but I find this shape is a little bit more suitable. And I'm just going to show it to you, but it's on that Sweet Georgia Brown / Appel and Direct. And again, what I noticed is that my pinky wants to stay down. Okay, nice. You got it, good. Let's go on to the melody then. I'm just going to mute everybody. Great, thank you. So again, but I really do suggest this. That way, every time you come to that section, you'll have it. You don't have to be like, oh, I can't get that. Just practice this a lot, like this. Back and forth. That's 2 bars, 1 bar. Half a bar. 1 beat each? Nah, that's not necessary. Yeah, no, that's too much work. But really, 1 bar each is probably how you're going to use it the most, like this. Okay. So... yeah, this one's fun. This is, again, I wanted to give this to you because I'm hoping these chords are now becoming easier, and I don't want to overwhelm you with too many chords. But next time we'll probably do one that has more chords, which I usually do Djangology. So I think we're ready for the melody. If there's no other questions with chords, Henry, thank you for that question on that A flat 7 chord on the 6th string root. Here it is on the 5th string root, that D7. You'll learn that from minor swing. The melody is super fun. It goes, and I gave a lot of stuff for improv too. That's why I want to maybe hit some of that tonight for those of you who want to do some jamming. So here's a melody. And that's it. I'm going to do it really slow. Do you guys want to try it with me? Actually, here, I'll do it very slow. I hope you do try it with me. But it's just all off this G. I wrote it out in this position. If you're used to playing any G pentatonic rock stuff like this, that's what I'm thinking. Kind of some bluesy. So the melody comes kind of right out. It's just a very bluesy lick. And it goes, but the counting part is what messes people up, because it's like this. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, 4, and. So you have to kind of just hear it and sing it in your head a lot. Otherwise, you might not get the exact rhythm. But it's like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, 4, and. Okay. I'm going to do that again, but I'm going to look at the sheet music just to make sure I wrote it correctly, because I remember that typo last time on Sweet Georgia Brown. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, 4, and it repeats. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, 4, and. Okay, so then once you get that once, then you do it again. And it's almost kind of, in that blues style, as many of you know, playing the blues, I hope, is that you often repeat the first phrase as your second phrase, if you're telling a story. And then the third phrase is kind of the answer, like a call and response. And then finally, the last phrase, the third phrase that measures 9 through 12. And that little oh, I fixed it. Good. This version, I did have a typo on there. Da 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 da. This 6 5 4 3 2. And that should be all. I would have put a slur marking on it, so it's all legato like this. Sometimes I tell students just to do this or this. Pick each note. That sounds really cool too. And that's 1 and a 2 and 1 and a 2 and. That's the timing of it, but you can kind of approximate it as long as you land on that F sharp on beat 2. So it sounds like this. And then the slur is this. And I don't know how you all are at pulling off, but those are all little pull-offs. Of course, Django didn't use those fingers, so he would probably have just done this. Okay, if you were to play the melody, but the clarinet plays the melody on this recording, and this is the only recording I know of that has Django's name on it, so he didn't actually play the melody on it, funny enough. So, for this. 1 and a 2, just kind of land on that note. Let's do that whole measure 9 through 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. And actually, I noticed my articulation. I did long, short, short, like this. And that's more of an articulation. It's still a quarter note, but it's really the articulation. Long, short, short. If you wanted to articulate it only one way, it might sound like this. Okay. But I actually like to go long, short, short, long, short, short. Anyways, I would practice that riff down again over and over too, to just make sure you get that every time. And this actually demonstrates really beautifully the half step concept, that what I call the lower neighbor tone or the upper neighbor. Here's A flat, but you go into the A flat, half step below, and then here's D, you go into the D a half step above. And that's how Django got those tensions. Really beautiful use of tension is to go a half step below into the note, or a half step above into the note, especially on dominant chords. And this, by the way, is just connecting the flat 3 to to the major 7. Django loved that minor chord with a major 7 would sound like this as a chord. Here it is with a G in the bass. That's called a G minor 6 with a major 7 actually. So here's G minor 6 and then major 7. So that's why I wrap my thumb around. Really, again, very, very striking sound. And you can go. Okay, let's try the whole melody unless there's any questions. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, repeat. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Whoa, sorry. And I did hit that D7 because there's just an empty measure, so I hit that on beat 1 on where it's an empty space. Just go 1, 2, 3, top. It's just kind of a marker for the band, or it's kind of a nice punctuation. How was that? Did you guys get the slur? You got the bluesy riff. The timing's a little bit tricky, right? You have to get used to that. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like, how many of these? You just have to, again, kind of count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, 4, and there's a little bit of, there's some syncopation there and anticipation that's pretty subtle. Even on the pick, there's a pickup note. And 1, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. You got to make sure you get the and 1. And how I'm accomplishing that, by the way, is the upstroke and 1. And 1. So I do a quick upstroke on the and of 4, and then on a downstroke on 1. So it's 1. I'm going to demonstrate my picking a little bit more carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. I'm even pulsing here just to keep the time. And if you watch players, you'll see them do this quite often. They're not even playing, they're just keeping the beat. Okay? Questions on that at all? Just keep getting that melody down. Well, then it's time to play with Django again. Then we can talk about some soloing ideas. This should be a quick and easy tune to add to your repertoire. It's a really fun one to play. Then I'll come right back to that. Let's see, Swing 48. And of course, so many other great players have recorded this. Ready? Here we go from the beginning. The clarinet's just going to come in right on beat 1. And actually, Django's doubling the melody, I heard, so let's do it. And if that was too fast, that was at 0.5. Well, then I don't know. Oh, actually, we can. Oh, look at that. Did you guys know that you can customize this? You can go to custom. I'm at 0.4 now. One more time. Melody or chords, your choice. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. You gotta count the space. A lot of space. 2, 3, 4. And again, let's just play chords underneath Django. G minor 6. C minor 6. G minor 6. A flat 7. D7. And G minor 6. D7. And top. I'm going long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short. I like that one. That feels really good with the rhythm section. A flat 7, D7, and D7, and top. Short, short, you can do short, short if you want. Try out some different articulations. A flat, D7, G minor. And we can stop there. Again, let's talk about some improv ideas. There's a lot of good stuff, but again, that was playing with Django. You know, there's so many different versions that pop up besides that, and there's a lot of play-alongs too. If you want to just play along the melody, just type in Swing 48 play along. There's going to be a bunch of them that come up. It'll just say backing track. Okay, let's take a look at this worksheet. Since it seems like you guys are all getting this, no problem. I think on the bottom, there's on my handwritten one before I transfer it to the computer. Leslie, is that your writing where it says half step, TT sub, whole tone? I've got a few things that I want to just go over, and this is again the handwritten version. I was telling, this is kind of again an introduction. I was reminding my students, don't forget about the importance of the triads. G, like we did with minor swing, G minor, G minor, G minor, G minor, C minor, G minor. And then here, I just wrote one, I didn't write, well I did write the A flat, but D, go to the A flat, and then back to the G minor. But then I wrote some other ideas as well. So I kind of, you can either or, you can choose, or you could do something that works for both chords, and that's the diminished substitution, this, or D whole tone effect, augmented triads. And I realize this is all brand new for you, but those are two flavors that Django used quite a bit. The diminished sub, which basically if you play a D7 chord like this, all of you know that, the upper portion of it, the top 3 strings, is a diminished triad, this. Here's major, by the way. And then here's diminished. This is actually F sharp diminished on the D7 chord. But you have this, and then a trick for the diminished sub is you can slide it, as I demonstrated, every 3 frets. So the easiest thing to say is like, hey, play D7 and take those 3 notes of the D7 chord and do this. And then go to G minor. D7, but use that diminished sub. G minor. Then you might have to go back and go, okay, G minor is this. Diminish is this. G minor. C minor. G minor. Diminish. G minor. And again, just from that alone, if you follow the progression, it might sound something like this. Diminish, G minor, G minor, C minor, G minor, diminish, G minor. C minor, G minor, diminish, G minor. You can do, hours of soloing, just goofing around with those triads, and then also some of that other stuff that we had talked about, the half step below, which is actually on the bottom, this. And again, I'm just goofing around with the lower neighbor tone of the G minor, and I moved it to C minor. But you got to know your triads first, so that's why I feel like this is a really nice, if you want to get into soloing, this is a nice worksheet. It's just very simple as far as like, hey, learn these shapes. C minor. And then for the D, don't do the D, don't do the A flat, even though I wrote them there. Just go for that diminished sub. As you can see, it's such a nice sound, a nice trick. And it's symmetrical. So you just have to, once you get the first one, you just slide every 3 frets, if you didn't notice that. And it's very similar to that lick that we did on Appel Indirect. It's actually the same arpeggio. This is just a chord. So again, that's my recommendation, is to put on the play along backing track and try those triads. Did I lose anybody, or you guys got that? Shawnee is smiling. I lost you? Did I lose you? Well, you understand the chord. I mean, you understand the movement. There's only 3 chords, essentially. And I'm just kind of saying, hey, forget the A flat 7 to D7. I'm kind of already just saying there's a good trick. And this is just a soloing. I could go into a theory, but you guys don't want me to. Well, Henry, I know you do, actually. But right now, it's not the time for that. It's just a trick that when you see D7, just do this little diminished triad shape. And slide it 3 frets. Of course, you could do your licks that you'll learn eventually. And these are all. And then resolve it to G minor. And then you do diminished. And you go, etc. I have a lot of etudes that uses that stuff, but that's kind of just a little bit of the theory there is, hey, think triads, you gotta follow the chords. This is not rock. We're not just going, playing G minor blues licks. That's fun too, but that's not the style necessarily. You gotta hit G minor when it's on G minor. When it's on C minor, you gotta go to C minor. And on the D7 or A flat 7, you could do the diminished sub. But then the other sound that I was introducing to you is the augmented triad. And again, I know this is a lot of theory, but here's D major, here's D augmented. You guys probably know that sound if you're a John Lennon fan or something. that augmented sound has that kind of really, you know, it's hard for me to describe it. It's kind of a unique flavor that's just unsettling almost. Django loved it, so he would do this a lot. And that comes from the whole tone scale, very French scale, you know, used by Ravel, Claude Debussy, a lot of the French composers, the impressionistic composers. So again, Django really loved this. And it has this flavor. Very dramatic. And then listen to Resolve. Whole tone. Very dreamy. Wake up, Bernard. It's time to go to work. You know, you guys hear that all the time. But it's used like this. And it's so fun because it's symmetrical. I'm just moving 2 frets. It's always 2 frets. That's what a whole tone is, and that's what the whole tone scale is. So you just start on D, and you go up 2 frets. And then once you learn the fretboard stuff, like, oh, like I can zigzag this way. And then you come up with all these fun little patterns. And you play it on a dominant chord. Okay, I'm getting a little carried away, but that I really love talking about that and sharing this sound and this this approach. So those are 2 tricks, I would call them, the diminished and the augmented, that Django used a lot. And that's reserved for dominant chords. So you don't even, like I said, even though I jotted down a D triad, D triad, D triad, A flat, I'm not really thinking that much, and most players are not, to be honest. They're usually employing the diminished or the augmented sound. Diminished being the more favorable sound. I like the whole tone a lot. Okay, now I'm getting carried away, but let's look at a play along. And that's all I want to talk about that. I did write out the D whole tone. There's a lot of good stuff on this little worksheet. I often don't pass this out, just so you know. That's why I thought it'd be fun to go over a few little topics, you know, on this. But the D whole tone scale, I wrote it out, as you can see in tab, going like this. D. It's a really kind of a fun little shape to go. So again, you can just jam out on the whole tone for quite a while. This is where, again, I would recommend, I know we're almost out of time, but I would recommend iReal Pro, or I'm just going to click on a play along here. I don't know who is it going to be, but I'm going to type in Swing 48 play along. Let's see who has a backing track. It's called backing track. The only thing that I don't like about the backing track is I can't stop and loop a section. I might want to loop it because I'm going to pull up Gonzalo Vergara, great gypsy jazz guitar player, probably. Did I pronounce his last name correct? Star Wars. And he does use that A flat 7. He did it correctly. I like that feel. And check it out, here's a triads. C minor. G minor. Here comes that diminished right here. I'm ready for it. And G minor. Diminished. And top. C minor. G minor. Diminished. G minor. Diminished. And top. you want to hear the augmented. I like that too. Here comes that augmented. Diminished. So again, I was just trying to demonstrate some of those tools that are written there into some fun little soloing, creating my own licks. But what I was always trying to keep track of is what chord I'm on. And I'm going to actually put this in there. If you guys, I mean, you can go to YouTube, but I'm just going to put this particular backing track. I like it a lot. And you can, you know, it shows you the chord on there. It doesn't show you as it's going along like the iReal Pro does. It highlights the chord you're on. If you're having trouble of knowing, wait, where am I at? This, you know, you can use iReal Pro and it shows you, highlights it. But this does not do that. I don't think it does. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't do that. It just has a picture of the chord chart on there that you can kind of look and try to keep track of. It's really so good for you to do that, you know, practicing wise. Just listen and know what chord you're on. Even, I'm going to take this to another level. Even when you're just listening, to be able to say the chords to any recording, and even if it's not in the key, just pretend it's in the key. Just go G, unless you have perfect pitch, then it's going to mess with you. But otherwise, you just say G minor, G minor, and just try to just keep C minor. Just try to pay attention where you're at. G minor, D7, and then, you know, listen to Django, just kind of yell it out. It's good. It's a good exercise, mental exercise. That way you'll hear it, you'll relate it, and translate it to the guitar. I highly recommend that. I do that a lot for memorizing songs. And I'm yelling out letter names. Generally, I often think numbers, 1, 4, 5. That's to me the best, but in this case, I'm just going to yell out names. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate your time and you being here. And I'm going to say I am going to offer Gypsy Jazz 2, which will be a continuation of Gypsy Jazz 1, and it'll just be more songs kind of at this pace, me walking you through these songs, and I hope you consider joining it. It'll be starting up probably, you know, a week in between this term. There's still 2 more classes for this. This little worksheet just has a little bunch of stuff there. Yeah, it doesn't really say it, but, you know, just it's on D. It says D whole tone, D effect. It's just on the D chord, but thanks for clarifying that. I'll try to be more clear that on the D7 chord, you can use that diminished sub or that D whole tone right on the root of D, okay? So you have those ideas that I was just demonstrating where minor triads, just goofing around the minor triads, and then when it came to that 9th measure on the A flat 7 to D7, that's where I would use the whole tone scale sound or the diminished flavor, depending on, you know, just mix it around. You've got to try it out. You actually have to try it out. That's why I would say just do, you know, just resolve. Or this. And then resolve. You know, really practice those little things. I mean, it's really fun to do that, and you guys will get it. Your ears will start to hear those sounds too, and you'll be able to, you know, listen to recordings like, ooh, that was a whole tone lick, or ooh, there's another diminished lick. You'll hear it if your ears are not quite used to it. Okay, guys, thanks so much. I'll see you all next week. Have a great week. Appreciate it again.
Hey folks, welcome to today's Mega Lesson Workshop. We're talking soloing ideas and strategies. Sweet George Brown. Let's get started. I'd like for you all to do right here with me, similar to what we did now up here with the chord, which I'm hoping you did, is to start here and do this with me. For the E7 chord, we're going to start again on G sharp. That's the 3rd. And we know we could just move it down in half steps chromatically and follow that dominant cycle. So do this with me. And if that's too much, if you haven't learned all 6 strings, which is what I prefer that you do for practice, you can just stay in 1 octave, maybe descending, and then down
half step for the A7. Maybe backwards. You got it for the D7, down a half step. See what I mean? That's how easy it is. And then what do I do on the G? Well, you can do G triad. Something pretty. You might do G major scale. You might do G major 6 arpeggio. You might do pentatonic, blues. So again, that's, or you might do this. Embellishments again, or this. I'm just showing you like maybe some quick G, what do I do on the G thing, you know, the G root there, resolve it. Don't do dim 7. You could, but that would still create a lot of tension and you would want to resolve it still. So with me please, G sharp dim, descending, and then G dim, that's for the A7, descending, and then down a half step F sharp dim. I'm going to do G6. And again, this is all on my worksheets for diagonal studies, diagonal arpeggios. This is the diagonal method, but it's also a concept too. Ready? One more time with me. And if you can't do the whole arpeggio, just do part of it. Just do that. And then go down a half step. That's what's important, is that you're learning this half step method. Or you might even stick with this still, because it's the same concept. Okay, so check it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next one. Next one. And then pentatonic. Okay, now it's just a nice little etude there for working in the diagonal studies, the arpeggios there. Both the arpeggios for the dim 7, pentatonic, or 6, whatever, combining the blues scale too, combining different things. But what's important is that you see that chromatic voice leading. I'm going to slow it down for you, play chords for you. Just remember, you can even start on B. You'd harmonize with everybody else, but unfortunately we can't hear everyone else. But we can have 4-part harmony if everybody started 3 frets away from each other, right? You know what I'm saying? So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Your fret down a half step, and move it down another half step, and then get ready. What are you gonna do on the G? Maybe get bluesy, whatever you want. Ready, right here. And dim. And down half step. Just the A section again, so D7, G major, and again now I would do some different diminished. Again, we could do diminished all day long, but I hope you get the fact that, hey, I could just move my sequence, my same lick down a half step. Similarly, you can actually ascend and go up a whole step. We still need that minor third interval. What do I mean by that? Is this. And instead of going down, you go up a whole. So you can actually travel up whole steps. And a G. Up a whole step. Another thing I like to do, just for fun here, just to show you, I know we're kind of coming close to out of time, is this. I like to actually go add in chromatic filler, and I do that with my arpeggios too. I showed you that earlier on this run here with a whole tone, but I love that on a dim 7 arpeggio. Check it out with this. Check it out with the arpeggio like this. This is kind of a neat run, actually. It gets slippery. So again, you can have a lot of fun with adding chromatics to these arpeggios or shapes and designs. That's my way of trying to share these concepts is by writing out etudes. The whole tone scale is, let's take E. I'm just going to start here on E and just go up in whole steps. That's an edit later. And because that's the scale, it could be called F sharp whole tone. It could be called G sharp whole tone, B flat whole tone, or A sharp. They're all in harmonic C, or D whole tone. That's where I'm saying there's only 2 whole tones possible. You could do these. Very dreamy. And then you get these augmented chords. Really love that flavor. You get these licks. So I'm showing you a lot of things hopefully because I want you to explore that scale more. It's a beautiful color. Some of my quick licks demonstrate those these are just licks that I'm playing, or this scale, this way playing it, I'm gonna go a diagonal. Actually, if you guys want to try this with me, I'd love to show this to you. I'm going to show you G whole tone really quickly in this method here. G, but check out how I'm going to show it to you. We're going to start on G, and then we're going to go to the next string and hit the flat 5. And that's all you need to know is this. Root, flat 5, root, flat 5, root, flat 5. And then you go up 2 whole tones above each one of those notes like this. And that's G whole tone. Okay, so I went this. Like that's tritone, but then you go whole steps. Flat 5. Those are the chords that you would get from it. And yes, you can move that around in whole steps. Okay, beautiful, beautiful color. So that leads me to Sweet Georgia Brown because it's all about dominant chords. Very dreamy. And that's another way to play the whole tone scale in one position again. So it's very cool just moving those shapes around, those augmented 7th chords, similarly to the diminished that I showed you earlier. And then down half step. But you can use these dreamy dominant. And go through the whole song using those. Relatively easy chord solo things that you can do right away. I'm already demonstrating some of those cool augmented and diminished, and I use those all the time. What I wrote out is kind of a little bit more swingy, almost in the style of Bucky Pizzarelli or John Pizzarelli. Django used it too, of course. But it's kind of taking these shapes. I'm going to just use my phone like this. So what I'm doing here, this is chord solo study number 1. I wrote 2 of them out so far. There's going to be more coming. I'm kind of just like, oh, I want to write more. But all I'm taking is an E9 chord. I mean, can't go wrong with this. And you just go. right? So again, hit the bass. You can use your pick or your thumb. I like to use my thumb sometimes, and I like to just get this little brushy sound. And then A. That's a quick and easy thing to do, is just slide your hand up to A9. Do the same riff. So this is, again, chord solo study number 1. Let me see if I can load this up for you. And again, this is note for note to what I had written out here, if you're wondering. I know it's kind of a lot to look at, so that's why I was like, I'd just rather just show you. E9, chromatic, side slipping, lower neighbor. We call it side slipping often too, when you're just moving around in half steps, one direction or another. Okay, that was for the E chord. Well, guess what I do for the A chord? Same thing, up to the 12th fret root. And then for the D chord, you got it. And now this is like quick, easy method for chord soloing. And I did the chromatic lick with chords, 1. And then G6-9, 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 riff. But this time I changed it up on the second, on the B section here. I changed it up a little bit here by adding E13, and the rhythm changed. So I'm going. So I'm taking the shape and adding a little melody on the top string there. Beautiful, Django used that often. And then on the A13, same thing. Okay. So again, kind of the same idea, just with an introduction of a new rhythm. And then on the E minor, B6-9, it's pretty straightforward. We have this. Diminished sub, E minor 6, diminished sub coming up, and I would just strum. I might shuffle it. Again, if I were to use my thumb, I'd go like this. Or actually, and then, and that was a little rhythmic hook. Like this. So from that E minor, again, it was this 3, 2, 3, 4. And that's number 1 for the chord soloing. That one was meant to be relatively easy, focusing a lot about strumming, rhythm and groove, and adding in those lower neighbor tones, side slipping essentially. This one, I like this one because I wanted to bring some almost West Montgomery, if that's a new shape. But I did this rhythm that I used in the number 2 and the number 1 solo. So I went. On the A, I chose A13. And you're going to see a lot of these little subtle voice leading things. That's what I was going after here. I'm not going to play the whole thing for you, but I will. I'll record it later. And then D7 similar. And then on the G1, these inversions. Very, very pretty. Some of my favorite chord voicings, which are a combination of major 7 and 6-9 shapes. Sometimes I refer to it as the magic shape. And then I went into something different here. This again is me exploring some different concepts and licks in one etude, trying to share about 5 different ideas. Blues, this is kind of the honeysuckle rose riff. So it's this. A. Again, that's, going. It's a very blues-based riff, so that's what that is coming from. If you're wondering, Honeysuckle Rose was my influence for that. Can I have a quick chord melody I think on that one? And then finally, inversions. Sorry. Diminished sub, and then following the chords chromatically. So again, that was diminish, 6, diminish, riff. And that's just, again, applying some rhythms to it. Well, hey, I hope you guys got a lot out of this. I know it was just kind of nonstop, like I mentioned. I could probably go on for another hour at least, but obviously we'll get you started there. Thank you all so much again. On your instrument, I still feel like it's very important to, and I'll discuss this, to know the theory that when you hear this melody, that's a pentatonic scale, that it's an E major penta, if you guys got a chance. This sound. But the melody is this. It's very folky. Meaning the major penta has been around for a long time, and it's the foundation for a lot of melodies. And so let's just talk about that right now. The major pentatonic, and this is just on the E chord. This is tricky because a lot of people look at the song and go like, are we in the key of E? Because the first chord is E7. But no, we're actually in the key of G. And it starts on the 6, the E, then it goes to A, then it goes to D7, then finally it resolves to G, the 1 chord. But so we're actually in, sorry, my dog and cat they're fighting each other right now. So we're actually in the key of G, but it starts on the 6. But here's again a big part of the swing or jazz or gypsy jazz. We generally play to the chord. That means you want to know what chord you're on. You hit the E7 chord, and now in this case, different from the previous song, I'm kind of recommending try this E major penta. Or again, the melody. Learn the melody. It's this. Theory, the E major penta. Sometimes I just assume things, but the major pentatonic, I know you all have heard it, and you might already know the minor penta, but here's just a formula for major penta. If you know your major scale, this is derived from the major scale. 1, 2, 3, do, re, mi, 5, 6, and that's the major penta. It's such a... And then the 8, the octave, of course. Again, I'm playing kind of more like country, folk, or rock. But again, the melody just is the major penta scale. So again, I think, this is where improvisation, I think it's good to play to the song. Sometimes if Sweet Georgia Brown, that has that flavor. It's not really the melody. It's not dark like minor swing. So on the E7, I would treat it differently often. I'm not saying all the time, but I kind of play that major penta sound a little bit more bluesier. And then when it goes to A7, I'm kind of analyzing because this is really such a cool device. The composer then flats one note, the G sharp, and it goes to G natural. And so it sounds like this. And then, sorry. It ends on the A note. So just by doing, and this is a cool trick, I always, if you ever watch any of my videos later, my improvisation videos, I always say, oh, here's the Sweet Georgia Brown trick. And what I mean by that is that we take the first chord and we kind of play it as a major, in this case major penta. And then on the next chord, assuming it does this in the song, A7, we flat the third. So it actually is an E minor, just so you know. It actually is an E minor add 9 with a 6th degree. It's pretty colorful, but we got, if you're thinking off of E, we have an E, F sharp, and that's the 9 or the 2. The G natural, which is your flat 3, that's what makes it minor. And then B, which is your 5th, and then the C sharp, which is your 6th. Okay, but that's on an A7 chord. I didn't hit the A, but here's the A. I didn't play the root, because that melody doesn't resolve on the A until the end of that phrase. There, but otherwise, it's a pretty cool trick. You play that E major penta. I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And then on that was for the E7 chord. I'm already talking about improvisation. Usually I don't do that, but I feel like it'll help you learn it better too. And then when you hit that A7 chord, you just flat that one note, the 3rd. So now it's such a great trick if you want to give that a try. The E7, you got the E major penta. Actually, you have 4 bars to mess around. And then right here on the A7, just flat that G sharp to a G. And really hang on that note. It's very bluesy, that dominant. Let's try that again. E major penta. And then G, get that G natural. Very bluesy. That E minor. So again, this is a great trick because I'm playing A7, but you're thinking E minor. This is where we get some you start to get these concepts down about, oh, really, I could play on an A7 chord. I could play E minor. And then you can start to get these ideas flowing because, you know, anyways, I won't go too far into the improvisation, but it's pretty fun once you start to connect these. And yes, I think knowing theory, I'm a theory person. I like to know why and how it works so I can, you know, get these sounds. So far we have this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just playing it very square. You can fancy up the rhythm later. And then A7. And then D7. Same as the E7. So I don't want to go on to that G chord yet, but that's the tune right there. Of course, you guys all know it probably. But on that D7, I just want to say it was the same exact melody as the E7 chord, just transposed down a whole step. So if you have the E7, it's easy for guitar players and you players, at least if you're keeping the same fingering, this, well, on the guitar, this. Here's D. You know, we can take advantage of our instant transposing concept there. So again, on the D7, and then you gotta be careful because there's these little pickup notes that lead us to the G chord. Ba-da-ba-dum-bum-bum. 1, 2. Not much. And then it goes right back to the E7. And I just put a repeat sign, I think, on all of your charts that you have from me. Just that's how I think of it. I think of it as, oh, it just goes back to the top, the E7. Usually on a chart, it's kind of more through composed. You'll see it just a 32 bar, but of course I use repeats and then a second ending. So then it basically goes to E7 to A7, just like before. But actually, I don't want to go do that yet. I just want to play through it, the first 16 bars from there, just to make sure you have the melody. And again, you know, at home you can do whatever. You play the melody, you play the chords, you can improvise around it, or you can harmonize it. One from the top, just the first 16, maybe a little bit slower. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice and square. 2, 3, 4. D7. G. Not much to the top. It's been said she knocks some dead. She went from 10 to 3, A7. And then E minor. Last. And this one we want to get it up to tempo. This one generally you hear people play pretty up. But it's such a swing song, it can be done slowly. D. Not much, then E7. You can watch my chords and play with me. A7. And then get ready on my chart. Here comes that second ending. E minor right here. Da da B7. Da da bum. Bum bum. Ba da bum. And that's cool. And I always like to do that walk down, the chromatic walk down. G, G flat, F, E, just to turn it around to the top there, basically. Oh, by the way, that cool ending lick, if you guys don't already have that, it's a great lick. There's one little chromatic passing tone in there. By the way, that scale is a G major pentatonic. I just thought about it here. The chords are actually walking. We haven't done the chords yet, but the chords are walking down. But the melody is ascending, kind of some nice counterpoint here, some contra motion, and a little chromatic passing tone. And then, sorry. And that I'm playing it again pretty square. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now I'm going to add living with the rhythm. Then it just repeats. So much fun. So anyways, that is the melody. You know, such a great tune. I recommend that you pick up the tempo and then just, hear it, feel it, start to ad-lib with the rhythm. How I wrote it, you will probably see it in fake books like that, but I usually say that's pretty square. A singer probably would not sing it that square usually, or even instrumental, but it's good to learn a melody kind of straight, like right on the beat, but you're going to want to add some syncopation, so goof around with it is what I always say. Let's go ahead and hit the chords now with the remaining portion. E7, we all know from minor swing. And I gave you guys a specific chord chart, again, for the guitar players and the uke players for that matter. And then the A7 is this shape. And it goes like this. And then the D7. So this is what they usually call the dominant cycle. It's actually going through the circle of fifths backwards, which is now called the cycle of fourths. So we have E, A, D, and then it finally resolves to G. Sometimes they call that back cycling, that the fact that you're that you want to arrive to G, the one chord, but you go back, you start on the E, the 6. So it's a pretty popular movement. By the way, I'm saying this because it's a great way to practice your licks, your scales, your arpeggios. Because chord progressions often follow this sequence. If you guys know what I'm talking about. If not, then I recommend that you study up on your theory because it's going to help you to know more theory. That way you're not just always looking at it blindly and trying to read it. You'll just understand, oh, it's just going 6, 2, 5, 1 in the key of G. It starts on the 6th chord. That's what's special about this. Chords, E7 for 4. Yeah, we're all jamming. Marianne's strumming 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Jillian, you can comp with this or play the melody, whatever you want. A7. D7. And G6. I'm just playing quarter notes. Not much. And then E7. A7. Sorry, I know I'm going at a pretty brisk tempo. It's about 130. And E minor. B7. E minor. And then the walk down. I'm gonna slow down. Don't worry. And then back to the top. And even notice that on that final G chord, I went bom, 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 bom. You know, just throw that in. That G flat, or F sharp, whatever you want to call it. This is a chromatic walk down. So the G. But you can do it with chords like this. So you just take your shape and walk down. I'm showing you as a guitar player or uke player. Walk down parallel like this. Chromatic walk down. You can even do that with single notes. You can do it with double stops. You could do it with, I don't know, what was I doing there? Triads, thirds. You know, you could kind of, so it'd be like. And when I'm soloing on Sweet Georgia Brown, I'm often kind of getting pretty bluesy, but I do have a few etudes. I think I've written about 6 solo etudes for the song. And I kind of get a little bit more to the Django, Gypsy jazz flavor, to where it gets a little bit darker. This is one thing that you will notice, is that even though the melody is all really happy, major pentatonic, you'll hear a lot of Gypsy jazz players do this. They'll darken it up. That's just the flavor. So even Django did that too. They'll get this dark half step above approach. And so if you like that sound, which I feel is very Gypsy jazz, go back to minor swing in that E7 when I said half step above. So when you have that E7, you'll do that half step neighbor tone above. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Try singing that. You know, hear it in your head. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. So you really get that sound. And then, of course, you don't always have to go da-da-da-da-da-da. You can even piece that together as if it's a scale. You get the 6-note scale, the hexatonic scale, that is derived from Ready for this? A harmonic minor. Sorry if this is getting pretty theoretical tonight, but it's actually from the A harmonic minor. But guess what? You don't have to think that. You could just think, oh, I'm taking an E major triad, which is E, G sharp, B, and I'm taking an F major triad, F, A, C, and I'm just putting them together. So listen to it in a scalar fashion. So it kind of sounds more like a scale, a run. Even descending. You get the idea again. It's a beautiful sound. I mean, it's not the melody to Sweet Georgia Brown, but again, when you hear a lot of gypsy jazzers, they kind of default to that flavor. If you want to be theoretical about it, you get the flat 9, you get the 4-3, and you get the flat 13 or sharp 5. So again, those are the theoretical terms. So if you were like a piano player, Alan, if you're a piano player, you think, oh, that's a sharp E7, sharp 5, flat 9 chord. Let's see. That chord. So that's pretty dark. But that's the harmony that we're getting by doing this little trick. And again, it's a trick. It really is a trick because you don't have to really think anything but know your E major triad and just say, oh, I'm just going E, then up a half step, F, back and forth. That's pretty common practice. Instead of playing a G7 chord, like what would be the standard dominant 7, you can add the 9 on. And the 9 is the same as a 2. So if you know your G7 inversion, I'm going to do it as if I was playing the uke. It'd be up here. That would be equivalent to, let me say it in uke land, it would be, let's see, that inversion, I don't know why I have to kind of play right now. Let's see. 5, I have to think about the shape here. We're on the 5th fret on the top here, and then 3, 5, 4. Okay, that should be your G7 inversion, okay? Or you think, I'll think from the 4th string on the uke, 4, 5, 3, 5. So what you should know is that the G is on the 2nd string, the 8, that's your 8 or root. You take that up a whole step, and now you have the 9 or the 2, but we call it a 9th chord. And then you get this beautiful chord. Django used that so much, and it's beautiful on the ukulele. So, and that would be 4, 5, 5, 5. It's such an easy shape, and I would bar it like that. But guitar players, I just wrote G7. But I'm often doing this. So that 9th chord is an extended dominant 7. Instead of G7, you can substitute G9, and it just sounds great. It's actually easy on the uke. You just do this. And then, actually, I did one more chord. I haven't looked at that chart in quite a while, so sorry if I don't remember that chord chart. But I wrote a G6-9 chord as a I believe I did, as a major chord. Instead of just plain old G major, I said, oh, play this G6-9. And Django loved that 6-9 chord. That 6-9 chord adds the 6th and the 9. So instead of just a plain old triad, G, B, D, you add the 6, which the 6 is a whole step above the 5th, so you have an E, and then the 9 is the same as a 2, which is an A. So, G's being the 1. So you're adding A and then an E. And then, but we're also eliminating, because there's only so many notes we have, so we have to substitute, we have to get rid of the root, so that's why you have that G6-9 chord. Yeah, those chords are beautiful on the uke and on the guitar both. Django used those quite a bit. Okay, that's a big part of the flavor, so it does translate beautifully to the uke. I hope I didn't lose you guys again. I realized there was a lot of theory talk here. And, you can feel free to let me know if I need to tame it down with the theory. But, again, I feel like the more you know theoretically, even if you're just getting some of it, like, oh, okay, I understand triads, and then how to find I'm really stressing the importance of the 6th degree, whether it's a major chord or a minor chord. And then on a dominant chord now, as John was asking, you can add the 9 on. But the 9th degree is always the same, whether it's a major chord, a minor chord, or a 6th degree for that matter as well. Whether it's a major chord or a minor chord or a dominant chord, the 9 is just a whole step above the 8, which is your octave. And that's really easy to find, right? It's your root. So I'm going to go back to minor swing now just to end it. Here's A minor. If I said, where's the 9 at? I hope you find the root first and then go up a whole step. And there's your 9. And it's super colorful, very lush. Now if I said, where's the D minor? Where's the 9? You find your D, or here, and go up a whole step. So again, Django really used these color tones quite a bit, the 6 and the 9. And they're actually very easy to locate as long as you know 1, 3, 5. The 9 is a whole step above the root, the 1, the 8. And the 6 is a whole step above the 5th. That's how easy these numbers are to find. And those are beautiful notes to lean on again. So here's that A minor. Here's a 6. Here's a 9. Great ending notes too. If you're going up, then you sound like, you know, modern, or not modern necessarily, modern, that's subjective of course, but you know, you're not just playing the root, you're finding some nice color tones, the 9, the 6. So again, you know, please feel free to send me an email saying, hey, too much theory, let's just play, whatever, just feel free to give me feedback. It's different with all my groups. My 8 p.m. group, we talk a lot of theory tonight. We talk a lot of shop talk and improvisation. That's my advanced jazz improv for Gypsy jazz. But also, as I mentioned too, if you have not, I know a few of you are on my Patreon page. If you want to check it out, that's where I post all of my materials and a lot of improvisation stuff. If you're like, hey, I want more of this, because I have a lot of videos. Basically, I record all of these lessons. Don't worry, you're not going to be on there. I'm not actually recording tonight because I've done Sweet George Brown way too many times. But actually, there's a lot of very special things that come out of these lessons. Like, oh, that would be cool to share with others. You know, there's always something new that comes out of lessons. But I edit my classes. Usually, I just have my phone separately or iPad, and then I make these kind of mini lessons, and I turn them into bigger lessons. Some of them I put on YouTube as well. So anyhow, next week I think we will go back to the minor key world. I like to mix it up, major key, minor key, or not. Maybe we'll do another fun swing tune called Avalon. Leslie knows all these tunes from my classes through the years, but I hope you guys have fun with Sweet Georgia Brown. Please, you know, play along with Django. Oh, be careful though. He recorded it in the key of F a few times. So you'll know if it doesn't line up, then the first chord is probably a D7. And then he recorded it in the key of G that we learned it in. So just be careful of the recording. But most people play it in the key of G major, first chord being E7. So yeah, but again, please try out some recordings and have fun with that. Thanks, guys. I'll see you.
All right, so we are looking at my Sweet Georgia Brown modal study. This ties into the first session of just how important learning your modes and thinking key centers are. But now, though, however, we are playing to each chord. So if you have an E7 here, what I'm doing here is starting right on the root and playing the Mixolydian mode. That's the 5th mode. So if you're playing E Mixolydian, you're in the key of A major. So basically I'm treating this E7 like it's in the key of A. And it's this. Very inside. No flat 9s, no sharp 11s, no sharp 9s, nothing. It's very, very
vanilla. And this whole little study here is just to make sure that it's kind of a technique study as I'm kind of just playing through it, but it's all just one scale. So don't let that fool you. It's just a sequence. I'm starting on the root, I'm starting on the third, I'm starting on the fifth, and I'm starting on the flat 7. That's what I'm doing, if you're wondering. Root, third, fifth, flat 7. Root, third, fifth, flat 7. Root, third, fifth, flat 7. And then on the G major, it says G Ionian. Well, G Ionian means G major. And that's just a scale. So again, this particular study is a guitar, don't get me wrong, it's a technique study too, because we want to be able to run and execute these scales. But the theory of it is simple. It's kind of playing to each chord. E mixolydian is the 5 of A, so I'm treating it very inside. E9, E13. And then for the A7 here, we modulate to the key of D. So it's the same thing. We're kind of treating it as A13 or A9. And then for the D7, D mixo again. That means we're in the key of G now. D is a 5 of G. And then once it hits the G, most rhythm players would play G6. I'm playing G major. And that's the key we're in, G. So it kind of repeats. I'm doing a little different motif here. Little thirds. Then on A. Again, it's kind of a little technique study and just to show you some variations of what you could do with the melodic and harmonic materials. Alright, so now this is where it differs. Fellers, she can get fellers, she ain't met. That's like any gypsy jazz tune. Minor swing, dark eyes, whatever, where you have the 1 chord, the E minor, the 5 chord. So we're temporarily modulating here to the key of E minor. And the approach that I'm using, since I started this as the modal approach, I'm sticking with the modes. I'm staying with the natural minor, Aeolian. Okay, for the whole section there. Now, that's not what I would typically play. It's a study, but I'm treating it like we're just in E minor, natural minor for the moment. Typically over the B7, I would want to play, typically again, E harmonic minor. But in this case, I'm staying just to the mode of E Aeolian. And I can justify it if we analyze, why does that work over the B7? The B7 is not in the key of G. It's supposed to be B minor 7, and that's true. But if you were to analyze the notes and you want to get all theoretical, the B's the root, the A is the flat 7, the G, I'm going to even play it, is a sharp 5. The S sharp is the 5th, or you call it G, the flat 13. The A is a flat 7, the G, and we already talked about that. The E is the 4, or the 11, and the D, it should be a D sharp if you're on a B7 chord, but check it out, you get this. I'll do it down here. Oh yeah, sharp 9. So this is a good little hack, actually, when it comes down to it. You could just be thinking the natural minor scale, the Aeolian mode, even on something like this. Yeah. And go. And you get the sharp 9, you get the flat 13 or sharp 5 on the dominant chord, okay? So that's why that works. You don't have to necessarily play the harmonic minor scale over this chord, which you'll see that in most jazz books. You could just play the natural minor. And then, by the way, just to finish it out here, I just played a pentatonic lick to make, kind of like I said, a feel-good thing. Pentatonic is just derived from the major scale, the mode. It's just 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. It omits the 4 and the 7.